returning to the northern sovereign city. Staring at the body of the Wind Wirm in front of him, Little Black swung his black claw with a merciless look in his eyes, before he finally took the Wirm's life. Although Little Black was usually warm and cheerful, that was only when he was in front of Xianxia. Whether it was in front of other humans or magic beasts, the ferocious nature of a dragon would always show itself. It was the same for the Wind Wirm. After all, it was unknown how many humans and magic beasts it had slaughtered inside this Wind Dragon's forest, but the number was definitely in the tens of thousands. Even the Grand Elder and the disciples of the Holy Sect had barely managed to escape with their lives the last time they were in this place. Although it wasn't a real dragon, the Wirm had always considered itself an apex predator in this central region, that very few magic beasts could possibly rival. Other than magic beasts at the rank 8 or above, no other beasts could possibly pose a threat to it. Even if it faced other peak rank 7 magic beasts like the Hellfire Crow, the Wirm was still confident in its ability to kill them. Unfortunately, the bloodline of a pure dragon wasn't something that it could possibly resist, which was why it had lost its life today. Little Black had a cold look in his eyes as he stared at the massive, lifeless body of the Wind Wirm in front of him, before he turned his attention towards the bloodline awakening pond a few meters away from him. Other than some ripples on the pond's surface, the green water seemed incredibly tranquil, giving off a relaxing sensation. After a moment of silence, Little Black shook his head and said, "Master, although this bloodline awakening pond is useless to me and Master, since my bloodline is already in its purest state, it is still a rare treasure nevertheless. It would be a waste to leave it here." Xianxia nodded his head while his gaze was also focused on the bloodline awakening pond in front of him. Indeed, Little Black was right. Although both his bloodline and Little Black's own couldn't be enhanced any further since they were in their purest states, this didn't mean that Xianxia was going to leave this bloodline awakening pond behind. Instead, he already had a way to use it in his mind, that would not only help him increase his own strength, but it would also help make Little Silver's and Jiang Chen's bloodlines even purer. After all, Jiang Chen's bloodline of the demonic crow of darkness was still far off from the true demonic crow of darkness. A few moments later, Xianxia stored both the Wind Wirm's body and the bloodline awakening pond inside his herb garden, before he let Little Black return back in the foggy space inside the Stone of Time as well. Raising his right hand, Xianxia then slashed the air in front of him, opening a large space tear, as he entered inside it and disappeared from the Wind Wirm's cave. Sometime later, the figure of a blue-robed young man appeared in front of the entrance of the Wind Dragon's forest. The moment he left the Wind Dragon's forest, Xianxia immediately circulated his Monarch's hourglass, as his cultivation of an early rank 2 Dao King exploded outwards, before he shot straight towards the direction of the northern sovereign city. A day passed by in the blink of an eye, before Xianxia arrived in front of the city gates of the northern sovereign city. After he paid the fee of 300 high-grade spirit stones, Xianxia entered the city and headed straight for the northern sovereign's estate. The streets of the northern sovereign city weren't any less crowded from the first time that he had come with the northern sovereign, but since he was walking through them by himself this time, he could now take an even better look around this massive city. The number of powerful Dao kings and Dao emperors that he could sense in the streets were hundreds of times more numerous than those in Morong City. A little more than an hour later, Xianxia arrived in front of the northern sovereign's estate. Taking a look at the Dao kings who were guarding the estate, not allowing anyone to get too close, Xianxia simply waved his hand as he opened another space tier, before he stepped inside it and appeared directly inside the estate. A few minutes later, Xianxia arrived in front of the entrance of a huge, familiar-looking courtyard that was covered in restrictive formations. Staring at the restrictive formations around the Southern Dragon's courtyard, Xianxia merely smiled as he took a step forward and placed his hand on top of them. Moments later, the formations in front of him immediately receded and the gates of the courtyard opened by themselves, before 4 figures flew out from the courtyard, appearing in front of Xianxia. Long Ge. Brother Long. Lu Mei's and Xingyi's excited voices entered his ears, before the 2 kingdom-toppling beautiful girls shot out from the courtyard soon after, appearing in front of Xianxia as they hugged him affectionately. "Huh, Brother Shan, welcome back." Bai Long Tian said with a smile on his face, while Jiang Chen nodded his head and said, "Brother, did you deal with everything that you needed?" Nodding his head, Xianxia said smilingly, "Yeah. Let's talk inside." Xianxia, Lu Mei, and the others then entered the courtyard, before the protective formations around the Southern Dragon's courtyard were activated once again, preventing anyone from entering without permission. Once the five of them were inside the biggest room in the courtyard, Bai Long Tian looked at Shen Long and said seriously. Brother Shen, 2 weeks after you left the Northern Sovereign came to look for you. She said that she was planning to introduce you to the geniuses of the Tianhuan dynasty that would enter the City of Immortals this time. We told her that you were in seclusion, but the Northern Sovereign said that you should visit her once you come out. Chapter 801, 801 Reuniting. The Geniuses of the Tianhuan Dynasty. Shen Long mumbled to himself in a pondering manner. Of course, it was clear as day that the Northern Sovereign was trying to rope him in and get him to join the Tianhuan dynasty, otherwise she wouldn't go to this extent to introduce him to the geniuses of that dynasty. However, although Shen Long had a good impression of the Northern Sovereign, he wasn't planning to enter the Tianhuan dynasty when he had no reason to. Even if he was offered plenty of resources, nothing was worth more than his freedom. A few moments later, Shen Long nodded his head and said, I will go visit the Northern Sovereign today. After that, I'm planning to truly enter seclusion this time, and I will probably not be able to come out until the City of Immortals opens. Bai Long Tian and the others weren't surprised by this. After all, they were also going to enter seclusion for the next 4 months and advance their strength as much as possible. As he finished speaking, Shen Long then waved his hand and took out a long white sword with a crimson hilt, a light blue armor, as well as a bronze armor from his spatial ring, and placed them on the table in front of him before he said smilingly. Long Tian, this sword is for you. It is a peak 1-star sword infused with the Tao of Fire. Bai Long Tian stared at the long white sword with a look of surprise on his face. He hadn't expected that after Shen Long returned back, he would actually give him a peak 1-star sword. After all, peak 1-star weapons were extremely rare, and even the cheapest of them would go for 40.000 to 50.000 high-grade spirit stones. Only some late-stage Tao emperors would be able to afford such a price. Of course, Bai Long Tian knew that this 1-star weapon was the thing that he lacked the most. Although the rank 3 gold-grade sword that he had been using wasn't bad, it wasn't good enough to keep up against the weapons of even the other outer court disciples in the holy sect. After all, even people like Xinghuang were wielding peak rank 3 gold-grade weapons, while those at the top of the rankings in the martial roll of honor like Yang Hui, Xiao Min, and the rest, even had star-rank weapons. Although Bai Long Tian could keep up with most disciples for now, there was no doubt that he would be at a disadvantage after they entered the City of Immortals where the top geniuses from every place throughout the central region would also gather. Without any hesitation, Bai Long Tian accepted the long white sword and cupped his hands at Shen Long, before he said in a grateful manner. Brother Shen, thank you. Shen Long waved his hand and said calmly. There is no need for thanks between us. Bai Long Tian nodded his head without saying anything else and simply kept this in his heart. After all, although a peak 1-star sword was valuable, in front of the immortal-grade cultivation technique that he had received from Shen Long, the Buddha's light, this sword was truly nothing in comparison. However, even though Bai Long Tian didn't say anything, he was determined to become even stronger in the next 4 months. The stronger he became, the better he would be able to assist Shen Long in the City of Immortals. A moment later, Shen Long turned his gaze towards Xingyi and said. Xingyi, this blue armor is for you. It's a peak 1-star armor infused with the Tao of Water. Most likely, unless you meet a Tao Emperor or an extremely strong peak Tao King, nobody else should be able to harm you while you wear it, unless they manage to completely exhaust all of your qi. Of course, if someone has comprehended a powerful unique Tao then they can also be your match, but the armor should still be able to protect you. As he said this, Shen Long handed the light blue armor to Xingyi who smiled brightly and accepted it with a smile on her face before she said warmly. Brother Long, thank you. Shen Long patted Xingyi's head affectionately, as he also stared at the blue armor in her hands. Shen Long understood clearly, that this armor was even better suited for Xingyi than Murong Tian's own armor. After all, Murong Tian's armor was an armor with the element of earth infused inside it, and it would actually hinder Xingyi's Tao of Shadows and her Vanishing Shadows unique physique during a fight instead of helping her. Although it would raise her defenses, Xingyi would actually be stranded down due to the armor's effects and wouldn't have as much freedom to move. However, this light blue armor was completely different and it would complement her skills instead of hindering them. After all, the biggest benefit of the Tao of Water was both in its versatility and defense. Although it wasn't as strong as the Tao of Earth in terms of defense, it was actually an even better fit for Xingyi. A moment later, Shen Long turned his attention towards Jiang and said. Jiang, this one is for you. It's a peak 2-star armor infused with the Tao of Earth. As he said this, Shen Long pushed the bronze armor towards Jiang, who seemed to have accepted it subconsciously with an incredulous look on his face. It wasn't just Jiang Chen, but Xingyi, Bai Long Tian, and even Lu Mei, who were stunned when they saw this peak 2-star armor. Originally, they hadn't paid too much attention to it, but after they sensed the fluctuations around it, they all realized that the aura coming from this armor had indeed exceeded that of a peak 1-star armor by a lot. However, forget about a peak 2-star armor, even normal 2-star armor should be extremely scarce and almost impossible to obtain. A moment later, Jiang Chen snapped out from his daze and pushed the bronze armor back to Shen Long before he said seriously. "Brother, even though I appreciate this, it's better for you to have this armor." Chapter 802 Shocking the Northern Sovereign. Shen Long was momentarily stunned when he heard Jiang Chen's response, but a moment later, he immediately understood what Jiang Chen was thinking. Considering how rare a peak 2-star armor was, it was obvious that Jiang Chen would rather give it to Shen Long than use it himself. However, Shen Long simply shook his head and pushed the armor towards Jiang Chen for the second time before he continued. "Don't worry. If this armor was useful to me, I would have kept it already. If you truly consider me a brother, stop refusing and just take it." Jiang Chen stared at Shen Long seriously for a few moments before he nodded his head and accepted the bronze armor. It wasn't just Jiang Chen, but Xingyi, Lu Mei, and Bai Long Tian who all understood that Shen Long was right and that this armor was greatly suited for Jiang Chen. After all, even if the armor slightly hindered his speed when he activated the Tao of Earth inside it, Jiang Chen's defensive abilities would also increase by many times thanks to it. When this armor was paired with his Kingdom of Darkness, Jiang Chen would be almost invincible against other cultivators at the same level. At the very least, the number of people who could hurt him would only be some monstrous geniuses who had comprehended extremely powerful offensive Daos, or those who had a peak 2-star weapon. "Long Ji, are you going to see the Northern Sovereign?" Lu Mei asked a moment later, when she saw that Shen Long seemed to be pondering over something. Nodding his head, Shen Long looked at her and the others and said calmly. "Since everyone is here, let's go together." A few moments later, Shen Long, Xingyi, and the others all left the Southern Dragon's courtyard, as they headed for the Northern Sovereign's courtyard. Their group didn't even have to ask anyone for directions since there were 4 large courtyards at the heart of the Northern Sovereign's estate, all of them adjacent to each other. Those 4 courtyards were, the Southern Dragon's Courtyard, the Northern Dragon's Courtyard, the Eastern Dragon's Courtyard, and the Western Dragon's Courtyard. As for the Northern Sovereign herself, she was naturally staying in the Northern Dragon's Courtyard. Normally, even the Sovereign Realm experts under the Northern Sovereign weren't allowed to stay in any of these courtyards. After all, other than the Northern Dragon's Courtyard, that belonged exclusively to the Northern Sovereign, the other 3 courtyards were reserved for the most important guests of the Northern Sovereign who came to visit her estate. For the Northern Sovereign to allow Shen Long and his group to stay within the Southern Dragon's Courtyard for so long, it was obvious how much she valued Shen Long. A few minutes later, Shen Long's group of 5 arrived in front of the entrance of the Northern Dragon's Courtyard, before Shen Long placed his hand on the restrictive formations outside the courtyard. Naturally, this action was done to alert whoever held the token of the courtyard that someone had come to visit. After waiting for nearly a minute, the gates of the courtyard suddenly opened, before the Northern Sovereign's voice drifted in the air, as it entered Shen Long's and the rest's ears. "Come in." Shen Long nodded his head and entered the Northern Sovereign's courtyard along with Lu Mei and the others, before a wave of extremely pure qi suddenly assaulted his senses. Lu Mei and the others were also stunned momentarily, as they turned their attention towards the large building in the center of the courtyard that was surrounded by large amounts of extremely dense and pure qi. It was obvious that the qi in this courtyard was even purer and more concentrated than the qi inside the Southern Dragon's courtyard. However, Shen Long wasn't surprised by this, as he kept walking towards the large building in the distance without stop. After all, it would be surprising if the Northern Sovereign's own courtyard didn't have the purest qi in the first place. Moments later, their group arrived in front of the massive building at the center of the courtyard, before the doors of the building suddenly opened by themselves, as the enchanting figure of the silver-robed Northern Sovereign appeared in Shen Long's and the rest's eyes. The Northern Sovereign had an amiable smile on her face as soon as she saw Shen Long, but a moment later, her gaze suddenly froze, as it immediately focused on Lu Mei and the others by Shen Long's side. After a moment of silence, the Northern Sovereign looked at Lu Mei and asked in an incredulous voice. You are already a peak rank 3 Dao King. How is this possible? It has only been 2 months. The Northern Sovereign had a look of disbelief on her face as she stared at Lu Mei in front of her, almost as if she was looking at a monster. Indeed, in these last 2 months that Lu Mei had left the Northern Sovereign City, she had actually managed to become a peak rank 3 Dao King and was only a step away from entering the middle stages of the Dao King realm. Of course, it wasn't surprising that the Northern Sovereign would be stunned by this. After all, even the strongest genius of the holy sect, Yang Hui, had only managed to reach the middle stages of the Dao King realm when he was 70 years old, while the person ranked second in the martial roll of honor, Xiao Min, was 40 years old when she became an early rank 4 Dao King, and she had only managed to do so thanks to her Blackwater unique physique that increased her cultivation speed. After all, the Northern Sovereign had a good relationship with the Grand Elder, and she knew that those geniuses had taken at least a couple of years, if not tens of them, to become peak rank 3 Dao Kings. As for this young woman in front of her, the Northern Sovereign couldn't understand how she can possibly be a peak rank 3 Dao King after merely 2 months of cultivation. Chapter 803, 803. In fact, the Northern Sovereign wasn't just stunned by Lu Mei, but also by Jiang Chen, by Long Tian, and Xingyi. After all, although the three of them were quite behind Lu Mei in terms of their cultivation bases, they had still managed to become peak rank 2 Dao Kings, and they were only a step away from breaking through to the early rank 3. As for Shen Long, he seemed to still be an early rank 2 Dao King. Although it was an extremely good result, and it would have normally left the Northern Sovereign speechless, since most cultivators needed at least a couple, if not tens of years to do so after they successfully break through to the Dao King realm. After seeing Lu Mei and the others' results, the Northern Sovereign wasn't as surprised, and she even felt that this result of his was somewhat lacking in comparison. If it wasn't because of that unprecedented heavenly tribulation that the Northern Sovereign had witnessed by herself, she would have even started to believe that Shen Long wasn't as talented as the other four. Of course, what the Northern Sovereign didn't know was that Shen Long had been traveling for one of those past 2 months, as he wreaked havoc in Murong City and even trapped and killed the patriarch of the Murong family. Naturally, nobody could guess what the Northern Sovereign's reaction would be if she knew about this. Shen Long clasped his hands at the Northern Sovereign and said calmly, "Senior, I heard that you were looking for me while I was in seclusion. Is there something that you needed me for?" The Northern Sovereign turned her gaze back towards Shen Long, and after a moment of silence she nodded her head before she said, "Shen Long, have you decided whether you want to join my Northern Sovereign City and the Xianxia dynasty? As long as you are willing to join, you can forget about high-grade spirit stones, even if you want immortal-grade cultivation techniques and martial skills, or even rare treasures and high-grade star-rank pills, everything you want will be yours." Shen Long had already expected that the Northern Sovereign would ask him again about this matter. Clearly, there was no way that she would simply give up like that. However, the Northern Sovereign didn't know that none of her offers were attractive enough in the first place. After all, other than the benefit of having a backer in the central region, there was nothing else that the Xianxia dynasty could offer to Shen Long and the others. As for those high-grade spirit stones and the immortal-grade cultivation techniques and martial skills, Shen Long knew that none of them came for free. Cupping his hands, Shen Long bowed slightly at the Northern Sovereign before he said calmly, "Senior, I am not interested in joining any power for now, including the Xianxia dynasty. I hope that you can understand." Although the Northern Sovereign had already expected this, a look of disappointment still flashed through her eyes when she heard Shen Long's answer. After all, she knew that if Shen Long really intended to join the Xianxia dynasty, he would have accepted her offer the first time. However, she was still unwilling to give up like that. After a few moments of silence, the Northern Sovereign sighed and waved her hand before she said in a resigned tone, "Very well then. If you change your mind, you know where to find me. Even if you aren't willing to join my Northern Sovereign City, you are still welcome to stay in my estate as my personal guest until you want to leave." Shen Long cupped his hands as he thanked the Northern Sovereign, before he led Lu Mei and the others back to the Southern Dragon's courtyard. A few moments after Shen Long's group left the Northern Sovereign's courtyard, the silver-armored commander Quan Lin appeared in front of the Northern Sovereign, as he knelt down on one knee and spoke in a respectful manner. "City Lord, did you call for me?" The Northern Sovereign nodded her head, her face having lost the amiable smile that she was wearing when she met with Shen Long and the others just now, as she looked at Commander Quan in front of her and said in a commanding tone, "Quan Lin, I want you to find everything you can about Shen Long and the other four who are with him. I want to know how those 5 little monsters appeared in the holy sect and where they all came from." Shen Long. Commander Quan was surprised since he hadn't expected this request from the Northern Sovereign. After all, since Shen Long and the others were guests of the Northern Sovereign, shouldn't the Northern Sovereign already know everything about them? The Northern Sovereign snorted as she guessed what Commander Quan was thinking, before she said in a cold tone, "I have spent the last 2 months entertaining those brats from the Xianxia dynasty. Do you think I had time to do anything else? Although I know some things about Shen Long from Kongwen, it doesn't explain how 5 monsters appeared in his holy sect at the same time. If it was just Shen Long himself, it could make some sense, but that's clearly not the case. Quan Lin lowered his head when he sensed that the Northern Sovereign was displeased, before he said hurriedly. Don't worry, City Lord. You can leave this to me. A moment later, Quan Lin's figure disappeared from the Northern Sovereign's courtyard, allowing it to descend into silence shortly after. Inside the Southern Dragon's courtyard, Shen Long sat on a meditative cushion inside his room, with Lu Mei, Xingyi, Jiang Chen, and Bai Long Tian all sitting around him. After he took out 5 jars of wine from his spatial ring and handed one to everyone, Shen Long saw Jiang Chen staring at him with a serious look in his eyes, before Jiang Chen said in a solemn voice. Brother, I don't think that we should trust the Northern Sovereign too much. Even if she doesn't have any bad intentions and really wants to befriend us, since you already refused to join the Tianxian dynasty, the people behind her may not necessarily take it as well as she did. If they order the Northern Sovereign to kill you, I doubt that she will really refuse. After all, your talents are really too terrifying. It wasn't just Jiang Chen who shared this sentiment, as Lu Mei, Xingyi, and Bai Long Tian agreed with him as well, as they all stared at Shen Long. There was no doubt that news about Shen Long's heavenly tribulation would have already spread to the Tianxian dynasty by now. Additionally, it wouldn't be long before other top powers in the central region started to look for information about Shen Long. Even if the Northern Sovereign wanted to keep the matter of his heavenly tribulation a secret, it would be impossible for her to do so. Sooner or later, countless strong powers would learn about it, and they would definitely do everything they could to recruit Shen Long. However, just like the Northern Sovereign had said to them before they left the king's palace, many powers would also try to kill Shen Long since they wouldn't want to see someone that terrifying grow and become a true expert. Thus, as long as Shen Long decided to leave the Northern Sovereign city, Bai Long Tian and the others would all leave with him without any hesitation. After all, if the Northern Sovereign really had any bad intentions towards Shen Long, even the Grand Elder of the Holy Sect wouldn't be able to protect him. And yet, Shen Long simply stayed silent for a few moments, before he shook his head and said. For now, there is probably no need for us to hurry and leave. Most likely, even if powers like the Tianxian dynasty truly decide that they want to kill me, they won't do it right away and they will still try to see if they can get me to join them. There is no need for them to hurry since, even if I become a Dao Emperor, there is no way that I can possibly threaten them. After thinking about it for a moment, Lu Mei and the others realized that Shen Long's words made sense. Although Shen Long had declined the Northern Sovereign's offer, this didn't mean that there was no chance for him to join the Tianxian dynasty. Unless the Tianxian dynasty really felt that they didn't have any chance to recruit Shen Long, it would only be then that they would decide to eliminate him. With a smile on his face, Shen Long then looked at Jiang Chen and continued. There is also something else that I should tell you. While I was in Murong City, I met with Uncle Jiang who has already found the golden light flower. It shouldn't be too long before I can refine a heavenly purity pill that can heal his injuries either. A mixed look of unconcealed shock and excitement covered Jiang Chen's usually calm and collected face when he heard this, as he stared at Shen Long without blinking. Xingyi and the others were also stunned momentarily when they heard Shen Long's words. After all, they all knew that aside from the golden light flower and the recipe for the heavenly purity pill, a star-rank alchemist was also needed, and that alchemist needed to have absorbed an earth flame, or it would be impossible for them to refine a heavenly purity pill. After a moment of silence, Bai Long Tian asked in a voice that was filled with disbelief, almost as if he was unable to believe his own words. Brother Shen, does that mean that you are a star-rank alchemist already? Also, won't you need to absorb an earth flame if you want to refine that pill for Uncle Jiang? Even Lu Mei, Xingyi, and Jiang Chen stared at Shen Long quietly as they waited for his answer. Putting aside whether it was possible for Shen Long to find an earth flame, becoming a star-rank alchemist was practically inconceivable even for peak-stage Dao Kings, let alone an early-stage Dao King like Shen Long. After all, to reach the standard of a star-rank alchemist, not only did a person need for their spiritual sense to be at the same level as a peak-rank 6 Dao Emperor, but their knowledge of alchemy would need to have already surpassed that of any peak-rank 3 gold-grade alchemists. Shaking his head, Shen Long looked at Bai Long Tian and the others and said calmly. A star-rank alchemist, huh? Although I can't refine star-rank pills just yet, I should be able to, after I become a peak-rank 3 Dao King. As for the earth flame. As his words trailed off, Shen Long waved his right hand, before a purple-colored flame suddenly appeared in front of him, causing the temperature inside the room to rise to a terrifying degree. Even Jiang Chen and Bai Long Tian, who were at the peak of the 5th stage in body refinement, could feel the terrifying heat coming from this flame affecting their bodies, while Lu Mei and Xingyi both had to circulate their qi to resist it. Jiang Chen and the others didn't need Shen Long to explain anything, as they all understood what this purple flame in front of them really was. After all, they had all been with Shen Long to the refinement hall of the holy sect in the past, and they all knew that this feeling of terrifying heat that even body refiners couldn't resist could only come from a true earth flame. Chapter 805, 805 It's time to show you something. Brother Shen, how did you manage to get your hands on an earth flame? Bai Long Tian was the first one to break the silence as he asked Shen Long in a voice filled with curiosity. Bai Long Tian wasn't the only one who was astonished by this scene in front of him, as Lu Mei, Xingyi, and Jiang Chen all stared at the purple-colored earth flame with stunned looks in their eyes. After all, even powers like the holy sect only had 1 or 2 earth flames at most, and they protected those earth flames with countless defensive formations, and they even had powerful experts stand guard in case something went wrong. And yet, Shen Long actually managed to find an earth flame after leaving the northern sovereign city for just 2 months. Nodding his head, Shen Long smiled and said calmly, "I got it from the patriarch of the Murong family." As he finished speaking, Shen Long stood up and walked out of the room without explaining anything else, before Jiang Chen and the others followed after him. The patriarch of the Murong family? Jiang Chen, who knew a few more things about the central region, asked as he stared at Shen Long's back. Although Jiang Chen didn't know who the patriarch of the Murong family was, he knew that he was an extremely influential figure in the northern part of the central region, an expert who was on par with the patriarch of the Jiang family, where his father, Jiang Tianfang, came from. How could such an expert possibly give an earth flame to Shen Long? Putting aside how valuable an earth flame was, even if the Murong family really was that rich that they had a handful of earth flames at their disposal, it was still unlikely that they would give one of their earth flames. Once they were out of the room, Shen Long stood in front of Jiang Chen, Bai Long Tian, and Xingyi, and said with a serious look on his face. "Jiang Chen, Long Tian, since you guys are my brothers and Xingyi is my woman, it's time for me to share something with you." As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Long suddenly waved his right hand, before the figure of a massive black dragon that was more than 30 meters, 100 feet, tall appeared inside the courtyard. Little Black flapped his gigantic black wings as he hovered in the sky above Shen Long, staring at the 4 people in front of him with a profound look in his deep azure eyes. Lu Mei wasn't surprised in the slightest as she stared at Little Black, whom she had seen quite a few times in the past, but Jiang Chen, Bai Long Tian, and Xingyi were all utterly stunned as they looked at the figure of the massive black dragon in front of them. "Brother, this..." Whether it was Jiang Chen, Xingyi, or Bai Long Tian, none of them could believe this scene in front of their eyes. Little Black's aura that was clearly at the middle of rank 7 along with the cold, uncaring look inside his eyes, made the 3 of them shiver momentarily. Shen Long smiled and patted the black dragon's head, before he said to Bai Long Tian and the others, "This is my partner who is also like a brother to me. His name is Little Black." Naturally, Shen Long understood the implications of revealing one of his biggest secrets, which was Little Black's existence, to Jiang Chen and the others. But just like he had said, Xingyi was now his woman just like Lu Mei, while Jiang Chen and Bai Long Tian were both like brothers to him. Besides, Shen Long had never intended to keep Little Black's existence a secret from those who were close to him. Although dragons were extremely rare, nearly non-existent beasts in the cultivation world, they actually existed in the immortal dimension and nobody dared to mess with them. At the same time, practically every single person in the immortal dimension knew that the lord of the heaven-trampling city had a black dragon under his wing. Of course, it was also thanks to Shen Long's strength in the past that nobody dared to mess with him or Little Black back then, but Shen Long wasn't going to keep Little Black hidden forever. Once there was nobody who could truly threaten him in the central region, Shen Long wouldn't mind revealing Little Black's existence to everyone else. But for now, he would only let those who were close to him learn about it. "Brother, is this really a dragon?" Jiang Chen asked in a voice that was filled with disbelief, as he stared at the massive creature in front of him. Although Jiang Chen knew that Little Black fitted perfectly the description of that legendary magic beast, he still had trouble believing that Shen Long actually had a dragon. How many Dao kings, no. How many people in this cultivation world had even seen a dragon? Most likely, even the experts of the biggest powers in the central part of the central region wouldn't claim that they had seen a dragon in their lives, let alone have one themselves. Jiang Chen guessed that Shen Long was probably the only one who could claim to have a dragon in this world. Shen Long nodded his head and said, "It's also thanks to Little Black that I could obtain this earth flame from the patriarch of the Murong family." Shen Long then had Little Black return back to the foggy space in a stone of time, before he walked back to the room and proceeded to explain to Jiang Chen and the others most of what had happened in the past 2 months. Other than a few details about the Stone of Time, Shen Long told them everything, including how he obtained the Earth Flame from Murong Tian, and how he escaped the pursuit of the old ancestor of the Murong family who was probably still looking for him right now. Chapter 806, 806 Determination. The more details that they heard, the more astonished Xingyi and the others became when they heard about what Shen Long had experienced in these past 2 months. Even Lu Mei, who knew that Shen Long had little black with him, felt that the situations he had been in this time were truly too dangerous. At this point, Jiang Chen and the others started to become even more curious about Shen Long's new ability, since they all understood that he only dared to act like this because he had absolute confidence that even peak Dao emperors couldn't kill him. A few moments later, Jiang Chen stood up and said, "Brother, since there are only 4 months until the City of Immortals opens, I am going to enter seclusion and see if I can break through to the middle stages of the Dao King realm during this time." As he finished speaking, Jiang Chen stared at Shen Long with a determined look in his eyes, before he turned to look at Xingyi, Bai Long Tian, and Lu Mei in front of him, as he then left the room. Jiang Chen knew that right now, it was almost certain that Lu Mei would manage to break through to the middle stages of the Dao King realm since she was already a peak rank 3 Dao King. Perhaps she would even be able to reach the peak of rank 4 or even the early rank 5 of the Dao King realm if she was lucky. However, in the City of Immortals where the biggest geniuses of the central region were going to enter, an early-stage Dao King would be equivalent to cannon fodder while even middle-stage Dao Kings wouldn't amount to much. Thus, he had to do his best and raise his cultivation as much as possible in the next 4 months. Naturally, Bai Long Tian wasn't willing to fall behind either, as he cupped his hands at Shen Long and said calmly, "Brother Shen, Sister Lu, Sister Xia, I will see you all again in 4 months." Bai Long Tian then returned to his own room, as he was planning to enter seclusion as well, leaving behind just Shen Long, Lu Mei, and Xingyi inside the room. A brilliant smile appeared on Lu Mei's face when she saw that she was left inside the room with just Shen Long, as well as Xingyi, while Xingyi herself could feel her heart beating even faster than before. Shen Long smiled and stood up as he removed his light blue robes and said, "I am going to take a shower first." Staring at Shen Long's naked body that was refined by his monarch's eternal body countless times, both Lu Mei and Xingyi could feel their faces heating up, before Lu Mei was the first one to stand up, as she removed her yellow robes and said, "Longji, let me join you. It's been a while since we bathed together." Shen Long looked at Lu Mei's perfect body in front of him for a few moments, before he took a few steps forward, standing right behind Lu Mei who was still wearing her undergarments, as he removed them and said, "Let's go together then." Shen Long then looked at Xingyi who was standing a few meters away from him and smiled, before he swept Lu Mei off her feet, carrying her like a princess towards the shower. Staring at Shen Long's naked back, Xingyi had a shy look on her face as she removed her own robes, revealing her flawless body as well, before she followed after Shen Long and Lu Mei, while regretting that Lu Mei had been bolder than her and had made the first move. Inside the shower, Shen Long could feel Lu Mei's supple, perfect breasts on his right as they rubbed on his arm and chest, while her lower body rubbed on his thigh, while at the same time, Xingyi was also rubbing her full, round breasts on his back. Staring at Lu Mei's peerlessly beautiful face that was filled with clear desire in her beautiful black eyes, Shen Long could barely contain himself anymore. At the same time, Xingyi had already hugged him from behind, letting him feel the sensation of her breasts even more clearly, while her right hand had moved to her own private place, as she tried hard to quench the heat she was feeling. Feeling that the long dragon between his legs was fully erect, Shen Long placed his hands on Lu Mei's supple waist, as he turned her around and pushed her against the wall. Sensing the wetness on his leg, Shen Long knew that Lu Mei was also ready, as he first rubbed his dragon between her supple but cheeks, before he placed it right in front of her secret entrance that was even wetter than before. Shen Long slowly pushed himself forward this time, as he could clearly feel Lu Mei's warm insides around his lower body, hugging tightly his little brother. At the same time, Lu Mei was unable to contain the moans that escaped her mouth, making Xingyi feel even more jealous and unable to control herself. Taking a few steps forward, Xingyi stood right next to Lu Mei and in front of Shen Long, before she pulled herself closer to him and gave him a passionate kiss. Seeing the look of desire in Xingyi's stunning emerald eyes, Shen Long kissed her back without any hesitation, while his hands rose around her full, round breasts and her already erect nipples. At the same time, Shen Long's lower body kept moving as well, as Lu Mei's and Xingyi's muffled moans filled the room. Chapter 807, 807 Entering Seclusion. A few hours later, Shen Long was lying on top of the bed with Lu Mei's and Xingyi's naked bodies on his left and right respectively. After staring at the blissful smiles on the two peerlessly beautiful girls' faces, Shen Long slowly sat up and waved his hand, as he took out a silver-colored guqin from the foggy space of the Stone of Time. "Brother Long, are you going to play the guqin?" Xingyi asked with an excited voice when she saw that Shen Long had actually taken out the silverbark guqin. Xingyi wasn't the one who was excited, as a smile had also appeared on Lu Mei's face when she saw this scene. Nodding his head, Shen Long looked at Lu Mei and Xingyi and said smilingly, "It's been a while since I played the guqin, and it's about time to suppress the negative effects of Meier's blood absorption art as well." Shen Long knew that in these past 2 months that he had gone to Murong City, Lu Mei must have probably gone all out to have reached the peak of rank 3 in the Dao King realm so quickly, which also meant that the negative effects of the blood absorption art could truly affect her once she attempted to break through to the middle stages of the Dao King realm. A look filled with adoration appeared in Lu Mei's soul-stirring black eyes as she stared at Shen Long's back, while Xingyi nodded her head smilingly. Without any hesitation, Shen Long closed his eyes and placed his hands on the silverbark guqin in front of him, before he gently pulled the first string. Ting! The moment that the string was released, both Lu Mei's and Xingyi's bodies trembled, as a heavenly note entered their ears soon after. It was just a single note that couldn't seem any more ordinary, and yet it had made 2 Dao Kings like Xingyi and Lu Mei both shiver, before their bodies involuntarily relaxed a moment later, as the two of them closed their eyes. Ting! Ting! A second and a third note quickly followed, as the sound of the music filled the room shortly after. It wasn't just Lu Mei and Xingyi who were entranced by the sound of the guqin, as Jiang Chen and Bai Long Tian who were inside their own rooms seemed to have also been affected by it. It was as if the protective formations inside their rooms were completely powerless in front of Shen Long's guqin, as Jiang Chen and Bai Long Tian both shivered before they too closed their eyes soon after. The entire Southern Dragon's courtyard was soon filled with nothing else but the sound of the guqin, as Shen Long's fingers continuously plucked the guqin strings for more than an hour until he finally stopped. A few moments later, Shen Long finally opened his eyes and took a look at Lu Mei and Xingyi, who seemed to still be in a trance as they sat on the bed with their eyes closed, before a smile gradually formed itself on his lips. Closing his eyes, he then imagined himself entering the foggy space in the Stone of Time, before his body disappeared from the room. Inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, Shen Long first took a deep breath, before he turned his attention towards the purple-colored earth flame that was floating just a few meters away from him. Although he was at the peak of the 5th stage in the Monarch's eternal body and could even destroy a peak rank 5 magic beast with a single punch, even Shen Long was feeling some discomfort when he was this close to the earth flame. A moment later, Shen Long waves his hand and placed the earth flame in an isolated spot a few tens of meters away from him, before he summoned the Heaven-Swallowing Vine from the herb garden. Surprisingly, the moment that the Heaven-Swallowing Vine sensed the existence of the purple-colored earth flame, it even ignored the mountain of high-grade spirit stones around Shen Long, as it consciously moved towards the earth flame instead. Shen Long's face changed when he saw this scene, as he hurriedly stretched out his hand and pulled the enormous vine back, before he said in a serious voice that was akin to berating a naughty child. "Come back here. You can forget about that." At the same time, Little Black watched with an amused look in his deep azure eyes, as the enormous vine struggled to break free from Shen Long's grasp and head towards the earth flame that was floating peacefully a few meters away from it. A few moments later, Shen Long finally shook his head and waved his hand, before he placed the earth flame inside the herb garden, and it was only then that the Heaven-Swallowing Vine finally stopped struggling. Of course, Shen Long knew that the Heaven-Swallowing Vine wasn't a living entity, but instead, it was a heavenly treasure that was gradually developing some intelligence as time went by. The vine could absorb almost every type of energy that it came in contact with, and it could clearly sense that the quality of the earth flame was much more appetizing to it than even the high-grade spirit stones around Shen Long. But of course, Shen Long wouldn't allow it to absorb this earth flame under any circumstances. After all, this earth flame was simply too important for him right now. A few moments later, the Heaven-Swallowing Vine started to devour tens of high-grade spirit stones from the mountain around Shen Long, before it began to fill the air inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time with pure qi. Without a doubt, the qi that the Heaven-Swallowing Vine produced after it absorbed high-grade spirit stones was even purer and more concentrated than the qi inside the Northern Sovereign's courtyard. Closing his eyes, Shen Long immediately circulated the Monarch's hourglass as he absorbed the pure qi around him, before he began to condense the 13th ball of qi in his hands. Chapter 808, 808 Shen Long's Seclusion. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed before Shen Long finally opened his eyes. Staring at the mountain of high-grade spirit stones around him that seemed to have been depleted by nearly a tenth, Shun Long merely shook his head before he turned his attention towards the 27 golden-colored balls of qi that were hovering above his head. In the last 3 months that he had spent in seclusion, Shun Long had let the heaven-swallowing vine consume more than 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, turning them all into extremely pure qi, before he finally managed to reach the peak of rank 3 in the Tao King realm. Forget about Tao Kings and Tao Emperors, even sovereign realm experts would have been terrified if they heard about this matter. After all, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones were more than enough to let an ordinary Tao King reach the peak of rank 9 as a Tao King and perhaps even step foot into the Tao Emperor realm, and yet they had only been enough to bring Shun Long to the peak of rank 3 in the Tao King realm instead. A moment later, Shun Long turned his attention towards the figure of the golden skeleton that was sitting on the ground a few meters away from him, before he mumbled to himself. There should still be a month left until the opening of the City of Immortals. It looks like the golden skeleton will have to wait until I enter the city before I refine it. Waving his hand, Shun Long then had the heaven-swallowing vine return back to the herb garden, before a purple-colored earth flame appeared in front of him a few moments later. Master, are you planning to absorb the earth flame right now? Little Black asked with a serious look in his eyes as he stared at the purple-colored earth flame in front of Shun Long. It wasn't surprising that even Little Black would turn serious upon seeing this scene, since the Black Dragon already understood that absorbing an earth flame wasn't only a long and tiresome process, but it also had a certain degree of danger for the person absorbing it. After all, absorbing the earth flame would require for that cultivator to allow that earth flame enter inside their spiritual sea. Naturally, if something went wrong, not only could that cultivator injure their spiritual sea, but there was even a chance that they would also end up dying. Even with Shun Long's current spiritual strength that was equivalent to that of a peak rank 6 Tao Emperors, there was no degree of assurance that he would succeed. In fact, Shun Long's current level was barely at the threshold that allowed him to try and absorb an earth flame. If someone who wasn't a star rank alchemist tried to absorb an earth flame, it was practically certain that their spiritual sea would be unable to contain the earth flame, and that they would end up dying instead. Shun Long knew what Little Black was worried about, and after a moment of silence, he nodded his head and patted the Black Dragon's head before he said seriously. Little Black, don't worry. If I see that I can't endure it, I will just stop. As he finished speaking, Shun Long threw one last glance at the figure of the golden skeleton that he had placed in a corner, before he turned his gaze towards the earth flame in front of him. Little Black also knew that there were 2 reasons why Shun Long wanted to absorb the earth flame right away instead of waiting until he grew stronger. The first reason was because he needed it to refine high-grade and top-grade rank 6, as well as rank 7 pills. Naturally, it wasn't impossible for star-rank alchemists who hadn't absorbed an earth flame to refine high-grade and top-grade rank 6 pills, as well as rank 7 ones, but it was exceedingly hard to do so, and it was only possible for those alchemists who were exceedingly proficient in the Tao of Fire. Of course, the reason behind that had to do with the toughness of the rank 6 and rank 7 medicinal herbs that were needed to refine those pills. After all, it was exceedingly hard for most alchemists to extract the essence of those rare rank 6 and rank 7 medicinal herbs due to their special attributes, and it was only possible to do so under extremely high temperatures. This was why many alchemists longed to absorb an earth flame, since that would give them a huge advantage compared to other alchemists who had yet to absorb one. Naturally, Shun Long knew that it was also possible to refine those rank 6 and rank 7 medicinal herbs without the assistance of an earth flame, but that was only possible for those star-rank alchemists who had an extremely high understanding of the Tao of Fire. However, an earth flame was still the better option for every alchemist who managed to get their hands on one. After all, not everyone could spend hundreds, if not thousands of years trying to comprehend the Tao of Fire to an extremely high level, and this was even more so for those star-rank alchemists who didn't have much affinity with the Tao of Fire in the first place, and they could end up spending thousands of years for naught. Besides, it wasn't as if those alchemists who had comprehended the Tao of Fire didn't long to absorb an earth flame either. Since an earth flame could increase their own strength as well, and it could also make their pill refinement process even faster, those star-rank alchemists who had comprehended the Tao of Fire valued earth flames just as much as the other star-rank alchemists. As for the second reason why Shun Long needed to absorb the earth flame, Little Black knew that it was because of the golden skeleton that he had obtained from the depths of the king's palace. Chapter 809, 809. A few moments later, Shun Long closed his eyes and spread out his soul sense around his body, immediately covering the entire foggy space in the stone of time, before he used his spiritual strength to drag the purple-colored earth flame closer towards him. Shun Long soon noticed that the earth flame seemed to be extremely easy to manipulate, as it followed his spiritual strength and floated towards his direction ever so slowly. And yet, both Little Black and Little Silver watched the scene in front of them solemnly, as the earth flame approached closer and closer towards Shun Long's head. Although Little Silver's level wasn't high enough to communicate with Shun Long at the same level that Little Black did, and it could only convey some of its feelings to its master instead, the Black Panther's intelligence wasn't any lower than an adult human's, and it could clearly sense how dangerous this purple flame in front of it really was. A moment later, Shun Long closed his eyes and allowed the earth flame to enter his spiritual sea. The moment that the earth flame entered Shun Long's spiritual sea, it seemed to have completely changed, from what seemed to be a docile puppy to a ravenous wolf. Shun Long could clearly sense the purple flames around the earth flame that were burning with extreme intensity, as the earth flame started to madly consume the spiritual strength inside his spiritual sea. At the same time, back in the Southern Dragon's courtyard, Lu Mei, Xingyi, Jiang Chen, and Bai Long Tian were all standing at the entrance of the courtyard, as they stared at a familiar middle-aged man with long black hair who was standing next to Commander Quan Lin. "Huh, Jiang Tianfang, it seems that you were telling the truth. I can indeed see the resemblance between you two. Since that's the case, I will leave you to it," Commander Quan Lin said to the middle-aged man who was standing next to him after he took a look at Jiang Chen and him. Jiang Tianfang nodded his head calmly as he stared at Quan Lin's figure that disappeared into the distance a few moments later, before a smile finally formed itself on his lips as he turned his attention towards Jiang Chen and the others. "Uncle Jiang." Lu Mei, Xingyi, and Bai Long Tian all bowed as they greeted Jiang Tianfang, who shook his head and waved his hand at them before he said with an amiable smile. "You little brats, there is no need to be so respectful to me. It's enough to address me as Uncle Jiang when we meet, there is no need for you to bow." Jiang Tianfang then turned his attention towards Jiang Chen and said in a joking manner. "You brat, even your friends are greeting your father but you are just standing there so casually when you haven't seen me for so long." Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned when he saw his father's good mood, and he was even unable to react for a while. Although Jiang Tianfang had always been a good father, one that doted on his son quite a bit, this was still the first time for as long as Jiang Chen could remember that his father was actually smiling so earnestly. At that moment, Jiang Chen smiled as well, as he took a step forward and said, "Father, it seems that you are in a good mood because you managed to find the golden light flower, right?" Nodding his head, Jiang Tianfang didn't hide anything, as he actually started laughing uproariously barely a moment later, before he said with a smile. "Haha, it seems that Shun Long has already told you about it. Indeed, I managed to find the golden light flower, in an auction in Murong City a few months ago." Waving his hand, Jiang Tianfang then took out a small jade box from his spatial ring and opened it, revealing the 7-petaled flower to Lu Mei and the others. One didn't need to be a star-rank alchemist to sense the potent medicinal energy inside the golden light flower and realize that this flower was an extremely rare rank 7 medicinal herb. Jiang Tianfang then turned to look around him, taking a look at the rest of the Southern Dragon's courtyard almost as if he was looking for something, before he asked curiously. "Shun Long isn't here?" Although Jiang Tianfang knew that the distance between Murong City and the Northern Sovereign City was so big that it would even take a relatively fast peak rank 6 magic beast at least 3 months to cross it, he already knew that something like that wasn't a problem for Shun Long. In fact, Jiang Tianfang had long since guessed that Shun Long had, at the very least, a powerful early rank 7 magic beast as his companion, or he wouldn't have been able to travel to Murong City so quickly and attend the auction of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce. Although Jiang Tianfang didn't know what other secrets Shun Long had, he didn't care about them either. After all, Shun Long was not only Jiang Chen's friend, but he was Jiang Tianfang's benefactor as well, and the only person who could heal his Dantian. Naturally, Jiang Tianfang wouldn't have any bad intentions towards Shun Long, regardless of what type of treasures he had. After all, there was no treasure important enough to Jiang Tianfang that could possibly compare to healing his Dantian that had been crippled for almost 50 years. Shaking his head, Bai Long Tian looked at Jiang Tianfang and said seriously. "Uncle Jiang, Brother Shun has entered seclusion since he returned from Murong City and he has yet to come out." Jiang Tianfang didn't say anything else and simply nodded his head, before he turned his gaze towards the main room in the building in the distance. Since Shun Long had entered seclusion, Jiang Tianfang didn't mind sitting there and waiting. Of course, Lu Mei and the others didn't have a problem with Jiang Tianfang staying in the courtyard either. Chapter 810, 810 Tremor. The Northern Sovereign soon learned about Jiang Tianfang's arrival from Quan Lin and that he was also staying in Shun Long's and the others' courtyard, but such an event was of no actual importance to her. Although Jiang Tianfang was a genius who had been close to the peak of the Dao Emperor realm in the past, he was still not much in the eyes of the Northern Sovereign. This was even more so after he had been seriously injured by the elder of the Yu family and he was exiled by his own Jiang clan. Even if Jiang Tianfang had somehow managed to recover a part of his own strength, he was nothing more than a late-stage Dao emperor. In the Northern Sovereign's eyes, he wasn't even comparable to her 12 commanders, let alone a sovereign realm expert. Like this, a month continued to pass while Shen Long was still in seclusion, before the entire Southern Dragon's courtyard suddenly began to tremble. This tremor was extremely violent and abrupt, similar to a powerful magic beast suddenly going berserk, surprising not just Lu Mei and the others, but even Jiang Tianfang who was sitting in the courtyard with his eyes closed, as he suddenly snapped them open. What's going on? The same question appeared in everyone's minds, as Jiang Chen and Bai Longtian immediately rushed out of their own rooms when they sensed this tremor, while Lu Mei and Xingyi appeared in the courtyard nearly at the same time as them, as they all turned their attention towards the courtyard's gates soon after. However, there was clearly no one in front of the gates attacking their courtyard. And yet, this tremor didn't seem to die down even a few moments later, and it was clearly becoming even more intense with every passing second, completely baffling Jiang Chen and the others. Father, what's going on? Jiang Chen turned his attention towards Jiang Tianfang and asked curiously. Lu Mei and the others also turned their gazes towards Jiang Tianfang as they waited for his answer. However, Jiang Tianfang merely shook his head with a serious look in his eyes before he said. I don't know either. However, it seems that the entire Northern Sovereign City is affected by this, not just your courtyard. As a powerful early rank 9 Dao Emperor, Jiang Tianfang could naturally cover a large part of the Northern Sovereign City with his soul sense, and he could clearly sense that there were millions of people who were also alarmed by this tremor that had affected the entire city. Even an expert at Jiang Tianfang's level was actually unable to understand what was going on. What type of earthquake could possibly affect a behemoth like the Northern Sovereign City to the extent that the entire city would start to tremble? Even if a peak rank 8 magic beast that was similar to a peak rank 9 sovereign realm expert attacked the city, it still wouldn't be able to cause the entire city to tremble like this. The earthquake continued for more than 10 minutes, spreading utter chaos throughout the entire city before it started to finally die down. A few moments later, at the same time that the earthquake had stopped, the figure of a tall old man dressed in white robes appeared outside of the Southern Dragon's courtyard, right next to Commander Quan Lin, while another old man and an old woman who were also dressed in white robes were also following behind them. Lu Mei and the others immediately recognized the 3 people outside the courtyard who were standing next to Commander Quan, as Lu Mei opened the gates of the courtyard and said in a respectful manner. Greetings Grand Elder. Jiang Chen, Xingyi, and Bai Longtian cupped their hands and bowed slightly as well, as they greeted the Grand Elder, before their eyes moved towards the 2 elders who were following behind him. The old man behind the Grand Elder was the same inner court elder who had been responsible for the Martial Roll of Honor tournament, Elder Sun Wan, while the old woman next to him was no one other but Xingyi's own master, Elder Mao Jing. The Grand Elder nodded his head with a bright smile on his face when he saw Lu Mei and the others, but the moment he sensed their cultivation bases, his smile was suddenly frozen stiff before an expression of disbelief replaced it soon after. You! What is going on? How is this possible? It wasn't just the Grand Elder who was stunned, as Elder Sun Wan and Elder Mao Jing were similarly frozen stiff, as they were unable to believe the scene in front of their eyes. It seemed that the 3 elders of the holy sect had even failed to notice Jiang Tianfang's presence within the courtyard, as their entire attention was placed on Lu Mei's and the others' current cultivation bases. The only ones who weren't surprised were Jiang Tianfang and Commander Quan, who already knew about this long ago. After all, Jiang Tianfang stayed within the Southern Dragon's courtyard, and he had already learned that Jiang Chen and the others were all training in immortal-grade cultivation techniques, while Commander Quan interacted with Lu Mei and the others quite often since Lu Mei had already left the Northern Sovereign City more than 3 times in the last 6 months. Clearly, every time that Lu Mei returned back to the city, her cultivation base would experience a huge increase, and Quan Lin would hear all about it from the experts who escorted her. Originally, the squad of experts who escorted Lu Mei had seen their mission as nothing more but child's play, but after they noticed Lu Mei's cultivation speed that increased rapidly every time, they realized that the person they were protecting was actually a terrifying monster. Of course, it was no surprise that the Grand Elder and the others would be stunned and would have trouble accepting the scene in front of them. After all, the current Lu Mei's cultivation base was nothing like it was in the past and had already reached the peak of rank 4 in the Dao King realm, while Jiang Chen, Bai Longtian, and Xingyi were all at the peak of rank in the Dao King realm as well. Didn't they just break through to the Dao King realm half a year ago? How is it possible for their cultivation bases to advance like this? Elder Sun Wen mumbled in disbelief as he stared at the four young people in front of him. Even the strongest outer court disciples in the holy sect couldn't hold a candle to Lu Mei and the others. In fact, other than the person who was currently ranked second in the martial roll of honor rankings, Xiao Min, there was no one else who had a higher cultivation base than Lu Mei in the entire outer court of the holy sect. Even Jiang Chen, Xingyi, and Bai Long Tian could probably be ranked in the top 10 of the martial roll of honor right now. At the same time, Elder Mao Jing was similarly surprised, but apart from surprise, a look of excitement could also be seen in her eyes as she stared at the kingdom-toppling beauty next to Lu Mei. Since Xingyi was her own disciple, Elder Mao Jing was naturally exhilarated to see her advance so quickly. Jiang Tianfang. It was only a few moments after that the Grand Elder had finally snapped out of his daze and noticed that Jiang Tianfang was also present in the courtyard. Jiang Tianfang nodded his head and cupped his hands at the Grand Elder before he said with a smile. Greetings, Senior Kong. Sun Wen and Mao Jing were also surprised to see Jiang Tianfang present, but a few moments later, they turned their gazes towards Jiang Chen and realized what was going on. After all, it wasn't a secret that Jiang Chen was the son of the previous number one genius of the Jiang clan, and the inner court elders of the holy sect already knew about this. If Jiang Tianfang hadn't been exiled by the Jiang clan, Jiang Chen would have definitely been nurtured by the Jiang clan with all they had, in hopes that he could reach similar or even greater heights than his father. The Grand Elder nodded his head in greeting towards Jiang Tianfang, before he turned his attention towards Lu Mei and the others and said with an amiable smile. You brats. I don't know how you managed to advance in your cultivation so quickly, but I am very happy regardless. Even I hadn't expected you to reach the peak of rank 3 in the Dao King realm before the City of Immortals opened. The Grand Elder then turned to look at his surroundings before he continued. Call out Shun Long. I've come to take you all to the City of Immortals. Chapter 811 Conflict. Lu Mei shook her head without any hesitation as she stared at the Grand Elder, before she said seriously. Grand Elder, Long Ji is still in seclusion and has yet to come out. I won't let anyone disturb him until he comes out by himself. Lu Mei's eyes flashed with a serious glint as she said the last part, even though the person she was facing was the Grand Elder of the Holy Sect himself, an existence that stood at the peak of the Dao Emperor realm. The Grand Elder's eyes widened momentarily when he heard Lu Mei's response before a troubled expression covered his face soon after. Naturally, he didn't take offense by the last part of Lu Mei's sentence since he actually agreed with her in his heart. Since Shun Long was still in seclusion, disturbing him right now may truly end up harming him if he was in a critical part of his cultivation. Besides, the Grand Elder knew that, right now, they weren't in the Holy Sect but in the Northern Sovereign's estate instead. Even if the Grand Elder wanted to forcefully bring Shun Long out of his seclusion, he wouldn't dare to do it while they were guests in the Northern Sovereign's estate either. After all, it was clear that the Northern Sovereign valued Shun Long quite highly and she had already expressed her desire to rope him in, so doing something like that would not only offend Shun Long but also the Northern Sovereign herself. At that moment however, Xingyi's master, Elder Mao Jing shook her head and took a step forward as she faced Lu Mei and the others, before she asked in a questioning tone. Shun Long is still in seclusion. How is this possible? Don't tell me that he didn't notice this earthquake just now. Does he think that he can have all of us wait here for him until he ends his seclusion? Mao Jing said angrily as her fierce gaze brushed past Jiang Chen, Bai Long Tian, and Lu Mei, lingering on Xingyi's body for a bit longer, before she finally calmed herself down and continued. Do you even know what the earthquake just now signified? I don't mind telling you that it was actually the sign that the City of Immortals has now opened. Coincidentally, we just arrived in the Northern Sovereign City a few days ago and we were planning on taking a look at the shops around the city, but since the City of Immortals has opened, we will leave right away. As a disciple of the Holy Sect, Shun Long is also obligated to follow us now that he is also a Dao King. At that moment, furious looks appeared on Lu Mei's, Jiang Chen's, and Bai Longtian's faces as they stared at Mao Jing, while even Xingyi didn't hide her displeasure as she looked at her master. Sensing the tension in the air that was growing worse and worse with every passing moment, the white-robed old man next to Mao Jing, the head of the inner court elders, Sun Wen shook his head and interjected calmly. Although Mao Jing's words are harsh, there is also merit in them as well. The 5 of you are now Dao Kings and you should enter the City of Immortals along with the rest of the disciples from the sect. Shun Long being in seclusion at such a critical point is indeed problematic. Sun Wen then turned his gaze towards the Grand Elder and continued. Grand Elder, I know that you look at Shun Long quite favorably and I also have to admit that I didn't expect for his heavenly tribulation during his breakthrough to the Dao King realm to be so terrifying that it even managed to alert the Northern Sovereign, but we can't possibly wait until he exits from his seclusion before we leave for the City of Immortals. After all, what will we do if his seclusion ends up lasting for a couple of years or even longer? The City of Immortals itself has only stayed open for 10 years in the past, and we don't know if it will be any different this time around. I suggest that you choose someone else to lead the outer court disciples inside the City of Immortals instead of him. Since Yang Hui has decided to follow the young princess of the Bai clan, we can either choose Xiao Min, Lu Mei, or we can even have one of the inner court disciples be the leader instead. The Grand Elder stayed silent as he was clearly put in a difficult position. Even before the martial roll of honor tournament back in the Holy Sect had ended, the Grand Elder had already decided to have Shen Long enter the City of Immortals along with the rest of the outer court disciples, and have him lead everyone during their time inside. Although that decision of his was bound to raise some complaints from some of the stronger outer court disciples of the sect, the Grand Elder didn't care about those disciples in the slightest. However, the current situation was indeed problematic. After all, it was one thing if Shen Long remained in seclusion for a few more days or even a few months, but if he didn't come out even after 10 years and ended up missing the opportunity to enter the City of Immortals, it would indeed be a disaster. At the same time, the Grand Elder knew that Sun Wen and Mao Jing were also correct. Even if he was selfish, the Grand Elder couldn't possibly keep all the outer court disciples of the Holy Sect waiting until Shen Long exited his seclusion. At that moment however, before the Grand Elder could make his decision, Lu Mei took a step forward and stared at Sun Wen and Mao Jing in front of her, before she said in a calm but determined voice. Lead the outer court disciples. I am not interested in that. Until Long Ji comes out of his seclusion I won't enter the City of Immortals either. Chapter 812, 812 Guidance. Both Sun Wen and Mao Jing stared at Lu Mei with flabbergasted looks on their faces, but Jiang Chen, Xingyi, and Bai Long Tian, all nodded their heads in agreement. After a few moments of silence, Mao Jing finally pointed her finger at Lu Mei and shouted angrily. You want to wait for Shen Long? Who do you think you are? Lu Mei, don't forget that you are also a disciple of the Holy Sect. Every other outer court disciple will enter the City of Immortals, so who do you think you are to simply stay back? Lu Mei narrowed her eyes as she stared at the white-robed Mao Jing in front of her, before she answered in a frosty tone that lacked the tiniest hint of respect. Every other outer court disciple will enter the City of Immortals. What does that have to do with me? I thought that every disciple could freely choose whether they wanted to enter the City of Immortals or not. Could it be that we are forced to do so now? At the same time, Jiang Tianfang suddenly took a step forward and stood in front of Lu Mei and the others as he faced Mao Jing, before he turned his gaze towards the Grand Elder and said calmly. Senior Kong, don't tell me that your holy sect is trying to force my son and his friends to enter the City of Immortals. Naturally, if they want to enter by themselves, then that's fine. However, if they don't want to enter, don't think that I will allow your elders to bully them while I'm present. The Grand Elder stared at Jiang Tianfang, who stood there like an immovable mountain, as his aura of an early rank 9 Dao Emperor was clearly boring down on Mao Jing and was forcing her back, and after a moment of silence he shook his head and sighed before he said. Lu Mei is right. Whether she wants to enter the City of Immortals or not is up to her, and naturally, my holy sect won't force her. However, it's a shame that she won't be able to enter the city along with the other disciples of the sect. The Grand Elder then turned his gaze towards Jiang Chen and the others and asked. Do the three of you want to come with me, or do you want to wait for Shen Long too? Jiang Chen shook his head and answered in a determined manner. I will wait here as well. If Shen Long doesn't enter the city then I won't enter either. Bai Long Tian nodded his head and cupped his hands at the Grand Elder before he responded. Grand Elder, thank you for your offer, but we will wait here. Seeing that Xingyi was about to respond, Mao Jing suddenly narrowed her gaze and said in a commanding tone. Xingyi, come here. Your master is talking to you. Cold looks appeared on Lu Mei's, Jiang Chen's, and Bai Longtian's faces when they heard this, while the Grand Elder and Jiang Tianfang stared at Mao Jing without interfering. Although Mao Jing couldn't force Lu Mei and the others to do anything, as Xingyi's master, she naturally had enough authority to order Xingyi around. Shaking her head, Xingyi took a step forward and faced the white-robed woman in front of her, before she bowed and asked. Master, do you have any instructions? Mao Jing nodded her head and said calmly. You will follow me and enter the City of Immortals with the rest of the outer court disciples of the sect. There is no reason for you to follow Shen Long and the others with your talent. With your rate of growth, it's practically certain that you will reach the Dao Emperor realm in less than 1,000 years. By then, you will definitely become a core disciple of the sect. Xingyi let out a sigh as she looked at Mao Jing, before she shook her head and said in a pleading manner. Master, you should understand my feelings for Brother Long by now. Can you allow me to stay and wait for him? No. Mao Jing didn't even entertain that thought for even a moment as she immediately rejected Xingyi's request, staring at her like a cat that just had its tail stepped on. It didn't matter if Xingyi begged her on her knees, since Mao Jing still wasn't going to agree to this request of hers. Xingyi lowered her head and instantly fell silent, as utter silence had also filled the entire courtyard soon after. Enough. Come here. It's time to go. Mao Jing shouted angrily when she saw that Xingyi wasn't moving from the spot she was standing on and was simply standing there with her head lowered, as if she was trying hard to make a decision. Finally, a few moments later, Xingyi raised her head and looked at Mao Jing with a resolute look in her eyes, before she finally started walking towards her. Jiang Tianfang was slightly surprised when he saw this scene, but neither Lu Mei, Bai Long Tian, or Jiang Chen seemed to have any particular reaction to this, as they all stared at Xingyi calmly. A few moments later, Xingyi stood in front of Mao Jing, before she bowed deeply and said in a respectful tone. Master. A smile appeared on Mao Jing's face as she looked at the beautiful young woman in front of her, before she stretched out her hand to pat Xingyi's shoulder and said. There is no need for you to waste your talent here. Let's go. If you manage to obtain a fortuitous opportunity in the City of Immortals, you may even reach the Sovereign Realm in the future and stand at the peak of the northern part of the central region. At that moment however, Xingyi merely shook her head and waved her hand, as she took out a small bottle from her spatial ring with a single pill inside it. Bowing for the second time, Xingyi stretched both of her hands outward as she offered the pill bottle to Mao Jing and said determinedly. Master, thank you for your guidance. Chapter 813 Returning the Gift. Mao Jing's eyes widened in disbelief as she instinctively reached out her hand and accepted the pill bottle, staring at the small pill inside it with a stunned look on her wrinkled face. At the same time, both Sun Wen and the Grand Elder seemed to have realized what was going on, as they both let out defeated sighs and shook their heads soon after. How could they not understand that with this action, Xingyi was cutting off the ties between a disciple and her master? It was clear that after this, Xingyi wasn't going to recognize Mao Jing as her master any longer. Mao Jing stared at the pill in front of her without saying anything, almost as if she had fallen in a trance. Finally, after a few moments of silence, Mao Jing raised her head and stared at Xingyi before she asked in a furious voice. Xingyi, what is the meaning of this? Cupping her hands, Xingyi bowed deeply once again before she said. Master, this is a rank 5, barrier-piercing pill, just like the one that you gave me as a gift when you accepted me as your disciple. Actually, it's not really the same since this is a top-grade rank 5 pill while the one that you gave me was only a middle-grade pill. Regardless, after giving you back your welcoming gift, I hope that Master, no, Elder Mao Jing can understand, that we will no longer be master and disciple. Mao Jing's eyes started brimming with killing intent as she stared at the pill bottle in her hands in silence, before she turned her gaze towards Xingyi and started laughing, as she said in a frosty manner. You want to cut our ties by giving me back my welcoming gift? How laughable. As your master, it is my right to order you to follow me. You want to cut off our ties simply because I refused your request. Very well. I must have been blind to accept you as my disciple in the first place. A disciple like you is simply unfit to remain in the holy sect as well. All of a sudden, Mao Jing took a step forward and stretched out her right hand, as her fingers curled together, turning into claws that headed straight towards Xingyi's abdomen. Jiang Chen's, Lu Mei's, and Bai Longtian's expressions all changed when they saw this scene. Mao Jing. Step back. At the same time, the Grand Elder shouted angrily when he noticed Mao Jing's actions, as he hurriedly waved both of his hands while his cultivation at the peak of rank 9 in the Dao Emperor realm exploded outwards. At that moment, the entire Southern Dragon's courtyard seemed to have dropped by quite a few degrees in temperature, as a frosty aura radiated from the Grand Elder's body heading straight towards Mao Jing. Naturally, how could the Grand Elder not realize that Mao Jing's strike was aiming to strike Xingyi's dantian and directly cripple it? Unfortunately, although the Grand Elder was standing just a few meters away from Mao Jing, he actually hadn't expected that Mao Jing would suddenly attack Xingyi and that she would even try to cripple her, catching him completely off guard. Although the difference in their cultivation was big, since the Grand Elder wasn't prepared, he didn't have enough time to protect Xingyi in time and block Mao Jing's attack. At that moment however, the figure of a tall middle-aged man with long black hair seemed to have appeared in front of Xingyi like a blur, as he effortlessly blocked Mao Jing's attack with a single hand. You. Mao Jing stared at Jiang Tianfang's figure in front of her in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend how he could have reacted so quickly, that he managed to cover the distance between them and even managed to block her strike before it could land. Jiang Tianfang stared at Mao Jing with a look of unconcealed killing intent, before he said in a cold voice. You dare to try and attack someone while you are in my presence? You old hag, who do you think you are? At that moment, Jiang Tianfang's aura of an early rank 9 Dao Emperor exploded outwards, suppressing Mao Jing so heavily that she actually started to tremble as she tried hard to step back. Although Jiang Tianfang's cultivation was slightly lower than the Grand Elder's, he had been prepared to move from the moment that Xingyi started approaching Mao Jing, which was why he could block Mao Jing's attack in time and prevent it from striking Xingyi's dantian. At that moment however, Mao Jing suddenly noticed that although she had just tried to step back, Jiang Tianfang's grasp on her right hand was actually so firm that she was unable to move even a single step. Raising her head, her gaze then met with Jiang Tianfang's cold gaze that was brimming with killing intent, before the handsome middle-aged man in front of her opened his mouth and said coldly. Since you don't seem to know what's good for you, let me teach you some manners. The moment that he finished speaking, Jiang Tianfang suddenly clenched his right hand tightly while his eyes stared mercilessly at Mao Jing's terrified eyes. Hey ha ha. A blood-curdling scream escaped Mao Jing's mouth, as warm crimson blood started spurting from her wrist without stop. Lowering her head, Mao Jing looked at her own hand that seemed to have been severed from her body with a look of disbelief on her face. Jiang Tianfang, you. Sun Wen stared at Jiang Tianfang with an angry look on his face, before he turned his attention towards the Grand Elder who was standing in front of him. No matter what, Jiang Tianfang had just attacked an inner court elder of the holy sect in his presence, so there was no way that the Grand Elder would let this matter go. And yet, to Sun Wen's surprise, the Grand Elder merely glanced at the severed hand in Jiang Tianfang's grasp with a deep look in his eyes, before he suddenly turned around and walked towards the gates of the Southern Dragon's courtyard, before his deep voice reverberated throughout the entire courtyard soon after. Sun Wen, bring Mao Jing with you. We are leaving the city right now. As he finished speaking, the Grand Elder's figure suddenly disappeared from the courtyard, leaving behind both Sun Wen and Mao Jing, who stared at his disappearing back in shock. Chapter 814. After a moment of silence, Sun Wen turned around and looked at Lu Mei and the others, his sharp gaze lingering on Jiang Tianfang for a few more moments, before he finally waved his hand and carried Mao Jing with him as he disappeared from the Southern Dragon's courtyard. Jiang Tianfang merely stared at Sun Wen's disappearing figure for a few moments, before he turned around and looked at Xingyi, as he asked her. Are you alright? Xingyi nodded her head and cupped her hands towards Jiang Tianfang, as she said gratefully. Uncle Jiang, thank you for saving me. Although Xingyi was still a bit stunned, she still managed to recollect herself and thank Jiang Tianfang properly. Jiang Tianfang merely shook his head and waved his hand calmly, as he then turned his gaze towards the gates of the courtyard and said. There is no need to be so polite. You are actually lucky that that old hag's attack was too slow. If it had been a bit faster, even I wouldn't have been able to save you in time. Xingyi nodded her head without saying anything else, as she too turned her gaze towards the gates of the courtyard soon after. The truth was, that Xingyi had already been prepared to cut off ties with Mao Jing even before they left the holy sect. After all, from the first time that Mao Jing met Shen Long, it was clear that she wasn't fond of him and that could create quite a few problems in the future. It was also obvious that Mao Jing would force Xingyi to separate from Shen Long and the others at some point, which was why Xingyi had long since asked Shen Long for a rank 5, barrier-piercing pill. After she gave the pill back to Mao Jing, the two of them would no longer be master and disciple. Clearly, Xingyi hadn't expected that Mao Jing's reaction would have been so extreme, that she would even try to cripple her. If it wasn't for Jiang Tianfang's interference, it was obvious that even the Grand Elder wouldn't have been able to react in time and save her. A moment later, Lu Mei, Bai Long Tian, and Jiang Chen all appeared in front of Xingyi, as Jiang Chen said coldly. It's unfortunate that my father didn't kill that old hag and only severed her hand. Shaking his head, Jiang Tianfang sat down cross-legged and threw a glance at Jiang Chen, before he said calmly. You little brat, although it's true that I can kill that old hag if she was by herself, there is no way that Kong Wen would let me do so right in front of him. No matter what, he wouldn't allow an elder of his sect to die like that, unless his opponent was an actual sovereign realm expert. Don't forget that Kong Wen is still one of the strongest Dao emperors in the northern part of the central region. Jiang Tianfang then turned his gaze towards the building behind him and continued. Since that brat Shen Long is still in seclusion, it's better for you to put this matter aside for now and continue cultivating until he is out. If you have reached a bottleneck, you can also go and train in the Dao Tower in the northern sovereign city as well. As for the City of Immortals, I have to admit that even I didn't know that the earthquake from before signified that the city is now open, but it doesn't matter too much either. That place should stay open for at least 10 years if things are the same as they were in the past, so there will still be enough time for you to make it in time. Lu Mei and the others all nodded their heads in agreement, while determined looks appeared in everyone's eyes. Indeed, since Shen Long was still in seclusion, the best thing they could do was to cultivate and raise their strength as much as possible before they entered the City of Immortals. At the very least, it would be best if all of them were middle-stage Dao Kings before Shen Long exited his seclusion. At the same time, inside a large courtyard in a luxurious inn within the Northern Sovereign City, Sun Wen and Mao Jing both stared at the Grand Elder in front of them, before Sun Wen said seriously. Grand Elder, I know that value Shen Long quite highly, but that Jiang Tianfang still severed Mao Jing's hand. Even if Mao Jing was in the wrong with Xingyi's matter, Jiang Tianfang still went overboard. Additionally, Mao Jing isn't a body refiner, so it will take quite a few expensive pills for her hand to grow back. Are we really going to leave this matter like this? However, the Grand Elder merely snorted as he looked at Sun Wen, his piercing gaze causing him to shiver, before he said coldly. Leave the matter like this? Mao Jing is lucky that Jiang Tianfang interfered this time, otherwise, if her attack had really succeeded and she ended up crippling that girl, forget about Jiang Tianfang, I would be the first one to move and take her life. Sun Wen's and Mao Jing's eyes both widened in disbelief, but the Grand Elder's piercing gaze was still focused on Mao Jing as he continued. You know that I value Shen Long highly and I told you that you are not allowed to offend him, but you still decided to cripple that girl. Do you take me to be invisible or is it that my words don't have enough value for you? Fine. I don't mind telling you that I owe that kid, Shen Long, a favor, so if you really ended up crippling that girl, if he asked me to take revenge for her, I would truly kill you even if you are an inner court elder of the sect. At the same time, you seem to have forgotten that we were still within the Northern Sovereign's estate. Even if the Northern Sovereign didn't care about others and only cared about herself, do you think that she wouldn't care about her own face that much, that she would let outsiders enter her estate and wantonly cripple her guests? A shiver ran through Mao Jing's spine as she seemed to have forgotten this matter. Although she could claim that she had crippled Xingyi with the excuse that she was her master, would the Northern Sovereign really care about Mao Jing's reasons before she killed her? Shaking his head, the Grand Elder then continued. Go and gather the disciples and the elders and prepare to leave the city. As for Mao Jing's matter, you can forget about taking revenge. At the same time, inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, Shen Long was still sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed, while his body was completely drenched in sweat. Inside his spiritual sea, the purple-colored earth flame was madly absorbing his spiritual strength like a hungry beast that was ravaging everything in its sights. Chapter 815. As moments gradually turned into minutes, Shen Long started to find it difficult to even open his eyes, while the only thing he could do was simply keep gritting his teeth and try to suppress the purple-colored earth flame that was now wreaking havoc within his spiritual sea. And yet, Shen Long knew that this was anything but easy, since the earth flame itself didn't show any signs of stopping as it kept absorbing his spiritual strength. After fighting for 3 full days, Shen Long finally managed to suppress the earth flame and stop it from rampaging around his spiritual sea any longer. The earth flame could no longer wantonly absorb his spiritual strength either, allowing Shen Long to heave a sigh of relief, before he could finally relax and focus on the scene within his spiritual sea. Shen Long could clearly sense that more than half of his spiritual strength had been depleted during the last 3 days, but other than that, the only other change was the single, purple-colored flame that was floating in the center of his spiritual sea. At this point however, Shen Long also understood that although he had managed to suppress the earth flame to a certain extent and stop it from rampaging around, he had yet to make it integrate itself in his spiritual sea so he could truly tame it. That was the most difficult, as well as most time-consuming part of the taming process. At the same time, a month had passed since the Grand Elder had visited the Southern Dragon's courtyard, along with Sun Wen and Mao Jing, and today, another person seemed to have come for a visit as well. Jiang Chen, Bai Long Tian, and Xingyi, and even Jiang Tianfang himself all bowed as they cupped their hands and greeted the beautiful, silver-robed woman in front of them. Greeting Senior Northern Sovereign. The Northern Sovereign nodded her head calmly as she faced the 4 people in front of her, her gaze lingering on Jiang Tianfang's body for a few more moments before she turned to look at Xingyi and the others and asked. Shen Long still isn't out of his seclusion. It's already been a month since the City of Immortals opened. Nodding his head, Bai Long Tian cupped his hands at the Northern Sovereign and answered seriously. Senior, Brother Shen hasn't come out even once during this time, so he must probably be at a critical point in his cultivation. Nodding her head, the Northern Sovereign pondered for a few moments in silence, before she simply waved her hand and said calmly. In that case, tell Shun Long to come and find me when he is out of his seclusion. Bai Long Tian and the others all cupped their hands and bowed slightly, before the Northern Sovereign's figure disappeared from the courtyard soon after. How interesting. No matter how talented these brats are, I'm certain that they are all training in immortal-grade cultivation techniques, otherwise their cultivation bases couldn't possibly rise so quickly. As for that Lu Mei, I am even more curious about her cultivation technique. Of course, the Northern Sovereign wasn't surprised that she didn't see Lu Mei in the Southern Dragon's courtyard, since she already knew that Lu Mei had actually left the city a month ago to go out and train. At the same time, an expert like the Northern Sovereign was naturally much more experienced than most Sovereign Realm experts, and she clearly understood that unless Lu Mei, Xingyi, Bai Long Tian, and Jiang Chen all happened to be born with special unique physiques that allowed their cultivation base to rise quickly like Xiao Min's Blackwater unique physique, then the only other explanation for their terrifying rate of growth had to be an immortal-grade cultivation technique. In fact, the Northern Sovereign knew that even most immortal-grade cultivation techniques out there wouldn't allow someone to reach the peak of rank 3 in the Dao King realm from the early rank 1 in merely 6 months, which was why she had been so interested in the cultivation techniques that Jiang Chen and the others were training in, even though the Northern Sovereign herself was also someone who was training in an immortal-grade cultivation technique too. Jiang Tianfang stared solemnly at the Northern Sovereign's disappearing figure for a while, and after a moment of silence, he turned his gaze towards Jiang Chen and the others and said seriously, "The Northern Sovereign is bound to start asking you all some questions sooner or later. The longer we stay in the Northern Sovereign's estate, the more dangerous things will start to become as well. It's better to start preparing yourselves. As soon as Shun Long comes out of his seclusion, you should leave for the City of Immortals." Xingyi, Jiang Chen, and Bai Long Tian were all startled when they heard Jiang Tianfang's words, before Jiang Chen seemed to have suddenly realized what his father meant, as he asked in a solemn voice, "Father, are you talking about our cultivation techniques?" Jiang Tianfang nodded his head and answered with a serious look in his eyes. "Don't underestimate the Northern Sovereign. Her knowledge of immortal-grade cultivation techniques and martial skills can't be compared to someone like the Grand Elder. I am sure that she has already guessed that you are all training in immortal-grade cultivation techniques, and she probably knows that it's not just one technique either. For a small group of Dao Kings to possess more than one immortal-grade cultivation technique, forget about the Northern Sovereign, practically every single expert at the Central Region would end up going after you if they found out." Jiang Chen, Xingyi, and Bai Long Tian all nodded their heads seriously as they stared at Jiang Tianfang. Indeed, considering that the Northern Sovereign was a peak expert who stood at the peak of the Sovereign Realm, it would be surprising if she hadn't already realized that Lu Mei's and the others' rate of growth was heavily influenced by an extremely high-level cultivation technique. In fact, even the Northern Sovereign's own cultivation technique wasn't anywhere near as fast, which made this matter even more surprising and worthy of her attention. Most likely, Jiang Chen and the others guessed that the reason why the Northern Sovereign had yet to make a move on them was because Shun Long had yet to come out of his seclusion and because she wasn't willing to break off all ties with him just yet. Chapter 816 Leaving Seclusion. Another month passed since the Northern Sovereign's visit, but Shun Long had yet to come out from seclusion. At this point, even Jiang Chen and the others had started to get slightly worried, but they knew that there was nothing else they could do but sit back and wait. Of course, other than Jiang Chen and the rest, practically every single person in the entire Northern Sovereign City only had a single common topic of discussion, the opening of the City of Immortals. Nearly every single middle and late-stage Dao King realm cultivator in the city, and even plenty of early-stage Dao Kings, had already set off towards the City of Immortals once the news about the city opening began to spread a couple of months ago. At the same time, the largest shops within the city like the Myriad Pills Pavilion and the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce were naturally booming in business as well, as those Dao Kings all made sure to stock up on pills, as well as everything they possibly needed before they left the city. Time continued to pass, and in the blink of an eye, it had already been 6 months since the Grand Elder's visit to the Northern Sovereign's estate. Just as Lu Mei walked past the courtyard's gates and entered inside, she noticed that Xingyi, Jiang Chen, and Bai Long Tian were all sitting on the ground with their eyes closed as they absorbed the pure qi around them without stop. The extremely rich qi inside the courtyard seemed to have separated itself, as it formed 3 massive vortexes above Xingyi's and the others' heads. Thankfully, the qi inside the Southern Dragon's courtyard was more than enough to supply even Sovereign Realm experts, so regardless of how fast Jiang Chen's and the others' absorption speed was, the 3 of them were far from being able to absorb it faster than the qi was being replenished. At the same time that Lu Mei entered the courtyard, Jiang Chen and the others stopped cultivating and opened their eyes, before Bai Longtian nodded his head in greeting as he said warmly. Sister Lu, welcome back. Lu Mei nodded her head in response, before she turned her worried gaze towards the large building at the center of the courtyard and asked. Long Ji still hasn't ended his seclusion. Xingyi shook her head as she looked at Lu Mei, and after a moment of silence she said. It's already been almost 10 months since Brother Long entered seclusion and he has yet to come out. Mei, do you think that something has actually happened? In fact, it wasn't just Xingyi who was worried about this matter, as Jiang Chen and Bai Longtian were also worried, while even Jiang Tianfang himself had started to feel uneasy when he thought about this. After all, just like Xingyi had said, it had been 10 months since Shen Long entered seclusion, and he should have been aware that the City of Immortals had already opened by now. Unless something had truly happened during his seclusion, it didn't make sense for him to not come out. Lu Mei wanted to instinctively shake her head and say that everything should be alright, but at this moment, a certain memory flashed through her mind as Lu Mei suddenly remembered what she had experienced back in the City of Sin, in the Night Star continent. Back then, Shen Long had actually disappeared into thin air, and he only ended up returning after a few days had already passed. Although he hadn't explained everything to Lu Mei back then, Lu Mei still understood that Shen Long had been in some real danger at that time, and she had also seen by herself how even Little Black had been unable to help him. If something similar happened again, then Shen Long may truly be in trouble. The more Lu Mei thought about this matter, the more she felt that such a scenario was actually plausible. At that moment however, just as Lu Mei was about to speak, the door of the main room suddenly opened, before a figure dressed in blue robes walked out from it. A dazzling, soul-stirring smile appeared on Lu Mei's face when she saw this scene, as she immediately called out in a joyous tone. Long Ji. The moment that the door of the room opened, Xingyi, Jiang Chen, and Bai Longtian seemed to have sensed it as well, as they all turned around and stared at the figure that was dressed in blue robes and was walking towards their direction. Brother Long. Huh, Brother Shen, you are finally out. Staring at Shen Long, elated smiles appeared on Xingyi's, Bai Longtian's, and Jiang Chen's faces, as they all stood up and flew towards his direction barely a moment later. Shen Long smiled and pulled both Lu Mei and Xingyi into a hug, before he turned his gaze towards Jiang Chen and Bai Longtian and asked curiously. Longtian, how long was I in seclusion for? Bai Longtian stared at Shen Long with a surprised look on his face before he nodded his head and said seriously. Brother Shen, you were in seclusion for almost 10 months. We were even starting to get worried that something actually happened to you, since you didn't come out even after the earthquake that shook the entire northern sovereign city. Shen Long's eyes widened when he heard Bai Longtian's answer, as he truly hadn't expected that 10 months would have passed while he was in seclusion. Of course, the reason behind that was due to him having placed his entire focus on taming the purple-colored earth flame, which had caused him to completely isolate himself from the outside world and lose track of time. After all, cultivators wouldn't usually lose sense of time while they cultivated, unless they spent hundreds or even thousands of years in seclusion or if something unexpected happened during that time. After a moment of silence, Shen Long stared at Bai Longtian and asked in surprise. An earthquake actually shook the city. What happened? Chapter 817, 817 Jiang Tianfang's Hope. It was no wonder that Shen Long would be surprised when he heard that an earthquake had actually managed to shake the entire northern sovereign city, since he had already seen the protective formations around the city walls when he first entered the city along with the northern sovereign. Forget about a normal earthquake, even the attack of a peak rank 8 magic beast at the same level as the northern sovereign would find it difficult to shake the city to the extent that it would cause an earthquake. Bai Longtian nodded his head and began to explain everything that had happened during the past few months, including the earthquake that was caused by the City of Immortals opening, the Grand Elder's visit, Xingyi cutting off relations with her master, and even the Northern Sovereign's visit, as well as Jiang Tianfang's own guess about the Northern Sovereign coveting their cultivation techniques. Staring at Jiang Tianfang who was still sitting on the ground a few meters away from him, Shen Long cupped his hands towards him and said seriously. Uncle Jiang, thank you for saving Xingyi. Jiang Tianfang shook his hand in a dismissive manner and said. You little brat, there is no need for you to thank me. Putting aside how much I owe you for helping me expel the poison inside my dantian, why would I even let that old hag from the holy sect bully your little wife in the first place? Humph, after I recover my strength, only a few Dao emperors at the same level as Kong Wen will be enough to threaten me. As for that old hag, I can already kill her with a single slap if I want to. Unfortunately, with Kong Wen by her side, even if I wanted to kill her, I doubt that he would let me do so. Nodding his head, Shen Long didn't say anything else and simply cupped his hands towards Jiang Tianfang, before he put this matter into the back of his mind. No matter what, Mao Jing trying to cripple Xingyi wasn't something that Shen Long and the others would tolerate. This was a debt that had to be paid back in the future, regardless of whether Mao Jing was an inner court elder of the holy sect or not. A moment later, Jiang Chen stared at Shen Long and said seriously. Brother, since you are out, should we leave for the City of Immortals as well? Half a year has already passed since the place opened, and we are probably far behind everyone else already. Since Shen Long had already decided to enter the City of Immortals, it was better for them to leave right away, since they were already half a year's time behind everyone else. After all, they didn't know what they were going to find in the City of Immortals, or what that place even was in the first place. Shen Long looked at Jiang Chen, Lu Mei, Xingyi, and Bai Long Tian, and noticed the eager looks on their faces, as they were all ready to leave the Northern Sovereign City and were simply waiting for his answer. To their surprise however, Shen Long actually shook his head and said calmly. Before that, there is something else that needs to be done first. After he finished speaking, Shen Long turned his gaze towards Jiang Tianfang and said with a smile. Uncle Jiang, please give me the golden light flower. Jiang Tianfang was stunned momentarily, but he still waved his hand and took out a small jade box from his spatial ring, as he handed it to Shen Long without asking anything. Although he didn't know why Shen Long wanted to take a look at the flower, Jiang Tianfang still trusted him enough to give it to him without any questions. At the same time however, an excited look appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes as he stared at Shen Long, before he asked seriously. Brother, don't tell me that you can now refine that pill. Although Shen Long had already told Jiang Chen and the others that he would be able to refine star-rank pills after reaching the peak of rank 3 in the Tao King realm, Jiang Chen also remembered that Shen Long had mentioned how exceedingly difficult it was, even for star-rank alchemists to refine a heavenly purity pill. This was why, even though Jiang Chen could sense that Shen Long was now a peak rank 3 Tao King, and was clearly just a step away from breaking through to the middle stages of the Tao King realm, he still didn't dare to ask him whether he could refine that pill unless Shen Long mentioned it by himself. At the same time, Jiang Tianfang was about to berate Jiang Chen for asking such a foolish question when Shen Long was clearly just a peak rank 3 Tao King and had yet to even become a Tao Emperor just yet. After all, to become a star-rank alchemist, one not only needed to have studied alchemy for thousands of years and be familiar with countless pills and medicinal herbs, but they also needed for their spiritual strength to be at the level as that of a peak rank 6 Tao Emperor. Regardless of how talented of a cultivation monster Shen Long was, in Jiang Tianfang's eyes, it was impossible for his spiritual strength to be at the same level as that of a peak rank 6 Tao Emperor when he was still just a peak rank 3 Tao King. Forget about becoming a star-rank alchemist, with Shen Long's current cultivation base, even being a peak rank 3 gold grade 1 should be impossible right now. Even if Shen Long was actually an alchemy genius, Jiang Tianfang guessed that he should at most be able to refine some peak rank 2 gold grade pills. Naturally, this was the limitation posed by his one's own cultivation base and it wasn't something that could be surpassed, regardless of how gifted a person was. However, before Jiang Tianfang had enough time to berate Jiang Chen, Shen Long actually nodded his head and said calmly. Right. I should be able to refine a heavenly purity pill by now. Chapter 818 Heavenly Purity Pill. You little brats, stop joking. After a few moments of silence, these were the only words that could come out of Jiang Tianfang's mouth as he stared at Shen Long and Jiang Chen. It wasn't that Jiang Tianfang didn't trust Shen Long or Jiang Chen, but the uncertainties in this matter were simply far too many. Putting aside whether Shen Long could even find an earth flame to absorb if he wanted to refine a heavenly purity pill, and how long the absorption process would actually take, it was simply unprecedented throughout the entire central region for an early rank 3 Tao King to refine even peak rank 3 gold grade pills, let alone star rank ones. However, Jiang Chen didn't seem to have paid the slightest bit of attention to his father's shout, as his gaze was completely focused on Shen Long. After taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Jiang Chen then asked solemnly. Brother, how certain are you that you can succeed? The look on Shen Long's face turned serious as he fell silent for a few moments, before he raised his hand and stretched out 4 of his 5 fingers a moment later, before he said seriously. Since I just finished absorbing the earth flame, I'm not as accustomed to it just yet, so there should be around a 40% chance for it to be a top-grade pill and a 60% chance that it will just be a high-grade one. Although Shen Long was confident that he could successfully refine the heavenly purity pill without any issues, it was still the first time he was refining it, so the chances of the pill turning to be a top-grade one truly didn't exceed 40%. Jiang Chen heaved out a sigh of relief when he heard this, and after a moment of thinking he asked. Is a high-grade pill going to be enough to fully heal my father, or does it need to be a top-grade pill? Shun Long nodded his head and said calmly. Don't worry, even a low-grade pill is enough. But since low-grade pills are filled with pill toxins, it would take him at least 100 years to expel the pill toxins from his body and be able to use his previous strength again. As for middle-grade pills, the pill toxins inside aren't as concentrated, and after 10 years at most, Uncle Jiang should be able to fully utilize his cultivation base without any issues. As for high-grade and top-grade pills, not only will they allow him to recover almost instantly, but they will even help his cultivation base to advance after he fully absorbs the pill. Jiang Tianfang was flabbergasted after he heard Shun Long's and Jiang Chen's conversation, as he was completely unable to believe his ears. After a few moments of silence, Jiang Tianfang could no longer restrain himself as he looked at Shun Long and asked in an incredulous voice. Nephew Shun. Are you serious? Can you really refine the heavenly purity pill? Don't you need to be a star-rank alchemist to do it? Nodding his head, Shun Long looked at Jiang Tianfang and waved his hand, before a purple-colored earth flame appeared on his palm in the next moment. Unlike how it had behaved the first time that it had entered his spiritual sea, the purple-colored earth flame was now much more docile in front of Shun Long, without showing any sign that it was about to go out of control. The moment that Jiang Tianfang's eyes landed on this earth flame, his expression suddenly froze, before a look of disbelief covered his face soon after. Isn't this the earth flame that Murong Tian got from the auction of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce back in Murong City? Jiang Tianfang couldn't restrain himself from asking this question while his eyes were completely focused on the purple-colored earth flame in Shun Long's hands. With just a glance, Jiang Tianfang could see that Shun Long had perfect control over the earth flame in front of him, as if it was an extension of his own body instead. Uncle Jiang is right. I actually got this earth flame from Murong Tian. However, not many people know that I possess an earth flame, so I hope that you can keep this a secret. Although Jiang Tianfang hadn't heard of the news regarding Murong Tian's death just yet since he had left Murong City immediately after the auction had ended, a frightening thought appeared in his mind when he guessed of how Shun Long must have gotten his hands on this earth flame. Of course, whether Shun Long had actually tricked or harmed Murong Tian to steal this earth flame didn't matter in the slightest to Jiang Tianfang. After all, Jiang Tianfang didn't have any connection with Murong Tian or the Murong family, and even if he did, in Jiang Tianfang's heart, the entire Murong family still wouldn't be able to compare to a single Shun Long in terms of importance. Without any hesitation, Jiang Tianfang raised his hand and pointed it towards the sky, before he said in a solemn manner. Nephew Shun, I, Jiang Tianfang, swear in my Tao of the Saber, that if I ever betray or reveal your secrets, my soul may then be slashed in a million pieces. Bai Long Tian and the others were all taken aback by Jiang Tianfang's sudden oath, but a moment later, they seemed to have guessed why he did that. Even though Jiang Tianfang was Jiang Chen's own father, an earth flame was still an extremely valuable treasure that countless experts would covet, so Jiang Tianfang wanted to make his stance clear, and the best way to do so was to swear a Tao oath. At the same time, although his oath sounded extremely cruel to himself, it actually didn't matter much to Jiang Tianfang, since he wasn't planning on going back on it in the first place. After all, although earth flames were rare treasures that even powerful sovereign realm experts would fight each other for, even the value of 10 earth flames couldn't possibly compare to a single, heavenly purity pill, in Jiang Tianfang's eyes. Chapter 819, Refining the Heavenly Purity Pill. A few moments later, Shun Long returned back to his room and sat cross-legged on the bed with his eyes closed as he imagined himself entering the foggy space in the Stone of Time. Although he hadn't said anything about it, Shun Long knew that the Tao oath that Jiang Tianfang had just sworn wasn't something to be taken lightly. After all, Tao oaths were the most weighty types of oaths that a cultivator could take and couldn't be violated, or the heavens themselves would punish the violator. In the most mild scenarios, the person being punished would simply be unable to advance in their respective Tao in the future, while in the more severe cases, the heavens themselves would eradicate that person's body and soul. As for Jiang Tianfang's oath, his oath was actually one of the heaviest oaths he could possibly take, as the heavens would truly hack his soul in a million pieces if he went against it. In fact, Shun Long knew that a normal cultivator could only swear, at most, 3 Tao oaths before they ascended to the immortal dimension, so for Jiang Tianfang to use one of his Tao oaths like this showed how serious he was about this matter. A few moments later, inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, Shun Long opened his eyes and turned his gaze towards the black jade box in his hands. Staring at the small, 7-petaled flower inside it, the look in his eyes gradually turned serious as he took out the flower from the jade box and buried it inside his herb garden. Naturally, the first thing that he was planning to do before concocting a heavenly purity pill was to create a few more golden light flowers first. However, the golden light flower was still a rank 7 medicinal herb and an extremely rare one at that. Even after going all out for 5 days while using his qi to speed up the flow of time inside the herb garden, Shenlong had yet to see any signs of another golden light flower appearing. 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye before a second golden light flower finally began to appear next to the first one, allowing Shenlong to heave a sigh of relief as he had almost fully depleted his qi by now. Closing his eyes, Shenlong then spent the next 3 hours replenishing the qi inside his qi balls, while Little Black and Little Silver were both sitting by his sides casually munching on a few stalks of dragon blood grass while they observed the scene in front of them. 3 hours later, once he could feel that both his qi and his spiritual strength were in their peak state, Shenlong snapped his eyes open and mumbled to himself in a low voice. "Refining a star rank pill, huh? Let's begin then." A moment later, an alchemy cauldron along with a dozen rank 5 and rank 6 medicinal herbs appeared on the ground around him, filling the air inside the foggy space and at a stone of time with the pure scent of medicinal herbs. Of course, Shenlong had already found all the supplementary medicinal herbs that he needed to refine a heavenly purity pill long ago. The only things that he had been lacking all this while were the golden light flower, as well as the earth flame itself. Without any hesitation, Shenlong then summoned the purple-colored earth flame and used it to warm the cauldron, before he turned his attention towards the scattered medicinal herbs on the ground around him. Barely a moment later, tens of sizzling sounds could be heard from the cauldron, as Shenlong had already tossed in the rank 5 medicinal herbs inside, all at the same time. In reality, even Shenlong was slightly surprised with the result, as the resistance of those rank 5 medicinal herbs was practically non-existent in front of the purple-colored earth flame. The medicinal essence of the rank 5 herbs immediately turned into a puddle of multicolored liquid that was guided by Shenlong's soul sense as it swirled inside the cauldron, slowly taking the form of a round object that resembled a pill. A minute later, Shenlong tossed in the rank 6 medicinal herbs inside the cauldron as well. However, unlike the rank 5 medicinal herbs that were refined almost instantly, Shenlong had to exert quite a bit of spiritual strength to refine the rank 6 medicinal herbs. Regardless, with the power of the earth flame, even the most durable rank 6 medicinal herbs could only last for a few minutes at most, before they turned into pure medicinal essence as well. A few more minutes quickly passed before the embryonic form of a pill that was almost complete could be seen swirling inside the cauldron. And yet, if an experienced alchemist laid their eyes on this pill, they would immediately be able to guess that something was actually missing from it, and that the pill wasn't truly complete. At that moment, the look in Shenlong's eyes suddenly turned serious as he waved his hand, before a small, 7-petaled flower appeared in his palm. Staring at the rank 7 golden light flower, in front of him, Shenlong narrowed his eyes momentarily before he calmly plucked the first of its 7 petals. The aura of the golden light flower immediately started to weaken the moment that Shenlong plucked its first petal, looking like it was about to wither in just a couple of seconds. And yet, Shenlong didn't seem to care about the flower's transformation as he calmly tossed the petal inside the cauldron. Without any hesitation, Shenlong then plucked 2 more of its petals before he tossed them inside the cauldron as well. At that moment, a surprised look flashed inside Little Black's bright blue eyes, as Little Black noticed that the golden light flower, in Shenlong's hand seemed to have truly withered and died. Even the remaining 4 petals that were left on the flower didn't seem to have any medicinal essence inside them anymore. This is why the release rate has been so horrible lately. Normally, people would be allowed to leave the camp once every 2 to 3 days, but that was only for half a day to a day at most. 6 days ago I went to the garrison headquarters to ask for an early release so I could cut my military service short, but I was told to go back on Tuesday since the people present were unable to help. Thankfully, I managed to come to an agreement with the people in charge yesterday, allowing me to return back home early and continue to slave away writing. Thank you for your patience during the past couple of months, and especially this month where I know you guys have been completely starved out of chapters. I will do my best to make up for the lost days, slowly but surely. Zeus. Chapter 820, Quan Lin's Request. Staring at the withered, golden light flower, in his hands, Shenlong simply threw a single glance at its remaining 4 petals that had already withered as well before he placed his attention back in the cauldron. Unlike the rank 5 and rank 6 medicinal herbs whose medicinal essence had already been extracted and coalesced together, forming the embryonic form of a half-completed pill, the 3 petals from the golden light flower inside the cauldron had yet to turn into medicinal essence, let alone merge into the pill. Even after they were refined under the purple-colored earth flame's terrifying heat for more than an hour, the 3 petals had only turned into a reddish hue at this point, and there were no signs of their medicinal essence appearing anytime soon. And yet, Shenlong didn't stop, and instead, he increased the temperature of the purple-colored earth flame even further, causing the temperature inside the foggy space in the stone of time to rise as well. Even peak 5th stage body refinement cultivators would find this heat extremely uncomfortable if they were standing next to Shen Long right now, but Little Black and Little Silver didn't pay any attention to it as they stared at the scene in front of them. Naturally, for a peak rank 6 magic beast like Little Silver, the heat of the earth flame wasn't enough to truly threaten it just yet. As for Little Black, the black dragon could barely feel the change in his temperature and wasn't uncomfortable with it in the slightest. Half a day later, the 3 petals of the golden light flower had finally began to melt, as bright, colorful drops of medicinal essence started to drip from the 3 petals' surface, slowly merging with the half-completed pill below them. In the blink of an eye, 2 more days had passed before the medicinal essence inside the petals had been fully extracted, as it slowly fused with the embryonic form of the pill inside the cauldron. 1 more week quickly passed like this before Shen Long's alchemy cauldron suddenly began to tremble, attracting both Little Black's and Little Silver's attention. The trembling was weak and was almost imperceptible in the beginning, but as time continued to pass, it started to become even more intense, while cracks had also started to appear on the cauldron's surface. Naturally, these changes didn't escape Little Black's and Little Silver's eyes, who turned their attention towards Shen Long soon after. At this point, Shen Long could also feel that his spiritual strength had been almost completely depleted and that he was extremely close to reaching his limits as well. Of course, in his heart, he also understood that this was only natural. After all, the Heavenly Purity Pill was a rank 7 pill, and an extremely difficult one to refine even among other rank 7 pills. Although Shen Long's spiritual strength was equivalent to that of a 1-star alchemist, it was barely enough to allow him to try his hands on the pill refinement. Like this, Shen Long's alchemy cauldron continued to tremble for more than a minute before it finally stopped. Suppressing his urge to close his eyes and fall asleep, Shen Long gritted his teeth and propped himself up from the ground, as he stretched out his right hand and removed the lid of the cauldron, revealing the content inside it. The moment that the cauldron's lid was removed, Shen Long could feel the fragrant scent of medicinal herbs assaulting his senses, making him feel like he had suddenly stepped foot into a rich medicine garden, while even his spiritual strength had started to rapidly recover. Just a single whiff of this scent had actually been enough to make all of his dizziness go away. A moment later, Shen Long's gaze fell on the purple-colored earth flame at the center of the cauldron that had already started to die down, while in the heart of the flames, a single pill was lying there, emitting a blinding white light. Waving his hand, Shen Long took out an empty pill bottle and stored the pill inside, before he sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes, as he started to recover his spiritual strength. At the same time, in the Northern Sovereign's own courtyard, the silver-armored Quan Lin knelt in front of the Northern Sovereign and said in a serious voice, "City Lord, I have a presumable request that I hope you can grant me." The Northern Sovereign looked at Quan Lin and nodded her head before she answered calmly. "Speak. What is it?" "As long as your request is reasonable, I will naturally allow it." Raising his head, Quan Lin faced the silver-robed Northern Sovereign, and after a few moments of silence he said solemnly, "I hope that the City Lord can allow me to enter the City of Immortals." The Northern Sovereign narrowed her eyes as she stared at the silver-armored Quan Lin in front of her, her gaze similar to a pair of sharp daggers that seemed to be gazing directly at Quan Lin's soul. Although Quan Lin was a peak rank 9 Dao Emperor and the strongest of the 12 commanders in the Northern Sovereign's army, when faced with the terrifying pressure that the Northern Sovereign was emitting right now, even he wasn't able to stand straight and had to suppress himself from trembling in her presence. The Northern Sovereign fell silent for a few moments, before she shook her head and said, "Quan Lin, although you are a peak rank 9 Dao Emperor and you are indeed qualified to enter the second level of the City of Immortals, you should know that cultivation isn't everything in that place. Talent and luck both play important roles as well. Besides, even as a Dao Emperor, it doesn't mean that you will have an easier time in the second level than the Dao Kings who enter the first level. The level of difficulty you will have to face will practically be the same as them." Chapter 821, Healing Jiang Tianfang. Quan Lin nodded his head seriously as he looked at the Northern Sovereign and answered without any hesitation. "I know, City Lord. I still hope that you will allow me to go, regardless of how difficult it is." The Northern Sovereign shook her head and waved her hand in a dismissive manner before she said, "Fine then. Since I have already allowed Zihu and the others to go, it wouldn't be fair to keep you behind either. Just remember that no matter what happens, you must come back alive." "Thank you, City Lord." Quan Lin lowered his head once again as he thanked the Northern Sovereign, before his figure disappeared from the Northern Sovereign's courtyard soon after. At the same time, inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, Shun Long had just finished recovering his exhausted spiritual strength and opened his eyes, before he turned his gaze towards the small pill bottle by his side and mumbled to himself. Although it's not a top-grade pill, it will still be enough to allow Uncle Jiang to heal his injuries and even help him advance his cultivation a bit. Little Black nodded his head seriously, while his bright blue eyes stared seriously at the pure white pill inside the pill bottle next to Shun Long. Although most people would be unable to understand how difficult it was to truly refine a heavenly purity pill, Little Black clearly understood that it was a nearly impossible mission even for most one-star alchemists. In fact, even peak one-star alchemists from the immortal dimension would find it exceedingly difficult to refine this pill, and it wasn't uncommon for even two-star alchemists to fail as well. Of course, one-star alchemists in the immortal dimension were nothing but fledglings in that place, and they could only be considered as low-tier alchemists at best, but if they were placed in the central region, they would be considered to be respected masters who stood at the peak of the alchemist world. Actually, if a one-star alchemist from the immortal dimension descended anywhere within the central region, their knowledge would allow them to instantly become one of the top alchemists in the entire region, and they would be sought after by countless powerful families and clans, while even 2-star and 3-star alchemists would definitely respect them. After all, the pills that were available to even the most common 1-star alchemists in the immortal dimension far exceeded the knowledge that the 1-star alchemists of the central region possessed. A moment later, Shun Long closed his eyes and imagined himself leaving the foggy space of the Stone of Time, as he returned back to his room. Meanwhile, inside the Southern Dragon's courtyard, Jiang Chen and the others were all staring at the door of the main room with solemn looks on their faces. After all, it had been 2 days since Shun Long had entered seclusion, and they all knew that the pill that he was intending to refine was an extremely rare star-rank pill that only renowned star-rank alchemists could possibly refine. At the same time, Jiang Tianfang tried to sit cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed, but he was actually unable to fully suppress the anxiousness in his heart as his eyes would dart towards the door of the room every now and then. It's already been 2 days. I just hope that everything is al-dash. Before Jiang Tianfang could finish his sentence, his words suddenly froze in his mouth as he noticed the door of the main room slowly opening from the inside. His eyes then widened, and without saying another word, he abruptly stood up from his seat and disappeared on the spot, appearing right in front of Shun Long, who had just stepped out from the room in nearly an instant. Lu Mei and the others seemed to have noticed this as well, as they followed Jiang Tianfang and gathered around Shun Long barely a few moments later. "Nephew Shun. Did you succeed?" Jiang Tianfang asked anxiously as he looked at Shun Long, unable to hide the nervousness in his voice. Of course, it was no wonder that Jiang Tianfang would be so nervous. After all, he had been forced to spend the past 50 years of his life in a crippled state. For a genius like him who had been renowned throughout the entire northern part of the central region previously to be forced in such straits, such a life was truly worse than death. Staring at Jiang Tianfang, Shun Long nodded his head and waved his hand, as he took out a single pill bottle from the Stone of Time and gave it to him, before he said with a smile. "Uncle Jiang, this is the Heavenly Purity Pill. Although it's just a high-grade rank 7 pill and it shouldn't be enough to let Uncle Jiang become a peak rank 9 Dao Emperor, after you consume it, you will still be able to fully expel the corrosive energy inside your Dantian and even break through to the middle of rank 9 in the Dao Emperor realm." Jiang Tianfang's hands trembled as he stretched out his hands and accepted the pill bottle in front of him, staring intently at the single, pure white pill inside it. Without any hesitation, Jiang Tianfang then sat cross-legged on the ground and opened the bottle, before pouring the Heavenly Purity Pill directly into his mouth. Lu Mei, Xingyi, Jiang Chen, and Bai Long Tian all focused their gazes on the black-robed Jiang Tianfang, who had already consumed the Heavenly Purity Pill. However, even after a few minutes had passed, there seemed to be no changes in his body. Just as Jiang Chen was going to ask if something was wrong with his father's body, the sky above the Southern Dragon's courtyard suddenly started to rumble, before a single, white thundercloud that was more than 500 meters in radius covered the entire courtyard. Shun Long, Lu Mei, and the others all raised their heads and looked at the massive thundercloud that had covered the courtyard, before Shun Long took a deep breath and said seriously. "Uncle Jiang, get ready." Chapter 822, Healing Jiang Tianfang, 2. "Brother Shun, what is going on?" Bai Long Tian asked curiously as he stared at the massive white thundercloud above the courtyard. Lu Mei, Xingyi, and Jiang Chen seemed to be equally as confused, as they all turned their gazes towards the white thundercloud as well. "Brother, don't tell me that this is a heavenly tribulation. But why does this feel so similar to a heavenly tribulation cloud?" Jiang Chen said in a voice filled with disbelief, as he stared at the sparks of white lightning that seemed to be gathering around the white thundercloud. Whether it was the feeling he got from the white thundercloud itself or from the sparks of white lightning that seemed to be gathering around its surface, Jiang Chen could clearly sense an awfully familiar feeling that was similar to the cloud of heavenly tribulation he had faced back in the king's palace when he broke through to the Dao King realm. In fact, it wasn't just Jiang Chen who sensed this, as Lu Mei, Xingyi, and Bai Long Tian all had the same feeling as well. However, everyone could also tell that Jiang Tianfang's aura hadn't changed in the slightest, even though he had already consumed the heavenly purity pill. Forget about breaking through to the sovereign realm and facing a heavenly tribulation, it was obvious that Jiang Tianfang was still an early rank 9 Dao Emperor and he had yet to even finish healing his injuries. Since he had yet to reach the peak of rank 9 in the Dao Emperor realm, it was naturally impossible for him to face his next heavenly tribulation. Shaking his head, Shen Long stared at the massive thundercloud in the sky and said seriously. Although it's not a cloud of heavenly tribulation, it's not much different from an actual heavenly tribulation either. After all, only the destructive power from a bolt of heavenly tribulation can fully expel the corrosive energy inside Uncle Zhang's body. At the same time that Shen Long finished his words, Jiang Tianfang opened his eyes and raised his head as he stared at the sparks of white lightning on the thundercloud's surface that seemed to be taking the form of a massive white-colored lightning bolt, before he turned his gaze towards Shen Long and asked calmly. Nephew Shen, all I have to do is simply let that bolt of heavenly tribulation strike me, right? There wasn't the slightest trace of doubt or worry in Jiang Tianfang's eyes as he said this, almost as if he had already expected this. In reality, from the moment that he consumed the heavenly purity pill, Jiang Tianfang could clearly sense the remnants of corrosive energy inside his dantian that were left by the elder of the Yu family that he previously couldn't sense as clearly. Additionally, Jiang Tianfang could also sense that the instant that the heavenly purity pill entered his mouth and turned into a pool of medicinal essence that poured down his throat, the stream of medicinal essence seemed to have naturally found its way towards his dantian, completely covering it in just a few moments. Jiang Tianfang could tell that the medicinal essence seemed to be acting like a protective layer of sorts, as it fully enveloped his dantian protectively. This was why he wasn't afraid of the bolt of heavenly tribulation above him, even though he didn't fully understand how the heavenly purity pill worked. Nodding his head, Shen Long looked at Jiang Tianfang and said calmly. Uncle Jiang is right. All you have to do is simply let the bolt of heavenly tribulation enter your dantian and let it naturally expel the corrosive energy inside your body. Jiang Tianfang nodded his head and didn't say anything else, but Shen Long could see an expectant smile forming on his lips, as Jiang Tianfang closed his eyes and waited for the white bolt of heavenly tribulation to descend. Staring at the white bolt of heavenly tribulation that seemed to be getting stronger with every passing second, Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and asked in a somewhat worried voice. Brother, will my father really be all right? Nodding his head, Shen Long looked at Jiang Chen and said reassuringly. Don't worry. If this was a real heavenly tribulation, then my heavenly purity pill would indeed be useless. However, this bolt of heavenly tribulation was only summoned because of the corrosive energy inside Uncle Zhang's body. Not only will this bolt fully expel the corrosive energy inside Uncle Zhang's dantian, but it should also let his cultivation advance by a bit as well. Jiang Chen nodded his head without saying anything else, but there was still a look of worry in his eyes as he stared at his father. It was only because he trusted Shen Long that Jiang Chen could even stay somewhat calm in a situation like this. Moments slowly turned into minutes and the white bolt of lightning seemed to become even stronger with every second that passed. Finally, 10 minutes later, a massive bolt of white lightning could be seen looming above the Southern Dragon's courtyard, immediately attracting the attention of many of the surrounding guards within the Northern Sovereign's estate who seemed to have noticed this. Is that a cloud of heavenly tribulation? What is going on? Someone is actually breaking through to the Dao Emperor realm. I wonder who it is. This is odd. That cloud of heavenly tribulation is too small to be the heavenly tribulation of a Dao Emperor, but that bolt of lightning, it feels too terrifying. Wait. Isn't that where the guests of the city lord are staying? As the guards were discussing the sudden appearance of the heavenly tribulation cloud, one of them seemed to have suddenly noticed this detail, as he turned his gaze towards the Southern Dragon's courtyard and stared at it from the distance. Of course, it wasn't surprising that one of the guards would notice this, since most of the guards in the Northern Sovereign's estate already knew about the guests of the Northern Sovereigns who were staying inside the estate for the past year. However, it wasn't just the guards who were taken aback by the sudden appearance of a bolt of heavenly tribulation. Inside the Northern Dragon's courtyard, the Northern Sovereign stared at the gigantic white bolt of lightning in the sky with a look of surprise on her beautiful face, before she mumbled to herself. What is going on? Someone has actually summoned a heavenly tribulation. A moment later, the Northern Sovereign suddenly stood up from her seat and disappeared from the courtyard, appearing right in front of the gates of the Southern Dragon's courtyard right in the next moment. Placing her hand on the courtyard's gates, the Northern Sovereign then said in a commanding tone, "Open." In the first couple of months, it wasn't too bad as I could still do my best to write at least one chapter a day if not two of them, but in the last couple of months, it was nearly impossible to write even a single chapter, both due to the lack of available time to work in the army as well as a lack of sleep. This is why the release rate has been so horrible lately. Normally, people would be allowed to leave the camp once every 2 to 3 days, but that was only for half a day to a day at most. 6 days ago I went to the garrison headquarters to ask for an early release so I could cut my military service short, but I was told to go back on Tuesday since the people present were unable to help. Thankfully, I managed to come to an agreement with the people in charge yesterday, allowing me to return back home early and continue to slave away writing. Thank you for your patience during the past couple of months, and especially this month where I know you guys have been completely starved out of chapters. I will do my best to make up for the lost days, slowly but surely. Zeus. Chapter 823, Healing Jiang Tianfang, 3. A moment later, the Northern Sovereign's figure appeared inside the Southern Dragon courtyard, immediately attracting Lu Mei's and the others' attention. However, the Northern Sovereign merely glanced at Lu Mei and the others for a brief moment, before her gaze landed on Shenlong and Jiang Tianfang. Shenlong. That kid finally finished his seclusion. The Northern Sovereign muttered to herself in a calm but somewhat surprised voice, before her gaze drifted towards Jiang Tianfang who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Naturally, the Northern Sovereign could easily tell that the massive cloud of heavenly tribulation in the sky above the courtyard was specifically targeting Jiang Tianfang. After a moment of silence, the Northern Sovereign's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot she was standing on, appearing right next to Shenlong, before the Northern Sovereign looked at him and asked with a profound look in her beautiful brown eyes. "Shenlong, can you explain what is going on?" Meanwhile, Shenlong wasn't surprised by the Northern Sovereign's sudden appearance in the courtyard. After all, her Northern Dragon's courtyard was extremely close to his Southern Dragon's courtyard, so it was only a matter of time before she noticed the commotion created by Jiang Tianfang. Although Old Lin had told Shenlong and the others when they first arrived in the estate that no one could enter their courtyard without permission, naturally, this rule wouldn't apply to the Northern Sovereign. Of course, Shenlong also understood what the Northern Sovereign meant by her question as she looked at him. After all, as a powerful peak rank 9 Sovereign Realm expert, how could the Northern Sovereign possibly fail to notice how peculiar this heavenly tribulation in the sky really was? Cupping his hands at the Northern Sovereign, Shenlong answered in a calm voice. "Senior, this heavenly tribulation was caused by a pill that Uncle Jiang consumed. Once he finishes undergoing this heavenly tribulation, the injuries in his dantian should be fully healed and he will be able to use his full strength the moment he expels the corrosive energy inside him." "What did you just say? This heavenly tribulation was caused by a pill?" The Northern Sovereign's eyes immediately widened as she stared at Shenlong with a look of disbelief on her beautiful face. What kind of pill could possibly invoke a bolt of heavenly tribulation? Of course, it was no wonder that the Northern Sovereign would be so surprised. After all, the Heavenly Purity Pill was a pill that only alchemists from the immortal dimension knew how to concoct, and even the most talented alchemists of the central region didn't have any knowledge of it. For a pill to be able to summon a heavenly tribulation was truly unprecedented and it naturally took even the Northern Sovereign by surprise. A moment later, the Northern Sovereign took a deep breath and calmed herself down, before she turned her gaze towards Jiang Tianfang and stared at him with an extremely deep look in her eyes. Clearly, the Northern Sovereign already knew a few things about Jiang Tianfang, including the fact that he was the most talented genius in the history of the Jiang clan and that he had stolen the heart of a young lady from a big family from the immortal dimension, having a child with her and causing that family from the immortal dimension to descend and punish him. The Northern Sovereign also knew that Jiang Tianfang had spent quite a few years visiting countless star-rank alchemists in hopes that they could treat him, but none of them was able to heal his injuries, leaving him utterly depressed. But this was to be expected since his injuries were caused by a powerful elder that came from a huge family from the immortal dimension. For Jiang Tianfang to manage to get his hands on a pill that could fully heal him, even the Northern Sovereign was now interested in finding out more about this matter. However, the Northern Sovereign didn't ask Shenlong anything else and simply stood there and waited for Jiang Tianfang's heavenly tribulation to descend. Thankfully, the Northern Sovereign didn't have to wait long as the massive white-colored bolt of heavenly tribulation in the sky seemed to have finished absorbing its energy and had already reached its peak state, before it suddenly fell towards the Southern Dragon's courtyard. Boom! A deafening, rumbling sound that shook the heavens came along as the bolt of heavenly tribulation descended from the sky, before the white-colored lightning bolt that was more than 20 meters, 65 feet, long and as thick as an adult man's waist, instantly appeared in front of Jiang Tianfang. Clearly, the protective formations around the Southern Dragon's courtyard, that could easily block even the combined attacks of hundreds of peak rank 9 Dao Emperors were completely unable to stop this bolt of heavenly tribulation, as it entered the courtyard and headed directly towards Jiang Tianfang's dantian. A moment later, Shen Long, the Northern Sovereign, and the others, all saw a white-colored lightning bolt piercing through Jiang Tianfang's abdomen and causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood, before the early rank 9 Dao Emperor let out a painful groan. And yet, Jiang Tianfang suppressed his pain and focused his entire attention on the scene that was taking place inside his dantian. The wisps of corrosive energy that had already fused with his dantian seemed to have found their nemesis, as they were being completely destroyed by the white-colored bolt of heavenly tribulation inside his dantian. Jiang Tianfang could clearly sense that the bolt of heavenly tribulation wasn't just attacking the wisps of corrosive energy inside him that were left by the elder of the Yu family, but it was completely wreaking havoc inside his dantian. However, Jiang Tianfang could also sense that the protective layer that was formed by the heavenly purity pill was still holding on without any signs of breaking, protecting his dantian from receiving any harm and allowing the bolt of heavenly tribulation to only strike those wisps of corrosive energy inside him. Chapter 8:24 Interest. 10 minutes soon passed and Jiang Tianfang could sense that more than half of the destructive energy inside the bolt of heavenly tribulation had already been depleted. However, to Jiang Tianfang's elation, 90% of the corrosive energy inside him had also been purified by the bolt of heavenly tribulation, leaving behind only the few strongest wisps of corrosive energy that were barely holding on. At the same time, Shen Long and the others could all sense that Jiang Tianfang's aura was growing stronger and stronger at a terrifying rate. With every moment that passed, Jiang Tianfang seemed to become even stronger, and by now, his aura was almost on par with the aura of the Grand Elder of the Holy Sect. Although Jiang Tianfang was still an early rank 9 Dao Emperor, it was a fact that previously, he was unable to use his entire strength that was limited by those wisps of corrosive energy inside his dantian. Even though he could deal with middle-stage Dao Emperors like Mao Jing from the Holy Sect with relative ease, he would be completely powerless if he had to fight against someone like the Grand Elder. However, as the corrosive energy was slowly purified, Jiang Tianfang could sense that he was finally getting rid of his shackles, allowing him to regain his previous strength. This was a feeling that he hadn't felt for more than 50 years, causing tears to start flowing from his eyes. Half an hour later, Jiang Tianfang could clearly feel that even the last trace of corrosive energy inside his dantian had already been cleansed, allowing him to truly exert his full strength. At the same time, Shen Long, Lu Mei, and the others could now sense that although the current Jiang Tianfang's aura was still slightly inferior to the Grand Elders, the difference was actually extremely minuscule. Nodding her head, the Northern Sovereign looked at Jiang Tianfang and said in a praising tone. No wonder he was said to be the #1 genius of the Jiang clan in their history. Most likely, by the time that he breaks through to become a peak rank 9 Dao Emperor, he will probably be a match for even Quan Lin. However, just as the Northern Sovereign thought that her surprise would end there, her eyes suddenly narrowed as she noticed that Jiang Tianfang's aura didn't show any signs of calming down, and instead, it kept increasing even more. Of course, what the Northern Sovereign didn't know was that this was only the beginning, as Jiang Tianfang had finally begun to absorb the nourishing energy that was left inside his dantian by the bolt of heavenly tribulation that had already exhausted all of its destructive energy. In just a few minutes, Jiang Tianfang's aura that had been stranded to the early rank 9 of the Dao Emperor realm for so many years seemed to have broken past an invisible barrier, as Jiang Tianfang finally became a middle rank 9 Dao Emperor. And yet, even after his successful breakthrough, Jiang Tianfang could sense that he had only used up 30% of the nourishing energy from the bolt of heavenly tribulation. With his eyes closed, Jiang Tianfang kept absorbing the energy inside his dantian, while his aura inched closer and closer towards the peak of the Dao Emperor realm with every passing moment. A few minutes later, Jiang Tianfang opened his eyes and let out a breath of foul qi, before he turned to look at Shen Long and the others with an elated gaze. However, just as he was about to speak, Jiang Tianfang suddenly noticed that the Northern Sovereign seemed to have appeared in the courtyard as well, and was now staring at him with a profound look in her eyes. Cupping his hands, Jiang Tianfang didn't hesitate as he bowed slightly towards the Northern Sovereign, and called out in a respectful manner. "Senior, it seems that I have disturbed you." The Northern Sovereign stared at Jiang Tianfang without speaking for a few moments, before she finally shook her head and said calmly. "There is no need to worry about that. Rather, what I am more interested in, is the pill that you have just consumed." I am quite curious to hear what kind of pill could possibly invoke a heavenly tribulation and could not only heal those injuries of yours, but even allow you to break through and become a middle rank 9 Dao Emperor. The Northern Sovereign didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point, catching Jiang Tianfang slightly off guard. Of course, the Northern Sovereign didn't have any plans of beating around the bush because she could clearly see that Jiang Tianfang had not only broken through to become a middle rank 9 Dao Emperor just now, but he was in fact just a step away from reaching the peak of rank 9 in the Dao Emperor realm as well. According to her calculations, Jiang Tianfang would need at most a couple of years before he broke through to reach the peak of the Dao Emperor realm. Naturally, a miraculous pill like that was enough to attract the attention of even someone at the Northern Sovereign's level. Jiang Tianfang fell silent for a few moments before he finally gritted his teeth and cupped his hands as he looked at the Northern Sovereign, before he answered in an apologetic manner. Senior, forgive me but I can't answer this question since it involves a personal secret of mine. I hope that you can understand. However, the moment that Jiang Tianfang finished speaking, Shen Long and the others all noticed that the Northern Sovereign's face suddenly fell, before the temperature inside the Southern Dragon's courtyard started to drop and turn chilly. A frosty look appeared in the Northern Sovereign's eyes as she stared at Jiang Tianfang, before she shook her head and answered in a cold voice. Jiang Tianfang, you have stayed in my estate for quite a while now, and yet you refuse to give me even the slightest bit of face. You should understand that such a pill isn't something that you can keep for yourself. Don't make me repeat myself. Chapter 825. Lu Mei and the others were all taken aback when they heard this, as they stared at the Northern Sovereign with serious looks on their faces. It was clear that the Northern Sovereign wasn't going to give any leeway to Jiang Tianfang if he refused to give her the information about the heavenly purity pill. And yet, even when he was faced against an expert like the Northern Sovereign, Jiang Tianfang had a determined look as he chose to remain silent. After waiting for nearly a minute, a burst of suffocating killing intent erupted from the Northern Sovereign's body, while her aura at the peak of rank 9 in the Sovereign realm exploded outwards as well, immediately covering the entire Southern Dragon's courtyard. Staring at Jiang Tianfang who was calmly standing in front of her, the Northern Sovereign narrowed her eyes while her luxurious silver robes fluttered with the wind as she continued. Jiang Tianfang, don't force my hand. This is your last chance. Seeing that Jiang Tianfang refused to speak, the Northern Sovereign truly got angry as she snorted and was about to make her move. At that moment however, just as the Northern Sovereign raised her right hand and seemed like she was about to attack, Shen Long took a step forward and stared at her with a deep look in his eyes before he spoke in a calm manner. The name of the pill is the Heavenly Purity Pill. As for the medicinal herbs needed, the main medicinal herb is the rank 7 golden light flower, while the supplementary herbs include more than a dozen rank 5 and rank 6 herbs. I wonder if Senior is satisfied with this information. The Northern Sovereign's hand suddenly froze mid-air as she turned around and looked at Shen Long with a look of unconcealed surprise on her face, before she asked curiously. Shen Long, you mean to tell me that the recipe of that pill belongs to you and not Jiang Tianfang? Shen Long nodded his head and said calmly. Indeed, the Heavenly Purity Pill is mine. Does Senior still want the recipe for it? Shen Long could clearly feel the Northern Sovereign's terrifying aura and the killing intent that was coming from her body that had yet to fully recede, and yet he still faced the Northern Sovereign realm expert in front of him as he asked this question. After a few moments of silence, the Northern Sovereign waved her hand and said in a dismissive manner. So be it then. Since the pill recipe belongs to you, I won't force you to hand it over. Jiang Tianfang heaved out a sigh of relief inwardly when he heard this. After all, he would have truly felt guilty if Shen Long ended up losing the pill recipe of such a valuable pill because of him. However, Jiang Chen and the others didn't seem to feel any gratitude towards the Northern Sovereign, as they all looked at her with cold looks on their faces. This was the first time that the Northern Sovereign showed such a cruel and heartless side of hers in front of them, and Jiang Chen and the others were all certain that at that moment, the Northern Sovereign was really about to attack Jiang Tianfang. And yet, the Northern Sovereign merely threw a glance at Jiang Chen and the others, her gaze lingering on Lu Mei for a few seconds longer, before she turned her gaze towards Shen Long and asked calmly. Shen Long, are you planning to enter seclusion again or are you going to go to the City of Immortals? Remember that this is a one-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you, so it's better for you to not waste it. Nodding his head, Shen Long cupped his hands at the Northern Sovereign and said calmly. Thank you for your concern, Senior. There is nothing left for us to do here, so we are going to leave the city today. Thank you for your hospitality during the past year. The Northern Sovereign seemed to have detected some hints of unhappiness from Shen Long's voice, but she still shook her head and answered calmly. There is no need for thanks. Since you are planning to leave the city today, you can travel alongside Quan Lin, who is also heading towards the City of Immortals. Shen Long stared at the Northern Sovereign in silence, but he didn't refuse her offer to go with Quan Lin, causing a smile to form itself on the Northern Sovereign's lips. A few moments soon passed before the figure of the silver-armored Quan Lin appeared outside the Southern Dragon's courtyard, as Quan Lin called out in a respectful voice. "City Lord, did you call for me?" A moment later, the gates of the Southern Dragon's courtyard opened by themselves, allowing Quan Lin to get a good look at the Northern Sovereign's figure, who was standing a few meters away from Shen Long and the others. The Northern Sovereign glanced at Quan Lin calmly before she said, "Quan Lin, lead the way for Shen Long and his group. You will leave for the City of Immortals today." The Northern Sovereign then turned her gaze towards Shen Long and continued with a smile. "Shen Long, I have to admit that you are not only talented but quite mysterious as well, since even I can't see through all of your secrets. You have definitely attracted my attention. However, I am sure that after you visit the City of Immortals, you will change your mind about joining the Xianxia dynasty or the other top powers in the central region. Just remember, that there will always be a spot for you in my Northern Sovereign city." The Northern Sovereign stared at Shen Long silently for a few more moments after she said this, before her figure disappeared from the courtyard. "I've been trying hard to finish the next 4 chapters, but they aren't all ready yet. They should have been ready 4 hours ago, but they weren't, so no excuses. Since these chapters are a set, they will come out all together in a few more hours. Sorry for the delay. T.T. Chapter 826 Leaving the Northern Sovereign City. Chapter 826 Leaving the Northern Sovereign City. A few moments after the Northern Sovereign left the courtyard, Quan Lin turned his attention towards Shen Long and asked him, "Young Master Shen, are you ready to go?" Nodding his head, Shen Long looked at Quan Lin and said calmly, "Commander Quan, please lead the way." A few moments later, Quan Lin led Shen Long's group of 6 towards the back of the Northern Sovereign's estate, and soon, their group arrived in front of an empty, large area that seemed to be guarded by a squad of 10 soldiers, all clad in silver armor that looked quite similar to Quan Lin's own. Surprisingly, each of those 10 soldiers seemed to be emitting an aura that had already surpassed that of a Dao King and was clearly at the Dao Emperor realm, surprising Shen Long and the others quite a bit. Clearly, for 10 Dao Emperors to be standing guard here, even if they were early-stage Dao Emperors at most, it showed how much importance the Northern Sovereign placed in this area. The moment that the 10 Dao Emperors noticed Quan Lin's arrival, they all knelt down on one knee and saluted respectfully. "Greetings, Commander Quan." Quan Lin nodded his head as he walked past them and entered the empty area that they were guarding. "Quan Lin, what is this place?" A few moments after they walked past the silver-armored soldiers and stepped foot into this area, Jiang Tianfang suddenly asked this question, as he stared at Quan Lin, who seemed to have stopped walking. Quan Lin had a calm look in his eyes as he looked at Jiang Tianfang, before he answered seriously. "This place we are standing on is a massive teleportation formation inscribed by a peak 3-star formation master from the Xianxia dynasty, and it is the fastest way to get to the City of Immortals from our Northern Sovereign City. Normally, even if we traveled on the back of a rank 8 magic beast, we would need at least a couple of months to get to the City of Immortals, but through this teleportation formation, we can travel directly to the territory of the Xianxia dynasty in the central part of the central region. From there, we will need around a week to get to the City of Immortals." Quan Lin then turned his gaze towards Shen Long and continued. "Young Master Shen, please get ready. I'm about to activate the teleportation formation." Once he finished speaking, Quan Lin waved his right hand before a golden-colored token appeared in his palm. At the same time, the aura of a peak rank 9 Dao Emperor burst out from his body and entered inside the golden-colored token in his hand, before the runes on the token's surface started to glow with a bright white light. A moment later, Shen Long could feel the ground beneath his feet that had started to tremble, as the familiar feeling of spatial fluctuation enveloped his body soon after. "Everyone, prepare yourselves." Quan Lin's voice resounded through the air, before Shen Long and the others all noticed that their surroundings had already begun to change. Even though Lu Mei and the others were quite used to this feeling since this wasn't the first time that they were traveling through space, this time, they could all sense that there was something different about this teleportation formation compared to the one they had used back in the holy sect that they had used to travel to the king's palace. However, although Lu Mei and the others couldn't pinpoint exactly what the difference was, at that moment, Shen Long seemed to have fallen into a trance as he suddenly realized something. Unlike Lu Mei and the others, Shen Long could clearly sense that the difference between this teleportation formation and the one back in the Holy Sect wasn't just in the runes that were used to inscribe the two formations, but also, in the understanding of the element of space that the expert who had inscribed this formation had reached. Clearly, this expert's understanding of the Tao of space was much higher than the Grand Elder's own. Shen Long could guess that even if this person's understanding of the Tao of space wasn't at the sovereign realm by the time he created this formation, it was certainly at the peak of the Tao Emperor realm at the very least. Closing his eyes, Shen Long then allowed the feeling of spatial fluctuations to completely envelop his body, while his own understanding of the Tao of space seemed to be advancing at an extremely rapid rate. At this moment, Shen Long could sense that his own Tao of space, which had been stranded to the peak of the nascent soul stage for so long, seemed to finally be advancing again, as it rapidly inched closer and closer towards the Tao King realm. A couple of minutes later, in the sky just a few miles away from a large city within the central part of the central region, a massive space tier seemed to have opened in the air, before Shen Long's figure shot out of it, along with Lu Mei, Jiang Chen and the others, all of them landing in an empty patch of grass just a few miles away from the city gates. The moment that his body left the space tier, Shen Long felt as if his sudden feeling of enlightenment had abruptly disappeared, and yet, a smile still lingered on his lips as he sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. Although his understanding of the Tao of space hadn't reached the Tao King realm just yet, Shen Long was confident that he only needed a few more months at most before he stepped into the sixth stage of his Monarch's eternal body as well. At the same time, once their group of 7 was ejected out of the space tier, Commander Quan Lin stared at his surroundings seriously for a few moments, his gaze finally landing on the massive city in the distance before he said with a smile on his face. "It seems that we are quite lucky. If I'm not wrong, right now, we are in the vicinity of the Xianxia dynasty's Luoyang city. According to the information I got from the city lord, the city of immortals is just a 3-day journey away from this place." Chapter 827 Quan Lin's Proposal. Chapter 827 Quan Lin's Proposal. After a few moments of silence, Quan Lin turned his gaze towards Shen Long and continued. "Young Master Shen, do you want to stop by Luoyang City first? Here we can rent a peak rank 7 magic beast that will take us directly to the City of Immortals. Otherwise, if we travel by ourselves, even if I carry everyone along, it will take us at least a week to get there." Shen Long nodded his head and didn't reject Quan Lin's proposal, as their group headed towards the massive city in the distance a few moments later. Naturally, what Quan Lin had just said made sense. After all, Shen Long and the others were still at the Tao King realm and their speed couldn't possibly compare to late-stage Tao emperors like Quan Lin's and Jiang Tianfeng's. At the same time, although Quan Lin was a peak rank 9 Tao emperor and he could even fight peak rank 7 magic beasts by himself, if he and Jiang Tianfeng wanted to travel for more than a day at full speed, it was naturally better to do so on the back of a peak rank 7 magic beast and preserve their strength. A few minutes later, Shen Long's group arrived in front of the Luoyang city gates, and after queuing up for a while, they paid the fee of 70 high-grade spirit stones before they entered the city. Once they stepped foot into the city, Quan Lin turned to look at Shen Long and the others and said calmly. "Young Master Shen, let us go meet with the city lord of Luoyang City. The city lord here is a sovereign under the Xianxia dynasty as well, so he won't refuse to let us borrow a peak rank 7 magic beast from him." Once he finished speaking, Quan Lin led Shen Long and the others towards the heart of Luoyang City, and soon, they reached the estate of the Luoyang City lord. Even though this Luoyang City wasn't even half the size of the northern sovereign city, Shen Long, Lu Mei, and the others, all noticed that quite a few Tao kings and even Tao emperors were present around them, while the city guards who were patrolling around the city were nearly at the same level as most guards within the northern sovereign's estate. At the same time, once they verified that Quan Lin was a peak rank 9 Tao emperor who belonged to the Xianxia dynasty as well, the guards in front of the city lord's estate no longer barred his path and allowed him to enter inside. A few minutes after Quan Lin led everyone past the estate's gates and entered the city lord's estate, a late-stage Tao emperor with long black hair who was clad in silver armor similar to Quan Lin's came to receive them, before he led their group towards the city lord's courtyard at the depths of the estate. Shen Long and the others soon noticed that the city lord of Luoyang City was a middle-aged man with long black hair and a fierce-looking face, while the aura of a middle-stage sovereign was emanating from his body. Once the city lord heard Quan Lin's request, he actually didn't decline and allowed Quan Lin to choose a peak rank 7 magic beast from his estate. Clearly, the city lord wasn't afraid that Quan Lin would try to steal his magic beasts. Moments later, Jiang Tianfeng and the others all sat on the back of an enormous worm whose entire body was covered in purple scales, as they left Luoyang City. Staring at this gigantic worm that was more than 300 meters, 970 feet, long and 60 meters, 196 feet, wide. Shen Long only needed to throw a single glance at it, before the name, purple-scaled desert worm, appeared in his mind. Although the purple-scaled desert worm wasn't the fastest among peak rank 7 magic beasts, Shen Long clearly knew that it wasn't slow either, while its biggest advantage lied in the purple scales around its body that could even take on the attacks of most peak rank 9 Dao Emperors without too much trouble. However, the reason why Quan Lin had chosen to borrow this worm wasn't because he was scared that they would be attacked on the way to the City of Immortals and he was planning to rely on the worm's defensive capabilities to protect himself, but because this worm was actually the fastest among the peak rank 7 magic beasts that were available for him to choose. Sitting on the purple-scaled desert worm's back, Quan Lin stared at Jiang Tianfang seriously for a while, and after a few moments of silence, Quan Lin suddenly asked him in a serious voice. "Jiang Tianfang, are you planning to enter the City of Immortals as well?" Jiang Tianfang was momentarily taken aback when he heard this, as he stared at Quan Lin and asked in surprise. "Enter the City of Immortals? What do you mean? I thought that only Dao Kings could enter inside." It wasn't just Jiang Tianfang who was surprised by Quan Lin's question, as Xingyi and the others were also stunned when they heard this. After all, according to what the Grand Elder had said to them, only Dao Kings would be allowed to enter that place. Shaking his head, Quan Lin looked at Jiang Tianfang and snorted before he said seriously. "Who said that only Dao Kings are allowed to enter? It seems that you truly know nothing about that place. The City of Immortals has 2 levels, one that is meant for Dao Kings, and the other that is meant for Dao Emperors. Naturally, Dao Kings aren't allowed to enter the second level that is meant for Dao Emperors, while Dao Emperors can't enter the first level that's meant for Dao Kings either. As for me, I'm planning to enter the second level just like Zi Hu and the rest of the commanders under the City Lord. Jiang Tianfang, if you are planning to enter the City of Immortals, it's best if we travel together." Chapter 828 The City of Immortals. Chapter 828 The City of Immortals. Seeing the look of surprise on Jiang Tianfang's face, Quan Lin shook his head and continued. "Although you are still a middle rank 9 Dao Emperor, if I'm not wrong, your current strength is probably not much inferior even when it's compared to Kong One from the Holy Sect. As long as you and I travel together, then unless we are really unlucky and are forced to fight one of those unrivaled monsters from the top powers of the Central Region, we should be able to stay alive at the very least." Quan Lin had a solemn look in his eyes as he stared at Jiang Tianfang while he waited for his answer. Of course, it was no wonder that Jiang Tianfang wouldn't know much about the City of Immortals. After all, the City of Immortals had only opened twice in the history of the Central Region, and Jiang Tianfang wasn't even born during that time. Even though he came from one of the strongest clans in the northern part of the Central Region, the Jiang clan, Jiang Tianfang was no longer part of the clan and had spent the past few years visiting numerous star-rank alchemists in the Central Region as he tried to find ways to cure himself. This was why, even if the Jiang clan knew anything about the City of Immortals, Jiang Tianfang still wouldn't be aware of it since he was no longer part of the clan. "Enter the City of Immortals, huh?" Jiang Tianfang mumbled to himself with a serious look on his face, before he turned his gaze towards Jiang Chen and the others who were waiting for his answer. Jiang Tianfang's gaze lingered on Shen Long and Jiang Chen for a few more moments, before he turned his attention towards Quan Lin and nodded his head as he said seriously. "All right. Let's go together then." Quan Lin wasn't surprised by Jiang Tianfang's answer since he had already expected this, as he simply nodded his head calmly. Practically every single late-stage Dao Emperor would look to enter the City of Immortals now that it had opened, and one would truly have to be a fool to pass on this chance despite the dangers it entailed. After all, there were rumors that in the past, people had even found immortal-grade cultivation techniques and martial skills, as well as rank 8 and rank 9 medicinal herbs. For those Dao Emperors who were stranded on the peak of rank 9 in the Dao Emperor realm for so long, either of those treasures would be enough to allow them to reach the sovereign realm, and were thus worth risking their lives for. At the same time, Jiang Chen didn't say anything to try and dissuade his father, and simply stared at him with a serious look in his eyes. Even though there were definitely countless dangers that he would have to face inside, Jiang Chen knew that Jiang Tianfang would do anything he could to get stronger and ascend to the immortal dimension in the future, even if that meant jumping to the depths of hell in the process. After all, the humiliation of having his Dantian nearly crippled by the elder of the Yu family was still fresh in Jiang Tianfang's mind and wasn't something that he could simply forget. Sitting on the purple-scaled desert worm's back, Jiang Tianfang looked at Quan Lin and asked curiously. "Quan Lin, what else do you know about the City of Immortals?" Since Jiang Tianfang had already agreed to travel with him, Quan Lin didn't hide anything from him, as he nodded his head and said calmly. "I will tell you what I learned from the City Lord, but the truth is that even I don't know too much about the City of Immortals, since that place is too mysterious. Even the city lord was only willing to reveal just a few things about that place and told me to be extremely careful. Actually, according to the information I got from the city lord, that a City of Immortals isn't just a single city, but it's a separate world instead. There are countless dangers inside that world, enough to kill even the strongest Dao kings and Dao emperors. Other than the powerful magic beasts that are roaming in the wild, there are plenty of cities that are filled with countless treasures, but according to what the city lord told me, each of those cities is built with the blood of countless Dao kings and Dao emperors, while the treasures inside them are extremely hard to obtain. The city lord also said that one can't bring any offensive or defensive treasures inside the City of Immortals other than star-rank weapons and armor. As for the actual origins of the City of Immortals, the city lord guessed that even the experts of the Xianxia dynasty probably don't know the truth behind it. A separate world? Jiang Tianfang was taken aback when he heard Quan Lin's description of the City of Immortals. After all, there were quite a few secret realms spread across the central region, many of whom were much bigger than Chuiguoyang's Vermilion Realm back in the desolate east, and yet, none of those secret realms qualified to be called a separate world. To be called a separate world, how massive did that place have to be and how many secrets did it truly hide? At the same time, Lu Mei seemed to have suddenly realized something, as she turned her eyes towards the small pendant that she was wearing on her neck. If no offensive or defensive treasures were allowed inside, this meant that most likely, Lu Mei wouldn't be able to use this pendant that she had gotten from her master. While Quan Lin explained everything he knew about the City of Immortals to Shen Long and the others, time continued to pass, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days quickly went by since their group had left Luoyang City on the purple-scaled desert worm's back. Chapter 829 The City of Immortals, 2. Chapter 829 The City of Immortals, 2. After traveling for 3 full days and nights, the purple-scaled desert worm had covered a massive amount of distance, before its enormous figure suddenly came to a halt as it stopped in front of a vast desert that seemed to span for countless miles. In the last 3 days, the worm had traveled across the territories of more than a dozen cities the size of Luoyang City, and yet this was the first time that it had actually stopped by itself. Raising its head, the purple-scaled desert worm stared at an enormous city that seemed to be hovering in the sky right above the desert, while hints of fear could be seen inside its 6 eyes as it stared at it. Noticing that the purple-scaled desert worm had suddenly stopped moving, Jiang Tianfang and the others all opened their eyes before they turned their attention towards the massive city that was floating above the desert as well. The moment that Lu Mei's and the others' eyes landed on this city, an extremely mysterious feeling seemed to have suddenly sprouted in everyone's hearts, making them feel that this city in front of them truly looked out of place for some reason. It wasn't just because the city itself was floating in the sky above the desert or due to the spatial cracks that were present everywhere around it, but because of the extremely unique and ancient feeling that the city gave out. This is the City of Immortals. Shen Long mumbled to himself as he stared at the massive city in front of him with an extremely deep gaze. Although he didn't know why, Shen Long could sense an extremely familiar feeling coming from this city in front of him. It was a feeling that seemed to be resonating with his own soul. At the same time, inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, Little Black stared at the enormous city in front of Shen Long in silence for a few moments, before the Black Dragon's surprised voice sounded inside Shen Long's mind shortly after. Master. I can sense immortal chi in that place. There is definitely immortal chi inside that city and there is quite a bit of it as well. Shen Long could sense the excitement in Little Black's voice as he said the words immortal chi, while a look of surprise slowly appeared in his eyes as well. Naturally, Shen Long didn't need Little Black to explain to him what immortal chi was since he had already unlocked some of his memories, and those memories naturally included immortal chi as well. After all, immortal chi was something that was present everywhere in the immortal dimension, and it was the chi that mortals and immortals alike all absorbed to increase their cultivation. Although immortal chi was extremely common and was naturally present almost everywhere in the immortal dimension, it was something that should only exist in the immortal dimension and shouldn't be present in a small place like the central region. After all, the central region was still a part of the cultivation world, and it should only have spiritual chi, while immortal chi shouldn't be able to exist here. And yet, Shen Long didn't question whether Little Black was certain about this matter, since he already knew that the senses of a dragon was countless times stronger than anyone else, and with Little Black's experience, how could he not recognize the familiar feeling of immortal chi when he was a being that was born in the immortal dimension in the first place and had spent his entire life there with Shen Long? At the same time, Quan Lin stared at this city in silence for a while, before he turned his gaze towards Shen Long and the others and said, Young Master Shen, just as you have guessed, this is indeed the City of Immortals. Although it's my first time here as well, I am certain about this since this place looks exactly how the city lord described it. Quan Lin then turned his gaze towards the purple-scaled desert worm and sent a mental command for it to continue moving forward, while his own gaze was focused on the city in front of him. Without a doubt, this was one of the most mysterious places throughout the entire central region, a place where the strongest geniuses below the sovereign realm from everywhere around the central region would all enter, regardless of the dangers inside. Even though the worm was somewhat wary of approaching the city after the initial feeling it got from it, it still listened to Quan Lin's commands and continued to move towards it a few moments later. As they approached closer and closer towards the city, Shen Long and the others noticed that there were quite a few groups like his own that seemed to be heading in the same direction as well. The smallest of those groups only consisted of a handful of people sitting on the back of a bird-like magic beast, while the biggest group seemed to include more than 100 cultivators. Even though it had been more than half a year since the City of Immortals had opened, Shen Long knew that there were bound to be some people who didn't have access to teleportation formations and they had to cross the entire central region on the backs of magic beasts. Considering how vast the central region really was, it was no wonder that there were still groups of people who had yet to reach the City of Immortals even though it had already been more than half a year since its opening. But of course, the geniuses from the largest powers, especially those that were based in the central part of the central region were certain to have already entered this place, and those who were still not here were mostly those weaker powers that were even weaker than the Holy Sect. The purple-scaled desert worm naturally ignored every single one of those groups around it as it kept slithering forward at full speed, and in less than 3 hours, its massive figure finally stopped as it arrived in front of the majestic entrance of the City of Immortals. Chapter 831, Entering the City of Immortals. Chapter 831, Entering the City of Immortals. Standing in front of the majestic closed gates of the massive city in front of them, Lu Mei and the others stared at the enormous city gates in silence, while a profound and ancient feeling slowly filled their hearts. After a few moments of silence, Jiang Tianfang turned his attention towards the silver-armored Quan Lin and asked him. Quan Lin, how do we enter inside? Quan Lin had a calm look in his eyes as he stared at Jiang Tianfang and said. Based on what I know, all we have to do is simply place our hands on the closed gates and inject some of our qi inside them. This is the only way to enter the City of Immortals. According to what the City Lord told me, whether one is in the Tao King or the Tao Emperor realm, the method is actually the same. But of course, this method only applies to Tao Kings and Tao Emperors. If someone at the Sovereign Realm tries to enter the City of Immortals, they will find it impossible to do so regardless of how much qi they pour into the gates. Jiang Tianfang nodded his head calmly when he heard Quan Lin's answer, before he turned his gaze towards Jiang Chen and the others and said seriously. Be careful inside. We don't know what types of dangers this place contains, but if even the top powers of the central region can't forcefully enter and are only forced to send their descendants and disciples, it means that this place is anything but simple. Naturally, as a late-stage Tao Emperor, Jiang Tianfang was privy to some of the secrets of the central region and he clearly understood that none of the top powers of the central region would choose to send only their descendants or disciples to explore the City of Immortals while their top experts leisurely stayed at home. After all, considering that the City of Immortals was rumored to contain even immortal-grade cultivation techniques and martial skills along with other treasures at a similar level as them, Jiang Tianfang was certain that the top experts throughout the central region wouldn't want to miss out on those treasures and would do everything they could to get their hands on them, regardless of the dangers they had to face. This was even more so for experts at the Northern Sovereign's level who had already reached the peak of the Sovereign Realm and just needed one final push to reach that legendary realm and stand at the peak of the central region. For those experts to have no other choice but simply sit back and wait, Jiang Tianfang knew that the only possible explanation was that they couldn't forcefully enter inside no matter what they tried. A few moments later, Quan Lin stood up from the purple-scaled desert worm's back and turned his attention towards Jiang Tianfang before saying calmly. Jiang Tianfang, let's go. Nodding his head, Jiang Tianfang threw one last look at Lu Mei and the others, his gaze lingering on Jiang Chen and Shen Long for a few seconds longer, before he followed Quan Lin and stood right in front of the majestic city gates of the City of Immortals as well. Young Master Shen, we will go first. Quan Lin said seriously before he placed his hand on the surface of the gigantic city gates in front of him. A few moments later, Quan Lin's body started to glow with a bright golden light before his figure disappeared from Jiang Tianfang's side. The majestic-looking gates didn't seem to have moved even a bit and it seemed as if Quan Lin had been teleported away instead. Turning around, Jiang Tianfang looked at Shen Long and the others and said solemnly. Be careful inside. Without saying another word, Jiang Tianfang mimicked Quan Lin's movements as he placed his hands on the majestic gates of the City of Immortals, before his cultivation at the middle of rank 9 in the Tao Emperor realm exploded outwards. Moments later, just like Quan Lin's figure, Jiang Tianfang's figure was suddenly enveloped by a bright golden light, before he disappeared on the spot. Jiang Chen stared at Jiang Tianfang's figure that had already disappeared, before he mumbled to himself in a determined manner. "Father, you must be careful as well." Jiang Chen then turned his attention towards Shen Long and asked seriously. "Brother, shall we enter inside as well?" Nodding his head, Shen Long, who had his gaze fixed on the gates of the City of Immortals, turned to look at Jiang Chen and the others before he said calmly, "Let's go." Moments later, Shen Long stood up from the purple-scaled desert worm's back and flew towards the gigantic gates in front of him, before he stretched out his right hand and placed it on the cold surface of the enormous gates. Lu Mei, Xingyi, Bai Long Tian, and Jiang Chen all did the same as well, as they placed their hands on the gates of the City of Immortals and began to inject their qi inside. At this moment, Shen Long could sense that other than the cold feeling in his hand, he could now sense even clearer the extremely ancient aura that the gates in front of him were emitting, before he closed his eyes as well and allowed his cultivation at the peak of rank 3 in the Tao King realm to explode outwards. The qi inside his 27 golden balls of qi started to rumble, before Shen Long allowed it to enter the gigantic gates of the City of Immortals. The moment that he injected his qi into the enormous gates, Shen Long could sense his entire body being enveloped by an extremely ancient and irresistible force, before his vision started to blur as his body disappeared on the spot soon after. Lu Mei, Xingyi, Jiang Chen, and Bai Long Tian were the same as well, as their bodies were enveloped by the same golden light that had enveloped Shen Long's body, before their figures all disappeared from the entrance of the City of Immortals. Chapter 832, The City of Immortals. Chapter 832, The City of Immortals. A few moments later, Shen Long could see his blurry surroundings slowly turn clear as a vast field that was filled with green began to appear in his eyes. At the same time, Lu Mei, Xingyi, Bai Long Tian, and Jiang Chen all opened their eyes and took a look at their surroundings, before Bai Long Tian spoke in a curious voice. "So this is the City of Immortals." At the same time, sensing the extremely pure qi in the air around him, Shen Long momentarily closed his eyes and took a deep breath, absorbing a large amount of qi in the process, before he opened his eyes again and mumbled to himself with a smile on his face. "This place truly has immortal qi. Although the immortal qi seems to be mixed with the normal qi in the air and it also seems to be heavily diluted as well, it's still immortal qi. Brother Long, what is this immortal qi?" Xingyi asked as she stared at Shen Long with a curious gaze. Although Xingyi didn't know what immortal qi was, something that was enough to excite Shen Long like this was bound to be quite special. Nodding his head, Shen Long looked at Xingyi and the others and said with the same smile on his face. "Immortal qi is the qi that is present everywhere in the immortal dimension, and it is what immortals need to absorb to advance their cultivation. In reality, it is an extremely pure type of qi that is countless times more precious and potent than the qi that we can usually absorb. Even the qi back in the Southern Dragon's courtyard, in the Northern Sovereign's estate can't be compared to a single whiff of immortal qi. After all, immortal qi shouldn't exist anywhere in this world of ours, but even though there are only traces of it and it also seems to be mixed with the normal qi in the air, I am certain that the air in this City of Immortals definitely has immortal qi." Although Little Black had already verified that there was immortal qi inside the City of Immortals before they even entered, Shen Long was actually surprised to see that the immortal qi seemed to be mixed in the air around him and wasn't somewhere in the depths of the City of Immortals, totally inaccessible to most people. Even if this immortal qi around him was diluted and only made up 1/100th of the actual qi in the air, it was still immortal qi nevertheless. Bai Long Tian and the others had never heard of immortal qi either, but hearing Shen Long's explanation, they only quickly realized the importance of this immortal qi as well. After all, the purer the qi in the air around them was, the faster they would be able to advance in their cultivation, while the quality of their own qi would also increase. A few moments later, Shen Long took a good look at his surroundings and stared at the vast, empty plains that seemed to span for countless miles everywhere around him, before his gaze finally landed on the outline of a large city that was situated a good distance away from his current location. Jiang Chen and the others seemed to have noticed this city as well, as Lu Mei looked at Shen Long and asked curiously. "Long Ji, should we go and take a look at that city?" "Since we are already here, we might as well explore this place," Shen Long said as he nodded his head in agreement, before he waved his right hand calmly soon after, as the figure of a large black panther with bright silver wings appeared in front of him. The moment that Bai Long Tian, Jiang Chen, and Xingyi noticed the sudden appearance of Little Silver, the three of them were momentarily stunned, but Shun Long simply patted the Black Panther's head as he introduced Little Silver to them. "This guy's name is Little Silver, and just like Little Black, he is my spiritual beast." Although Xingyi, Jiang and Bai Long Tian were all surprised for a moment, their shock quickly turned into curiosity as they stared at the peak rank 6 magic beast in front of them with curious gazes. After all, although Little Silver's emergence was sudden, since Shun Long had already revealed Little Black's existence to them, seeing the appearance of the Black Panther wasn't that much of a shock in comparison. A few moments later, Little Silver spread its bright silver wings, before its figure shot towards the city in the distance at full speed, while it carried Shun Long's group on its back. However, even with its speed that exceeded that of most average peak rank 6 magic beasts and even after flying for an entire hour at full speed, Little Silver had only managed to cross half the distance between itself to reach the city in the distance, allowing Shun Long to get a general idea of how enormously vast this place truly was. Rumbly. Half an hour later, just as Little Silver had arrived a few hundred miles away from the city, Shun Long narrowed his eyes as he noticed that cracks had begun to appear on the ground below him, while a deep rumbling sound seemed to follow along with them. Moments later, hundreds of squeaking sounds could also be heard coming from the depths of these cracks, before tens of pitch-black figures flew out from the cracks that had opened on the ground, as they shot towards Little Silver from every direction. Once those pitch-black figures got closer to Little Silver, Xingyi and the rest all noticed that these figures belonged to some weird-looking magic beasts that looked similar to mice. Unlike normal mice however, Lu Mei and the others could all sense that each one of these mice around them was emitting the aura of an early rank 6 magic beast, while their sharp fangs and claws were all aiming to strike Little Silver's vital spots. Sensing the tens of early rank 6 magic beasts that were attacking it from every direction, a bloodthirsty light appeared in the depths of Little Silver's deep yellow eyes, before the powerful aura of a peak rank 6 magic beast exploded from its body without any restraint, as it kept flying forward, intending to meet the mice head-on. Chapter 833, Demon-Fanged Mice. Chapter 833, Demon-Fanged Mice. Moments later, a rain of fresh blood filled the air around Lu Mei and the others, as Little Silver's sharp fangs and its bright silver wings cut through the bodies of the weird-looking mice around it, leaving tens of corpses on the ground beneath it. And yet, the remaining mice didn't seem to falter even after seeing how terrifying the power of the panther in front of them really was or how many of them it had killed, as they kept charging towards the Black Panther without any care for their own lives, akin to moths diving into flames. However, neither their fangs nor their claws were able to so much as pierce through Little Silver's tough skin before their lifeless corpses collapsed on the ground. "Long Ji, what kind of mice are these?" Lu Mei asked with a serious look in her eyes as she stared at the hundreds of mice that kept shooting out from the cracks on the ground, as they kept charging towards Little Silver. It seemed as if there was an unending sea of black mice in front of them, and regardless of how many of them Little Silver exterminated, even more of them kept charging out from the cracks on the ground without stop, looking like they were willing to die as long as they took Little Silver down with them. At the same time, Shun Long kept staring at the hundreds of mice below him before he looked at Lu Mei and said in a serious voice. "These are rank 6 demon-fanged mice. Although they are just early rank 6 magic beasts and their individual strength is only comparable to that of an early rank 2 Dao King, their numbers alone are enough to kill even middle-stage Dao King realm cultivators who aren't careful. After all, the biggest advantages of the demon-fanged mice lie in their discipline and their endless numbers, as a single colony may hold more than 1,000,000 of these mice." Lu Mei, Xingyi, Bai Long Tian, and Jiang Chen were all stunned when they heard Shun Long's words, as the terrifying scene of more than 1,000,000 of these mice spouting from the ground seemed to have appeared in their minds at the same time. Even if these mice were only comparable to early rank 2 Dao Kings in terms of strength, Xingyi and the others all understood that 1,000,000 of these mice together were still enough to obliterate practically every single middle-stage Dao King who happened to step foot inside their territory. Even middle-stage Dao Kings who had comprehended unique or supreme Daos may not have 100% certainty of escaping alive if they were attacked by an entire colony of early rank 6 demon-fanged mice. As for completely obliterating a colony of these demon-fanged mice, the difficulty of that was almost at the same level as dealing with a powerful peak rank 6 magic beast. And yet, Little Silver didn't seem to be intimidated in the slightest by the hordes of demon-fanged mice that were blocking its way, as it kept slaughtering them all without mercy, drawing a rain of blood above the vast green plains, while its figure kept flying towards the city in the distance like a bolt of silver lightning. A few minutes later, the number of demon-fanged mice that appeared in front of Shun Long and the others seemed to have been reduced greatly, and soon, Little Silver's figure finally arrived in front of the city gates of the massive city in the distance. Unlike the cities in the central region however, this city didn't seem to have any soldiers manned in front of the gates or on the city walls, allowing anyone to enter inside at will. A few moments later, Lu Mei and the others got off from Little Silver's back before they stepped past the city gates and entered the city. There seem to be quite a few people here, Bai Long Tian said in a surprised voice once their group entered the city. At the same time, Shen Long nodded his head as he looked at the hundreds of groups of cultivators that were present everywhere around him. Unlike the desolate appearance that the city seemed to have from the outside and the ancient aura it was emitting, Lu Mei and the others soon noticed that the city itself was actually anything but deserted, as there were countless groups of cultivators stationed a few tens of meters away from the city walls. Most of them were sitting cross-legged on the ground with their eyes closed looking like they were silently cultivating, while others seemed to be chatting with each other without a care in the world, as if they were out on a field trip. Many of those people seemed to be wearing robes that indicated that they were from the same sect or power, but there were quite a few of them who were also grouped together despite their different clothes. The most eye-catching thing however, was that every single one of those people present was clearly at the Tao King realm. The moment that Shen Long's group walked past the city gates it naturally attracted quite a bit of attention, as many of those people who were silently cultivating, as well as those who were leisurely chatting with each other just now suddenly turned their eyes towards the newcomers. Many of those people were stunned when they noticed Shen Long's incredibly handsome appearance or Lu Mei's and Xingyi's otherworldly features, as well as Jiang Chen's and Bai Longtian's handsome visages that seemed to have attracted the eyes of quite a few young ladies as well. However, the one who seemed to have attracted the most attention was actually Little Silver, as most of the Tao Kings present seemed to have turned their gazes towards this peak rank 6 magic beast in front of them. Let's try to have 30 more chapters by the end of the month. Chapter 834, Recognized. A peak rank 6 magic beast. What's going on? Who are these people? There is still someone with a peak rank 6 magic beast who has yet to go forward. The groups of Tao Kings stationed near the city gate started to chat among themselves as their eyes stared at Shen Long and his group who had just entered the city. Naturally, every single one of the Tao Kings present could sense that there was something special about this group of newcomers that none of them seemed to have recognized, but the most unexpected thing in their eyes was surely the Black Panther that was following behind the blue-robed young man who was leading this group. Look at these people's robes. Aren't these the robes of our holy sect? From the midst of a large group that consisted of more than 300 people, a young man in yellow robes suddenly exclaimed in a surprised voice as he pointed with his finger at Lu Mei's and Xingyi's yellow robes that looked identical to his own. The people around this young man all turned to look at him for a moment, before they turned their gazes towards Lu Mei and the others who were still wearing the outer court disciples' robes. Indeed, unlike Shen Long who had already changed his clothes before he left the northern sovereign's estate to participate in the auction in Murong City, Lu Mei, Xingyi, Jiang Chen, and Bai Long Tian, were still wearing their holy sect's robes. Wait! I know who these people are. Look at that blue-robed person in the front. Isn't that Shen Long? The rest of them are Jiang Chen and the others who are all in the top 1,000 in the martial roll of honor too. Soon, quite a few people from the yellow-robed young man's group started recognizing Shen Long and the others before they exclaimed in voices that were filled with surprise and shock. Of course, these people who managed to recognize Shen Long and his group were all outer court disciples of the holy sect, and since they hadn't kept their voices down, the nearby groups around them seemed to have overheard them as well. A disciple of the holy sect. How interesting. Even if he is an inner court disciple, it's quite rare to see someone with a peak rank 6 magic beast like him, especially when he belongs to such a small sect. So they just entered the city of immortals. Even though their group isn't that weak, they can't be considered strong either. Other than that peak rank 6 magic beast and that guy in the lead who has hidden his cultivation base, the rest of them all seem to be just middle-stage Tao Kings. Even if they are able to leave this demon-fanged city, I am sure that they won't be able to get very far. Even though the holy sect wasn't a peak power in the central region and it could barely qualify as a first-rate power even in the northern part of the central region, quite a few people seemed to be familiar with it while mocking smiles appeared on many of the surrounding Tao Kings' faces when they realized that Shen Long and his group had just entered the city of immortals. At the same time that the nearby Tao Kings started to chat among themselves, as if they had suddenly found an interesting discussion topic, in the center of the holy sect's group, the yellow-robed young man who had first recognized Shen Long stood in front of a beautiful young woman with blue hair and blue eyes and recounted what he had just seen. Naturally, this beautiful young woman who was emitting the aura of an early rank 5 Tao King, was no one else other than the person ranked second in the martial roll of honor, Xiao Min. Xiao Min stared at the young man in front of her with a look of surprise before she then asked. Shen Long is here. Are you sure? The young man nodded his head fervently and answered in a confident manner. I am sure, senior sister. Although I didn't recognize him at first because he was wearing different clothes than the rest, I am positive that that person is Shenlong. The people around him are Jiang Chen and the others as well. Before Qian Min could respond, a young man with blonde hair and violet eyes who was standing just a few meters away from Xiao Min snorted, before he said in a voice full of displeasure. So that little bastard is finally here. Heh, even if the Grand Elder favors him, it's time for him to understand that this is the City of Immortals and not the Holy Sect. Let's see who can save him this time. Of course, the person who had spoken just now was the son of the clan leader and the heir to the Dong clan in the Holy Sect's territory, as well as the person ranked 6th in the martial roll of honor, Dong Cheng. Since Shenlong had abused his little sister with a single slap in the martial roll of honor tournament, Dong Cheng harbored quite a bit of hatred towards him and was looking forward to paying Shenlong back. However, Qian Min simply shook her head and ignored Dong Cheng's remarks before she turned her gaze towards the young man in front of her and said in a calm voice. Lead me to them. The yellow-robed young man in the lead then turned around, before he led Xiao Min to the very front, towards Shenlong and his group who seemed to be taking a stroll around the city. At the same time, the rest of the people in the top 10 in the martial roll of honor seemed to have their interest piqued as well, as they decided to follow after Xiao Min and have a look at the group of newcomers. Although Shenlong and the others were only nascent soul stage cultivators before they left for the King's Palace, during the martial roll of honor tournament more than a year ago, everyone had witnessed Shenlong's terrifying strength that was enough to effortlessly destroy people at a higher realm, attracting the attention of even the strongest outer court disciples in the process. Back then, although Shenlong wasn't even a rank 9 nascent soul stage cultivator, everyone had started to feel wary around him due to his abnormal strength that seemed like it would be enough to even rival Yang Hui's once he became a Dao King. Now that Shenlong was inside the City of Immortals, it meant that he must have definitely broken through to the Dao King realm, and even if he was just a rank 1 Dao King right now, nobody from the top 10 of the martial roll of honor other than Xiao Min and Yang Hui would be qualified to look down on him. Chapter 835, Today You'll Die. Chapter 835, Today You'll Die. Heh, Dong Cheng, you look like you want to pick a fight with Shenlong. But are you sure that you can even win? Back then you couldn't kill him with a single attack even though he was just a nascent soul stage rookie, so doesn't that mean that you won't even be able to beat him now? I have to admit that now that he is a Dao King, even I don't dare to truly look down on that Shenlong. A young man with red hair and bright yellow eyes said to Dong Cheng in a mocking manner as he walked by Xiao Min's side. Naturally, this young man was the person who was ranked 4th in the martial roll of honor, Xianxia. The rest of the disciples in the top 10 of the martial roll of honor had mocking looks in their eyes as they stared at Dong Cheng, but in their hearts, they were also quite curious about Shenlong's real strength as well. Even before he had broken through to the Dao King realm, Shenlong was strong enough to attract the attention of some of these disciples, since he was bound to enter the top 10 sooner or later. Some people in the Holy Sect had even started to say that Shenlong would even be able to rival Yang Hui in the future. Although these disciples merely snorted at such a claim since nobody other than those in the top 10 knew how fearsome Yang Hui's true strength really was, there was no doubt that Shenlong was an extremely strong disciple as well, and nobody knew anything about his real strength right now. Now that he had broken through to become a Dao King, even those in the top 10 didn't dare to look down on him and only considered him slightly inferior due to his cultivation base. Staring at Xianxia, Dong Cheng merely narrowed his eyes before he said in an extremely cold manner. Xianxia, you better not interfere in my matters or I will deal with you first before I destroy that bastard Shenlong. Don't think that I am afraid of you just because you are ranked 2 places above me. A mocking smile seemed to have formed itself on Xianxia's lips when he heard this, but he simply shook his head and kept following Xiao Min, without saying anything else to Dong Cheng whose body had already started to emit vast amounts of killing intent. A few moments later, Xiao Min and the others arrived at the very front of the Holy Sect's group, before they turned their gazes towards the group of 5 newcomers that was casually strolling around the streets of the city. At that moment, Shenlong seemed to have sensed a gaze that was filled with killing intent and was staring at his back coldly, as he suddenly turned his gaze towards Xiao Min and her group. Staring at the violet-eyed Dong Cheng, a smile was slowly formed on Shenlong's lips, before he turned his gaze towards Xiao Min and the other disciples of the Holy Sect shortly after. Shenlong. Xiao Min called out after a brief moment of hesitation, while her gaze seemed to have been fully engrossed on the silver-winged black panther that was slowly walking behind him, without paying the slightest bit of attention to Shenlong himself. Sensing the aura of a peak rank 6 magic beast coming from Little Silver, Xiao Min was utterly dumbfounded, wondering how could have Shenlong possibly acquired such a powerful magic beast. Even Xiao Min, as the heir of the Qiao clan, wasn't qualified to take a peak rank 6 magic beast with her when she entered the City of Immortals. A few moments later, Shen Long appeared in front of Xiao Min and the rest of the disciples who were gathered around her, before he asked them with the same smile on his face. So many familiar faces. How may I help you? Many of the surrounding disciples near Xiao Min frowned when they heard Shen Long's words that sounded distant to them for some reason, before a bald young man looked at him and said seriously. Shen Long, the Grand Elder said that you had your own reasons that stopped you from coming to the City of Immortals along with the rest of us, but you should know that this isn't a place that you can roam by yourself. Since you are here, you should dash. The bald young man who had spoken just now was the person ranked 7th in the Martial Roll of Honor, Mao Lim, but his words were suddenly stuck in his throat as Mao Lim stared at Lu Mei and the others who were standing next to Shen Long with a look of utter disbelief on his face. Mao Lim's eyes widened in shock when he sensed Lu Mei and the others' auras, before he asked in a disbelieving tone. How is this possible? In fact, it wasn't just Mao Lim who was stunned by this, as everyone else who was also ranked in the top 10 in the Martial Roll of Honor seemed to have been completely dumbfounded by Lu Mei's and the others' cultivation bases as well, with the only exceptions being Dong Cheng and Xiao Min who were still staring at Shen Long and Little Silver respectively. Sensing the sudden change in her surroundings, Xiao Min finally looked away from Little Silver with great difficulty, before she turned her gaze towards the disciples by her side that looked like they had seen a ghost. What? And yet, the moment that Xiao Min sensed Lu Mei's and the others' cultivation bases as well, her heart rate suddenly increased from the shock before a disbelieving look covered her face as well. Meanwhile, Dong Cheng seemed to have been completely oblivious to what was going on around him as his gaze fully focused on Shen Long who was standing in front of him with the same calm smile on his face, before Dong Cheng waved his hand and said coldly. Shen Long. Today is the day you die. Chapter 835, Showing His Strength. Chapter 835, Showing His Strength. The moment that Dong Cheng waved his hand, a pure white saber seemed to have suddenly appeared in his palm, before his figure disappeared on the spot, appearing right in front of Shen Long who was calmly standing there without a care in the world. Xiao Min and the rest of the disciples of the holy sect were still staring at Jiang Chen and the others with looks of shock on their faces before they realized what had happened. Dong Cheng, stop. Come back right now. This was the only thing that Xiao Min managed to shout when she saw the scene in front of her, but Dong Cheng completely ignored her orders while his violet eyes were oozing with endless killing intent as he stared at Shen Long. The aura of an early rank 4 Dao King exploded out from his body at the same time, while sparks of purple lightning had also started to appear around his hand, as well as his white saber. It was obvious that this time, Dong Cheng was going all out against Shen Long with his sneak attack, as he had not only fully circulated his cultivation of an early rank 4 Dao King but he had even taken out his 1-star weapon. A look that was filled with unconcealed killing intent appeared in Lu Mei's eyes when she saw Dong Cheng's actions, while Jiang Chen, Xingyi, and Bai Long Tian looked at him coldly as well. This scene in front of them was very similar to what Dong Cheng had done back in the Holy Sect during the Martial Roll of Honor tournament after seeing Dong Ai being beaten. However, neither Lu Mei nor Jiang Chen and the others chose to interfere, and instead, they simply stared at Dong Cheng with cold looks in their eyes. At that moment, Shen Long's eyes suddenly turned golden as he circulated his Monarch's hourglass, before his cultivation at the peak of rank 3 in the Dao King realm exploded outwards as well. In the next moment, a bright blue light covered Shen Long's entire body while a black sword appeared in his hands as well. Die! Dong Cheng roared madly as he swung his white saber that was still crackling with sparks of purple lightning towards Shen Long's waist, clearly aiming to cleave his body in half. This time, it wasn't just Xiao Min and the disciples of the holy sect who were stunned by Dong Cheng's actions, but so were the surrounding Dao Kings who were watching this scene. They could all sense that Dong Cheng was not only utilizing the power behind his cultivation base that was already at the early rank 4 of the Dao King realm, but he was also using the strength of his body that was at the early 6th stage in body refinement as well. There were virtually very few peak rank 3 Dao Kings who would be able to stay alive in the face of such a terrifying attack. And yet, Shen Long didn't seem to have any intentions to dodge but simply narrowed his eyes as he raised his right hand that was holding the black sword, before he said in a low but cold voice. Monarch's domain. The invisible figure of an hourglass suddenly expanded from his body, covering not just Shen Long and Dong Cheng, but every other person around him as well, including the Dao Kings who were standing more than 300 meters away and were calmly watching the fight. It didn't matter if it were the newly advanced Dao Kings of the Holy Sect, or the disciples that were ranked in the top 10 like Xianxia or Mao Lim, as everyone seemed to have suddenly gone still as the flow of time around their bodies was forcibly halted. The only one among the disciples of the holy sect who could barely resist the effects of Shun Long's Monarch's domain was Xiao Min herself, and even she was unable to understand what was going on around her, as her mind was having trouble processing the scene in front of her eyes. In Xiao Min's eyes, Shun Long's movement seemed to have turned extremely fast. So fast that she was unable to follow them despite her own cultivation base, while every single other disciple around her seemed to have gone still for some reason. In fact, it wasn't just the disciples of the holy sect who were affected by this sudden change, as every single person in a 300-meter radius around Shun Long that had yet to step foot into the rank 5 of the Tao King realm seemed to have turned motionless by now, completely unable to resist his Monarch's domain. The only ones who could resist without too much trouble were only those rank 6 Tao Kings and above, but even those experts were now staring at Shun Long with unconcealed terror on their faces. Although Shun Long was just a peak rank 3 Tao King, he was able to affect so many early and middle stage Tao Kings with just a single move. Only the few late stage Tao King realm experts who were present could remain relatively calm in the face of this situation, as they were completely unaffected by the effects of the Monarch's domain, and yet their eyes had already turned into daggers as they stared at the blue-robed young man who seemed to have turned into the center of attention in the entire city. Shaking his head, Shun Long stared at Dong Cheng and intentionally weakened the effects of the Monarch's domain around him, as he wasn't planning on killing him like that. Even though Dong Cheng's speed had been reduced by more than half, Dong Cheng himself didn't seem to have realized it as he kept swinging his sword towards Shun Long's waist immediately after that. At that moment however, Shun Long simply narrowed his eyes before he swung his black sword downwards, the blade of the sword meeting Dong Cheng's saber directly. Dong Cheng was stunned by the speed of the black sword that was unlike anything he had seen in the past, before he suddenly felt an uncontrollable force entering his arm and sending his white saber flying. Terror finally began to appear inside Dong Cheng's eyes, but before he could even turn around to reach for his saber, the cold sensation of metal suddenly appeared on his neck, as Shun Long's cold voice entered his ears soon after. Although I usually try to avoid pointless killings, there is truly no reason for me to keep you alive either. Be gone. Chapter 836, Killing Dong Cheng. Chapter 836, Killing Dong Cheng. When Shun Long's merciless voice that seemed to be lacking the slightest hint of emotion entered Dong Cheng's ears, Dong Cheng could feel his entire body suddenly turning cold before an uncontrollable sensation of terror filled his heart. Shun Long could see the look of fear in Dong Cheng's eyes, but he didn't wait for him to beg or plead for his life, as he suddenly swung the black sword in his hands horizontally towards Dong Cheng's neck. Pfft! A spurt of blood filled the air in the next moment, as Dong Cheng's own head was separated from his body, before his lifeless corpse collapsed on the ground with a thud. Neither Lu Mei, Xingyi, Jiang Chen, or Bai Long Tian were surprised when they saw this, but Xiao Min, who was still under the effects of the Monarch's domain, was staring at Shun Long with a look of incredulity in her eyes, as she was truly unable to believe the scene in front of her. Shun Long, you really killed him? You actually killed Dong Cheng? Even after seeing Dong Cheng's severed head that was now lying in a pool of blood on the ground, Xiao Min still questioned the reality that was unfolding in front of her own eyes. An early rank 4 Tao King, a genius ranked 6th in the martial roll of honor of the holy sect and the heir of the Dong clan. Dong Cheng was actually killed by Shun Long, without the slightest ability to resist. Turning around, Shun Long stared at Xiao Min for a few moments in silence, before he eventually opened his mouth and said to her coldly, "Why would I not kill him? Putting aside that we are not in the holy sect right now, even if we were, do you really think that I would let go of someone who tried to take my life? Or should I just let him live because of his family?" Seeing the cold look in Shun Long's golden eyes, Xiao Min involuntarily shivered for a moment before she turned her gaze back towards Dong Cheng's corpse. Even if she ignored Dong Cheng's own strength, just the implications of killing him were too complicated to bear even for someone like her, let alone Shun Long who didn't belong to any of the powerful families or clans. After all, Dong Cheng's Dong clan was just slightly inferior to her own Qian clan and their influence within the Holy Sect's territory was nothing to scoff at. Although they couldn't be compared to the truly powerful families and clans within the northern part of the central region like the Murong family, clans like the Dong clan were still quite influential within their own territories, and only had to bow their heads in the presence of late-stage Dao emperors like the Grand Elder himself. Additionally, Dong Cheng's father, the clan leader of the Dong clan, was a powerful Dao emperor as well, and there was no way he would possibly let Shun Long go once he learned of the death of his son. And yet, Shun Long still killed Dong Cheng even though he was aware of his background, looking like he didn't care about it in the slightest. However, this wasn't what had shocked Xiao Min the most, but the fact that Shun Long was actually strong enough to kill Dong Cheng like that, a feat that even she wouldn't be able to replicate. Although Xiao Min was an early rank 5 Dao King and her strength was quite a bit higher than Dong Cheng's, Xiao Min herself wouldn't dare to claim that she could kill someone like Dong Cheng as effortlessly as Shen Long had just done. After he stared at Xiao Min for a few more moments, Shen Long deactivated his Monarch's domain, allowing the flow of time around the surrounding Dao Kings within a 300-meter radius of him to flow normally once again, before he started to walk towards Xiao Min's direction. The moment that the effects of the Monarch's domain disappeared, the disciples of the holy sect that were prepared to watch the fight between Shen Long and Dong Cheng all stared at Dong Cheng's corpse with clear shock in their eyes, as none of them had any idea of what had just happened. In fact, it wasn't just the disciples of the holy sect who were surprised, as the surrounding Dao Kings who were also watching this scene with interest just now seemed to have been utterly flabbergasted as well. What? What's going on? What happened? Weren't those people from the holy sect fighting just now? How did that guy die? Shen Long. What did you do to Dong Cheng? Explain yourself right now. A tall young man with long black hair from the holy sect's group suddenly shouted in a cold voice as he stared at Shen Long. Quite a few disciples of the holy sect turned their attention towards this person when they heard his furious voice, before their gazes soon moved towards Shen Long, who was calmly walking towards Xiao Min's direction. Every single disciple of the holy sect was now staring at Shen Long with wariness and fear, since they would have to be stupid not to realize that he was the one who had taken Dong Cheng's life just now. The most terrifying part, however, was that none of them knew what had happened. That scared these disciples even more. And yet, Shen Long merely halted his steps for a brief moment as he turned to look at the 2 meters, 5 feet, tall young man who was staring at him with a murderous look in his eyes, before he continued to walk towards Xiao Min shortly after while completely ignoring him. Once the long-haired young man saw that Shen Long actually ignored him and continued to walk towards Xiao Min's direction, a dense aura that was filled with killing intent immediately surrounded him, before the cultivation of a peak rank 4 Dao King burst out from his body like a dam. It was obvious that this person was quite a few times stronger than Dong Cheng himself, and he wasn't planning on backing off either. At that moment, however, just as the long-haired young man seemed like he was about to make a move, Xiao Min suddenly took a step forward and shouted in a commanding tone. "Zhang Jing, step back. This is an order." Chapter 837, Conflict. Chapter 837, Conflict. Indeed, the person who had spoken to Shen Long just now was the same person who was ranked 3rd in the martial roll of honor, Zhang Jing. However, Zhang Jing merely snorted when he heard Quan Lin's order before he replied to her in a cold manner that seemed to be lacking even the slightest bit of respect. "Step back. Quan Min, who do you think you are to give me, Zhang Jing, an order? The only person who is allowed to talk to me like that is Yang Hui. As for you, you are not qualified. It's clear that Shen Long has just killed Dong Cheng and yet you intend to protect him. Don't tell me that you forgot the rules of the sect." Zhang Jing's words seemed to have quickly sparked a flurry of discussions, as the rest of the disciples of the holy sect around him soon followed suit as well, as they looked at Xiao Min and said seriously. "Senior sister Qiao, senior brother Zhang is right. Even if Shen Long is backed by the Grand Elder, he still owes us an explanation for what he did. Right? It's against the sect rules for anyone to kill their fellow disciples, especially in an underhanded manner like this. We demand an explanation." In fact, it wasn't just the lower-ranked disciples who felt like this, but also those in the top 10 who were now staring at Shen Long warily. After all, Dong Cheng himself was ranked 6th in the holy sect, so if Shen Long could kill him without anyone else realizing what had happened, didn't that mean that he could also kill the rest of them in a similar manner? Of course, Zhang Jing wasn't afraid that he would be insta-killed by Shen Long the same way Dong Cheng had just now, since Zhang Jing knew that he was quite a bit stronger than him. This was also why he dared to openly question Shen Long like that without being afraid of him. In Zhang Jing's eyes, the only person in the entire holy sect who could threaten his life, other than the elders and the inner court disciples, was only that monster that was ranked 1st in the martial roll of honor, Yang Hui. As for Shen Long, even if he had managed to kill Dong Cheng through a sneak attack, Zhang Jing was confident that if he went all out against him, he would be able to easily fight him to a standstill. The only thing that Zhang Jing was slightly worried was that he hadn't even seen what kind of attack Shen Long had used just now. At that moment, Xiao Min started to feel a headache incoming, as she understood that she would be having quite a bit of trouble pacifying everyone. Although she didn't know what skill Shen Long had just used before he killed Dong Cheng, she already had a rough idea of what had happened after she heard Zhang Jing's question towards Shen Long, and she quickly understood that she was most likely the only one among the holy sect's disciples who had witnessed Dong Cheng's death. Ha ha ha. What a bunch of trash. You couldn't even see how that idiot died and yet you are actually asking for an explanation. It is truly a wonder how the rest of you trash are even alive right now. All of a sudden, a mocking voice resounded through the air, immediately attracting the attention of every single Tao King present. From a group of nearly 1,000 people that was situated just a few tens of meters away from the holy sex group, a green-robed young man suddenly spoke as he stared at Zhang Jing and the rest of the disciples of the holy sect with a mocking look in his eyes, looking like he was looking at a group of idiots. Zhang Jing immediately turned his gaze towards this young man and was about to retort, but when he sensed the green-robed young man's cultivation that was actually at the early rank 7 in the Tao King realm, Zhang Jing merely narrowed his eyes and forcefully swallowed his words. As for that young man, he simply stared at Shen Long for a few more seconds in silence, before he turned around to look at his group and continued in a commanding tone. No reason to waste any more time in this place that's filled with trash. Let's go hunt some demon-fanged mice. The rest of the green-robed disciples behind this young man all followed suit, as their group flew past the city gates merely a few moments later. At the same time, Xiao Min shook her head and ignored the disciples around her, before she actually approached Shen Long and his group by herself and said with a forced smile. Shen Long, I have to admit that you are extremely strong, perhaps even stronger than me, but you should understand that killing a fellow disciple is still a crime within the sect regardless of how strong you are. Even if I want to accept you and your group and allow you to all travel with us, I doubt that things will go smoothly now that you have killed Dongcheng. Once she finished speaking, Xiao Min turned around and looked at the rest of the disciples of the holy sect behind her who would almost certainly reject Shen Long and his group after what had happened. Even though Dongcheng had made the first move against Shen Long and his body was clearly oozing with killing intent at that moment, the facts were that Shen Long had indeed been the one to kill him, and in an extremely gruesome way at that. Considering that Dongcheng also had quite a few followers and that people like Zhang Jing seemed to be against Shen Long as well, Xiao Min understood that even with her authority as the leader of the outer court disciples, she wouldn't be able to pacify everyone if she intended to allow Shen Long and his group to join her. At that moment however, contrary to Xiao Min's expectations, Shen Long merely shook his head and waved his hand as he looked at her, before he said calmly. Don't worry. I didn't have any intentions of joining you in the first place. However, I wonder if you know anything about this City of Immortals. Chapter 838, Chapter 838. Chapter 838, Chapter 838. Xiao Min was stunned when she heard Shen Long's reply while her mind took a few seconds to process his answer. You don't intend to join? Really? It was only at this moment that Xiao Min suddenly remembered that Shen Long and his group had just entered the City of Immortals, so it was normal for them to not know anything about this place. Nodding her head, Xiao Min then turned her gaze towards the heart of the city and said calmly. Come with me. Shen Long didn't decline and under the eyes of the surrounding Tao Kings, he followed Xiao Min as they walked towards the depths of the city. Meanwhile, Zhang Jing merely snorted when he saw this scene, but he didn't say anything else and simply closed his eyes as he sat cross-legged on the ground and waited. At the same time, as they walked deeper inside the city, Xiao Min looked at Shen Long and the others and said seriously. Although I don't know too much about this place, I can at least tell you what I know. Nobody truly knows how many cities there are in this world or who created them in the first place, but the city that we are in right now is called the Demon-Fang City, and it is the first city that everyone arrives in. Of course, just like every other city in this world, there are plenty of treasures that a person can obtain from this Demon-Fang City, but naturally, to obtain those treasures, you must first complete the trials of the city first. Trials? The city itself has trials? Bai Longtian asked in a curious manner as he looked at Xiao Min who nodded her head without any hesitation before she continued. Anyone who wants to obtain the treasures or move on to the next city must first complete the trials of this Demon-Fang City first, otherwise, forget about obtaining any treasures, you will only be able to wander around the outskirts of the city before the 10 years period is over. As for the trials, it's better for you to have a look at them directly. Once she finished speaking, Xiao Min threw one last look at Little Silver that was following behind Shen Long like a loyal pup, before she continued to walk deeper inside the city. After walking around the city for a few minutes, Xiao Min's figure suddenly stopped as she arrived in front of an extremely large, eye-catching building at the heart of the city. Staring at the words Hall of Trials that were carved above the wide-open gates of the building in a dominating manner and were emitting an extremely powerful and ancient aura, Shen Long could feel his heart rate speeding up, as he took a few steps forward and entered the building along with Lu Mei and the rest. Xiao Min didn't stay behind either, as she too entered the building along with them. Meanwhile, Shen Long could feel that the deeper inside this building he walked, the denser the immortal qi in the air around him seemed to become, almost as if the immortal qi in this world originated from this building itself. After walking through an extremely long corridor for more than a minute, Shun Long arrived inside a spacious empty room that was covered in countless formations. In fact, even Shun Long was stunned as he stared at the formations around him, since he realized almost immediately that each one of the formations inside this room was clearly at the peak 3-star level at the very least. Even if a peak rank 9 sovereign realm expert like the Northern Sovereign bombarded this room with her most powerful attacks without stop, Shun Long knew that she wouldn't be able to leave even a single scratch on the walls. In fact, anyone who had yet to step foot into the immortal realm wouldn't be able to leave even a single dent on the walls of this room. After he stared at the formations around the room for a few moments, Shun Long's gaze eventually landed on the stone tablet that was embedded on the floor right in the center of the room. Xiao Min was also staring at this stone tablet, before she turned to look at Shun Long and said seriously. If you want to look at the trials of this city, all you have to do is simply send a thread of your spiritual strength inside that stone tablet and everything will appear in your mind. Nodding his head, Shun Long approached the stone tablet and inspected it for a few moments, before he placed his right hand on top of it and closed his eyes, as he sent a thread of his spiritual strength inside the tablet. Moments later, Shun Long could sense a stream of information entering his mind, similar to when he had learned that Thunder God Slash from the barrier of knowledge back in the Holy Sect. Demon Fanged City's Trials. Gather the beast cores of 1,000 early rank 6 Demon Fanged mice and place them around the stone tablet. Reward, 1 Saint low-grade martial skill. Gather the beast cores of 3,000 early rank 6 Demon Fanged mice and place them around the stone tablet. Reward, 1 Saint low-grade cultivation technique. Gather the beast cores of 5,000 early rank 6 Demon Fanged mice and place them around the stone tablet. Reward, leave Demon Fanged City. Gather the beast cores of 10,000 early rank 6 Demon Fanged mice and place them around the stone tablet. Reward, 1 Saint middle grade martial skill. Gather the beast cores of 30,000 early rank 6 Demon Fanged mice and place them around the stone tablet. Reward, 1 Saint middle grade cultivation technique. It was only after he read this list of trials that Shun Long finally realized why there were so many groups of Dao Kings gathered in front of the entrance of Demon Fanged City, and why everyone, including Xiao Min, were staring at Little Silver so fervently. Chapter 839, Xiao Min's Intentions. Chapter 839, Xiao Min's Intentions. Shun Long, it's better for you and your faction to avoid completing the trials of Demon Fanged City just yet and focus on increasing your strength for now. Although you have a peak rank 6 magic beast and this preliminary trial of Demon Fanged City probably won't pose much of a challenge to you, things won't be the same if you choose to leave the city. Xiao Min said seriously as she stared at Shun Long whose hand was still placed on the stone tablet in front of him. Although Xiao Min was surprised when she saw how abnormally fast Shun Long's and the others' rate of growth actually was, especially Lu Mei's own cultivation base that had even surpassed her own and was close to reaching the same level as that of most inner court disciples of the Holy Sect, she still decided to warn Shun Long about this matter, and after a few moments of silence she continued. Aren't you curious why there are so many middle and even a few late-stage Dao Kings who are still in this Demon Fanged City even though it wouldn't be difficult for them to hunt down 5,000 Demon Fanged mice and move forward? There are two main reasons for this. The first reason is because most of these Dao Kings who are still here come from the weaker powers of the central region, and most of those powers don't have any Saint middle grade cultivation techniques or martial skills in the first place, so naturally, those people are aiming to get their hands on those techniques. Shun Long nodded his head as he stared at Xiao Min, as he had also realized this by himself the moment he touched the stone tablet in front of him. Indeed, it wasn't surprising that there were so many middle and even some late-stage Dao Kings still present in this Demon Fanged City even though they should have been able to complete this trial long ago. After all, even in the Holy Sect, complete Saint middle grade cultivation techniques and martial skills were quite valuable and only the inner court elders of the sect were able to gain access to them. Although the top 1,000 outer court disciples had a chance to obtain them from the Golden Treasures Hall, the prices of those techniques were exorbitant and most of those disciples would have to work for hundreds if not thousands of years for the sect until they were able to afford most of those techniques. Even the inner court disciples of the sect had to render some significant contributions if they wanted to choose a Saint middle grade cultivation technique or martial skill for themselves. Nodding her head, Xiao Min stared at Shun Long and continued with the same serious look on her face. But of course, that is only the first reason why those people decided to stay in the Demon Fanged City instead of continuing to move forward. After all, although the rewards from the trials in Thick City aren't bad, everyone can probably guess how much better the rewards of the next trials are going to be, and most likely, they won't just involve Saint high-grade cultivation techniques and martial skills, but perhaps there will even be some immortal-grade skills available as well. However, nobody truly knows how difficult those trials will be, so it's much safer to stay in this and obtain the cultivation techniques here while they also advance their strength. Shun Long nodded his head when he heard Xiao Min's words, as he also agreed with her. Indeed, for those people who didn't come from any large powers and needed a saint middle-grade cultivation technique to replace their current cultivation technique, staying in the Demon-Fanged City to aim for the final rewards was unquestionably the best choice. Besides, the qi in this city was even better than the qi in any other location throughout the central region that these people had access to. As for Xiao Min, Shun Long guessed that she remained in this Demon-Fanged City simply because the next trials would be impossible for her to complete. In fact, even the current trials of this Demon-Fanged City would be extremely hard for her if she had to complete them by herself. After all, slaughtering 5,000 early rank 6 magic beasts, even if they were just extremely weak rank 6 magic beast like the demon-fanged mice, was a task that was extremely difficult for a single early rank 5 Dao King to do so alone. But of course, if the top 10 outer court disciples of the holy sect banded together, then it would be a completely different story. Most likely, Xiao Min intends to stay here and increase her strength by a good amount before she completes this trial. Considering that the dangers of the next trials are currently unknown, this is probably the best choice for anyone else, not just her. Shun Long thought to himself as he stared at Xiao Min for a few moments, before he turned his gaze towards Bai Long Tian and the rest who had placed their hands on the stone tablet at the center of the room as well, as they learned about the trials of this city. Unfortunately, this is all the help I can give you for now. However, if there is anything else you need, you can always come and find me, since I'm not planning to leave the Demon-Fanged City for the next 1 or 2 years. As she finished speaking, Xiao Min cupped her hands at Shun Long with a serious look in her eyes, and after she threw a few more looks at Xingyi and the others, her gaze lingering on Lu Mei and Little Silver for a few seconds longer, Xiao Min finally turned around and left the Hall of Trials. Shun Long stared at Xiao Min's disappearing figure for a few seconds, before he turned his gaze towards Lu Mei, Xingyi, Jiang Chen, and Bai Long Tian, who were all looking at the stone tablet, and said with a smile. Since we need 5,000 demon cores to leave this place, let's go exercise for a bit. Chapter 840, Progress. Chapter 840, Progress. Smiles appeared on Xingyi's and the rest's faces when they heard Shun Long's words, as Shun Long led them towards the city gates of the Demon-Fanged City shortly afterwards. Other than Lu Mei, who would occasionally leave the northern sovereign city to go train and increase her cultivation through her blood absorption art, neither Xingyi, Jiang Chen, or Bai Long Tian truly had a chance to test how much their strength had increased after they had broken through, since they had all practically confined themselves within the northern sovereign's estate and continued to cultivate without stop since they had left the king's palace. Of course, the same went for Shun Long, who had yet to test out his strength after he broke through to the Dao King realm. Moments later, Shun Long led Lu Mei and the others, as they flew past the city gates of the Demon-Fanged City and headed towards the general area where they had previously met the Demon-Fanged mice. In reality, it didn't matter which direction they chose, since the entire area around the city was practically infested with Demon-Fanged mice. Other than the city itself that the mice seemed to be avoiding for some reason, every place around the city was practically occupied by the Demon-Fanged mice. Less than a minute later, Shun Long's group suddenly stopped, as everyone could hear a familiar rumbling sound coming from the ground below them, while the earth beneath their feet had soon started to tremble. "Little Silver, stay back," Shun Long suddenly said to the Black Panther, who was standing behind him and seemed to be already prepared to fight, while Lu Mei and the others all spread out and covered a large area around Shun Long. Of course, Shun Long wasn't worried that Xingyi and the others would have any trouble fighting against the Demon-Fanged mice regardless of the mice's numbers. After all, Jiang Chen, Xingyi, and Bai Long Tian had all reached the peak of rank 4 in the Dao King realm in the last year, and shouldn't have any trouble even if a few dozen early rank 6 Demon-Fanged mice attacked them simultaneously. As for Lu Mei, her cultivation was actually the highest, as Lu Mei was already a peak rank 6 Dao King. Even Shun Long was surprised when he saw how much Lu Mei had advanced while he had stayed in seclusion, but Shun Long also understood that Lu Mei had definitely gone all out during the past few months, increasing her cultivation base without holding back in the least, and that unless she dispelled the negative effects of the blood absorption art that were accumulating inside her, it would be impossible for her to increase her cultivation any further without suffering from the side effects of the blood absorption art. Barely a few moments had passed since Shun Long's group had arrived in the area before the ground beneath their feet finally started to crack open, as dozens of pitch-black figures shot out from each crack heading towards Shun Long and the others at an alarming speed. Naturally, these figures belonged to the demon-fanged mice, who had almost instantly sensed the humans that had entered their territory. Staring at the hundreds of demon-fanged mice around her that seemed to be ready to tear her apart, Xianxia was the first one to make her move, as her body disappeared on the spot while her figure seemed to have become one with the shadows as well. Shenlong only needed to throw a single glance at this scene in front of him, before he realized that after breaking through to the Tao King realm, Xianxia had become many times stronger than before, while her vanishing shadow's unique physique had also become much more powerful as well. It was especially so for Xingyi's own attack and speed that seemed to have been elevated to another level. The demon-fanged mice around her couldn't even touch her body that had already melded into the shadows, before their bodies were pierced through by the tens of shadow spikes and shadow thorns that seemed to have ambushed them from their own shadows, instantly taking their lives. More than a dozen demon-fanged mice seemed to have been ambushed from shadow thorns and shadow spikes that had appeared from their own shadows, as their lifeless corpses collapsed on the ground shortly afterward. At the same time, a few tens of meters away from Xingyi's own fight, Bai Longtian didn't activate his Golden Buddha unique physique, and instead, he unsheathed his peak 1-star white sword before a blinding white light covered his entire body. Augmented by his Tao of Light, Bai Longtian's current speed wasn't any inferior to Xingyi's own when she was using her Vanishing Shadow's unique physique, as his figure flashed repeatedly, leaving behind countless afterimages as he swung the white sword in his hands towards the demon-fanged mice around him. Whether it was Bai Longtian's speed, the sharpness of the peak 1-star sword in his hands, or the Tao of Fire inside his white sword, none of them were things that the demon-fanged mice could resist, as their figures were being cut down at an alarming rate while Bai Longtian harvested the beast cores from their bodies. Jiang Chen merely snorted as he stared at Bai Longtian before a golden saber appeared in his hands barely a few moments later. And yet, Jiang Chen didn't activate his Eternal Darkness unique physique either, as a pair of flaming, dark red wings suddenly sprouted from his back before the golden saber in his hands turned into a blur, reaping the lives of the demon-fanged mice around him without the slightest hint of mercy. After breaking through to the Tao King realm, each of Jiang Chen's attacks that were strengthened by his demonic Tao seemed to be even stronger than they were in the past, as every slash of his terrified the demon-fanged mice around him that couldn't even approach too close to him before their bodies were cut in half. Chapter 841, Hunting the Demon-Fanged Mice. Chapter 841, Hunting the Demon-Fanged Mice. Naturally, the pair of flaming, dark red wings on Jiang Chen's back was formed from the demonic wings, the saint low-grade martial skill that Jiang Chen had obtained from the holy sect long ago. After breaking through to the Tao King realm, Jiang Chen's demonic wings looked almost corporeal, as if they were a real pair of wings that were burning with an actual dark red flame. A few moments later, Lu Mei finally made her move as well, as she placed both of her hands in front of her chest and gathered her chi towards them, as a black ball filled with death chi appeared between her palms. In the blink of an eye, more than 1,000 jade-white skeletons had appeared around Lu Mei, like an army of fanatic soldiers that had gathered around their master, as they waved their bony swords and slaughtered the demon-fanged mice around them without mercy. Anyone who watched this scene would only be able to stare at it with their mouth agape, as this scene could no longer be able to call a fight but a massacre instead. It didn't matter how hard the demon-fanged mice tried to attack Lu Mei's skeletons, as the mice couldn't even last more than a couple of hits against the skeletons' bony white swords that reaped their lives without mercy. The skeletons would even be meticulous enough to remove the beast cores from the demon-fanged mice they killed before. Since every skeleton had a cultivation at the middle of rank 6 in the Tao King realm, the demon-fanged mice were completely overwhelmed by the army in front of them. With more than 1,000 skeletons present, it wouldn't be surprising if Lu Mei was able to gather 5,000 magic beast cores in less than 2 hours. Shen Long smiled and shook his head when he saw this scene before he turned his gaze towards the horde's demon-fanged mice that were rapidly approaching him as well. No wonder why the Tao of Death was considered to be one of the strongest ones, even among other supreme Taos. Lu Mei was practically unstoppable among cultivators at the same level, and those who could truly fight her on equal footing were only those extreme geniuses who had also comprehended at least 2 unique Taos or another supreme Tao. At the same time, Shen Long had to admit that he was somewhat curious to see what type of new undead creature Lu Mei was able to control after she broke through to the Tao King realm, but of course, the demon-fanged mice weren't strong enough to force her to go all out. Closing his eyes, Shen Long no longer paid any attention to Jiang Chen and the others as he circulated his cultivation at the peak rank 3 of the Tao King realm, before he spoke in a calm voice. Monarch's domain. The invisible figure of an hourglass suddenly expanded from his body, immediately covering an area of more than 300 meters around him. Every single, demon-fanged mouse around Shen Long seemed to have suddenly gone still, with their mouths wide open and their sharp rows of teeth visible as they were ready to bite through him just now. Please visit. Naturally, the demon-fanged mice didn't have the slightest bit of ability to resist against Shen Long's Monarch's domain, as the flow of time around their bodies forcibly came to a halt. A moment later, an illusionary purple-colored blade appeared in Shen Long's right hand, before Shen Long disappeared on the spot, appearing in front of the first, demon-fanged mouse, that was the closest to him just now. Waving his right hand, Shen Long effortlessly severed the mouse's head from its body, causing a fountain of blood to spurt from its neck, before he retrieved its beast core and moved towards the next one. If the fight between Jiang Chen, Bai Longtian, Xingyi, and even Lu Mei's undead army with the demon-fanged mice could be called a one-sided massacre, then Shen Long's slaughter was an absolutely despair-inducing scene. At the very least, against Jiang Chen and the others, the mice had a chance to try and attack, even if their attacks were completely useless, but against Shen Long, the only thing the mice could do was wait for their death to come. What? How is this possible? Elder brother, what's wrong? What's wrong? Are you blind? Look over there. At the same time that Shen Long's group slaughtered the demon-fanged mice to gather the magic beast cores they needed, although the world around Demon-Fanged City was quite vast, most of the Dao Kings who were in the city chose to hunt around the outskirts of the city itself, since there wasn't any reason for them to go too far in the first place. After all, the trials of the Demon-Fanged City were only the preliminary trials that would weed out the weakest Dao Kings or those without any ambition to go any further, so it wasn't surprising that this place didn't hold any valuable treasures. A few hours later, Shen Long's group of 5 returned back to the Demon-Fanged City, and under the astounded eyes of the Dao Kings present, they headed straight for the Hall of Trials at the heart of the city. In the last few hours, word had already started to spread, that there was an enormous army of undead that was slaughtering the demon-fanged mice around the city at an extremely terrifying speed. Out of curiosity, quite a few of the Dao Kings who were waiting for their groups to finish resting decided to go and have a look, but the scene they witnessed made even the late-stage Dao Kings who were present to start feeling jealous. The speed and efficiency which Shen Long and his group killed the demon-fanged mice with, had already far exceeded even the speed of the late-stage Dao Kings who were in the city. Chapter 842, Zhang Jing's Guess. Chapter 842, Zhang Jing's Guess. How is this possible? How did those bastards get this strong in just 2 years? The person ranked 3rd in the martial roll of honor, Zhang Jing spoke in a voice that was filled with both denial and unwillingness as he gritted his teeth and stared at Shen Long and the others who were walking behind him. Unlike the other Dao Kings in the Demon-Fanged City, who came from the countless powers throughout the central region, Zhang Jing and the rest of the outer court disciples of the holy sect all knew that back during the martial roll of honor tournament, Shen Long and his faction had just reached the late stages of the nascent soul, and weren't even close to the peak of the nascent soul stage. This was why none of them could accept this terrifying rate of growth of theirs that had already exceeded even Xiao Min's, who was born with a unique physique that increased her cultivation speed. I refuse to believe that all 5 of them were born with unique physiques that are even superior to Xiao Min's and are all focused on increasing their cultivation speed. Those types of unique physiques are already extremely rare, that it's surprising to have even a single one in the entire sect. If it was one of them perhaps it would be possible, but 5 of them? Wait. Don't tell me that these bastards are actually cultivating immortal-grade cultivation techniques. This. Zhang Jing's thoughts seemed to have suddenly stopped in place as Zhang Jing stared at Shen Long and his group with a disbelieving expression. Indeed, if Shen Long and his group were cultivating immortal-grade cultivation techniques, then that could probably explain their terrifying rate of growth that had already exceeded even the inner court disciples of the holy sect. Although this was still a far-fetched thought and one that didn't make much sense considering how rare immortal-grade cultivation techniques really were, Zhang Jing was certain that his guess was right on the mark since there wasn't any other explanation. At that moment, an uncontrollable feeling of greed sprouted in his heart as Zhang Jing stared at Shen Long's figure. If Shen Long and the others could get so strong in just a couple of years, then how strong would he have become if he had an immortal-grade cultivation technique? Wouldn't he surpass even Yang Hui? No, forget about Yang Hui. I would even have a chance to become a core disciple of the sect. As this thought appeared in his mind, Zhang Jing had to do his utmost to stop himself from attacking Shen Long in the middle of the street. Even though he was confident that he could kill Shen Long if he went all out, Zhang Jing didn't feel the same amount of confidence when he thought of the peak rank 6 magic beast that was protecting Shen Long. It doesn't matter. I will still have a chance to find him again during the next trial. As long as that panther leaves his side even for a bit, I will instantly kill him and take his cultivation technique. As long as I am the only one who knows about this matter, then it should be fine. As he thought of this, Zhang Jing recomposed himself and decided to rein in his greed for now, before he turned his gaze towards Qiao Min and the others who were by his side. Of course, Zhang Jing wouldn't share this guess of his with any other outer court disciple regardless of the potential benefits. If Shen Long was really cultivating an immortal-grade cultivation technique, then Zhang Jing knew that he couldn't let anyone else find out about it or word might start spreading. Since he knew that even the inner court disciples of the holy sect had entered the city of immortals this time and they had already gone ahead to participate in the next trials, Zhang Jing understood that if any of those people found out about this matter, then he wouldn't have a chance to obtain that cultivation technique no matter how much he schemed. Of course, what Zhang Jing didn't know was that he wasn't the only one who had guessed that Shen Long and his group were all training in an immortal-grade cultivation technique. The Northern Sovereign had also come to this conclusion long ago, while the Grand Elder of the Holy Sect, and even Sun Wen and Elder Mao Jing had guessed this much as well, the moment they visited the Northern Sovereign's estate and saw Jiang Chen's and the others' progress. But of course, the Northern Sovereign wouldn't really covet an immortal-grade cultivation technique to the point where she would fall out with Shen Long, considering that she had access to many immortal-grade cultivation techniques from the Tianxian dynasty. As for the Grand Elder, even if he hadn't obtained an immortal-grade cultivation technique from Shen Long, he still wouldn't dare to cause a fuss within the Northern Sovereign's territory. All of a sudden, Shen Long sensed an uncontrollable wave of killing intent focused on his back, before he turned around and looked towards the source of this killing intent. At that moment, Shen Long stared at Zhang Jing, who was standing on the very front of the holy sex group with an extremely deep look in his eyes, before he kept walking towards the heart of the city shortly afterwards. A few moments later, Shen Long led Lu Mei and the others as they arrived back at the entrance of the Hall of Trials, before their group headed directly for the room with the stone tablet. Shen Long then had Little Silver return back into the foggy space in the Stone of Time, before he turned his gaze towards the stone tablet in front of him and said calmly, "Let's go." Waving his hand, Shen Long then took out the beast cores of the 5,000 demon-fanged mice and spread them around the stone tablet, while Jiang Chen, Lu Mei, Xingyi, and Bai Long Tian all did the same as well. Placing his right hand on the stone tablet, Shen Long then closed his eyes and sent his soul sense inside the tablet, before the runes that were etched on the walls of the room suddenly lit up. Chapter 843, Information. Chapter 843, Information. One after the other, the runes that were engraved on the walls of the room started to glow with a brilliant white light, before a terrifying power enveloped the entire room in the next moment. At the same time, just as Lu Mei, Xingyi, Jiang Chen, and Bai Long Tian placed their hands on the stone tablet in front of them, the tablet itself started to tremble before a stream of information appeared in everyone's minds. Saint Low-Grade Martial Skill, Glacial Sword. A Saint Low-Grade martial skill suitable for cultivators who train in the Tao of Ice. It allows a person to conjure a massive sword of ice and use it to attack their opponents from a distance. Moments after this martial skill had appeared in his mind, Shen Long suddenly felt another stream of information coming from the stone tablet in front of him, before the following cultivation technique itself appeared directly into his spiritual sea. Saint Low-Grade Cultivation Technique, Volcanic Palace. A Saint Low-Grade cultivation technique suitable for cultivators who train in the Tao of Fire. The hotter the environment around the user, the faster their cultivation speed will become. Shen Long barely had enough time to read the description of this Saint Low-Grade cultivation technique and the martial skill that had appeared in his mind, before the stone tablet in front of him that had just stopped trembling suddenly began to tremble with even more intensity than before, causing the entire Hall of Trials to shake along with it. At this moment, Shen Long could sense that the energy inside the 5,000 beast cores that he had spread around the stone tablet were being sapped at an alarming rate, almost as if the magic beast cores from the demon-fanged mice were being used to fuel the runes that were engraved on the walls of the room. Closing his eyes, Shen Long allowed the familiar feeling of spatial fluctuations to envelop his body, before his figure disappeared from the Hall of Trials shortly afterwards. A moment later, Shen Long opened his eyes, as he found himself in the center of an enormous plaza that was covered in countless mysterious runes and formations. Even someone who wasn't well versed in formations would be able to easily tell that the formations around this plaza looked quite similar to the formations that were engraved on the walls back in the Hall of Trials. However, it was obvious that Shen Long and the others were no longer in the Hall of Trials, as they had been teleported somewhere else. Bai Long Tian and the others all stared at their surroundings curiously, before their gazes landed on a small group of 3 people who were calmly standing just a few hundred meters away from them, right at the edge of this gigantic plaza. What's this? Newcomers? The middle-aged man who seemed to be leading this group suddenly said in a surprised voice, before his figure disappeared on the spot, heading straight towards Shen Long and his group. The young man and the young woman who were standing on his left and right respectively turned to look at each other for a few seconds, before they followed after the middle-aged man as well. In just a few seconds, the middle-aged man appeared in front of Xianxia and his group, and after he stared at the 5 people in front of him in silence, his gaze eventually landing on Lu Mei before he introduced himself with a calm smile on his face. "Huh, you lot must be newcomers, huh? My name is Li Tian and I am a member of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce. May I ask where you all are from?" Naturally, since Lu Mei had the highest cultivation base, the middle-aged man assumed that she was the leader of this group in front of him, so he spoke directly to her. "The White Tiger Chamber of Commerce." Sensing the aura of an early rank 7 Dao King coming from this middle-aged man in front of them, Jiang Chen and the others were momentarily stunned, while even Shen Long was confused by this as he stared at Li Tian seriously. Naturally, the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce was a superpower even if one took into consideration the entire central region, but it still didn't explain why this Li Tian would approach them so casually, especially while they were still in a place like the City of Immortals. As if he had guessed what Shen Long and the others were thinking, however, Li Tian smiled and waved his hands in a dismissive manner before he said calmly. "There is no need to worry, I am only here to do business with you. I am not here to attack you, so there is no need to worry about any of that." "Business?" Lu Mei asked as she looked at Li Tian with narrowed eyes, but she didn't seem to be in a hurry to make a move against him. Even though Li Tian was an early rank 7 Dao King, while the 2 people who were following behind him were at the early rank 5 and peak of rank 5 in the Dao King realm respectively, their strength wasn't enough to pose a threat to Shen Long and his group. Even without Little Silver, Lu Mei was confident in her ability to wipe out Li Tian's group all by herself. At the same time, Li Tian could also sense how calm the 5 people in front of him seemed to be, even though they were facing a late-stage Dao King like him, which surprised him quite a bit. After all, the strongest person among this group seemed to be Lu Mei, who was just a peak rank 6 Dao King, while the others were all middle-stage Dao Kings, while one of them was even a peak rank 3 Dao King as well. After a moment of silence, however, Li Tian simply shook his head before he continued speaking with that same smile on his face. "Indeed, I am here to do business, so allow me to explain. As I said, I am a member of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce, and what I am selling is information. Since you all just arrived here from the Hall of Trials from the Demon-Fanged City, I assume that you aren't very familiar with this place. Unlike the Demon-Fanged City, this city that we are in right now doesn't have a Hall of Trials, so if you want to complete any of the trials here, you will find out that things aren't as easy. Additionally, the dangers in this place are enough to kill even the strongest rank 9 Dao King, so you have to be extremely careful with every step you take, unless you want to lose your life, that is. This is why I, Li Tian, am selling information from our White Tiger Chamber of Commerce. As long as you are willing to pay enough spirit stones, I will naturally tell you everything I know." Li Tian had a smile on his face as he said these words, not worried in the slightest that Lu Mei would reject his offer. Indeed, just like he had just said, he was there to sell information, and for those groups that had just entered the City of Immortals, the thing that they lacked the most was precisely such information. After all, Shen Long and his group were already behind everyone else in terms of progress, and the City of Immortals had a fixed amount of time that it would remain open. If they wasted time searching for the trials by themselves, they would only waste even more time, especially since, as Li Tian had just said, this city wasn't like the Demon-Fanged City and didn't have a Hall of Trials to make things easier. Nodding his head, Shen Long looked at Li Tian and asked calmly, "What type of information do you have?" Li Tian's lips curved upwards when he heard Shen Long's question, before he waved his hand, taking out more than a dozen memory recording jades and placing them all on the ground in front of him, before he said in a warm manner. "Naturally, our White Tiger Chamber of Commerce has information about every single powerful Dao King who has entered the City of Immortals, as well as the location of 2 of the trials that have already been discovered. One of these trials doesn't even pose any danger at all, making it safe even for early-stage Dao Kings to participate. As for the prices, our White Tiger Chamber of Commerce has set them at 10,000 high-grade spirit stones for each trial, while the information for the high-level Dao Kings present is priced at 200,000 high-grade spirit stones. Chapter 844, Information, 2. Chapter 844, Information, 2. 200,000 high-grade spirit stones. Lu Mei frowned when she heard the absurd price that Li Tian mentioned, while Xingyi and the others all widened their eyes in surprise. Even an average peak rank 9 Dao Emperor wouldn't have more than a couple 100,000 high-grade spirit stones in their possession, so for Li Tian to ask for such a price truly dumbfounded them. However, Li Tian wasn't surprised by their reactions, looking like he had already seen similar reactions like theirs countless times by now, as he nodded his head and continued. Although this price may indeed be expensive, I can assure dear guests that the information of our White Tiger Chamber of Commerce is 100% accurate and worth every single one of your high-grade spirit stones. Of course, Li Tian didn't expect that Lu Mei and her group would purchase the information about the powerful Dao Kings who were present in the City of Immortals right now, since such information would be absolutely useless to them. After all, the way that Li Tian saw it, even the most powerful person among their group was only a peak rank 6 Dao King. Thus, it didn't matter if their group met an ordinary rank 9 Dao King or one of those terrifying monsters who could completely destroy anyone else at the same level of cultivation as them, as their group would be dead either way. In reality, only some of the most powerful peak rank 9 Dao Kings who had entered the City of Immortals this time, especially those who came from extremely powerful backgrounds around the central region, would be interested in buying this information from the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce, since they would aim to learn more about their rivals. However, contrary to Li Tian's, and even Lu Mei's and the others' expectations, Shen Long merely stared at Li Tian for a few moments, before he asked him with a deep look in his eyes. You are saying that the information you have includes details about their cultivation techniques and martial skills as well? Li Tian's eyes narrowed into slits when he heard Shen Long's question, before a radiant smile appeared on his face shortly afterwards as he nodded his head and replied in an even friendlier manner than before. It seems that this guest is quite familiar with our Chamber of Commerce. Indeed, as you have guessed, the information that we have does not only include the names of those Dao Kings who stand at the peak of our central region and the names of the powers they come from, but it also includes some of their personal information like the cultivation techniques and the martial skills that they train in, and even the Daos that some of them have comprehended. Obtaining this information would allow our dear guests to be even better prepared, and will give you a higher chance of survival for the next 8 years. Of course, as our dear guest can probably guess, some of these experts are also quite secretive, so even our White Tiger Chamber of Commerce may not know too much about them. Shen Long nodded his head when he heard Li Tian's answer, as he understood that the price the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce had set was most likely considered to be fair if things were as Li Tian had just said. After all, just the information that he had purchased back in Murong City, which included information about Murong Tian and the remaining Dao Emperors of the Murong family, had cost Shen Long 60,000 high-grade spirit stones. Although information about some powerful Dao Emperors, especially peak Dao Emperors like Murong Tian, was expected to be expensive, Shen Long understood that the reason why the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce had priced the information of the peak Dao Kings of the central region even higher than that, surpassing even the price that would cost someone to scout a powerful family in the northern part of the central region like the Murong family by more than 3 times, wasn't just because of the information itself, but because of the status that some of those Dao Kings had in the central region. I am not sure if the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce will have any information on the geniuses of powers like the Tianxian dynasty, but this should still be useful regardless of that. Shen Long thought to himself as he stared at Li Tian for a moment, before he waved his right hand soon after, causing a mountain of high-grade spirit stones to appear in front of him. This. Staring at the huge mountain of high-grade spirit stones that had suddenly appeared in front of him, Li Tian was stunned momentarily, feeling like his mind had short-circuited for a brief moment. However, the senses of a businessman kicked in merely a few seconds afterwards, as Li Tian quickly regained his bearings and gathered the dozen memory recording jades that he had taken out from his spatial ring, before he personally handed them to Shen Long. Dear guest, thank you very much for your business. Li Tian said with a face full of smiles before he started gathering the high-grade spirit stones in front of him, afraid that a passerby might see them exposed. Even with his status as a late-stage Dao King of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce, Li Tian knew that in this place where there were no other experts around to protect him, he would truly be in trouble if anyone else saw this scene. After all, forget about other Dao Kings. 220,000 high-grade spirit stones were enough to attract the attention of even some peak-ranked 9 Dao Emperors. Meanwhile, Shen Long nodded his head and accepted the memory jades from Li Tian, before he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to check their contents on the spot. As for Li Tian, he wasn't in a hurry to leave after gathering the spirit stones, as he stood there with that same smile on his face, waiting for Shen Long to finish checking the contents of the memory jades first before they could conclude their business. A few minutes later, Shen Long opened his eyes and stared at the memory jades in front of him with a serious look on his face, looking like he was deeply pondering over something. At the same time, the final memory jade in his hand turned into a pile of dust as well, just like the previous ones, as it disappeared on the spot. Meanwhile, Li Tian had that same smile on his face staring at Shen Long, and after a moment of silence he asked curiously. "Dear guest, were you satisfied with the information?" At this point, Li Tian would be dumb if he didn't understand that the leader of this small group in front of him was actually this short-haired young man whose cultivation was only at the peak of rank 3 in the Tao King realm. Nodding his head, Shen Long looked at Li Tian and answered calmly. "Yeah. The information of your White Tiger Chamber of Commerce was worth the spirit stones." Shen Long then turned to look at Lu Mei and the others before he said. "Let's have a look around this city first before we leave this place." A moment later, Shen Long then led Lu Mei and the others as they left the plaza, leaving Li Tian and his group behind. A few moments after Shen Long's group had left however, the young man behind Li Tian looked at Shen Long's disappearing figure and asked in surprise. "Senior brother Li, are we really going to let them leave like that?" Li Tian raised his eyebrows as he stared at the young man behind him, before he said coldly. "Junior brother Xian, could it be that you want to chase after them?" The young man that Li Tian had just called Junior Brother Xian nodded his head, as if he hadn't noticed Li Tian's displeasure before he answered seriously. "Senior Brother Li, if that guy can take out 200,000 high-grade spirit stones so easily, isn't it practically guaranteed that he must have even more? I know that Senior Brother is someone who only does business and avoids robbing others, but even the strongest person in their group is merely that girl who is just a peak rank 6 Tao King. With Senior Brother's strength, killing them all should be a piece of cake. Are you really going to let them leave?" At the same time, the young woman who was standing next to this young man took a step forward and stared at Li Tian, before she said in a solemn voice. "Senior Brother Li, I agree with Senior Brother Xian. Although we are disciples of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce, we are also cultivators. We can't let such an opportunity go to waste." The young man named Junior Brother Xian spread out his hands and continued. "Senior Brother, think about it. Even if we let them go due to Senior Brother's kindness, do you really think that those people will survive? In my eyes, it's better if we are the ones to benefit instead of waiting for others to kill them." Chapter 845, Chapter 845. Chapter 845, Chapter 845. Li Tian fell silent for a while as he stared at the young man and the young woman in front of him with a serious look in his eyes, before he shook his head and said in a solemn manner. "Do you really think that someone who carries so many high-grade spirit stones with them wouldn't have any way to protect themselves? Most likely, those people either come from one of the top powers from the central part of our central region, or they may even be disciples of some powerful expert who has isolated himself from the world, otherwise, there is no way that they would have so many high-grade spirit stones. Even if the strongest person in that group is that young woman with the long black hair, she isn't someone that we can underestimate." Unlike his junior brother and his junior sister, Li Tian was someone with plenty of experience, and he could assess the situation in front of him much more logically. Even if Lu Mei's cultivation was slightly lower than his own, Li Tian understood that it wouldn't be that easy for him to kill her even if he truly went all out, since he could actually feel that Lu Mei posed a real threat to him. This was a feeling that came from Li Tian's own instincts. However, the young man named Junior Brother Xian didn't seem satisfied with Li Tian's response as he shook his head and continued immediately afterwards. "Senior Brother, so what if they are disciples of some powerful expert? No matter what, this place we are in is the City of Immortals and there is no one to protect them here. As long as we kill them discreetly nobody will find out about it either. Besides, according to our information, these people don't belong to any of the top powers of our central region, or our White Tiger Chamber of Commerce would have definitely known about it. The way I see it, there are only two possible scenarios. It's either like Senior Brother has said and that those people are truly disciples of some powerful reclusive expert, or they happen to obtain the legacy of a powerful expert which is why they possess so many high-grade spirit stones." The young woman next to Junior Brother Xian nodded her head in agreement, before she looked at Li Tian and said seriously. "Senior Brother Li, I think that Senior Brother Xian is right. Even if those people come from a powerful background, this place is still the City of Immortals and they don't have anyone to protect them. Are we really going to let them go like that?" Li Tian fell silent when he heard this as he stared at the young man and the young woman in front of him with a serious look. In his heart, Li Tian also understood that regardless of what type of protective treasures Shen Long and his group may had, it wouldn't matter at all while they were in the City of Immortals. Even those extremely rare talismans like the soul-locking talisman, that could normally affect powerful sovereign realm experts would be restricted while they were in this place. And yet, Li Tian's own gut feeling told him that this situation wasn't as simple as it seemed. After a few moments of silence however, Li Tian finally gritted his teeth and steeled his heart, before he said in a determined manner. "Let's go." At the same time, Shen Long, Lu Mei, and the others, all walked around the nearly deserted streets of the city, before Bai Long Tian looked at Shen Long and asked curiously. Brother Shen, are there any trials in this city? Shen Long looked at Bai Long Tian and shook his head before he said calmly. According to the information from the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce, there is only one other place in this city, other than that plaza where people from the Demon Fanged city are teleported to. Staring at the numerous half-destroyed buildings around him that were clearly affected by the passage of countless years, Shen Long turned his gaze towards the depths of this city as he continued. There should be a deserted castle in the heart of the city, but whether there are any treasures left in that place or not is actually unknown. Of course, it wouldn't hurt to take a look before we go towards the first trial. At the same time that he finished speaking, Shen Long suddenly narrowed his eyes, before he turned around and stared at the direction of the plaza behind him. Jiang Chen, Lu Mei, Xingyi, and Bai Long Tian, seemed to have also sensed something, as they turned their gazes towards the plaza as well. A moment later, Li Tian's figure quickly appeared in the sky above them, while the young man named Junior Brother Xian and the young woman who was following by his side seemed to have completely surrounded Shen Long and his group. Senior brother, I knew that they wouldn't have gone too far. I bet that they were planning to take a look at that old palace before they left the city. How lucky. The young man whose cultivation was at the peak of rank 5 in the Tao King realm said with a cold smile on his face, while his gaze was completely focused on Shen Long, as if he was staring at a juicy piece of meat. Since this city was practically deserted and only had a few small groups of cultivators present, the young man named Junior Brother Xian wasn't worried that anyone else would interfere while they killed Shen Long and his group here. What he had been worried about was that Shen Long would end up leaving the city right after he finished reading the information within the memory jades. If that truly happened, then even if they could find him again, it would have been much harder to steal his spatial ring in broad daylight without attracting attention, especially since the number of late-stage Tao Kings who were present in the City of Immortals wasn't small. After all, although killings weren't rare in this place, if another late-stage Tao King noticed this, they would definitely be able to guess what was going on and would most likely interfere and take the spirit stones for themselves. After all, it was common knowledge that someone from the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce, like Li Tian, wasn't someone who would easily rob others, so for him to do something like that, it must have meant that his target was truly wealthy. And yet, Shen Long didn't even look at Junior Brother Xian, who was eyeing him coldly, as his eyes met Li Tian's cold eyes that were now filled with unconcealed killing intent, before Shen Long shook his head and said calmly. It seems that you guys have come to give me back my spirit stones. Li Tian snorted when he heard this, while in his heart he could feel an uncomfortable feeling swelling. He didn't know why, but when he met Shen Long's calm gaze that didn't look the slightest bit panicked or surprised, Li Tian suddenly felt his entire body going cold. Senior brother, what are you waiting for? Let's do this. Kill that woman while Junior sister and I take care of the rest of them. Junior Brother Xian said to Li Tian as his cultivation of a peak rank 5 Tao King exploded outwards. Li Tian nodded his head and decided to not waste any more words with Shen Long, as the cultivation of an early rank 7 Tao King exploded out from his body in the next moment, immediately targeting the most dangerous person from Shen Long's group, Lu Mei. After all, in Li Tian's eyes, Lu Mei was the only one who truly threatened him. At that moment however, Lu Mei's gaze was filled with cold, unrestrained killing intent as she stared at Li Tian and his group, before her cultivation at the peak of rank 6 in the Tao King realm burst out from her body. Despite the fact that Lu Mei's cultivation was lower than his, Li Tian could feel his entire body shivering when he sensed the terrifying aura around Lu Mei, that made even a late-stage Tao King like him feel fear. Attack! Li Tian suddenly shouted before his figure turned into a blur, as he flew straight towards Lu Mei, while his body left behind countless afterimages. A pair of small black daggers had appeared in his hands practically at the same time, as Li Tian aimed them towards Lu Mei's heart. And yet, Lu Mei didn't seem flustered by this, as she stared at Li Tian's approaching figure coldly, before a black ball of qi appeared between her hands in a single second. Without any hesitation, Lu Mei allowed the ball of death qi to fall on the ground, causing the ground beneath her feet to start trembling. Li Tian's speed was truly fast, and in just a single moment, his figure had already arrived in front of Lu Mei, but before his daggers could actually pierce through her heart, Li Tian's body seemed to have suddenly frozen into place as a terrifying sight appeared in his eyes. Chapter 846, Black Skeleton. Chapter 846, Black Skeleton. A skeleton that was around 1.8 meters, 5.10 feet, tall had appeared in front of Li Tian seemingly out of thin air, as he blocked his path towards Lu Mei. At that moment, Xingyi and the others also noticed, that this skeleton wasn't the same as the rest of the skeletons in Lu Mei's army. Unlike the normal jade-white skeletons whose eye sockets were burning with green wisps of ember and were normally holding their thin-looking but sharp-boned swords, this skeleton in front of Lu Mei was pitch-black in appearance and his eye sockets were burning with purple flames instead. Additionally, instead of the usual sword made of bones, this black skeleton was holding a peculiar-looking, massive dark red sword that was emitting an extremely dense aura of death. Without any hesitation, the black skeleton swung the dark red sword in his hand sideways, meeting Li Tian's daggers head-on. At that moment, the scene that followed didn't just stun the young man named Junior Brother Xian, and the young woman who was standing by his side who were waiting for Li Tian to kill Lu Mei, but even Li Tian himself who looked like he couldn't believe his own eyes. The moment that the black skeleton's dark red sword clashed with his daggers, both Li Tian and the black skeleton were actually pushed backwards by more than 3 steps until they regained their balance. And yet, even after he regained his balance, Li Tian didn't make another move, as he stared at the black skeleton in front of him with a look of disbelief before he mumbled to himself in an incredulous voice. How is this possible? This monster, it can actually rival a late-stage Dao King like me? Senior brother, let me help you. The young man called Junior Brother Xian shouted from the distance when he witnessed the scene in front of him, before his figure shot towards Li Tian at full speed. Originally, both he and the young woman who was standing next to him, had both expected that Li Tian would be able to effortlessly slaughter Lu Mei in just a few attacks, while the 2 of them would kill Shen Long and the other 3 by his side. But from the looks of things, despite her lower cultivation base, it seemed that Lu Mei's strength actually wasn't inferior to Li Tian's in the slightest. Unlike his junior brother and his junior sister who didn't seem to have realized what was going on, Li Tian actually understood exactly how dangerous the black skeleton in front of him really was. Just now, Li Tian had truly gone all out with this attack of his, activating even the Tao of Wind within his 1-star daggers as he aimed to take Lu Mei's life in a single strike. With his cultivation at the early rank 7 of the Tao King realm and his 2 daggers, even a normal middle rank 7 Tao King wouldn't be able to escape if they didn't have a star rank weapon as well. And yet, this black skeleton in front of him whose aura seemed to be similar to Lu Mei's, at the peak of rank 6 in the Tao King realm, was able to block his attack head-on. Senior brotherly, let's take down that skeleton together. I am sure that it won't be able to last for too long under our combined Adash. Junior Brother Xian was about to speak, but his words seemed to have been suddenly stuck in his throat as his eyes widened in terror in the next moment. In fact, it wasn't just him, as even Li Tian who was standing beside him could feel his entire body that had started to shiver, as he stared at the scene that was unfolding in front of his eyes. From the black hole on the ground, a massive, hideous monster that was more than 30 meters tall slowly emerged, followed by 100 undead knights each of whom was emitting an aura similar to that of a peak rank 6 Tao King. Staring at the Death Eater and sensing the aura of malice and bloodlust that it was emitting, even Li Tian could no longer keep himself calm as he involuntarily took a few steps back. At that moment however, Lu Mei took a single step forward as she stood on the Death Eater's back, and with a frosty look on her face she said coldly. You want to leave? It's too late. Before Li Tian and his junior brother Xian could retreat, Lu Mei's aura exploded outwards, before the black skeleton, the Death Eater, and the 100 undead knights all attacked them at once. Unlike Li Tian who was an early rank 7 Tao King, junior brother Xian was just a peak rank 5 Tao King and could at most fight a single of these undead knight head-on. But under the onslaught of 100 undead knights, his body was soon riddled with tens of wounds before it was dismembered by the undead knights' massive greatswords, leaving behind nothing else but an unrecognizable corpse. No! The young woman who was watching this scene from the distance shouted in horror, before a look of despair began to color her face. Gritting her teeth, the young woman abruptly turned around and tried to flee, no longer intending to stay in this place any longer. She could see that even Li Tian was having trouble and was unable to escape no matter how hard he tried, while his body seemed to be accumulating wounds at a terrifying rate. Just the black skeleton itself was enough to match him in both strength and speed, posing a serious threat all by itself, but when its strength was combined with the Death Eaters and the 100 undead knights, even Li Tian had no chance and could at most defend in a desperate manner. The young woman understood that no matter what, once those monsters were done with Li Tian, they would definitely go after her. With her cultivation of an early rank 5 Tao King, forget about the Death Eater, even a single undead knight would be enough to effortlessly take her life. However, before the young woman could escape too far, her body suddenly trembled mid-air, before a look of horror appeared inside her eyes. From the ground below her, more than a dozen of shadow tentacles seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, completely restricting her movements and holding her into place. Although the young woman struggled to break free, it didn't matter how many shadow tentacles she destroyed, as even more spouted from the ground below her, firmly locking her into place. At this moment, the young woman was determined to go all out and use her strongest martial skills to escape from the tentacle's entanglement as quickly as possible, but before she could gather all of her chi, she suddenly noticed the figure of an extremely beautiful blonde-haired woman appearing behind her. Before the young woman could react, Xianxia suddenly thrust the silver dagger in her left hand forward, piercing straight through the young woman's heart. A moment later, the shadow tentacles all disappeared, before the young woman's lifeless corpse collapsed on the ground with a thud. Meanwhile, Li Tian's figure seemed to be growing slower and slower with every passing second, as his body was now covered in countless sword wounds. "You bastards! Fuck off! I won't die here! Soul Tornado!" Li Tian roared out loudly before he gathered all of his chi in his two daggers and swung them horizontally, as he used his strongest martial skill. A huge, black tornado slowly began to form itself around Li Tian, finally pushing the undead knights that were barraging him with attacks backwards. This was Li Tian's strongest martial skill, a Saint middle grade martial skill that attacked his enemies' bodies and souls at the same time. Unfortunately for Li Tian, the last thing that Lu Mei's undead creatures were afraid of was precisely spiritual attacks like this. Although the undead knights were slightly pushed back by the power of Li Tian's soul tornado, the black skeleton and the Death Eater seemed barely affected by it, as the two undead creatures continued their unrelenting attacks on the middle-aged man in front of them. A few moments later, the black skeleton and the Death Eater finally stopped, as only the figure of an unrecognizable corpse along with a jade-green spatial ring remained in front of them. Chapter 847, Blood Castle. Chapter 847, Blood Castle. Mei, what is this black skeleton of yours? Why is it so different from your white skeletons? It's actually strong enough to fight against that Li Tian all by itself. Xianxia asked with a curious look in her eyes as she stared at the black skeleton that was silently standing just a few meters away from Li Tian's corpse. Meanwhile, Lu Mei first retrieved Li Tian's spatial ring and handed it to Shen Long with a bright smile on her face, before she turned to look at Xianxia and said calmly. "It's a Skeleton King." Skeleton King. It wasn't just Xianxia who was surprised by Lu Mei's answer, but Jiang Chen and by Long Tian as well, while a curious look had also appeared in Shen Long's eyes as he stared at the black skeleton. Shen Long could sense that even though the black skeleton's aura was clearly at the same level as Lu Mei's, its actual strength exceeded that of an average early rank 7 Dao King. This was why, even with his pair of 1-star daggers, Li Tian couldn't get any advantage in his fight against it. Nodding her head, Lu Mei explained seriously. Skeleton Kings are the strongest type of skeletons I can currently create a connection with, and each of them is strong enough to overpower even my Death Eater in a fight. Of course, the Death Eater's defense and survivability are much stronger than the Skeleton King's, but in terms of raw attack power and speed, the Skeleton Kings are much stronger. However, right now I can only summon 3 Skeleton Kings at most with my current strength. Lu Mei's last sentence stunned by Long Tian and the others, as they had already thought that Lu Mei had gone all out during the fight just now. Just a single one of these black skeletons was strong enough to fight an early rank 7 Dao King like Li Tian to a standstill, and yet Lu Mei could summon 2 more of those monsters at the same time. If Li Tian was still alive, he would have definitely ended up vomiting blood due to anger and frustration. If he had known about this beforehand, he would have never chosen to attack Shen Long's group so hastily. Unfortunately for him, there was no information about Shen Long and the rest in the memory jades of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce, so Li Tian had no idea what type of people he was fighting against. Staring at Li Tian's unrecognizable corpse that was now nothing more than a pile of raw flesh and blood, Xianxia then looked at Lu Mei and asked her curiously. "Mei, are you going to turn this guy into an undead? No matter what, he is still a late-stage Dao King, so he could be quite useful." Indeed, although junior brother Xian and the young woman from the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce were nothing more than rank 5 Dao Kings, whose strength was even inferior to the undead knights, Li Tian's strength was an entirely different matter. However, Lu Mei merely stared at Li Tian's corpse for a few moments in silence, before she shook her head and said, "It's too dangerous." Xianxia was confused momentarily, but a look of realization suddenly appeared in her bright emerald eyes as she stared at Li Tian's corpse. Indeed, at the end of the day, Li Tian was still a member of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce. Even if his own position within the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce wasn't high and he was just a normal disciple, and even if he had been the one to attack Shen Long and his group first, there was no doubt that if another member of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce happened to see his corpse being commanded by Lu Mei during a fight, it would definitely attract endless trouble. After all, this was still the City of Immortals, and there was no doubt that there would be plenty more disciples of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce other than the 3 that they had just killed. Even Shen Long couldn't estimate the number of peak rank 9 Dao Kings that the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce had sent in this place, let alone the number of late-stage Dao Kings. Nodding his head, Shen Long first gathered junior brother Xian's and the young woman's spatial rings, as well as Li Tian's 1-star daggers and placed them all inside the Stone of Time, before he said calmly. Let's go take a look at the castle here before we leave the city. After walking around the empty streets for a while, Shen Long soon arrived at the heart of the city, standing in front of the entrance of an enormous castle. Despite its appearance that made it seem like it could collapse at any moment, Shen Long merely took a look at the castle from the outside, before he stepped through its wide-open gates and entered inside. Surprisingly, the first thing that Shen Long noticed when he stepped inside, were the countless bodies that were spread everywhere around him, as well as the scent of blood that was present in the air. The dried blood that had painted the walls and the floor of the castle a deep red color made it obvious that a large-scale fight had taken place here. However, Jiang Chen and the rest could all tell with just a few glances that this fight had only happened less than a year ago, or the scent of blood in the air wouldn't be so intense and the bodies around them would have definitely turned into skeletons by now if that wasn't the case. After staring at his surroundings for a while, Shen Long first closed his eyes and spread his soul sense as far as he could, before he continued to walk towards the depths of the castle. Of course, even though there were countless bodies around them, Xingyi and the others all noticed that none of these bodies had any spatial rings on them, as they had clearly been looted long ago. Naturally, the people who had killed them wouldn't leave their enemies' wealth behind before they left. As they walked past the thousands of corpses and headed even deeper inside the castle, Jiang Chen suddenly said as he stared at his surroundings. I could sense it ever since we arrived here, but the qi in this city is even purer than the qi in that demon-fanged city. Shen Long nodded his head in agreement as he had also sensed the same thing the moment they stepped foot into this city. Both the qi in the air and the quantity of immortal qi that was mixed with it were many times better than the qi in the demon-fanged city, where Qiao Min and the rest of the disciples of the holy sect were staying in. After walking around the enormous castle for more than an hour, Shen Long and his group finally arrived at the entrance of a large throne room. However, even before he stepped past the room's entrance and entered inside, Shen Long could smell the scent of blood that was coming from this room, which was many times more intense than any other place inside this castle. It was obvious that a large massacre had taken place here some time ago, and it was clearly much more intense than the fight at the castle's entrance. Staring at the decapitated corpses everywhere around him, some of which were missing their limbs, others missing their heads, while others were in an even worse state than Li Tian's corpse, Shen Long shook his head as he understood that there was truly nothing left in this place. Whoever had come before him had definitely robbed this place clean. At the same time, he also understood that for such a large fight to have taken place here, the treasures in this place were definitely nothing ordinary. However, Shen Long wasn't too disappointed either, since he had already expected this outcome from the moment he stepped foot into the castle, since it was extremely unlikely for any treasures to have been left behind. Brother Shen, it seems that we were not fated to get the treasures in this place. Bai Long Tian said after a moment of silence. Nodding his head, Shen Long smiled and turned his gaze towards Bai Long Tian and the rest and said calmly. It's only natural. If there was anything to gain from this place, this city wouldn't have been deserted like this to begin with. Let's go to the location of the first trial. Once he finished speaking, Shen Long closed his eyes, before the figure of a huge black panther with bright silver wings appeared in front of him. After he took one last look at the throne room, Shen Long sat on Little Silver's back along with Lu Mei and the rest, before Little Silver's figure shot out of the castle like a bolt of silver lightning, flying towards the east of the city. Chapter 848, Stone Mural. Chapter 848, Stone Mural. In just a few moments, Little Silver's figure had already arrived above the deserted city gates of the city before it continued flying towards the horizon shortly afterwards. Sitting on Little Silver's back, Shen Long closed his eyes and sent his soul sense inside Li Tian's spatial ring as he began to inspect the ring's contents. Staring at the 340.000 high-grade spirit stones inside the ring, a smile finally appeared on Shen Long's face, before he transferred everything into the foggy space in the Stone of Time, without any hesitation. Although 220,000 of these high-grade spirit stones were the ones that Shen Long had paid to Li Tian for the memory jades, the rest of them was what Li Tian had managed to gather during these past few months in the City of Immortals. Other than the high-grade spirit stones, Shen Long also found a few pill bottles that were filled with middle-rank 6 antitoxin pills as well as some healing pills, along with more than 100 of the memory recording jades that Li Tian was carrying with him. After he stored everything into the foggy space in the stone of time, Shen Long then turned his attention towards the remaining two spatial rings that came from junior brother Xian and the young woman who was following by his side. However, other than a few low-grade and middle-grade rank 6 pills, Shen Long only found a total of 20.000 high-grade spirit stones inside their spatial rings. Unlike Li Tian, who could be considered quite a fat sheep even among most peak rank 9 Dao Kings, junior brother Xian and the young woman from the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce were only carrying wealth that was equivalent to that of an average late-stage Dao Kings. Regardless, Shen Long still stored everything inside the stone of time without any guilt, before he opened his eyes and turned his gaze towards the horizon. Staring at the massive desert that Little Silver was flying across right now, which didn't seem to have an end in sight, Shen Long had an extremely deep look in his eyes, before he mumbled in a low voice. "Little Black, can you feel anything?" Inside the foggy space in the stone of time, Little Black opened his bright blue eyes and spread out his soul sense around Shen Long, before a rare look of surprise appeared on the black dragon's face. After a few moments of silence, Little Black shook his head and said seriously, "Master, I can't use my soul sense in this place. This feeling is extremely weird." Shen Long was surprised when he heard Little Black's answer, but he still nodded his head after a few moments of silence, his gaze turning even more serious than before. Ever since he had stepped foot into the City of Immortals, Shen Long could feel that his bloodline was throbbing intensely for some reason, as if it was being stimulated by something in this place. Since his bloodline originally came directly from Little Black's own blood essence, Shen Long believed that Little Black would also be able to sense this. However, since Little Black's senses were completely suppressed in this place, the situation now was even trickier than before. At the same time, Shen Long wasn't certain what would happen if he released Little Black in this world that could only contain Dao King realm cultivators. Noticing the change in Shen Long's expression, Bai Long Tian asked curiously, "Brother Shen, is everything okay?" Nodding his head, Shen Long decided to put this feeling at the back of his mind for now, before he turned to look at Lu Mei and the others and said, "There is still some time until we reach the location of the first trial, so everyone should have a look at the memory recording jades that Li Tian left behind first." Waving his hand, Shen Long then took out the rest of the memory recording jades from the Stone of Time and handed them to Lu Mei and the others. After all, there was no way that he could go around selling these in the first place, since that would attract the attention of the disciples from the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce. Like this, a day passed by in the blink of an eye, before Little Silver's figure suddenly came to a halt in the sky right in the middle of the desert. Staring at the desert below him, Jiang Chen mumbled with a surprised look on his face. "This is the location of the first trial." Flapping its bright silver wings, Little Silver turned into a blur as it dove straight towards the desert below it. As soon as the Black Panther's figure approached the ground, the sand actually parted as if it was making way for Little Silver, revealing the astonishing scene that it was hiding. A massive mural that spanned for more than a mile was hidden beneath the desert, while tens of thousands of Dao Kings had gathered around it, all of them staring at it with entranced looks on their faces. The moment that Shen Long's eyes landed on this gigantic stone mural, the information he had received from Li Tian's memory jades quickly resurfaced in his mind. One of the two known trials within the City of Immortals, the Desert Mural. Our White Tiger Chamber of Commerce discovered this trial purely by luck, just 2 months after the opening of the City of Immortals. In fact, it is unknown if this is truly a trial or not, since there are no listed requirements to complete. There is also no danger in this place, nor are there any direct rewards to be obtained. However, this is still the most popular among the 2 discovered trials, as every cultivator who wields a weapon will get to reap immense benefits after they visit this place. The introduction of this trial was nothing special, not listing too many things other than the fact that there was no danger in this place and that cultivators who wield a weapon can reap plenty of benefits after they come here. And yet, the moment that Shen Long's eyes landed on the gigantic stone mural, a look of shock appeared on his face, while a profound feeling seemed to have suddenly enveloped his entire body in the next moment. Jiang Chen, Xingyi, Bai Long Tian, and even Lu Mei, all looked equally as surprised as they stared at this massive stone mural below them. As Little Silver flew closer towards it, its figure attracted the attention of quite a few of the surrounding cultivators, who seemed to have suddenly sensed the aura of a peak rank 6 magic beast approaching them. However, these people merely threw a few more glances at Little Silver before they turned their attention back towards the stone mural. A few moments later, Little Silver landed on the ground, before Shen Long, Lu Mei, and the rest all found an empty spot in front of the mural, staring at the scene that was depicted in the mural in silence. A faceless man that was holding a large staff could be seen fighting against another faceless man who was wielding a wooden sword with both hands. Is this real? How is this possible? Bai Longtian mumbled to himself in a voice filled with disbelief as he stared at the scene in front of him. Although the scene looked simple, anyone who was slightly proficient in using a sword or a staff would be able to understand that this was actually anything but simple. With just a glance, Bai Longtian could tell that the skills of the faceless man who was wielding the wooden sword were countless times above his own. In fact, the two of them couldn't even be compared. Forget about Dao kings like Shen Long and Bai Longtian, even Bai Longtian's own master, Elder He Kuan, the #1 sword user in the holy sect, couldn't possibly compare to this. The longer that Bai Longtian stared at the faceless man who was holding the sword, the more he felt like he was falling into a trance. But this was only one of the scenes that was depicted in this mural. Scenes of a faceless man wielding a saber could also be seen, fighting against another person who was holding a bow. The more that Jiang Chen and the others stared at the mural in front of them, the more entranced they seemed to become. At the same time, in the Stone of Time, Little Black stared at the stone mural with a look of unconcealed shock in his eyes, before he said in a serious voice. Master, this mural was created by an expert. The person who created this was definitely an immortal at the very least. Chapter 849, Comprehending the Sword. Chapter 849, Comprehending the Sword. Shen Long was momentarily taken aback when he heard Little Black's words, before a serious look appeared on his face in the next moment. For Little Black to call someone an expert, it meant that that person's skills were definitely above average even among immortal-level cultivators. In fact, Shen Long knew that only experts at the same level as the commanders of the Heaven-Trampling Legion could qualify to be considered experts by Little Black. Seeing the entranced expressions on Jiang Chen's, Bai Longtian's, Xingyi's, and even Lu Mei's faces as they stared at the stone mural, Shen Long nodded his head before he said calmly. Let's stay in this place for a while. At the same time, a young man dressed in bright red robes who was standing just a few meters away from Shen Long's group suddenly burst into laughter when he heard this, as he stared at Shen Long and said in a mocking voice. For a while. Ha ha ha. Brat, you are just a peak rank 3 Dao King. Do you really think that you can last, for a while, in this trial? I doubt you will even last a month. Don't get too cocky. Narrowing their eyes, Lu Mei and the others all stared at the haughty young man in red robes whose cultivation was clearly at the peak of rank 7 in the Dao King realm, but the young man merely snorted and threw a few more glances at Little Silver that was standing behind Shen Long, before he turned his gaze back towards the stone mural, not paying any more attention to Shen Long and his group. At the same time, Shen Long merely threw a single glance at this red-robed young man before he turned his gaze towards the stone mural and kept observing the faceless man who was holding the wooden sword. Shen Long knew that the moment they arrived here Little Silver's aura was bound to alert some of the people around them who were previously studying the stone mural in silence. Naturally, those people wouldn't be too pleased and would feel quite disgruntled when their concentration was interrupted so suddenly, once they sensed the overbearing aura of a peak rank 6 magic beast approaching them. But of course, there were very few people who would be truly willing to fight against a peak rank 6 magic beast over something so trivial. After shooting a few more cold glances at that red-robed young man, Lu Mei eventually sat down next to Shen Long and began to stare at the stone mural with a serious look in her eyes. Although Lu Mei was no longer using her sword that often, she was still someone who had trained in the sword ever since she was a child and she could clearly feel the profound truths that were hidden in this stone mural. Lu Mei could feel that the longer she stared at the faceless man who was wielding a wooden sword in the stone mural, her comprehension of the sword seemed to be deepening even further. A moment later, Bai Longtian sat down next to Shen Long as well, as he too stared at the faceless person who was wielding the wooden sword. As for Xingyi and Jiang Chen, they stared at their surroundings for a few moments, before Xingyi walked towards an empty area just a few meters away from Shen Long, staring at the image of a faceless man who was holding a pair of wooden daggers and was facing another person who was wielding a large halberd. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen's cold eyes were captured completely by a different scene that was engraved in the mural, where a faceless man that was wielding a large saber was fighting against another man who was holding a wooden bow. It was only Little Silver that seemed completely uninterested in the stone mural, as it laid down on the ground behind Shen Long and closed its eyes. Time passed by in the blink of an eye, and soon, an entire month had gone by before the red-robed young man who was sitting just a few meters away from Shen Long suddenly opened his eyes. With a smile on his face, the red-robed young man took out a large staff from his spatial ring and held it tightly with both hands, before he swung it forward using all of his strength. A massive gust of air appeared around the large staff, traveling towards an empty area for more than 300 meters before it began to disperse. Ha ha ha. This place is truly a paradise. Even an early rank 8 Dao King isn't my match anymore. The red-robed young man had a big smile on his face as he stared at the staff in his hands with a proud look. Although his attack just now was nothing remarkable and was something that even an early-stage Tao King would be able to easily resist, in reality, the red-robed young man hadn't used the slightest bit of his chi just now and was only relying on his comprehension of the staff to create that gust of wind. Shaking his head, the red-robed young man was about to turn around and continue to stare at the profound scenes on the stone mural, before his gaze involuntarily fell on Shen Long's figure. That guy is still standing. What's going on? Staring at Shen Long, who was sitting in front of the stone mural with his back ramrod straight, without any signs of collapsing anytime soon, the red-robed young man couldn't help but exclaim in surprise before his eyes narrowed into slits. Unlike Shen Long and his group, who were only a group of newcomers when they arrived in this place, the red-robed young man had a clear understanding of how dangerous this trial actually was. Forget about getting any insights from it, just standing in front of the stone mural was a trial on its own. Anyone who had just arrived here wouldn't be able to notice it at first glance, but the longer one stared at the stone mural the more they would be able to feel the terrifying pressure that was coming from it. Although this red-robed young man had managed to increase his abilities with his staff quite a bit by comprehending a tiny portion of the profound scenes that were engraved in the stone mural, the amount of pressure that he had to endure in the past month wasn't something that an average early-stage Tao King would be able to take on. Additionally, the pressure would only increase as people kept trying to comprehend the scenes on the stone mural even further. The mounting pressure was something that even peak-stage Tao Kings wouldn't be able to endure in the long run. Humph. Let's see how long you will last. The red-robed young man snorted and threw one last look at Shen Long, before he turned his gaze back towards the stone mural in front of him. At the same time, Shen Long continued to stare at the scene of the faceless man that was holding a wooden sword with an entranced look on his face, not paying the slightest bit of attention to his surroundings. Just like the red-robed young man had said, it was true that Shen Long had begun to feel some pressure from the stone mural in the beginning, but that pressure which was directed towards his soul was like a drop in the ocean that was instantly dispersed the moment it entered his spiritual sea. Although an average peak rank 3 Tao King would have indeed found it difficult to hold on after a month, Shen Long hadn't even noticed the pressure itself, as his attention was fully focused on the scenes that were engraved in the stone mural. With every passing moment, Shen Long could feel that his comprehension of the sword was increasing at a terrifying rate, as scenes of the faceless man wielding his sword replayed in his mind over and over again. Time continued to pass, and soon, 2 more months had gone by in a flash, but Shen Long had yet to move even a single step from the spot he was sitting on. At the end of the 3rd month, Lu Mei's body suddenly trembled before she was the first one to open her eyes. Author's note: I have been stockpiling a few chapters in the last few days, so we can have a mini-mass release tomorrow. Chapter 850, Talent. Chapter 850, Talent. Lu Mei's eyes were filled with an extremely sharp look as she stared at the stone mural in front of her, while even her own aura was now slightly different than before. The aura that was now coming from her body wasn't just dark and filled with death chi, but it also had a sharp aspect to it that wasn't there 3 months ago. After staring at the stone mural for a few more moments, Lu Mei then turned her gaze towards Shen Long, who was still sitting there with his eyes closed, before an enchanting, soul-stirring smile ultimately appeared on her face. Just like Shen Long and Bai Long Tian, Lu Mei had also been entranced after staring at the scene of the faceless man who was wielding the wooden sword, and the longer she observed it, the more she seemed to be absorbed by it as well. Once the 1st month had gone by, Lu Mei had even failed to realize that she had unconsciously closed her eyes and was no longer staring at the stone mural with her own eyes, but she was using her soul sense instead. On the 2nd month, she had finally begun to feel the pressure coming from the stone mural as it slowly mounted up in her spiritual sea, but it still wasn't enough to break her concentration. The pressure continued to increase, but even after the 3rd month was slowly coming to an end, the pressure itself still wasn't enough to force Lu Mei out of her trance. Of course, this was only natural as well. Even though Lu Mei was a peak rank 6 Tao King, in reality, her spiritual strength and the power of her soul were far above that of most average late-stage Tao Kings. This wasn't just the result of her having comprehended a supreme Tao like the Tao of Death which constantly pressured her to increase her spiritual strength even further, but also because Lu Mei had consumed thousands upon thousands of soul-nourishing pills in the past as well. Thus, lasting 3 months under these circumstances wasn't a problem. And yet, at the end of the 3rd month, Lu Mei's body momentarily trembled before she opened her eyes, causing her concentration to be finally broken. Even an outsider who looked at this scene would be able to tell that Lu Mei's concentration hadn't been broken due to the pressure that the stone mural was emitting, but because Lu Mei herself had decided to give up. Shaking her head, Lu Mei threw one last look at the scene in the stone mural in front of her, before she closed her eyes for the second time and began to absorb the qi that she had obtained from Li Tian, aiming to break through to the early rank 7 of the Tao King realm directly. Of course, the reason why Lu Mei had decided to give up wasn't because she was uninterested in the scenes on the stone mural. In fact, she could feel that her comprehension of the sword had been increasing at an extremely rapid rate in the last 3 months, and that her current sword skills were simply incomparable to before. However, at the start of the 3rd month, Lu Mei had clearly started to feel that she had finally stumbled upon a wall, a gigantic wall that she couldn't overcome no matter how hard she tried. At the start of the 3rd month, the benefits that she was obtaining from the stone mural had begun to diminish quite rapidly, and finally, as the 3rd month came to an end, Lu Mei could feel that she could no longer obtain anything else from the stone mural. Lu Mei knew that this wall was a wall that originated from her own lack of talent. Although she could normally be considered a cultivation genius that would be welcomed by practically every single sect around the central region for having comprehended a supreme Tao like the Tao of Death, Lu Mei knew that her own talent in regards to the sword was truly limited. Forget about comparing herself to monsters like Shen Long and Bai Long Tian. Before entering the City of Immortals, Lu Mei knew that as far as her sword skills went, she would probably be considered below average even if she compared herself to most other outer court disciples of the holy sect. Even though Lu Mei had made sure to constantly practice her sword skills whenever she had some free time, this was the cruel reality of the cultivation world that very few people could defy. No matter how much effort she put, she couldn't compare to those geniuses who had put a similar amount of effort into honing their sword skills. Hard work was extremely important, but 2 people who put the same amount of effort into one thing won't have the same results if there is a huge gap in their talent. For Lu Mei's sword skills to compare to someone like Bai Long Tian in this aspect, she would have to put more than 10 times the effort that Bai Long Tian himself was putting into honing her sword skills, otherwise it would be practically impossible to catch up to him. This was the difference that was caused by talent. Although hard work could truly beat talent, in the end, only those geniuses who were slacking and had already grown complacent would allow others to catch up to them. Of course, Lu Mei wasn't too disappointed by this either, as she had already accepted this long ago. After all, the reason why she was increasing her sword skills was to protect herself in case she was put in an unfavorable situation where her undead army was unable to protect her in time. As Lu Mei absorbed the qi that she had obtained from Li Tian, time continued to pass while Shen Long, Bai Long Tian, Jiang Chen, and Xingyi all stared at the scenes that were engraved in the stone mural, and in the blink of an eye, 3 more months went by in a flash. Like this, half a year had passed since Shen Long and his group had arrived in this place, before Xingyi's body suddenly started to tremble, attracting the attention of quite a few of the surrounding Tao kings. Chapter 851 Realm of Masters. 851 Chapter 851 Realm of Masters. What's going on? Another person has stepped into the Realm of Masters. One of the Tao kings who was sitting just a few meters away from Xingyi said loudly in a voice filled with surprise, as his gaze was instantly focused on Xingyi who was still sitting in front of the stone mural with her eyes closed. At that moment, Xingyi's aura had started to change as well, giving off an elusive, sharp, and deadly sensation, similar to that of a sharp dagger's. Impossible. That girl is just a peak rank 4 Tao king. How can she enter the realm of masters with such a low cultivation base? A middle-aged man in blue robes who was emitting the aura of a late-stage Tao king suddenly exclaimed when he noticed Xingyi's cultivation base, which was one of the weakest among the surrounding Tao kings. In fact, the number of middle-stage Tao kings that were present in this place were less than 1,000 and the rest were almost all late-stage or even peak-stage Tao kings. Realm of Masters. Senior brother, are you saying that this girl has stepped into the same realm as senior brother Wu? Nodding his head, the blue-robed middle-aged man continued to stare at Xingyi's figure before he explained seriously. Right. To step into the realm of masters, a person's skills with a certain weapon need to reach a level where their own body will eventually begin to emit an aura similar to the weapon they have mastered. There is no doubt that that girl has reached this realm as well, the realm of masters. Quite a few of the surrounding experts seemed to have been stunned as well, as their attention was fully placed on Xingyi's figure. Although there were tens of thousands of Tao kings present in this place, studying the stone mural, the number of Tao kings who had stepped into the realm of masters among them was less than 100, and practically every single one of them was a late-stage or even a peak rank 9 Tao king. Thus, one could imagine how surprising it was for a middle-stage Tao king like Xingyi to have stepped into the same realm as those monsters. The source of this content is n/ov/elb/in/net. An hour later, Xingyi finally opened her eyes that resembled 2 sharp green daggers, and after she stared at the stone mural in front of her for a few moments in silence, she completely retracted her aura, before she began to walk towards Lu Mei. Xingyi, congratulations, Lu Mei said with an earnest smile on her face as she looked at Xingyi. However, Xingyi merely shook her head with a wry smile on her face before she said seriously. Mei, I am too weak. My spiritual strength was almost completely depleted this time. The pressure from the stone mural is simply too strong. Once she finished speaking, Xingyi turned to look at Shen Long, Jiang Chen, and Bai Long Tian, each of whom was still sitting on the same spot as before with their eyes closed, before Xingyi sat next to Lu Mei and closed her eyes with a calm look on her face. Since there was nothing else to do, Xingyi could only begin cultivating as well and try to increase her strength as much as possible in the meantime. In the blink of an eye 4 more months quickly passed, while Shen Long, Jiang Chen, and Bai Long Tian were still completely absorbed into the scenes on the stone mural. It had already been 10 months since they had come here, and yet none of them had showed any signs of waking up in these past 10 months. At the same time, during those past 10 months, their group of 3 had attracted the attention of quite a few of the surrounding Dao Kings, including some peak rank 9 Dao Kings who were present here. After all, even most late-stage Dao Kings wouldn't last more than 7 or 8 months in front of the stone mural, and yet a peak rank 3 and a pair of peak rank 4 Dao Kings had lasted for nearly a year. There was no way that something like that could possibly go unnoticed. How much longer are those bastards going to stay like that? Don't tell me that they are going to enter the realm of masters as well. Are you an idiot? Since they have lasted for so long, it's practically guaranteed that they will. I would be more surprised if they failed. That's not necessarily true. There have been plenty of people who stayed like that for more than half a year and yet they still failed to enter the realm of masters in the end. What I am more curious about, is how these 3 can actually last for so long under the pressure of the stone mural. Finally, at the beginning of the 11th of the month, Jiang Chen was the first one to wake up, as his body trembled violently for a few moments before he suddenly opened his eyes. A sharp, dangerous, and demonic aura that was filled with killing intent burst out from his body in the next moment, startling even a few of the late-stage Dao Kings around him. At that moment, Jiang Chen seemed like a demonic saber that had just been unsheathed and was ready to draw blood. Fuck. Another person has stepped into that realm. What's going on? However, Jiang Chen didn't pay any attention to the discussions around him, as he turned his gaze towards Shen Long's direction barely a moment after he woke up. Once he noticed that Bai Long Tian had actually yet to wake up and was still comprehending the scenes in the stone mural, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, before he took a deep breath and retracted his aura back to his body, as he made his way towards Shen Long's direction. Time continued to pass, and as the 11th month came to an end, Bai Long Tian's figure suddenly trembled as well, before Bai Long Tian also opened his eyes. Chapter 852, Shen Long Waking Up. Chapter 852, Shen Long Waking Up. The moment that Bai Long Tian opened his eyes, an extremely fierce and yet simultaneously serene aura burst out from his body, like a sword that had finally woken up from its long slumber. At that moment, the aura around Bai Long Tian was completely different from Jiang Chen's aura when he had woken up. If Jiang Chen was similar to an unsheathed demonic saber that was craving blood, then Bai Long Tian was more like a calm, righteous sword that wouldn't be moved even if it was faced with 100 enemies. Are you serious? Which power did these kids come from? What the hell is going on? It wasn't a coincidence. Ha ha ha, I have to tell senior sister you. I am sure that she will be interested in this matter. Once they sensed the aura coming from Bai Long Tian's body, the surrounding Dao Kings could no longer stay quiet as they began to question the reality in front of them. It was one thing if it was just 1 or even 2 people among Shen Long's group who had obtained enlightenment and had managed to step into the realm of masters, but for 3 of them to do so one after the other, this wasn't something that could be ignored any longer. Additionally, Shen Long was the only one who had yet to wake up, and at this point, there were very few people who believed that he would fail to make it into the realm of masters as well. Senior brother, should we try to rope these kids in? Judging from the robes they are wearing, it doesn't look like they belong to any large power, or I would have already recognized them. Do you want to make a move? A young man in yellow robes who was emitting an aura at the peak of rank 8 in the Dao King realm and was standing just a few meters away from Lu Mei and the others said in a low voice as he asked the yellow-robed middle-aged man who was standing by his side. However, the yellow-robed middle-aged man next to him simply stared at Lu Mei and the others seriously for a few moments, before he shook his head and said, "Don't bother. They are too weak to join us. Even the strongest among them is just an early rank 7 Dao King while the rest of them are just in the middle stages. Even if they are somewhat talented, they will be nothing but dead weight to us here. Remember, our topmost priority is still the City of Immortals. Once everyone else wakes up we will continue to explore this desert. The yellow-robed young man nodded his head and didn't say anything else as he sat on the ground and closed his eyes. Indeed, just like the middle-aged man had said, even though Bai Longtian and the others may be somewhat talented, in the end, they were still limited by their own cultivation bases. Even if they had entered the realm of masters, it was still impossible for two peak rank 4 Dao kings like Jiang Chen and Bai Longtian to face off against an average late-stage Dao king directly. Regardless of how talented they were, this was an insurmountable difference caused by the gap in their cultivation bases that they couldn't possibly defy. Even this yellow-robed young man knew that he could effortlessly slaughter their entire group all by himself if he ignored Little Silver. Although a peak rank 6 magic beast was quite a formidable force in a place where only Dao kings could enter, the yellow-robed young man knew that in the city of immortals that was filled with countless monsters, it was actually nothing much in comparison. Additionally, there were less than 9 years left until the city of immortals closed again. Putting aside whether Bai Longtian and the others could even reach the late stages of the Dao King realm within these 9 years, it was actually uncertain if they would even be able to stay alive. These weren't just the thoughts of a yellow-robed middle-aged man, but many of the surrounding powerful Dao kings as well, who merely threw a few glances towards Shen Long and his group before they ignored them. It would be one thing if Bai Longtian and the others had been late-stage Dao kings who had also entered the realm of masters, but a group of middle-stage Dao kings would rank near the bottom in terms of strength within the city of immortals. At that moment, Bai Longtian took a deep breath and retracted his aura back into his body, before he turned his gaze towards Lu Mei and the others and said calmly. It seems that Brother Shun is the only one left. Unfortunately, I couldn't last any longer either. Although the scenes in that stone mural are truly profound, that pressure near the end was simply too powerful. Most likely, even a peak stage Dao King will have trouble enduring that. Lu Mei nodded her head when she heard Bai Longtian's words, before she turned her gaze towards Shen Long who was still sitting there with his eyes closed. During the last few months, Lu Mei had seen plenty of late-stage and even some peak-stage Dao kings who had been forced to give up and had failed to enter the realm of masters, but she had also seen more than a handful of people who had managed to step into that level as well. There was no doubt that to enter the realm of masters, one didn't just need a powerful spiritual strength that rivaled that of a late-stage Dao kings, but also immense talent. However, Lu Mei was certain that neither of those requirements would be enough to stop Shen Long. The only question was, how long it would take him to do so. Time continued to pass, and soon, the 11th and the 12th months slowly came to an end. Like this, an entire year had gone by since Lu Mei and the others had arrived in this desert, but Shen Long had yet to open his eyes. However, Lu Mei and the others weren't worried as they simply waited for him to wake up. As the 12th month came to an end, Xingyi's cultivation had also reached the early rank 6 of the Dao King realm, while Jiang Chen and Bai Longtian had both stepped into the early rank 5 of the Dao King realm as well. Of course, it wasn't surprising that Xingyi would surpass both Jiang Chen and Bai Longtian during this time. After all, Jiang Chen and Bai Longtian had both spent nearly 5 more months comprehending the scenes in the stone mural, while Xingyi had spent that time cultivating and absorbing the pure qi in this place, so it was only natural for her cultivation to surpass theirs. As for Lu Mei, she had already managed to become an early rank 7 Dao King after she finished absorbing the qi that she had obtained from killing Li Tian, and she had spent the past 9 months suppressing the negative emotions that had bubbled up inside her due to the blood absorption art. After 9 whole months, Lu Mei could feel that she had completely suppressed all those negative emotions, and that as long as she managed to obtain enough qi, she could even break through all the way to the peak of the Dao King realm in one go. Soon, the 13th and 14th months also went by but Shen Long had yet to wake up. Finally, as the 15th month came to an end, Shen Long's body suddenly trembled before an extremely sharp and profound aura burst out from his body. What? What is this? What's going on? What kind of aura is this? I can feel my soul trembling. The aura that came from Shen Long's body didn't just startle Lu Mei and the rest, but all of the nearby Dao Kings as well who now stared at him with expressions of shock and disbelief plastered on their faces. Although most of the peak stage Dao Kings had already left this place by now, there were still quite a few early and middle rank 9 Dao Kings around the stone mural, and each of them was stunned when they sensed this indescribable aura that seemed to have emerged out of nowhere. At the same time, Bai Longtian's eyes widened momentarily, before he mumbled to himself in a low voice. So Brother Shun really reached that realm. Chapter 853, Sword Aura. Chapter 853, Sword Aura. That realm? Lu Mei had a look of confusion on her face as she looked at Bai Longtian. Although she could feel that the aura that was coming from Shen Long right now was quite different compared to Bai Longtian's, she still didn't understand what Bai Longtian meant with the words, that realm. And yet, Bai Longtian simply nodded his head as he looked at Lu Mei before he said seriously. Sister Lu can't sense this just yet because Brother Shun has yet to fully release his aura, but anyone who has stepped into this so-called realm of masters will be able to sense it quite easily. Brother Shun's sword skills have already surpassed the realm of masters and he has already stepped into the next realm. Jiang Chen and Xingyi both nodded their heads when they heard this, as they could also feel the indescribable aura coming from Shun Long's body that was no different from a terrifying sword that was about to be unsheathed. At that moment, Bai Longtian continued to stare at Shun Long's figure before he said in a serious voice. Brother Shun is probably the only person in the entire central region who can step into this realm with a cultivation of just a peak rank 3 Dao King. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't even get close to that level despite going all out. In the end, I could feel that my soul was going to be crushed by the pressure from the stone mural if I continued, so I could only give up. Bai Longtian's look was extremely solemn as he said the last sentence, almost as if he could still feel the lingering pressure from the stone mural within his spiritual sea, as if it was still trying to crush his soul. In reality, it wasn't just Bai Longtian who had been forced to stop due to the pressure that was coming from the stone mural, but every other Dao King who had stepped into the realm of masters as well. Even with a spiritual strength that was at the peak of the Dao King realm, it was impossible to surpass the realm of masters. In fact, it was already a wonder how Jiang Chen, Bai Longtian, and Xingyi had stepped into the realm of masters in the first place, when their cultivation bases weren't even in the late stages of the Dao King realm. As for exceeding that realm, that was merely a dream that even many Dao emperors had yet to realize. After all, both spiritual strength and an immense talent were needed to even reach the realm of masters with a weapon in the first place, so surpassing it was bound to be even more difficult. An hour quickly passed in silence while Shun Long's aura continued to become stronger at an extremely rapid rate, making every single middle stage Dao King present to shiver. Finally, as the first hour came to an end, Shun Long's eyes suddenly opened before a terrifying aura burst out from his body. This is Sword Aura. Sword Aura. Senior brother, are you serious? A mere rank 3 Dao King has managed to comprehend Sword Aura. Is this a joke? What the hell is going on? The surrounding Dao Kings immediately exploded in discussions when they sensed the indescribable aura that was coming from Shun Long's body, which made even their hearts palpitate. Senior, what exactly is Sword Aura? Why is everyone here so serious about this? A young woman with a cultivation at the early rank 5 of the Dao King realm suddenly asked the old woman by her side. However, the old woman didn't pay much attention to her as her eyes were still glued on Shun Long's figure in the distance. It was only after an entire minute had passed that the old woman finally shook her head and said in a trembling voice. Sword Aura, that is a level that even our sect master who is a peak rank 4 Dao Emperor has yet to reach in the ways of the sword. This is the first time that I'm seeing it myself, but from what I know, Sword Aura is the manifestation of sword chi and will only appear when a person's skills with the sword have already surpassed the realm of masters. This thing doesn't just require terrifying talent but an extremely powerful soul as well. Forget about early-stage Dao Kings, I have never even heard of a peak-stage Dao King who has reached this realm throughout the entire central region. As she said this, the old woman continued to stare at Shun Long with a look of disbelief on her face. Even a middle-rank 7 Dao King like her didn't have any confidence in fighting someone who had comprehended Sword Aura, even if that person was just an early rank 3 Dao King. A moment after Shun Long opened his eyes, the aura around his body instantly disappeared, as if it had never existed in the first place. With a smile on his face, Shun Long then turned around to look at Lu Mei and the others and asked seriously. What is everyone looking at? Xingyi and the others were all dumbfounded when they heard Shun Long's question. It was one thing if they were around normal cultivators, but in a place like this that was filled with countless geniuses, where was everyone supposed to look when someone had comprehended Sword Aura right in front of them? Bai Longtian was the first one to speak, as he first took a deep breath and calmed down his emotions before he asked eagerly. Brother Shun, did you really surpass the realm of masters? At the same time that Bai Longtian asked this question, within the foggy space in the stone of time, Little Black opened his bright azure eyes and said with a smile. Master, congratulations. To comprehend Sword Aura in less than 2 years, this is an extremely rare feat even in the immortal dimension. Shun Long was momentarily taken when he heard this, as he then asked Little Black. Sword Aura. Is that what Longtian meant when he asked if I have surpassed the realm of masters? Nodding his head, Little Black then explained. Right. Apparently, the people in this mortal world refer to the level of sword chi as the realm of masters. Since Master has already surpassed that level and has already comprehended Sword Aura, it is no wonder that they are all surprised. A look of realization appeared on Shun Long's face when he heard this, but just as he was about to answer, his eyes suddenly narrowed as the aura of a peak rank 9 Dao King enveloped him in an instant. In the next moment, Shun Long saw an old man in bright red robes materializing in front of him, seemingly out of thin air. The old man stared at Shun Long with his deep yellow eyes that resembled a snake's, before he said in a cold voice. "Brat, explain yourself. How did you comprehend the sword intent behind this stone mural?" Chapter 854, Refusing to Answer. Chapter 854, Refusing to Answer. The moment that the red-robed old man's aura surrounded Shun Long, Little Silver's deep yellow eyes that resembled a snake suddenly sprung open, before the overbearing aura of a peak rank 6 magic beast burst out from its body, immediately descending upon the red-robed old man. Before any of the surrounding experts around had any time to react, Little Silver shot to its feet, appearing right in front of Shun Long in a single instant, while its cold gaze that was filled with endless killing intent bore down on the red-robed old man who was standing in front of it. The red-robed old man's eyes narrowed when he sensed Little Silver's aura that was able to easily rival his own, but Lu Mei and the others didn't hesitate in the slightest, as their auras immediately exploded outwards as well. Sensing the aura of an early rank 7 Dao King coming from Lu Mei's body, the red-robed old man snorted mockingly before he turned his full attention towards Little Silver as he prepared himself for battle. As for Xingyi, who had broken through to the middle rank 6 of the Dao King realm in these last 3 months, and Jiang Chen and Bai Long Tian who had broken through to the middle rank 5 of the Dao King realm respectively, the old man didn't even glance at them, as if they didn't even exist in the first place. With an extremely cold look on his face, Jiang Chen took a step forward and approached the red-robed old man before he asked coldly. "Old fart, who the hell are you? You think you can come here and act arrogantly in front of us just because you are a peak rank 9 Dao King?" A look of unconcealed killing intent flashed through the red-robed old man's eyes when he heard Jiang Chen's disrespectful tone, but he still took a deep breath to suppress his killing intent for a few moments, before he turned his gaze towards Shun Long and said calmly. "Brat, even if you have a peak rank 6 magic beast, don't think that you are invincible in this place. This is the City of Immortals, not the backyard of your little sect. There are plenty of experts here who can easily squash this panther of yours. I will only ask you one more time, so think carefully before you answer. How did you comprehend the remaining sword intent behind this stone mural when even a peak Dao King like me can't comprehend it?" Looks of realization appeared in the surrounding Dao King's eyes when they heard the red-robed old man's words, before they too turned their gazes towards Shun Long and his group. Right. This red-robed old man was also someone who had stepped into the realm of masters after he had studied one of the sword scenes in this stone mural for more than 10 months, but even someone like him was unable to comprehend sword aura. It would be weird if the old man let a peak rank 3 Dao King like Shun Long go without getting an answer from him. In fact, the red-robed old man knew clearer than most other people present here how massive the gap between the realm of masters and the level of sword aura truly was. Forget about a peak rank 9 Dao King like himself. The old man guessed that even a newly advanced Dao Emperor would be unable to endure the pressure from this stone mural and break through past the level of the realm of masters. And yet, Shun Long merely shook his head in response to the old man's question, before he stepped forward and said coldly. "There are plenty of experts who can easily squash my panther, you say? That's true. Too bad that you are not one of those experts. However, since you want an answer so badly, then let me answer your question. It's because your spiritual strength is simply insufficient. You want to obtain sword aura, huh? Come back after you reach the standard of a middle-stage Dao Emperor. Perhaps you will have a chance by then." Ha 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 ha. The standard of a middle-stage Dao Emperor? You little bastard, are you really messing with me? Do you really think that I won't dare to attack you because of that panther of yours? The old man roared angrily while the aura around his body seemed to be on the verge of exploding. If it wasn't because of Little Silver's presence, the old man would have never wasted so many words with someone like Shun Long trying to convince him to give him an answer and would have already soul-searched him for the answer instead. And yet, in the red-robed old man's eyes, Shun Long simply gave him an answer that was no different from mockery. The standard of a middle-stage Dao Emperor in terms of spiritual strength when he was still a peak rank 9 Dao King. That was obviously impossible. Even finding an immortal-grade cultivation technique was easier than that. Waving his hand, the old man then took out a blood-red sword from his spatial ring and held it in front of him with both hands, before he said coldly. "Since you refuse to give me the answer I want, don't blame me for being impolite. Little bastard, you have brought this upon yourself." Roar. Sensing that the red-robed old man was about to attack, Little Silver no longer held back either, as it suddenly opened its mouth, let out a powerful roar that reverberated in the ears of every single expert present, before its massive figure abruptly disappeared, appearing right by the red-robed old man's side. The old man who was about to attack was startled by the Black Panther's speed that was several times higher than his own, as it ended up catching him off guard. Seeing the massive claw that was descending upon him, causing even the surrounding space itself to ripple in the process, the red-robed old man immediately switched his stance, as he held his blood-red sword horizontally in front of his chest. Boom! The moment that Little Silver's claw met the blood-red sword, a loud explosion that could be heard for tens of miles shook the underground chamber where the stone mural was located, raising a massive cloud of dust that completely obscured Little Silver's and the red-robed old man's figures. Chapter 855, Killing a Peak Rank 9 Dao King. Chapter 855, Killing a Peak Rank 9 Dao King. Rare. The cloud of dust that had just been raised was almost immediately dispersed by Little Silver's angry roar that shook the entire underground chamber, revealing to the surrounding Dao Kings the scene that it was hiding underneath it. Little Silver's left paw that was dripping with blood had been blocked by the red-robed old man's sword, cutting open a wound that was just a hair's breadth away from reaching its bone. It was obvious that if the sword had managed to cut through just a little bit deeper, Little Silver's paw would have probably been severed from its body. And yet, the surrounding Dao Kings didn't feel too much pity for the Black Panther, as they could all see that red-robed old man's situation was even worse than Little Silver's. After he was forced to take on the full brunt of the Black Panther's attack, the red-robed old man had ended up vomiting a mouthful of blood in the process, while his right foot had also caved into the ground and was barely able to stand. The surrounding Dao Kings could guess that most likely, the internal injuries that the red-robed old man had received were many times worse than his external ones. Despite its injury, Little Silver continued to stare at the red-robed old man who was now kneeling on one knee in front of it, with its bright yellow eyes that were still oozing with killing intent, before the Black Panther raised its left paw in the air for the second time. The old man's expression immediately changed when he saw this scene, as he shouted loudly in a terrified voice. "Stop! Back off!" The red-robed old man could tell that he didn't have enough energy to defend against a second attack right now. He had barely managed to gather his chi and repel the Black Panther's first attack, and he could tell that a second one would almost certainly end up taking his life. However, Little Silver didn't seem to be moved by the old man's pleas, as its left paw descended from the sky for the second time, heading straight towards the old man's head. "Fuck off!" The red-robed old man shouted loudly once he realized that there was no chance for him to escape, and after gritting his teeth, a determined look appeared on his face as he raised his sword for the second time and stabbed it straight towards the Black Panther's neck. If he was going to die, he was planning to take the Black Panther down with him. However, just as his red sword was about to pierce through the panther's neck, a mixed look of unwillingness and disbelief suddenly covered the old man's face as he witnessed the scene that followed. The panther's silver wings seemed to have come together practically at the same time, forming a small shield that ended up blocking the red-robed old man's sword. Although the red sword had managed to pierce through Little Silver's wings and had even managed to draw out some of its blood, it had ended up losing all of its remaining momentum as well and was unable to pierce through the Black Panther's neck any longer. "No dash!" The red-robed old man's scream was suddenly cut short the moment that Little Silver's massive black claw landed on his body, causing a mass of blood and organs to splatter on the ground in front of it. The red-robed old man didn't even have a chance to send his soul out of his body before he was squashed to death in an instant, stunning the surrounding experts who were watching this scene. And yet, Shun Long merely threw a glance at the old man's corpse, or at least what remained of it, before he retrieved the old man's blood-red sword and his spatial ring before he arrived in front of Little Silver. Stretching out his right hand, Shun Long then patted the Black Panther's head, who nuzzled it back in an affectionate manner, looking more like a household pet than a powerful rank 6 magic beast that had just slaughtered a peak rank 9 Dao King. Am I dreaming? Old Fu actually died. He really died fighting against a peak rank 6 magic beast. Serves that arrogant old bastard well. He really thought he was unrivaled in the City of Immortals just because he was a peak stage Dao King. What a joke. How many geniuses have gathered in this place by now? Forget about Dao Kings like him who have comprehended a common Dao, even a peak stage Dao King who has comprehended a rare Dao would have trouble fighting a peak rank 6 magic beast like that panther all by themselves. Nodding their heads, many of the surrounding Dao Kings agreed with this sentiment, as they could all tell that the Black Panther in front of them was no pushover. In fact, even among most other peak rank 6 magic beasts in the central region, it would definitely rank among the stronger ones based on the strength and speed it had just showed. Even if Shun Long was just a peak rank 3 Dao King, just with Little Silver's strength alone, he would still be able to walk around the City of Immortals practically unhindered, unless he was unlucky enough to stumble on one of those unrivaled monsters that ruled the City of Immortals. And yet, Shen Long didn't pay any attention to the discussions of the Tao Kings around him as he first stored the red-robed old man's spatial ring inside the Stone of Time, before he turned his gaze towards Lu Mei and the others and said calmly. "Let's go. Since we are done here, let's have a look at the second trial." Understanding that there was no reason for them to keep staying in this place, Lu Mei and the others all got on Little Silver's back, before Little Silver spread its bright silver wings and flew out of the underground chamber like a bolt of silver lightning, leaving behind tens of thousands of Tao Kings who were still staring at its vanishing figure. Chapter 856, The Second Trial. Chapter 856, The Second Trial. A few moments later, Little Silver's figure had already emerged from the underground chamber where the stone mural was located, as it continued to fly towards the east of the desert at full speed. Half an hour later, once they were a good distance away from the stone mural's location, Shen Long patted Little Silver's head gently and had it land on an empty, inconspicuous area that was surrounded by a few enormous rocks right in the middle of the desert. Jumping off from Little Silver's back, Shen Long stood in front of the Black Panther before he turned his attention towards Little Silver's left paw that was still dripping with blood. "No wonder that old man could injure you so seriously. With a peak 1-star weapon, even the most common of peak rank 9 Tao Kings can be strong enough to pose a threat to a peak rank 6 magic beast if they are willing to risk their lives." Shen Long mumbled to himself in a serious manner while his gaze was still focused on Little Silver's paw in front of him. In the entire central region, it was common knowledge that one would need at least a group of 6 or 7 peak rank 9 Tao Kings if they wanted to have a chance at subduing a peak rank 6 magic beast. However, a peak rank 9 Tao King with a peak 1-star weapon like that red-robed old man was in a different class of his own. Shen Long guessed that most likely, that old man could take on a group of 3 or 4 peak stage Tao Kings all by himself and even come out alive. With a deep look in his eyes, Shen Long then circulated the 27 balls of qi inside the Monarch's hourglass, before his eyes immediately turned golden. Stretching out his right hand, Shen Long then placed it on Little Silver's left paw that looked like it was about to fall off at any moment, before he mumbled to himself in a low, almost inaudible voice. "Time reversal." As soon as the words left his mouth, a bright blue and golden light immediately covered Shen Long's entire body, before it quickly expanded and moved towards Little Silver as well. At that moment, Shen Long could feel that more than 20% of his qi had been sapped in an instant, while even more of it was being drained from his qi balls with every passing moment in order to sustain the time reversal. At the same time, Lu Mei and the others could all see that Little Silver's left paw was being healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, while even its bright silver wings that had been stained with blood after taking on the red-robed old man's final attack had also healed in nearly an instant. A few moments later, the blue and golden light around Shen Long's body finally started to fade before it completely disappeared. At the same time, the mangled wound on Little Silver's leg had also vanished, as its left paw was back in the condition it had been before its fight with the red-robed old man. Roar! Little Silver let out a roar that was filled with excitement and gratitude as it looked at Shen Long, before it began to nudge its head against his hand in an affectionate manner. "Brother Long, are you all right?" Xingyi asked in a worried voice as she stared at Shen Long as well. Even though Shen Long had only used time reversal for a few moments, Xingyi and the others all knew how taxing it was for him to use that skill. To use it on a peak rank 6 magic beast like Little Silver, even if his chi balls hadn't been emptied out, it was certain that Shen Long must have used more than 1/3 of his chi for this. "Brother Shen, do you want to rest for a while? We don't need to head to the second trial right away. We should still have around 8 years until the City of Immortals closes." However, Shen Long merely shook his head as he looked at Bai Long Tian and the others, before he said seriously. "Don't worry, Little Silver's wounds weren't too serious so I didn't need to use too much of my qi. With how concentrated the qi here is, I will have recovered before we even reach the location of the second trial." As he finished speaking, Shen Long sat on Little Silver's back for the second time, before the Black Panther spread its bright silver wings and continued to fly towards the east of the desert at full speed. Of course, the reason why Shen Long hadn't chosen to heal Little Silver back in the stone mural and had waited until they arrived in an isolated place, was simply because he didn't want to expose his Tao of Time in front of too many people just yet. Even though there were plenty of experts in the Holy Sect's territory who must have heard about him after the Martial Roll of Honor tournament had taken place in the outer court of the Holy Sect was nothing but a first-rate power in the northern part of the central region. Besides, the number of people who knew that Shen Long had already become a Tao King were only limited to the experts of the Holy Sect like the Grand Elder and the Inner Court Elders, as well as the Northern Sovereign and the people under her. Although Shun Long understood that it was only a matter of time before this happened in the City of Immortals, a place where the strongest Tao kings from every place throughout the central region had gathered, Shun Long knew that his strongest asset right now was that there were very few people who knew anything about him. The moment he revealed his Tao of Time, Shun Long knew that it was bound to attract endless attention in this place, including attention from the strongest of Tao kings in this place. In front of those peak Tao kings who had comprehended unique and perhaps even supreme Taos, even Little Silver wouldn't be able to last too long. Time continued to pass, and in the blink of an eye, an entire month had gone by as Little Silver continued to fly above the scorching desert in the City of Immortals. Finally, at the beginning of the second month, a massive oasis that spanned for hundreds of miles appeared in the distance ahead, attracting Shun Long's and the others' attention. Staring at this oasis whose end couldn't be seen no matter how hard one looked, the same thought appeared in Lu Mei's and the others' minds at the same time, causing serious looks to cover their faces. The location of the second trial, the Illusion Oasis. Chapter 857, Illusion Oasis. Chapter 857, Illusion Oasis. Staring at the enormous oasis in front of him that didn't seem to have an end, the information that Shun Long had obtained from the memory jades of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce quickly began to appear in his mind. The second known trial in the City of Immortals, the Illusion Oasis. It is located at the far east of the 10,000 Miles Desert and is an extremely dangerous trial that can kill even peak-stage Tao kings. Cultivators should be prepared. Upon entering the oasis, the trial will immediately begin. Our White Tiger Chamber of Commerce has also verified that magic beasts aren't allowed to step foot into the Illusion Oasis. Cultivators with contracted magic beasts will be separated from their beasts at the entrance of the oasis. Cultivators traveling in groups will also be separated from their groups upon entering the oasis. A cultivation base at the peak of rank 6 in the Tao King realm is the bare minimum to survive past the first stage of this trial. Shun Long was momentarily surprised when he realized that the information that the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce had for the Illusion Oasis was much more detailed compared to the information they had about the stone mural where he had comprehended his sword aura from. Additionally, even though it wasn't mentioned what kind of trial it was going to be or what kind of dangers one would have to face after entering the oasis, the information itself was still quite valuable. Brother Shun, it seems that we aren't the only ones here. As Little Silver continued to fly towards the oasis in the distance, Bai Long Tian and the others soon began to notice the large numbers of rank 6 magic beasts that were gathered around the oasis, looking like a massive army comprised of countless different types of magic beasts. Even the smallest of those magic beasts was more than 4 meters, 13 feet, tall, while the largest ones exceeded 300 meters, 980 feet, in height, causing even Little Silver to look like an ant in comparison. With just a glance, Lu Mei and the others could see that there were at least 6,000 early rank 6 magic beasts gathered in this place, while the middle rank 6 magic beasts numbered more than 1,000. The closer they approached to the oasis, the more powerful the magic beasts around them seemed to become. At the same time, near the entrance of the oasis itself, Shun Long could see quite a few peak rank 6 magic beasts that were lying in wait, some of them emitting auras that easily rivaled and even exceeded that of Little Silver's, looking like they were at the cusp of advancing and becoming rank 7 magic beasts as well. It seemed that the more powerful magic beasts were right in front of the entrance of the Illusion Oasis while the weaker ones were spread around them, not daring to approach too close to those peak rank 6 beasts. Whether it was the early rank 6, the middle rank 6, or even the peak rank 6 magic beasts present, every single one of them could sense Little Silver's sudden arrival, causing them to turn their eyes over. And yet, Little Silver ignored the threatening roars of those magic beasts around it, as it continued to fly towards the oasis entrance. From a distance away, the Illusion Oasis looked like an enormous lake that was surrounded by a lush green forest, but as Little Silver approached closer to it, Shun Long finally began to notice an indistinct layer of white fog that was also surrounding the forest, giving off an extremely mysterious sensation that he had never felt before. A few moments later, as soon as Little Silver arrived within 500 meters from the oasis entrance, its figure suddenly turned stiff before it let out a painful roar. Ruuhoerer. 500 meters. Whether it was the early rank 6 or the peak rank 6 magic beasts present, none of them could get any closer to the oasis than this. Any magic beast that tried to approach any closer than this would immediately feel a terrifying pain assaulting them, powerful enough to easily tear their souls apart. Since Shun Long had already formed a spiritual bond with Little Silver, he could clearly sense the Black Panther's emotions, including the pain that it was feeling right now. Patting Little Silver's head, Shun Long didn't have the Black Panther return inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time and allowed it to stay here instead, before he began to make his way towards the entrance of the oasis along with Jiang Chen and the rest. I wonder, just how many people are inside this trial right now? Bai Longtian asked curiously as their group continued to make their way towards the oasis. Lu Mei, Jiang Chen, and Xingyi were also curious about this matter, as they stared at the thousands of magic beasts around them without speaking. More than 7,000 magic beasts were present in this place, and every single one of them was a magic beast that was still waiting for their master to return. This was a truly stunning number. With 7,000 magic beasts present, it meant that there must have been at least 7,000 Dao Kings inside this trial right now. But of course, Jiang Chen and the others all understood that it was impossible for every single Dao King to own a magic beast. In fact, those Dao Kings who possessed their own magic beasts were extremely rare. If there were so many magic beasts present, it was impossible to imagine how many people were inside the oasis right now. Even Shen Long couldn't possibly estimate the sheer number of Dao Kings that had entered this place. However, there was one thing that he was certain of. For so many Dao Kings to have gathered in this place, the rewards from this trial would definitely exceed the rewards from the Demon-Fanged City by countless times. Closing his eyes, Shen Long first spread out his soul sense around his body without holding back, before he took a step forward and entered the forest. Chapter 858 Rewards of the Illusion Oasis. Chapter 858 Rewards of the Illusion Oasis. The moment that he stepped past the entrance of the forest and entered inside, Shen Long could see the white fog around him that had started to thicken and become much denser than before, as it quickly began to obscure his surroundings. Even with his soul sense that he had spread to his limits before entering the forest, Shen Long was still unable to sense even a single blade of grass around him while his own vision barely extended beyond his own fingers. Even my soul sense can't penetrate this white fog. Shen Long mumbled to himself in a surprised tone, as his footsteps instantly came to a halt moments after entering the forest. Although the memory jades of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce had mentioned that groups would be split upon entering the Illusion Oasis and everyone would have to fend for themselves and clear the trials alone, they didn't mention anything about this white fog. Of course, whether the people of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce had intentionally concealed this information or not was unknown, but Shen Long could also sense one more thing after entering the Illusion Oasis. This white fog around him wasn't just suppressing his vision and his soul sense, but it was slowly trying to invade his spiritual sea as well. Even though its effects weren't too obvious, most early-stage Dao Kings would be unable to sense it and guard their spiritual seas until it was too late. And yet, Shen Long merely smiled and closed his eyes for a moment, before his spiritual strength inside his spiritual sea started to surge wildly like a wild beast that had just been provoked. The remnant energy of the white fog had barely managed to enter Shen Long's spiritual sea before it was crushed to nothingness by the overwhelming power of his spiritual strength. After remaining in that spot for a few more moments, Shen Long opened his eyes and began to make his way deeper towards the Illusion Oasis shortly afterwards. It seems that this trial is just testing one's spiritual strength. If that's the case, this trial will be even easier for Master than the last one. Inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, Little Black murmured in a low voice as he continued to watch Shen Long, who was calmly making his way deeper towards the Illusion Oasis. The power of the white fog was becoming even more intense the deeper inside the forest he was heading, and yet Shen Long seemed to be completely unaffected by it. By now, most early-stage Dao Kings would be struggling to take even a single step forward, while even some middle-stage Dao Kings would have some trouble continuing forward, and yet Shen Long continued to walk at a steady pace as if the white fog around him didn't even exist. After walking forward for half an hour, Shen Long's eyes widened in surprise while his footsteps involuntarily came to a halt as well, as the white fog in front of him suddenly started to churn and coalesce together, slowly taking the form of a large magic beast that was more than 15 meters, 49 feet, tall. Moments later, a large leopard that was made entirely from white fog stood in front of Shen Long, staring at him with its pair of intelligent eyes that made it look like a real, living magic beast. This leopard was even emitting an aura at the middle of rank 6, and was probably strong enough to threaten most middle rank 6 Dao Kings without too much trouble. Whether it was its appearance or the aura that was coming from its body, the white leopard in front of Shen Long didn't seem to be any different from an actual middle rank 6 magic beast. Roar! The leopard let out a loud roar the moment its eyes met with Shen Long's, before its figure turned into a blur as it shot towards Shen Long without any hesitation. With a calm look on his face, Shen Long circulated the Monarch's hourglass, causing his eyes to immediately turn golden, before he waved his right hand, taking out the black sword from the Stone of Time. The moment the black sword appeared in his hands, Shen Long's entire aura seemed to have changed, startling even the leopard that was heading towards him. Sensing the profound aura around Xianlong that made him seem like a sharp sword that was going to cut down anything that dared to stand in front of him, the leopard's figure trembled for a moment, before it opened its mouth and aimed directly for Xianlong's neck. And yet, Xianlong's lips merely curved upwards as he stared at the white leopard that was just a few meters away from him, before he said in a calm voice. Monarch's domain. The invisible figure of an hourglass expanded from Xianlong's body, forcibly slowing down the flow of time around the leopard and causing its speed to plummet. At the same time, a strand of sword chi materialized from the tip of the black sword, heading directly for the leopard's massive neck. The white leopard didn't even have enough time to react before the strand of sword chi cut through its neck without any resistance, severing its head from the rest of its body and causing its figure to collapse on the ground. The moment that the leopard's figure collapsed, its body turned back into white fog, but surprisingly, the fog didn't disperse, but it actually started to gather together at the same spot. Moments later, the white fog turned into a single, translucent drop of water that floated in front of Xianlong, causing his eyes to widen in incredulousness and disbelief. This is, a drop of immortal water. Xianlong mumbled to himself in disbelief as he stretched out his hand and grabbed the translucent drop of water in front of him, allowing it to float in his palm. Chapter 859 Drop of Immortal Water. Chapter 859, Drop of Immortal Water. Staring at the translucent drop of water in front of him, Xianlong was momentarily taken aback, as a myriad of thoughts began to course through his mind. Although most people may not be aware of what this drop of water actually was, Xianlong could immediately recognize it with a single glance, which was why he was so surprised. At the same time, within the foggy space in the stone of time, a look of doubt had also appeared on Little Black's face as his bright azure eyes stared intently at the drop of water that was floating in front of Xianlong, and after a few moments of silence, the black dragon finally muttered in a voice filled with disbelief. How is this possible? There is actually immortal water in this place. Xianlong nodded his head as he was just as surprised as Little Black. After all, immortal water was a natural type of treasure that could only be found in the immortal dimension and couldn't possibly appear in a place like the central region of the cultivation world. Xianlong knew that this drop of immortal water could not only be used as an ingredient for alchemy, but it could also be consumed directly by body refinement cultivators to increase their strength even further. In fact, to magic beasts and body refinement cultivators who lived in the immortal dimension, immortal water was one of the most sought-after type of treasures that they used to increase their strength. Even this single drop of immortal water in front of Xianlong was enough to allow an average body refinement cultivator who was at the peak of the 5th stage to immediately break through upon consuming it and reach the early 6th stage instantly. However, Xianlong also knew that consuming immortal water this way was a huge waste of such a treasure. After all, immortal water was meant to be consumed in large quantities to obtain even better results. A single drop of immortal water by itself had quite negligible effects and wasn't worth too much to experts at the Tao Emperor realm and above, but if one consumed it in large quantities, that would be an entirely different story. Waving his right hand, Xianlong then took out an empty pill bottle from the stone of time and stored the drop of immortal water inside it, before he turned his gaze deeper towards the illusion oasis. The moment that the white leopard's figure collapsed and turned into white fog, Xianlong could see the rest of the white fog around him that had started to thin out considerably, almost as if it was consciously opening up a path for him. At the same time, inside the foggy space in the stone of time, Little Black stared at the drop of immortal water that was floating calmly inside the alchemy bottle, before the black dragon said in a voice filled with excitement. Master, I don't know who created this place, but since there was a drop of immortal water here, there must be even more of it deeper inside. This place is a treasure trove for Master. Nodding his head, Xianlong agreed with Little Black, as he began to follow the path that had been opened by the white fog without any hesitation. Indeed, just like Little Black had said, Xianlong also guessed that this place was most likely going to be a treasure trove for him, causing a smile to appear on his face. After all, if there was a single drop of immortal water to be obtained so early in this trial, it was very likely that one would be able to obtain even more of it if they headed even deeper inside. Omicron. Even if there were no more drops of immortal water, the treasures deeper inside this place should be at least at a similar, if not an even higher level than this drop of immortal water. At the same time, this trial seemed to be testing a person's spiritual strength, which was Xianlong's current strongest trait. It would be one thing if this place tested a person's cultivation base or even their combat strength, but spiritual strength was the one thing that Xianlong was certain that no other Tao King could possibly compare with him, even with his current cultivation base. In fact, even most early-stage Tao emperors would find themselves completely helpless if they were to compare spiritual strengths with Xianlong. A few moments later, Shun Long arrived at the end of the path in front of him, before he noticed the white fog around him that had started to become even more condensed than before. Once again, the white fog surrounding him had completely blocked his vision, before it started to invade his spiritual sea for the second time. And yet, Shun Long simply ignored it as he began to make his way deeper towards the depths of the illusion oasis shortly afterwards. With every passing step he took, the pressure from the white fog seemed to be increasing even further, and yet Shun Long was barely affected by it as he kept walking forward with steady steps. In fact, Shun Long could barely sense any pressure from the white fog itself and was simply walking slowly in case he encountered another beast like the white leopard. Finally, after walking for a little more than an hour, Shun Long's footsteps suddenly came to a halt before his golden eyes lit up with a bright blue and golden light. At the same time, the white fog around him had started to churn and coalesce together, slowly taking the form of a familiar-looking magic beast that was more than 15 meters, 49 feet, tall. Staring at the figure of the white leopard in front of him that was made entirely from white fog, Shun Long's lips curved upwards forming a bright smile, before his aura at the peak of rank 3 in the Tao King realm suddenly exploded outwards. Author's note: as you guys have noticed, during the past few months the release rate has been inconsistent, with the last 2 months being in the worst state possible as I was struggling to write even a single chapter. This is because during the past 5 months I had to face too many issues in real life, including family emergencies, as well as my mandatory military service on top of everything. In the first couple of months, it wasn't too bad as I could still do my best to write at least 1 chapter a day if not 2 of them, but in the last couple of months, it was nearly impossible to write even a single chapter, both due to the lack of available time to work in the army as well as a lack of sleep. This is why the release rate has been so horrible lately. Normally, people would be allowed to leave the camp once every 2 to 3 days, but that was only for half a day to a day at most. 6 days ago I went to the garrison headquarters to ask for an early release so I could cut my military service short, but I was told to go back on Tuesday since the people present were unable to help. Thankfully, I managed to come to an agreement with the people in charge recently, allowing me to return back home earlier than expected. Thank you for your patience during the past couple of months, and especially this month where I know you guys have been completely starved out of chapters. I will do my best to make up for the lost days, slowly but surely. Zeus. Chapter 860 Collecting Immortal Water. Chapter 860, Collecting Immortal Water. Shun Long could sense that this leopard in front of him was actually no different from the previous white leopard he had killed since it was also emitting the aura of a middle rank 6 magic beast. Waving his right hand, Shun Long then took out the black sword from the stone of time and held it tightly with both hands, before he swung it downwards without any hesitation. A thread of sword chi suddenly emerged from the edge of the black sword in the next moment before it headed straight for the white leopard's neck. Roar. The white leopard's figure that had just been condensed let out a threatening growl as soon as it sensed the terrifying thread of sword chi that was about to strike its neck, before it turned around and stared at Shun Long with its intelligent-looking eyes that seemed to be hiding hints of malice inside them. Although the white leopard could sense that Shun Long was just a peak rank 3 Tao King and he should be nothing more than an ant against a middle rank 6 magic beast like itself, it could also sense clearly that this thread of sword chi wasn't something that it could ignore since it was capable of taking its life. Kicking the ground with its 2 front legs, the white leopard's figure turned into a blur as it easily dodged the thread of sword chi that was heading for its neck, before it shot towards Shun Long like a white arrow that had just been released. In fact, the white leopard was so fast, that most early-stage Tao Kings wouldn't even be able to follow it with their eyes and would have to rely on their soul sense if they wanted to stand a chance against it. Only middle or late-stage Tao Kings would be able to track it down with their own eyes and be able to react in time. However, in this place where soul sense was completely restricted, the white leopard was an apex predator that could easily hunt down almost any prey. Other than some extremely powerful late-stage Tao Kings or some peak 6th-stage body refinement cultivators, no one else would dare to take it lightly. And yet, Shun Long didn't seem to be startled by the white leopard's speed, as his golden eyes stared calmly at the leopard's figure that had already crossed more than half the distance between them, while staring at him with its light yellow eyes that were filled with cruelty and killing intent. Master, it seems that this delusion oasis is actually one enormous formation. Inside the foggy space in the stone of time, Little Black said after a few moments of silence, without paying the slightest bit of attention to the white leopard that had already arrived in front of Shun Long and was about to strike his chest with its massive claws. Staring at the white leopard in front of him, Shun Long had a calm look in his eyes as he abruptly vanished from the spot he was standing on, appearing right behind the leopard, before he mumbled to himself in a low voice that quietly reverberated throughout the fog-filled forest. Monarch's domain. The invisible figure of an hourglass instantly expanded from his body, forcibly slowing down the flow of time around Shun Long. Clutching the black sword with both hands, Shun Long swung it downwards at full strength as he chopped it straight towards the white leopard's unprotected neck. The white leopard that had just missed its attack was about to turn around the moment it sensed Shun Long appearing behind it, but before it had enough time to react, a terrifying slash of black-colored sword chi effortlessly severed its head from the rest of its body, causing its figure to abruptly turn stiff before it collapsed on the ground with a thud. Moments later, Shun Long saw the white leopard's collapsed body that had started to turn back into white fog, before it quickly began to gather together, slowly turning into a single, translucent drop of water. Roar. And yet, before Shun Long had enough time to collect this drop of immortal water, in front of him two furious roars that were filled with killing intent suddenly sounded from his left and right respectively, as the auras of two middle-rank 6 magic beasts assaulted him practically at the same time. Hearing the two familiar-sounding roars that were almost identical to the white leopards that he had just killed, Shun Long gave up on collecting the drop of immortal water that was floating in front of him and turned around to face the source of these roars. Staring at the two white leopards that had just appeared and didn't look any different from the first one, Shun Long narrowed his eyes for a moment, before his body disappeared on the spot, as he used blink once again to appear right in front of the first of the two leopards. Less than a minute later, silence had once again filled the eerie, fog-filled forest, as Shun Long stared at the 3 drops of immortal water that he had just collected and placed them inside the foggy space in the stone of time, before he began to make his way deeper inside the forest. The deeper into the forest he headed, the more powerful the pressure around him seemed to become, and the more white leopards seemed to be appearing. And yet, these white leopards that could threaten even those rank 5 and rank 6 Dao kings couldn't even last against a single slash of sword chi, before their bodies turned into drops of immortal water that Shun Long happily collected and stored inside the stone of time. As for the ever-growing pressure, Shun Long decided to completely ignore it as he made his way even deeper inside the illusion oasis. Finally, a little more than half a day later, after hunting more than 200 white leopards, Shun Long's eyes suddenly lit up as he stared at the scene in front of him with a stunned look on his face. Chapter 859, Drop of Immortal Water. Chapter 859, Drop of Immortal Water. Staring at the translucent drop of water in front of him, Shun Long was momentarily taken aback, as a myriad of thoughts began to course through his mind. Although most people may not be aware of what this drop of water actually was, Shun Long could immediately recognize it with a single glance, which was why he was so surprised. At the same time, within the foggy space in the stone of time, a look of doubt had also appeared on Little Black's face as his bright azure eyes stared intently at the drop of water that was floating in front of Shun Long, and after a few moments of silence, the black dragon finally muttered in a voice filled with disbelief. "How is this possible? There is actually immortal water in this place." Shun Long nodded his head as he was just as surprised as Little Black. After all, immortal water was a natural type of treasure that could only be found in the immortal dimension and couldn't possibly appear in a place like the central region of the cultivation world. Shun Long knew that this drop of immortal water could not only be used as an ingredient for alchemy, but it could also be consumed directly by body refinement cultivators to increase their strength even further. In fact, to magic beasts and body refinement cultivators who lived in the immortal dimension, immortal water was one of the most sought-after type of treasures that they used to increase their strength. Even this single drop of immortal water in front of Shun Long was enough to allow an average body refinement cultivator who was at the peak of the 5th stage to immediately break through upon consuming it and reach the early 6th stage instantly. However, Shun Long also knew that consuming immortal water this way was a huge waste of such a treasure. After all, immortal water was meant to be consumed in large quantities to obtain even better results. A single drop of immortal water by itself had quite negligible effects and wasn't worth too much to experts at the Dao Emperor realm and above, but if one consumed it in large quantities, that would be an entirely different story. Waving his right hand, Shun Long then took out an empty pill bottle from the stone of time and stored the drop of immortal water inside it, before he turned his gaze deeper towards the illusion oasis. The moment that the white leopard's figure collapsed and turned into white fog, Shun Long could see the rest of the white fog around him that had started to thin out considerably, almost as if it was consciously opening up a path for him. At the same time, inside the foggy space in the stone of time, Little Black stared at the drop of immortal water that was floating calmly inside the alchemy bottle, before the black dragon said in a voice filled with excitement. "Master, I don't know who created this place, but since there was a drop of immortal water here, there must be even more of it deeper inside. This place is a treasure trove for Master." Nodding his head, Shun Long agreed with Little Black, as he began to follow the path that had been opened by the white fog without any hesitation. Indeed, just like Little Black had said, Shun Long also guessed that this place was most likely going to be a treasure trove for him, causing a smile to appear on his face. After all, if there was a single drop of immortal water to be obtained so early in this trial, it was very likely that one would be able to obtain even more of it if they headed even deeper inside. XT. Even if there were no more drops of immortal water, the treasures deeper inside this place should be at least at a similar, if not an even higher level than this drop of immortal water. At the same time, this trial seemed to be testing a person's spiritual strength, which was Shun Long's current strongest trait. It would be one thing if this place tested a person's cultivation base or even their combat strength, but spiritual strength was the one thing that Shun Long was certain that no other Tao King could possibly compare with him, even with his current cultivation base. In fact, even most early-stage Tao emperors would find themselves completely helpless if they were to compare spiritual strengths with Shun Long. A few moments later, Shun Long arrived at the end of the path in front of him, before he noticed the white fog around him that had started to become even more condensed than before. Once again, the white fog surrounding him had completely blocked his vision, before it started to invade his spiritual sea for the second time. And yet, Shun Long simply ignored it as he began to make his way deeper towards the depths of the illusion oasis shortly afterwards. With every passing step he took, the pressure from the white fog seemed to be increasing even further, and yet Shun Long was barely affected by it as he kept walking forward with steady steps. In fact, Shun Long could barely sense any pressure from the white fog itself and was simply walking slowly in case he encountered another beast like the white leopard. Finally, after walking for a little more than an hour, Shun Long's footsteps suddenly came to a halt before his golden eyes lit up with a bright blue and golden light. At the same time, the white fog around him had started to churn and coalesce together, slowly taking the form of a familiar-looking magic beast that was more than 15 meters, 49 feet, tall. Staring at the figure of the white leopard in front of him that was made entirely from white fog, Shun Long's lips curved upwards forming a bright smile, before his aura at the peak of rank 3 in the Tao King realm suddenly exploded outwards. Author's note: as you guys have noticed, during the past few months the release rate has been inconsistent, with the last 2 months being in the worst state possible as I was struggling to write even a single chapter. This is because during the past 5 months I had to face too many issues in real life, including family emergencies, as well as my mandatory military service on top of everything. In the first couple of months, it wasn't too bad as I could still do my best to write at least 1 chapter a day if not 2 of them, but in the last couple of months, it was nearly impossible to write even a single chapter, both due to the lack of available time to work in the army as well as a lack of sleep. This is why the release rate has been so horrible lately. Normally, people would be allowed to leave the camp once every 2 to 3 days, but that was only for half a day to a day at most. 6 days ago I went to the garrison headquarters to ask for an early release so I could cut my military service short, but I was told to go back on Tuesday since the people present were unable to help. Thankfully, I managed to come to an agreement with the people in charge recently, allowing me to return back home earlier than expected. Thank you for your patience during the past couple of months, and especially this month where I know you guys have been completely starved out of chapters. I will do my best to make up for the lost days, slowly but surely. Zeus. Chapter 860, Collecting Immortal Water. Chapter 860, Collecting Immortal Water. Shun Long could sense that this leopard in front of him was actually no different from the previous white leopard he had killed since it was also emitting the aura of a middle rank 6 magic beast. Waving his right hand, Shun Long then took out the black sword from the stone of time and held it tightly with both hands, before he swung it downwards without any hesitation. A thread of sword chi suddenly emerged from the edge of the black sword in the next moment before it headed straight for the white leopard's neck. Roar. The white leopard's figure that had just been condensed let out a threatening growl as soon as it sensed the terrifying thread of sword chi that was about to strike its neck, before it turned around and stared at Shun Long with its intelligent-looking eyes that seemed to be hiding hints of malice inside them. Although the white leopard could sense that Shun Long was just a peak rank 3 Tao King and he should be nothing more than an ant against a middle rank 6 magic beast like itself, it could also sense clearly that this thread of sword chi wasn't something that it could ignore since it was capable of taking its life. Kicking the ground with its 2 front legs, the white leopard's figure turned into a blur as it easily dodged the thread of sword chi that was heading for its neck, before it shot towards Shun Long like a white arrow that had just been released. In fact, the white leopard was so fast that most early-stage Tao Kings wouldn't even be able to follow it with their eyes and would have to rely on their soul sense if they wanted to stand a chance against it. Only middle or late-stage Tao Kings would be able to track it down with their own eyes and be able to react in time. However, in this place where soul sense was completely restricted, the white leopard was an apex predator that could easily hunt down almost any prey. Other than some extremely powerful late-stage Dao Kings or some peak 6th-stage body refinement cultivators, no one else would dare to take it lightly. And yet, Shen Long didn't seem to be startled by the white leopard's speed, as his golden eyes stared calmly at the leopard's figure that had already crossed more than half the distance between them, while staring at him with its light yellow eyes that were filled with cruelty and killing intent. Master, it seems that this delusion oasis is actually one enormous formation. Inside the foggy space in the stone of time, Little Black said after a few moments of silence, without paying the slightest bit of attention to the white leopard that had already arrived in front of Shen Long and was about to strike his chest with its massive claws. Staring at the white leopard in front of him, Shen Long had a calm look in his eyes as he abruptly vanished from the spot he was standing on, appearing right behind the leopard, before he mumbled to himself in a low voice that quietly reverberated throughout the fog-filled forest. Monarch's domain. The invisible figure of an hourglass instantly expanded from his body, forcibly slowing down the flow of time around Shen Long. Clutching the black sword with both hands, Shen Long swung it downwards at full strength as he chopped it straight towards the white leopard's unprotected neck. The white leopard that had just missed its attack was about to turn around the moment it sensed Shen Long appearing behind it, but before it had enough time to react, a terrifying slash of black-colored sword chi effortlessly severed its head from the rest of its body, causing its figure to abruptly turn stiff before it collapsed on the ground with a thud. Moments later, Shen Long saw the white leopard's collapsed body that had started to turn back into white fog, before it quickly began to gather together, slowly turning into a single, translucent drop of water. Roar. And yet, before Shen Long had enough time to collect this drop of immortal water, in front of him two furious roars that were filled with killing intent suddenly sounded from his left and right respectively, as the auras of two middle-rank 6 magic beasts assaulted him practically at the same time. Hearing the two familiar-sounding roars that were almost identical to the white leopards that he had just killed, Shen Long gave up on collecting the drop of immortal water that was floating in front of him and turned around to face the source of these roars. Staring at the two white leopards that had just appeared and didn't look any different from the first one, Shen Long narrowed his eyes for a moment, before his body disappeared on the spot, as he used blink once again to appear right in front of the first of the two leopards. Less than a minute later, silence had once again filled the eerie, fog-filled forest, as Shen Long stared at the 3 drops of immortal water that he had just collected and placed them inside the foggy space in the stone of time, before he began to make his way deeper inside the forest. The deeper into the forest he headed, the more powerful the pressure around him seemed to become, and the more white leopards seemed to be appearing. And yet, these white leopards that could threaten even those rank 5 and rank 6 Dao Kings couldn't even last against a single slash of sword chi, before their bodies turned into drops of immortal water that Shen Long happily collected and stored inside the stone of time. XT. As for the ever-growing pressure, Shen Long decided to completely ignore it as he made his way even deeper inside the illusion oasis. Finally, a little more than half a day later, after hunting more than 200 white leopards, Shen Long's eyes suddenly lit up as he stared at the scene in front of him with a stunned look on his face. Chapter 861 Unexpected Situation. Chapter 861 Unexpected Situation. Shen Long could see that a few hundred meters away from him, the white fog had finally started to disperse, while the fog's effects in his spiritual sea had also started to diminish significantly. Although Shen Long could barely feel any pressure from the white fog while he had been leisurely walking through the forest for the past half a day, at this moment, he could still sense quite clearly that the fog's effects had already started to become much weaker the closer he walked towards this area ahead of him. Master, it seems that this is the end of the first stage for this trial. Inside the foggy space in the stone of time, Little Black said with a calm look in his bright blue eyes as he stared at the area ahead of Shen Long. Hearing the loud hubbub of voices that were no longer being blocked by the white fog and could be heard clearly from that place, Shen Long nodded his head as he agreed with Little Black, and after taking one last look around him and making sure that there were no more white leopards for him to hunt, he began to make his way towards this area in front of him. A few minutes later, Shen Long finally walked out of the fog-filled forest before an entirely new scene greeted his eyes. Staring at the vast plains in front of him and the thousands of Dao Kings that were gathered here and were either chatting with each other or they were sitting on the ground with their eyes closed, Shen Long was momentarily taken aback. After all, other than a few groups of peak rank 5 and early rank 6 Dao Kings, every single person in this place was already a peak rank 6 Dao King, while more than half of them were actually late-stage Dao Kings. In fact, Shen Long could also sense the auras of quite a few peak rank 9 Dao King realm experts among these people, and the auras of some of them even exceeded that of the red-robed old man that Little Silver had killed back in the desert mural. For so many middle and late-stage Dao Kings to have gathered in this place, it clearly showed how much importance these experts had placed in this trial. Although the desert mural, where Shen Long had comprehended his sword aura, also had quite a large number of late-stage Dao Kings present previously, they couldn't possibly compare to the number of experts that had gathered here. At the same time, the moment that Shen Long stepped out of the forest, quite a few of the surrounding Dao Kings who were sitting near the forest's entrance opened their eyes and turned their gazes towards him, staring at him with looks of unconcealed surprise and disbelief. What's going on? Who is this guy? How is this possible? There is a person here who can completely conceal his aura when he is standing this close to me. What kind of cultivation technique is that guy training in? That's not all. Look. He just passed the first stage of the illusion oasis and he doesn't look the slightest bit tired. Sensing the curious and examining gazes of the surrounding Dao Kings and hearing their discussions, Shen Long wasn't surprised by their reactions and merely shook his head in response, before he began to inspect the people around him as well. Naturally, it was extremely rare for these people to be unable to sense someone's cultivation base when they were standing in such close proximity to them, so it was no wonder that they would be so surprised. Even most peak rank 9 Dao King realm experts wouldn't be able to completely conceal their aura to the point that not even a bit of their chi would slip out, unless they were training in some extraordinary cultivation technique. The only people who would be able to do something like that without an immortal grade cultivation technique would only be experts at the Dao Emperor realm and above. But of course, in the City of Immortals, regardless of how talented someone was, it was impossible for them to break through to the Dao Emperor realm and keep that a secret. Although nobody truly knew what would happen in that case, most of the peak rank 9 Dao Kings believed that the moment they completed their breakthroughs, they would be sucked to the second level of the City of Immortals and would have to compete with monsters like Jiang Tianfang and the other late stage and peak stage Dao Emperors by then. This was why no one was willing to finish their breakthroughs in this place, despite the fact that the City of Immortals was filled with extremely pure chi. Besides, breaking through to the Dao Emperor realm wasn't so easy to begin with, and considering that everyone would only have around 10 years to stay in this place, most people understood that it was probably better to hoard as many treasures as they could while they were here. Hey, friend. What's your name and which power do you belong to? It's quite rare to see someone like you still in the first stage of the illusion oasis, xt. Just as Shen Long was taking a look at his surroundings, a handsome, brown-robed young man with a long white saber stranded on his back suddenly approached him and asked him with an amiable smile on his face, before he cupped his hands in a friendly manner, indicating that he didn't mean any harm. Glancing at this brown-robed young man in front of him who had a cultivation base at the peak of rank 7 in the Dao King realm, Shen Long was just about to respond, but his eyes suddenly widened when he noticed a scene that was taking place just a few hundred meters away from him. Staring at the group of 4 people who were lying on the ground in their own blood and looked like they were about to die at any moment, an uncontrollable wave of killing intent suddenly burst out of Shen Long's body, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Chapter 862 Magnanimous Offer. 862 Chapter 862 Magnanimous Offer. In the next moment, the surrounding Dao Kings all saw Shen Long vanishing on the spot, as his body disappeared from the place he was standing on, appearing right next to the 4 young men and women who were lying on the ground. Without even looking at the yellow-robed young man who was standing just a few meters away from Lu Mei and was holding a black sword that was still dripping with fresh blood, Shen Long waved his right hand, taking out an alchemy bottle that was filled with snow-white colored pills from the Stone of Time, before he began to feed the pills to Lu Mei and the others. Indeed, the 4 people who were lying on the ground in front of him with extremely weakened auras, looking like they were about to die at any moment, were precisely Lu Mei, Xingyi, Jiang Chen, and Bai Long Tian. As for the snow-white pills that Shen Long had just taken out, these were all top-grade rank 6 healing pills that he had personally refined while he was still in seclusion back in the Northern Sovereign's estate. Aside from injuries to a person's soul or other special types of injuries, these pills that Shen Long had just taken out could practically save even a peak rank 9 Dao King who was on the brink of death, if that person was just afflicted with physical injuries. You arrogant bastard, what do you think you are doing in front of me? At the same time that Shen Long began to feed the healing pills to Lu Mei and the rest, the yellow-robed young man who was standing just a few meters away from him shouted in a cold voice as he stared at Shen Long, looking at him with a look of both incredulity and anger in his eyes. In fact, it wasn't just this yellow-robed young man but all of the surrounding Dao Kings here who were stunned by Shen Long's presence, as they could now all sense that this person in front of them was just a peak rank 3 Dao King. Clearly, none of them could fathom how a peak rank 3 Dao King could possibly clear the first stage of this illusion oasis. However, the killing intent that was coming from Shen Long's body earlier had momentarily stunned even the yellow-robed young man, which was why he had failed to react in time and had ended up allowing Shen Long to get close to Lu Mei and the others. Turning around, Shun Long stared at this yellow-robed young man in front of him who was clearly emitting the aura of a peak rank 9 Dao King, and after throwing a single look at the black sword in his hands that was still dripping with fresh blood, Shun Long asked him in an extremely cold voice. Why did you attack them, Ada XT? Seeing the condition that Lu Mei and the others were in and the fresh blood that was still dripping from the yellow-robed man's sword, Shun Long could naturally tell that Lu Mei's and the rest's injuries had all come from this person in front of him. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Shun Long's question, the yellow-robed young man started laughing loudly in a mocking manner, while many of the surrounding Dao Kings began to shake their heads in response. Why did I attack them? Why? Do I need a reason to attack someone in this place? Ha ha ha. Brat, where do you think we are right now? This is the City of Immortals. Here, the strong rule and the weak must obey, understand? I don't need a reason to attack someone other than to take their treasures. However, before I kill you I don't mind answering your question. Once these 4 fools passed the first stage of the illusion oasis and came here, I magnanimously offered them a safe place to rest before they challenged the second stage. In exchange, all they had to do was hand over half the drops of immortal water that they gathered during the first stage. If they had agreed, I would have let them live and wouldn't have bothered with them any longer. Unfortunately for them, they refused, thinking that they had a choice. And of course, this is their punishment for refusing. Normally, I would have given you the same offer as them, but it's too bad that I already find you an eyesore. As he finished speaking, the yellow-robed young man brandished his sword as he began to approach Shun Long with slow steps, while a malevolent smile had already formed itself on his lips. Clearly, for a peak rank 9 Dao King like him, dealing with an early-stage Dao King like Shun Long was child's play. At the same time, inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, Little Black opened his bright blue eyes and stared at the yellow-robed young man in front of Shun Long with a gaze that was filled with endless killing intent, while his body had started to emit an aura that would have caused the souls of any late-stage Dao emperors who dared to stand before the Black Dragon at this moment to tremble with fear, and after a moment of silence, Little Black said to Shun Long. Master, although your talents would be considered unrivaled even in the immortal dimension, you are still a peak rank 3 Dao King right now. The gap between the two of you is too big right now. I know that Master would rather deal with this yourself, but let me take care of this. At this moment, Little Black could sense Shun Long's raging emotions that were like a volcano that was about to explode. Clearly, there was no way that Shun Long would let this matter go when the yellow-robed young man had already laid his hands on Lu Mei and the others. This was even more so since Little Black could tell how serious Lu Mei's and the rest's injuries were. Even though Shun Long had already fed them top-grade rank 6 healing pills, Little Black could tell that Jiang Chen's and the rest's vitality was still rapidly slipping away from their bodies without any signs of improving, while their breathing had already turned extremely weak and was about to stop at any moment. Chapter 863 Going All Out, 1. 863 Chapter 863 Going All Out, 1. However, Shun Long merely shook his head after hearing Little Black's suggestion, before he turned his cold gaze towards the yellow-robed young man who was casually approaching him and said seriously. No need. I will deal with this by myself. No matter what happens, don't come out. After a moment of silence, Little Black nodded his head in a solemn manner and didn't say anything else, as he allowed Shun Long to focus on his fight with the yellow-robed young man. Although he had said that the gap between the two of them was too big, Little Black understood Shun Long's strength better than anyone else. He knew that if the current Shun Long truly decided to go all out, then, even if he was faced with an average peak rank 9 Dao King, there was still a chance to seriously injure that person. However, Little Black also knew that Shun Long's current objective wasn't simply to injure the yellow-robed young man but to kill him. In Little Black's mind, perhaps there was a small chance of success if this yellow-robed young man didn't have a star-rank weapon, but it was plain as day that this wasn't the case here, as the black sword in his hands was clearly a 1-star weapon. But of course, Little Black was the only one who thought that Shun Long even had a chance to survive against this yellow-robed young man, as the surrounding Dao Kings who were watching this scene either mocked Shun Long in their hearts for overestimating himself or they shook their heads in pity. After all, for a peak rank 3 Dao King to have managed to pass the first stage of the illusion oasis, this was something that had never been done before, so it was only natural that he would attract the attention of some of these stronger Dao Kings. However, these people could now all see that Shun Long was just standing on the same spot, almost as if he was waiting for the yellow-robed young man to take his life without any resistance. What's wrong? Are you scared? Ha 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 ha. Why don't you try to beg for your life then? Who knows, perhaps I might even let you live. Seeing that Shun Long wasn't attacking him and was merely standing there without moving a single step, the yellow-robed young man licked his lips and said in a mocking manner while his footsteps continued to approach him unhurriedly, like a hunter who wanted to toy with his prey. Unfortunately for you, it's too late even if you wanted to beg for your life now since I have already decided to kill you. As for those 4 pieces of trash over there, don't worry, I can assure you that they will join you soon enough. The poison they have been inflicted with isn't something that can be expelled by a mere rank 6 healing pill. Shun Long could see that the smile on the yellow-robed man's face had turned even more malevolent than before when he mentioned the word poison, while his sinister yellow eyes stared intently at Shun Long, as if he was waiting to see a look of fear and despair color his face. However, to the yellow-robed young man's surprise, the look on Shun Long's face didn't change at all after hearing his words, as Shun Long continued to stare at him with the same cold look that was filled with a calm yet clearly overbearing killing intent. After all, Shun Long had already realized this from the moment he laid his eyes on their bodies and smelled an unnaturally unique scent that Jiang Chen and the others had all been inflicted by an extremely potent poison, and he also knew that they had, at most, 1 more hour to live before the poison took their lives. In fact, what the yellow-robed young man didn't know was that Shun Long had already recognized the type of poison he had used with just a glance, since memories about a certain black-colored grass immediately began to appear in his mind as well. XT. Shun Long knew that this was an extremely rare poison that came from a rank 6 medicinal herb that was called the soul-tormenting grass. The soul-tormenting grass was known to be an extremely rare rank 6 medicinal herb and its poison was strong enough to kill even late-stage Dao Kings in a matter of hours. In fact, Shun Long knew that things were just like the yellow-robed young man had said and that the pills he had fed to Xingyi and the others wouldn't be able to save them despite them being top-grade rank 6 healing pills. After all, the soul-tormenting grass was one of those extremely rare types of poisons that was almost completely unaffected by both healing and antitoxin pills of the same rank. One can forget about average rank 6 pills as they wouldn't have any effect, and the same went even for most high-grade rank 6 pills. Even top-grade rank 6 healing and antitoxin pills would be unable to expel the soul-tormenting grass poison inside a Dao King's body. The only thing they would be able to do would be to slightly slow down the speed that the poison spread, but it would still be insufficient to save their lives. And the reason why Shun Long had fed the pills to Lu Mei and the others was precisely so he could slow down the spread of the poison. Seeing that he wasn't getting the expected reactions from Shun Long, the yellow-robed young man frowned and seemed to have lost his interest to toy around with his prey, before a murderous aura immediately surrounded his body. How boring. Die. In the next moment, his figure abruptly turned into a blur as he disappeared from the spot he was standing on, appearing right in front of Shun Long, before he slashed his black sword directly towards Shun Long's head, aiming to split his head in half in a single strike. At the same time however, Shun Long merely clenched his right fist and sent it flying forward, looking like he was aiming to meet the yellow-robed young man's sword head-on. Chapter 864 Going All Out, 2. 864 Chapter 864 Going All Out, 2. That brat has a death wish. He wants to fight Mao Huang with his bare hands. Is he crazy? Does he think he is a peak 6 stage body refiner? What a fool. Even a peak 6 stage body refiner would suffer if they took on Mao Huang's sword like that. The surrounding Dao Kings began to mumble among themselves when they saw this scene in front of them, as their eyes were still intently focused on the 2 figures that were about to clash with each other. XT. At the same time, the yellow-robed young man with the black sword, Mao Huang sneered when he saw Shun Long's actions, before he said in a cold voice. Since you are so eager to die, let me send you off. However, before he could actually finish his sentence, Mao Huang's words were abruptly stuck in his throat as his eyes widened in disbelief. In fact, it wasn't just Mao Huang but every single Dao King present who couldn't believe their eyes at this moment, as they all stared at Shun Long with expressions of shock plastered on their faces. The instant that Shun Long punched out with his right hand, pitch-black scales immediately appeared out of nowhere as they immediately covered his entire fist along with the rest of his body, stunning every single person who laid their eyes on them. Staring at these beautiful black scales that made Shun Long look like a mix of both human and magic beast alike, the Dao Kings present were all momentarily taken aback. However, what had surprised these Dao Kings the most wasn't just the change in Shun Long's outer appearance, but the aura that he had begun to emit the moment his body was covered in these black scales. Sensing the terrifying aura that Shun Long was now emitting that was similar to a king of magic beasts that was slowly waking up, the surrounding Dao Kings were all stunned, while even those peak rank 9 Dao Kings who weren't interested in Shun Long's fight previously, had now all turned their gazes towards him and Mao Huang. This aura, is this a bloodline? How is this possible? How can a bloodline be so strong? This type of pressure, don't tell me that this is an immortal grade bloodline. An immortal grade bloodline? Who the hell is this kid? Wait a moment. Didn't this guy use the Tao of space earlier? So he has a supreme Tao and an immortal grade bloodline. Just who the hell is this kid? I refuse to believe that he really is a nobody. At the same time that the surrounding Tao kings began to talk among themselves, one of the peak rank 9 Tao kings who was watching this scene, whose aura was even stronger than the yellow-robed young man's that Shen Long was facing right now, stared at Shen Long for a few moments in silence before he mumbled to himself in a pondering manner. An immortal grade bloodline and a supreme Tao, huh? Even if he is just an early-stage Tao king, the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce shouldn't have excluded his information on purpose. Since they didn't include it within their information jades, it's more likely to assume that even they weren't aware of it either. How interesting. At this moment, Shen Long, who had already activated his dragon's bloodline and was about to fight with Mao Huang, was completely unaware that he had simultaneously managed to attract the attention of an even more dangerous person. Although Mao Huang was also a peak rank 9 Tao king and was someone who was strong enough to act arrogantly in front of others without a need to care about their strength or background, in front of this black-robed young man, he actually knew that he wasn't much different from any average late-stage Tao king. In fact, if Shen Long had noticed this black-robed young man, he would also be able to easily recognize him thanks to the information he had received from the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce. After all, according to the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce, this man was one of the 100 strongest Tao kings that had entered the City of Immortals. At this moment, however, Shen Long's attention was focused completely on the black sword in front of him as his fist finally met with Mao Huang's black sword. Boom! The moment Shen Long's fist that was covered in black scales met Mao Huang's sword, a large shockwave erupted from the center of the impact, pushing Shen Long and Mao Huang back for dozens of meters before they could finally regain their footing. Oh! He actually managed to take it head-on. The black-robed young man who was leisurely watching the fight between Shen Long and Mao Huang raised his eyebrows in surprise, as he stared at Shen Long's fist with a look of clear curiosity in his eyes. Is this real? That kid really managed to resist Mao Huang's attack with his bare hands? This isn't possible. Even if he has an immortal-grade bloodline, something like this shouldn't be possible. Mao Huang is a peak rank 9 Tao king, and that black sword of his is a 1-star weapon. Even if it's not a peak 1-star weapon, it should be able to easily cleave in half any early-stage Tao king regardless of their bloodline. No matter what, even an immortal-grade bloodline shouldn't be enough to allow this kid to bridge the gap between himself and Mao Huang. Not possible. Look at his fist. Even after taking on Mao Huang's sword attack, that guy was barely harmed. Only some of his protective scales seem to have been chipped off, and there isn't even any blood coming from his hand. There is definitely something special about that bloodline of his. At the same time that the surrounding Tao kings erupted in discussions, the yellow-robed young man, Mao Huang, stared at Shen Long's fist with a stunned look on his face, before he slowly turned his gaze towards his own sword. Ha 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 ha. After a brief moment of silence, Mao Huang suddenly started laughing like a madman, before an evil smile that was akin to a devil's eventually appeared on his lips, as he stared at Shen Long, who was standing a few meters away from him, and said mockingly, "Who knew that today, Mao Huang, would actually get to kill not just one, but 2 pieces of trash with immortal-grade bloodlines? Ha 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 ha. It must be my lucky day." Mao Huang then pointed at Shen Long's right fist that was now missing some of its protective scales after clashing with his black sword, and continued. "Although your bloodline seems to be different from that bastard's, it's too bad that it wasn't enough to save you either. Ha 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 ha." Without any hesitation, Mao Huang then kicked the ground, as he thrust his black sword forward for the second time, aiming to pierce through Shen Long's chest. Of course, at this point, Shen Long understood that the person that Mao Huang was referring to as a bastard was clearly Xianxia, who must have already used his bloodline during his fight with Mao Huang previously. However, even though Xianxia's bloodline originated from a mythic rank magic beast, the demonic crow of darkness, the purity of his bloodline was nowhere near close to Shen Long's, and was naturally not enough to let him stand against a peak rank 9 Tao king like Mao Huang. And yet, contrary to Mao Huang's expectations, instead of falling back, Shen Long just glanced at his injured right fist that was only missing some of its protective scales, before he mumbled to himself in a calm voice. Time reversal. The protective scales around his fist seemed to have regenerated almost immediately, before Shen Long clenched his right fist for the second time, allowing it to meet with Mao Huang's sword directly. Boom! 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 Under the eyes of the surrounding Dao Kings, Shen Long's fist that was covered in dragonic scales collided with Mao Huang's sword time and time again, matching Mao Huang's attacks blow for blow. After the first attack, Mao Huang had already begun to infuse his Dao of fire into his every slash, and yet the advantage he gained against Shen Long had barely increased and wasn't enough to take his life. However, after exchanging more than 100 blows in the span of a few minutes, everyone began to notice that the damage on Shen Long's body had started to accumulate, while even the speed at which his black scales were regenerating had slowed down significantly. Naturally, Mao Huang had also noticed this detail and he wasn't going to leave any leeway for Shen Long to survive. He could already feel that although this person in front of him was just an early rank 3 Dao King, he was actually strong enough to pose a threat even to a peak rank 9 Dao King like him. Raising his black sword above his head, Mao Huang slashed it forward using all of his strength as he shouted in a cold voice. "Brat, it's time for you to die." Saint High-Grade Martial Skill, Flame Emperor's Sword. Chapter 865 Shen Long's Death. Chapter 865 Shen Long's Death. Mao Huang's black sword was immediately surrounded by a burst of orange flames while the aura around his body seemed to have also turned much fiercer than before, as he slashed his sword directly towards Shen Long's head. What? Flame Emperor's Sword? Mao Huang is really going to use a Saint High-Grade Martial Skill here? Is he crazy? Isn't the Flame Emperor's Sword the strongest martial skill from his Flame Emperor Palace? He is really willing to reveal one of his trump cards just to kill a mere early-stage Dao King. Fall back. Quickly fall back or you will get caught in their fight. The moment that they saw this scene, the surrounding Dao Kings who were watching Mao Huang's fight with Shen Long were instantly stunned, before they hurried to open up the distance between themselves and Shen Long and Mao Huang, afraid that if they remained too close they would end up getting swept in their fight. No matter what, a peak rank 9 Dao King using a Saint High-Grade Martial Skill wasn't something that any of these Dao Kings would dare to take lightly. However, there were still a handful of individuals who didn't seem to be scared of Mao Huang's attack at all, as they continued to watch his fight with Shen Long with looks of interest on their faces. "Heh, a mere early-stage Dao King you say? Are you fools blind? Haven't you noticed that even after going all out for a while now, Mao Huang was still unable to actually injure that brat? Even the poison in his black sword doesn't seem to be working against him. Naturally, he doesn't have any other option, other than to use his strongest martial skill to kill him. Otherwise, if he fails to do that and that brat ends up escaping somehow, Mao Huang knows that he is really going to suffer in the future." He. One of the surrounding Dao Kings who didn't seem to be afraid of Mao Huang's martial skill suddenly said with a mocking smile on his face, while his cold eyes were glued on Shen Long's figure like a viper that was staring at its prey. Indeed, just like this person had said, although Mao Huang's attacks were enough to pressure Shen Long to the point where he didn't even have enough time to use time reversal and heal himself, it wasn't enough to actually give him any serious injuries either. After igniting his blood essence and activating the dragon's bloodline inside his body, despite his cultivation base being only at the peak of rank 3 in the Dao King realm, Shen Long's strength had grown to the point where his power was nearly comparable to that of a peak rank 9 Dao King. And yet, even after igniting his blood essence to activate his dragon's bloodline, Shen Long knew that his strength still wasn't enough to actually allow him to overpower a peak rank 9 Dao King like Mao Huang, as he was gradually pushed back every time they clashed. However, this was only natural as well. After all, the gap in strength between an early-stage Dao King and a peak stage one like Mao Huang, an expert who was just a few steps away from breaking through to become a Dao Emperor realm expert, wasn't that easy to bridge, regardless of how talented someone was. The fact that an early-stage Dao King could not only take on a few of Mao Huang's attacks, but he could actually clash with him head-on and exchange more than a dozen blows with him directly had already stunned all the experts present here, including the black-robed young man who was ranked in the top 100 and no longer looked as indifferent as before. At the same time, staring at the black sword that was descending towards him and was now just a few meters away from him, Shen Long, who had stayed silent during his entire fight with Mao Huang, finally nodded his head, before he said in a calm manner. "A Saint High-Grade Martial Skill, huh? It won't be enough to save you." As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Long tightly clenched his right fist, before he punched the air in front of him without holding back. At that moment, the space around Shen Long's hand started to ripple as a burst of terrifying pitch-black flames that looked like they could burn every single thing in existence suddenly covered Shen Long's hand, before they started to churn and coalesce together, turning into a ball of flames that moved straight towards Mao Huang. "Die!" Mao Huang shouted loudly when he saw this scene, and instead of slowing down he actually increased his own speed even further, arriving right in front of the ball of black flames in the next moment. Without any hesitation, Mao Huang then slashed his black sword horizontally, as he intended to cut through the black flames directly before he took Shen Long's life. And yet, the scene that followed was completely different from what Mao Huang or anyone else had actually expected. The moment that Mao Huang's sword came in contact with the black flames, the orange flames that had been created from the Saint high-grade martial skill, the Flame Emperor's sword, were almost immediately devoured, while Shen Long's black flames seemed to grow even more in size. Before Mao Huang could even respond, the ball of black flames enveloped not just his black sword but also his entire body, burning through his own robes before they finally came in contact with his bare skin. A miserable, blood-curdling scream that brought shivers to anyone who heard it left Mao Huang's mouth the moment his body came in contact with the black flames, but surprisingly, this scream only lasted for a single second before it immediately died down. The surrounding Dao Kings all stared at the scene in front of them with eyes filled with disbelief, before they slowly turned their incredulous gazes towards Shen Long, who was still standing a few meters away from Mao Huang's corpse and was practically unharmed. No. In reality, Mao Huang didn't even have a corpse anymore, as his entire body had instantly turned into ashes the moment he came in contact with the black flames. Even a peak rank 9 Dao King like him, an expert who had used a Saint high grade and was wielding a 1-star weapon, had turned into nothing but ashes once he came in contact with the unique skill of a black dragon, the Flames of Destruction. This isn't possible. Mao Huang died. A peak rank 9 Dao King has died in the hands of a mere peak rank 3 Dao King. If news of this starts to spread, even the top powers of the central region won't be able to sit still any longer. At this very moment, however, at the same time that the surrounding Dao Kings burst into fervent discussions, the figure of a black-robed young man holding a dagger seemed to have appeared behind Shen Long without any prior warning, before the black-robed man thrust the dagger in his hand straight into Shen Long's back. Shen Long's golden eyes widened when he sensed the danger coming from behind him, but even with his speed that was augmented thanks to the boost from the second Monarch's domain, Shen Long could still sense that he wasn't fast to evade the black-robed young man's sneak attack. Knowing that he didn't have enough chi remaining to use blink and try to avoid this either, Shen Long knew that there was no way for him to escape this situation. PFFFTT. In the next moment, under the astounded eyes of the Dao Kings present, the black-robed young man's dagger effortlessly pierced through Shen Long's black scales before it was plunged directly into his back. Shen Long could clearly feel a sharp sensation of pain coming from his back the moment the dagger entered his body, but despite the pain, he still gritted his teeth and turned around to look at the person who had attacked him just now, only to see the cold, unfeeling eyes of an unfamiliar black-robed young man staring back at him. Shaking his head, the black-robed young man stared at Shen Long silently for a few moments, before he said in a calm voice. "This is nothing personal. You are simply too dangerous to be left alive. If you can kill someone like Mao Huang now, I can't guess what you will do once you become a peak Dao King. Although I don't know why the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce didn't have your information, it's better for me to kill you before you get a chance to grow." Chapter 866 Shen Long's New Ability. Chapter 866 Shen Long's New Ability. Senior Brother Guochen, he actually made a move personally against an early-stage Dao King? Am I hallucinating? That's to be expected. A peak rank 3 Dao King who is able to jump levels and kill a peak stage Dao King like Mao Huang isn't someone who can be ignored. Even someone like Guochen would probably feel somewhat afraid if he has to face such a monster later on. Clearly, it's better for him to kill him now instead of giving him a chance to grow and letting him become a threat to him in the future. What? You think that Senior Brother Guo would be afraid? Who do you think that Senior Brother Guo is? You actually think that a genius ranked in the top 100 among all the Dao Kings who have entered the City of Immortals would be afraid of a small early-stage Dao King? Are you stupid? Stupid? Clearly you are the stupid one here. Perhaps Guochen isn't afraid right now, but there are still 8 more years until the City of Immortals closes. Although that guy may not have been a threat to the current Guochen, he was still strong enough to kill Mao Huang after he burned his blood essence and activated his immortal-grade bloodline. Do you really think that Guochen would have an easy time killing such a person if he was allowed to break through and become a late-stage or even a peak-stage Dao King in the future? Kill him? Why would Senior Brother Guo have to kill him in the first place? It's not like every single person who has entered the City of Immortals will have to fight with each other. Besides, just like you said, there are only 8 years left until the City of Immortals closes. Forget about the peak of rank 9, it would be impossible for an early-stage Dao King to reach even the late stages of the Dao King realm in a mere 8 years. At that moment, however, the black-robed young man who was standing behind Shen Long, Guochen, suddenly pulled his dagger from Shen Long's back, causing a fountain of blood to spurt from it in the process, before he turned his attention towards the surrounding Tao kings and said calmly. Afraid? Do you think that I killed this kid because I was afraid? You are wrong. I, Guo Chen, am not afraid of anyone within the City of Immortals. Forget about this brat, even those who are ranked in the top 10 aren't enough to make me feel afraid of them. However, this doesn't mean that I am blind either. Someone who can kill a peak rank 9 Dao King like Mao Huang when they are just a peak rank 3 Dao King can indeed become a threat to me in the future. Although it's unlikely that this kid would have managed to become a peak stage Dao King within the next 7 years, in the end, this is still the City of Immortals and nothing is really impossible. The treasures that are hidden in this place are innumerable after all. Although I am not afraid, I have to admit that if this brat was a peak rank 9 Dao King, I would probably have to exhaust quite a few of my trump cards if I really wanted to kill him. Since that's the case, it's better for me to kill him now instead of waiting to do so in the future. The surrounding Dao Kings immediately fell silent when they heard Guo Chen's response. Although many of them weren't satisfied with it, as that didn't explain why Guo Chen killed someone that he had no enmity with, in the end, nobody dared to refute his words either. After all, Guo Chen was indeed the strongest person in this place right now, and it was also true that he was someone whose combat skills were still considered first-rate among all the Dao Kings who had entered the City of Immortals. In fact, only those monsters who were ranked in the top 30 in the rankings of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce would be able to overpower someone like him. At the same time, inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, Little Black, whose massive body was now emitting an extremely bloodthirsty and murderous aura, an aura that would cause even most peak Dao Emperors to start trembling in front of it, continued to stare at Guo Chen for a few more moments, before the Black Dragon said to Shun Long in a worried manner. Master! You have already exhausted all the blood essence in your body and your dragon form is about to disappear. After a moment of silence, Shun Long, who could still feel that the wound on his back was having trouble healing for some reason, finally nodded his head, before he turned to look at Guo Chen, who was still standing behind him, and said calmly. Guo Chen, huh? Even if you somehow manage to leave the City of Immortals alive, I will definitely take your life once we get out of here. Oh. You are still breathing? Hearing Shun Long's voice, Guo Chen turned around and stared at him in a surprised manner, before his cold eyes narrowed into 2 threatening slits. In Guo Chen's eyes, since he had been stabbed by his dagger, Shun Long was doomed to die no matter what. However, for some reason, the last sentence that Shun Long had said, had actually made Guo Chen start feeling both angry and uneasy. Although he had killed an uncountable number of people in his life and had heard plenty of rumblings and curses before his victims died, Guo Chen could tell that Shun Long's words weren't the desperate rumblings of a dead person. Hearing the cold tone that was full of certainty in his voice, Guo Chen clenched the dagger in his hands tightly, before he looked at Shun Long and said in a voice that seemed to be lacking even the slightest hint of emotion. Fine. I was planning to let you live for a bit more, but since you are so eager to die, so be it then. At that moment, however, Shun Long completely ignored Guo Chen, who was about to make his move, and closed his eyes as he placed his entire attention inside his spiritual sea, before he said in a calm but extremely serious voice. World 0. Chapter 867 World 0. Chapter 867 World 0. World 0. The moment that those words left his mouth, Shun Long's spiritual sea, that was previously calm like an ocean that wouldn't be moved regardless of what it faced, suddenly started to churn, looking like a volcano that was about to explode. At this moment, Guo Chen, who was about to stab Shun Long with his dagger for the second time, suddenly halted his movements, while his eyes widened in disbelief as his body involuntarily started to tremble. Sensing the terrifying aura that was coming from Shun Long's body, Guo Chen immediately abandoned all thoughts of continuing his attack, and without any hesitation, he flew backwards at full speed as he hurriedly opened up the distance between himself and Shun Long. However, Guo Chen wasn't the only one who had sensed this overbearing aura that was coming from Shun Long's body. Every single one of the surrounding Dao Kings, regardless of what they were doing previously, all turned their attention towards the source of this disturbance the moment they sensed it, as they stared at Shun Long with disbelieving looks on their faces. What? The spiritual strength of a Dao Emperor? How is that possible? What is going on? How is that kid emitting the spiritual strength of a Dao Emperor? Weren't talismans and similar items all ineffective while we are inside the City of Immortals? No, talismans are definitely restricted in this place. Besides, this doesn't seem to be the effect of a talisman in the first place. But this spiritual strength, this is too strong. This isn't simply the level of an early-stage Dao Emperor. This is at least at the same level as that of a middle-stage Dao Emperor. How is this possible? The surrounding Dao Kings could no longer hide their shock as they immediately burst into discussions while they stared at Shen Long, before many of them hurried to open up the distance between themselves and Shen Long, who was now clearly emitting a spiritual strength equal to a middle-stage Dao Emperor. In reality, however, it wasn't just the Dao Kings around Shen Long but even the magic beast stationed outside the illusion oasis that had also sensed the horrifyingly powerful spiritual strength that had suddenly appeared inside the illusion oasis, which far exceeded what any peak-stage Dao King could possibly muster. And yet, Shen Long wasn't aware of any of this, as his entire attention was fully placed in his spiritual sea that was now rumbling violently and looked to be on the verge of exploding. After breaking through to the Dao King realm, Shen Long had already sensed that his spiritual sea had been affected by the Stone of Time and had changed in a certain way. Although he didn't know exactly what kind of change it was, he could tell that his affinity with the Tao of Time had risen even further due to it. It was also thanks to this change, as well as his abnormal level of spiritual strength along with the quality of his soul, that he could possibly comprehend such a heaven-defying skill like World Zero upon breaking through to the Dao King realm. At the same time, the moment that Shen Long's spiritual strength inside his spiritual sea began to surge, in the center of his spiritual sea, the Stone of Time that had stayed dormant for so long suddenly started to vibrate intensely, before it began to emit a blinding blue and golden-colored light that was quickly seeping into Shen Long's spiritual sea. At this moment, Shen Long could feel his spiritual strength along with what little qi he had remaining in his 27 qi balls being sapped at an extremely rapid rate, as his body began to emit a bright blue and golden light that was nearly identical to the light that the Stone of Time was emitting in his spiritual sea. The instant the last bit of his spiritual strength was sucked away from his spiritual sea, Shen Long could feel an indescribable, soul-splitting pain assaulting every single part of his body, similar to that of 1,000 sharp needles being inserted into his every single pore simultaneously. In fact, this pain was so intense, that being stabbed by Guo Chen's star-rank dagger moments ago was nothing in comparison. And yet, along with this indescribable pain, Shen Long could also feel the flow of time around his body changing in an extremely peculiar manner, as his surroundings immediately started to turn blurry. A moment later, Shen Long could feel the flow of time around him quickly getting distorted, as if it was being affected by the blue and golden light that his body was now emitting, while the Stone of Time, in the center of his spiritual sea, was vibrating with even more intensity than before. Crack. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. However, the scene that followed next was so abnormal, that it would have left even peak-stage sovereign realm experts like the Northern Sovereign utterly dumbfounded from sheer shock and disbelief if she could somehow see this. The blue and golden light around Shen Long's body abruptly started to spread outwards, completely enveloping the rest of his surroundings in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, regardless of whether it was Lu Mei, Jiang Chen, Xingyi, and Bai Long Tian, who were still lying on the ground in a pool of their own blood after they had been attacked by Mao Huang, or the surrounding Dao Kings like Guo Chen and the others who had already started to pull themselves away from Shen Long the moment they sensed the abnormal level of spiritual strength that he was emitting, all of them were immediately enveloped by the blue and golden light before their bodies immediately turned stiff. It didn't matter if it was the peak rank 9 Dao Kings like Guo Chen and the others who were just a few hundred meters away from Shen Long, or the middle and late stage Dao Kings who were spectating Shen Long's fight with Mao Huang from thousands of meters away, as their bodies were all frozen into place the moment they were touched by this blue and golden light. And yet, this wasn't the end of it, as the blue and golden light around Shen Long continued to expand even further without any signs of stopping, spreading past the borders of the illusion oasis before it moved towards the magic beasts that were stationed right outside the oasis entrance. In the next moment, the thousands of magic beasts that were gathered in front of the entrance of the illusion oasis were enveloped by this palpitating blue and golden light as well, before they were also frozen in place just like Guo Chen and the Dao Kings inside, without the slightest ability to resist it. This was a truly horrifying scene that would have left even the strongest experts of the central region completely stunned from shock, confusion, and finally, disbelief. Thousands of rank 6 magic beasts, including even peak rank 6 magic beasts like Little Silver who were actually strong enough to destroy entire groups of late-stage Dao Kings all by themselves, were now frozen in place after they were enveloped by that blue and golden light, and all of this had been caused by a single peak rank 3 Dao King. If news of this started to spread out, the entire central region would instantly fall into an uproar, while even those old monsters who had remained hidden for hundreds of thousands of years and were ruling the central region from the shadows would most likely make an appearance. And yet, Little Black, who was watching everything from the Stone of Time with his deep azure eyes, understood that in reality, this was nothing but merely the tip of the iceberg of Shen Long's World Zero. Chapter 868 World Zero, 2. Chapter 868 World Zero, 2. In the next moment, Little Black could see that the space around Shun Long had actually started to shatter, as countless spatial cracks had started to appear everywhere around him, immediately swallowing everything that they came in contact with. It didn't matter if it was Lu Mei, Xingyi, Jiang Chen, and Bai Long Tian who were standing just a few meters away from Shun Long, or Guo Chen and the rest of the middle and late-stage Dao Kings who were still inside the illusion oasis, as they all disappeared the moment they came in contact with those space tiers. At that moment, it looked like reality itself had started to distort, as the flow of time and even the space inside the illusion oasis had turned completely chaotic after Shun Long activated his World Zero. And yet, this was nothing but merely the beginning, as more and more space tiers started to appear everywhere the blue and golden light passed from. In the next moment, the thousands of rank 6 magic beasts that were still frozen at the entrance of the illusion oasis were also subjected to the same fate, as thousands of space tiers swallowed them in the blink of an eye, not giving them the slightest moment to resist. Of course, Little Black who was observing this scene from the Stone of Time knew that since those magic beasts were bound by a force that was even stronger than Shun Long's Monarch's domain, they weren't even aware of what was going on as the flow of time around them had forcibly come to a halt. Meanwhile, the blue and golden light continued to expand even further, spreading far beyond what even Little Black's eyes could see. The entire, limitless desert where the illusion oasis and the desert mural were located, and even the countless other places within the City of Immortals that Shun Long had yet to visit, all of them were covered by this blue and golden light in the blink of an eye. In a single moment, the entire City of Immortals had been engulfed by this light before everything turned still. And yet, this wasn't the end of it, as the blue and golden light continued to expand even further, rapidly seeping out of the City of Immortals and into the central region. In fact, not a single expert in the entire central region had enough time to realize what was going on before they were engulfed by this blue and golden light as well, causing their bodies to turn still, as if they had been frozen solid in practically an instant. Even experts at the Northern Sovereign's level only had enough time to raise their brows after they faintly sensed something brushing past their bodies, before the flow of time around them forcibly came to a halt. The northern part of the central region where the Holy Sect and the Northern Sovereign City were located, along with the western, the eastern, and the southern parts of the central region, and even the central part where the most powerful families and clans of the world were located, everything was engulfed by this peculiar blue and golden light in the blink of an eye, before the entire central region fell silent. In fact, it wasn't just the central region itself but every single small and big place in the entire cultivation world that was enveloped by this blue and golden light soon after, before everything inside them turned still. The surrounding continents around the central region, including the 3 continents in the eastern region, the Night Star continent, the Sun Star continent, and the Martial Star continent, as well as the 5 continents in the northern region, the 2 continents in the western region, and the 4 continents in the southern region, all of them had been engulfed by the blue and golden light without any exception as well. Forget about places like the Heaven's Dome City, in the Night Star continent where the Xianxia dynasty, the Mercenaries Association, the Alchemists Guild, and the royal family of the Dark Elf race were located, even the remote mortal islands in the desolate east, like the Roaring Waves Kingdom, were affected by this blue and golden light that had now covered every single inch of the cultivation world. Finally, once the entire world was submerged in this blue and golden light, Shun Long could feel his empty spiritual sea that was devoid of any spiritual energy tremble for a moment, before everything around him suddenly turned dark. At the same time that this scene was taking place within the City of Immortals, in the immortal dimension, a moment after Shun Long's spiritual sea started to tremble, several experts seemed to have snapped their eyes open, as they all stared at the horizon in front of them with either serious or surprised expressions on their faces. Inside a certain majestic red palace that was thousands of meters tall, a golden-robed old man who was standing in front of a purple-colored sphere was the first one to open his eyes, and after staring at the purple sphere of light in front of him for a few seconds in silence, he eventually mumbled to himself in a surprised tone. "Has it finally been found?" At the same time, in another place in the immortal dimension, in the heart of an incredibly luxurious pavilion at the center of an extremely bustling city, a handsome middle-aged man in white robes was casually chatting with a hideous-looking old man dressed in black robes, before the two men both stopped what they were doing as they abruptly turned their gazes towards a certain location in the distance. The handsome white-robed man's expression was the first one to change and turn slightly ugly, before he turned his head to the side to look at the old man next to him, only to see a sinister smile that had now appeared on his already hideous face, a smile that would instantly creep out anyone who saw it. "Huh, don't tell me that it has finally been found after so many years. Ha 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 ha. The heavens have really blessed me." The black-robed old man's disinterested expression had vanished long ago, as his ear-grating laughter sent shivers to the handsome white-robed man who was sitting by his side, and yet the white-robed middle-aged man didn't even say anything as his expression was completely different from the black-robed old man's. After staying silent for a few moments, the look on the white-robed man's face finally turned serious before he turned to look at the hideous black-robed old man by his side and muttered solemnly. "Senior G, if this is really the fallen king's treasure, things won't be easy even for you. Read latest chapters at .only. Chapter 870 Defying the Will of the World. Angering the Heavens. Chapter 870 Defying the Will of the World. Angering the Heavens. Heavenly Tribulation. In reality, it wasn't just Lu Mei and the others who were surprised by the sight of the massive black-colored thundercloud that had appeared above their heads, but so was Shen Long, who was now staring at the cloud of heavenly tribulation in the sky with an equally surprised look on his face. Although this cloud of heavenly tribulation wasn't as big as the one that had appeared back in the king's palace while he was undergoing his breakthrough to the Tao King realm, it was still much bigger than the heavenly tribulation clouds that Jiang Chen and the others had experienced during their own breakthroughs. At the same time, inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, Little Black merely glanced at the gigantic black-colored thundercloud in the sky that was crackling with sparks of white lightning, before a solemn look appeared inside his deep azure eyes, and after a moment of silence, the Black Dragon said to Shen Long in a serious manner. "Master, you have to be careful. Although your body is back in peak condition, dealing with this heavenly tribulation will still be quite dangerous right now." Since Little Black could sense Shen Long's confusion, he didn't waste a single moment as he continued explaining. "Master, you have to be careful. Although your body is back in peak condition, dealing with this heavenly tribulation will still be quite dangerous right now." Since Little Black could sense Shen Long's confusion, he didn't waste a single moment as he continued explaining. "It is just as you are thinking, Master. This cloud of heavenly tribulation is precisely here for you. Of course, this is only natural as well. Since Master forcefully reversed the flow of time, the heavens have naturally been provoked by Master's actions and will not let this go unpunished." Once he finished his explanation, Little Black continued to stare at the cloud of heavenly tribulation in the sky with a serious look on his face, while a myriad of different thoughts seemed to have coursed through his mind. Unlike Lu Mei and the others who were still stunned and had yet to fully realize what was going on and how they had appeared back in the endless desert, Little Black knew exactly what would happen once Shen Long used his World Zero. Little Black already knew that the moment that Shen Long used the World Zero, the flow of time in the entire world would forcefully be reversed, essentially allowing Shen Long to reverse the state of the world back to how it was before. It didn't matter if Lu Mei and the others were gravely injured, or even dead before that, as everything would be brought back to the state it was before. This was also the reason why Shen Long's, as well as Lu Mei's, Jiang Chen's, Xingyi's, and Bai Longtian's injuries had all disappeared the moment they opened their eyes and realized that they had appeared back in the desert. Additionally, Little Black also knew that this was why Shen Long wasn't afraid of Sovereign Realm experts like the Northern Sovereign any longer and was merely wary of them. Although Shen Long knew that he couldn't possibly fight a Sovereign Realm expert head-on, he was confident that after comprehending his World Zero, unless there was someone who could kill him before he could even realize what was going on, it would be extremely difficult to take his life, even if his opponent was a Sovereign Realm expert. Of course, since Shen Long had forcefully reversed the flow of time, everyone who had died during this time, including even peak rank 9 Dao kings like Mao Huang whom he had killed in the Illusion Oasis, would still be alive as well. At the same time, Shen Long was stunned inwardly after hearing Little Black's explanation before a serious look eventually appeared in his eyes. Although he knew how heaven-defying his World Zero was, he hadn't expected that he would end up angering the heavens to the point where he would summon a heavenly tribulation after using it. What Shen Long had yet to realize however, was, that even an existence like Little Black, a black dragon who had roamed throughout the immortal dimension for thousands of years and had experienced countless different situations in the past alongside him, was actually shaken right now, as even he had some difficulty accepting what had taken place in front of him. After all, what Shen Long had just done was an action that went against the natural order and was no different from defying the heavens themselves. Even in the immortal dimension, Little Black knew that those who could anger the heavens to the point where they could summon a heavenly tribulation, were only those monsters who stood at the absolute peak of the world and had enough power to shake the balance of the entire immortal dimension itself. In fact, Little Black had only heard of one such figure in the past, and that person was the patriarch of one of the most powerful races in the immortal dimension, and someone whose strength was rumored to be at the same level as the 9 emperors of the Dragon Realm. No. Even when the patriarch of the fiend race angered the heavens, his situation was completely different from Master's. Master is still just an early-stage Tao King. How can he face such a heavenly tribulation with his current cultivation base? Little Black mumbled to himself in a distressed tone as he continued to stare at the thundercloud of heavenly tribulation in the sky above Shenlong, while his voice had already started to emit hints of unrestrained fury. After all, although Shenlong had already undergone one heavenly tribulation before, Little Black knew that there was one distinct difference between this heavenly tribulation and the one that Shenlong had faced back in the king's palace. And yet, Shenlong didn't seem to have heard any of Little Black's complaints as his entire attention was placed on the massive white-colored lightning bolt that had already formed itself in the sky above him and looked like it was about to descend on him at any moment. Staring at the pure white bolt of lightning that had turned almost corporeal by now, Shenlong finally narrowed his eyes before he turned his gaze towards Lu Mei and the others and said in a serious voice. "Mayor, all of you get back. Boom. Boom. Boom." Before Lu Mei and the rest could even respond, the sky above them boomed violently, before the bolt of heavenly tribulation suddenly fell straight towards Shenlong, as if it was aiming directly for his head. Updated from Chapter 871 Defying the Will of the World. Angering the Heavens. 2. Chapter 871 Defying the Will of the World. Angering the Heavens. 2. Lu Mei, Jiang Chen, Bai Long Tian, and Xingyi, all felt a sudden chill as they stared at the enormous white bolt of lightning that had appeared above Shenlong in practically an instant. Sensing the boundless destructive energy that was hidden inside it made Lu Mei and the rest all shiver involuntarily, as a sensation of imminent death instantly gripped their hearts. The moment they laid their eyes on this particular white bolt of heavenly tribulation, Bai Long Tian and the rest immediately understood how terrifying it truly was. Forget about a normal early-stage Dao King facing this, all of them could clearly sense that even middle and late-stage Dao Kings wouldn't stand a chance against it, as their spiritual seas would be obliterated in an instant. In fact, Lu Mei and the rest could tell that even a peak rank 9 Dao King wouldn't last for more than a second if this bolt of heavenly tribulation entered their spiritual sea and began to go on a rampage. Naturally, if Jiang Chen and the rest could sense this, then how could Shenlong not sense it as well when he was the true target of this heavenly tribulation? And yet, the moment that the white bolt of lightning appeared in front of him, Shenlong merely closed his eyes as he allowed it to enter his spiritual sea directly. In the next moment, under Lu Mei's and the rest's anxious and worried gazes, the white bolt of heavenly tribulation struck Shenlong right in the space between his eyebrows, before it pierced through his glabella and effortlessly entered inside his spiritual sea. At the same time that this scene was taking place, in an area just a few thousand miles away from Shenlong's location, a commotion had already started to take place, as a group of more than 100 Dao Kings were now staring at the gigantic black-colored thundercloud in the sky that was still expanding rapidly without any signs of stopping. A heavenly tribulation. Is this really a heavenly tribulation? How is this possible? We are still inside the city of immortals right now, so how can a heavenly tribulation appear here? Don't tell me that someone is really trying to break through to the Dao Emperor realm in here. No, that's not possible. Even if someone attempts to break through to the Dao Emperor realm inside the city of immortals, it would still be impossible for them to succeed. I have heard about this from my senior brother, but the laws inside the city of immortals forcefully prevent anyone from successfully breaking through to the next realm until they leave this place. Regardless of what it is, let's go take a look. After staring at each other for a few moments, the group of more than 100 Dao Kings all shot to the sky at the same time, before they flew straight towards the heart of the black-colored thundercloud. If Lu Mei and the others could see this scene, they would be able to recognize most of these Dao Kings quite easily, as these were the same people who had been comprehending the stone mural alongside them just a couple of months ago. Of course, since Lu Mei's and the others' current location was merely a few thousand miles away from the stone mural's location, it was only natural for these Dao Kings to notice the appearance of the cloud of heavenly tribulation above them. At the same time that group of Dao Kings was approaching closer and closer towards them, Shenlong sat cross-legged on the ground, as he welcomed the bolt of heavenly tribulation directly inside his spiritual sea. The moment that the white bolt of heavenly tribulation entered his spiritual sea, however, Shenlong could no longer maintain his calm expression for another moment, as a sensation of indescribable pain filled his mind. The moment it entered his spiritual sea, Shenlong could sense that the white bolt of heavenly tribulation didn't rampage around like the previous bolts of heavenly tribulation that he had faced back in the king's palace, but instead, it turned into an extremely sharp bolt of lightning that flew directly towards the center of his spiritual sea, almost as if it was aiming straight for his soul. And yet, this wasn't all there was to it, as Shenlong could sense that there was one more distinct difference between this white bolt of heavenly tribulation and the ones he had faced back in the king's palace. He could tell that despite the dangers that they contained, the bolts of heavenly tribulation he had faced back in the king's palace weren't only destructive, since they also contained a nourishing type of energy inside them that strengthened both his spiritual sea as well as his soul once he absorbed them. However, the bolt of heavenly tribulation that was inside his spiritual sea right now didn't have an ounce of that nourishing energy within it. Instead, it seemed as if it was only filled with pure destructive energy and its sole goal was to completely obliterate a person's soul. And yet, Shenlong's expression was only frozen for a single moment before his lips curved up into a smile slowly afterwards. In the next moment, Shenlong's entire spiritual sea suddenly surged, and like a beast that had just woken up from its slumber, it opened its mouth and completely swallowed the bolt of heavenly tribulation whole, leaving nothing behind. Author's note: I want to say a very big thank you to all of you who have been so patient during the last few months. I have read all of your comments regarding the update releases, both positive and negative ones, as well as your questions about my well-being. This is the link for the Discord where you are always welcome to drop by and ask me any questions you may have, https://discord.com/invite/fjq4qdf97. Thank you for waiting so patiently for MOT's return. Much love, Zeus. This chapter is updated by Chapter 872 Challenging the Heavens. 872 Chapter 872 Challenging the Heavens. If anyone could witness the scene that had just taken place within Shenlong's spiritual sea, their expressions would most likely be ones of shock, fear, or disbelief, or even all of these emotions at once. The white bolt of heavenly tribulation that could obliterate the spiritual sea of even a peak rank 9 Dao King had been swallowed by Shenlong's spiritual sea in a single instant, leaving absolutely nothing behind. In reality, forget about most peak rank 9 Dao Kings. Even an early-stage Dao Emperor would have to utilize their entire spiritual strength to resist that bolt of heavenly tribulation head-on. And yet, Shenlong only had to expend a mere 20% of his spiritual strength to deal with it. Of course, Lu Mei and the others weren't too surprised in their hearts when they saw the scene in front of them, since they already knew how monstrous Shenlong's spiritual strength really was. After all, the four of them already knew that although Shenlong was still just a peak rank 3 Dao King, his spiritual strength had long since surpassed most early-stage and middle-stage Dao Emperors, and was already on par with most peak rank 6 Dao Emperors. In fact, even a peak rank 6 Dao Emperor like Xingyi's own master, Elder Mao Jing, the elder responsible for the Refinement Hall and a renowned star-rank alchemist, could no longer beat Shenlong in terms of pure spiritual strength. However, just as Bai Longtian and the others were about to heave out a sigh of relief believing that the heavenly tribulation had come to an end while Shenlong was still unscathed, the black thundercloud above their heads started to rumble for a second time, before sparks of white lightning began to gather around its surface once again. Boom! Boom! Staring at the two white-colored lightning bolts that were being rapidly formed at the same time, Xingyi and the rest froze for a moment before grave expressions quickly appeared on everyone's faces. Just a single one of these white bolts was enough to obliterate the spiritual sea of a peak rank 9 Dao King and even threaten an early-stage Dao Emperor who took this head-on, and yet two of them were now attempting to descend at the same time. This is too much. Even if it's Brother Shun, he will still be in danger if he has to face two of these lightning bolts simultaneously. Bai Longtian muttered in a worried voice as he stared at the two bolts of heavenly tribulation in the sky. Lu Mei, Jiang Chen, and Xingyi all nodded their heads without saying anything, afraid that they would end up breaking Shenlong's concentration if they did so, but it was clear from the solemn looks on their faces that they all understood how much danger this heavenly tribulation truly posed to him. Even if Shenlong's spiritual sea could already rival that of a middle-stage Dao Emperor, Lu Mei and the others understood that it would still end up suffering some serious internal injuries if Shenlong took these two bolts of heavenly tribulation head-on like the last one. And yet, this wasn't even what worried Lu Mei and the rest the most. After all, even if Shenlong injured his spiritual sea, he would still be able to recover it with the help of rank 6 and rank 7 medicinal pills after some time. Even if that process took a few months or even years, there was no doubt that he would be able to do so in the end. After all, his alchemy skills had already surpassed the realm of a one-star alchemist long ago. What truly worried Jiang Chen and the others however, was that they didn't know whether there were going to be even more bolts of heavenly tribulation after these two. If that was the case, then forget about the spiritual sea of a peak rank 6 Dao Emperor, even a late-stage Dao Emperor's spiritual sea may not be able to handle it. Whoa! At the same time that these thoughts coursed through Lu Mei's and the rest's minds, Little Silver who was lying on the ground next to Shenlong raised its head and let out a furious roar towards the sky, before it stood up and spread out its bright silver wings, looking like it was ready to charge straight towards the cloud of heavenly tribulation. At the same time, Shun Long could also sense Little Silver's agitation and anger that was directed towards the cloud of heavenly tribulation in the sky, and after taking a deep breath, he turned his gaze towards Little Silver and said in a deep voice. "Little Silver, get back." The moment it heard Shun Long's command, Little Silver's body froze involuntarily, before the Black Panther turned its head to meet Shun Long's gaze. However, Shun Long simply smiled and ignored the pleading as well as determined look in Little Silver's eyes, as he shook his head and continued. "Just get back. Don't worry, I can still handle this much." Lowering its head, Little Silver threw one last reluctant look at Shun Long that was filled with concern and worry, and after hesitating for a moment, it finally spread its bright silver wings and flapped them once, flying straight towards an empty area just a few hundred meters away from where Shun Long was sitting. Shun Long could feel a warm feeling sprouting in his heart as he stared at Little Silver's figure that was about to fight even the heavenly tribulation regardless of any consequences. In his heart, Shun Long knew that although Little Silver was an adult magic beast and one that could easily trample even peak rank 9 Dao Kings that stood in its path, it was still young and its intelligence was still that of a child's. Naturally, Little Silver still viewed Shun Long as its parent and wouldn't hesitate to protect him from anything that wanted to take his life. But of course, Shun Long wasn't planning on letting Little Silver face this heavenly tribulation in his stead no matter what. After all, even if Little Silver could somehow succeed in resisting this heavenly tribulation for him, such an action would only end up enraging the heavens even further and would end up summoning another heavenly tribulation soon afterwards. The only way to make it stop was for Shun Long to face it directly. After he finished speaking, Shun Long then turned his gaze towards the sky to look at the 2 white bolts of heavenly tribulation that had almost finished condensing themselves, and after staying silent for a moment, his lips slowly curved upwards as he said in a mocking manner. "The heavenly Tao, huh? You must really want to kill me if you are sending out a heavenly tribulation that's enough to obliterate even early-stage Tao emperors when I'm only an early-stage Tao king. Come then. Let's see if this is really enough to destroy my spiritual sea." Boom! Boom! In the next moment, it seemed as if the heavens had been directly provoked by Shun Long's words as the sky rumbled loudly once again, before the 2 white bolts of heavenly tribulation descended simultaneously, falling straight towards Shun Long's head. Narrowing his eyes, Shun Long then waved his right hand, taking out a pitch-black sword from the foggy space of the Stone of Time, before he said in a serious but extremely calm voice. Monarch's Domain. Chapter 873 The Third Form of the Thunder God / Monarch's Domain. The moment that Shun Long's voice rang through the air, the 27 golden balls of chi inside him all began circulating at the same time, as the invisible figure of an hourglass expanded from his body before his eyes turned back to their usual golden color. As soon as the Monarch's Domain emerged, a deathly silence seemed to have completely enveloped Shun Long's surroundings, as the flow of time around him forcibly came to a halt right in the next moment. And yet, the 2 bolts of heavenly tribulation above his head continued their descent without any signs of stopping, as they entered the Monarch's Domain and continued moving straight towards Shun Long's head. Although their speed had clearly slowed down after entering inside the Monarch's Domain, Shun Long could see that the 2 bolts of lightning had only lost a mere 30% of their speed and were nowhere near close to stopping. Staring at these 2 snow-white bolts of heavenly tribulation that had suddenly appeared in front of him in what seemed to be merely an instant, a serious look finally appeared in the depths of his bright golden eyes, as Shun Long grabbed the hilt of his black sword with both hands and infused his chi inside it, before he swung it towards the sky and roared out in a serious voice. Thunder God / As soon as Shun Long's chi entered the black sword, the mysterious runes and patterns on the sword's surface started to light up one after the other, before sparks of black-colored lightning began to gather around the sword's edge. In the next moment, under Lu Mei's and the rest's worried and anxious looks, a black-colored sword slash that was crackling with sparks of black lightning emerged from the black sword, before it collided directly with the 2 bolts of heavenly tribulation right in front of Shun Long. Boom-um. Boom-um. For a moment, it seemed as if the entire sky above the endless desert shook as the black-colored sword slash met the 2 white bolts of heavenly tribulation head-on, before the surrounding space around Shun Long started to shatter from the terrifying impact. Even Lu Mei and the others had no choice but to move a bit further away from Shun Long despite the worried looks on their faces, as the 4 of them could clearly sense how dangerous the area around him really was right now. In fact, even though they knew that Shun Long's strength had already far exceeded that of most average peak rank 6 Dao Kings and that he was probably strong enough to fight even early rank 7 Dao Kings head-on, Xingyi and the rest couldn't help but feel shocked inwardly as they witnessed the scene that was unfolding in front of their eyes. Forget about early rank 7 Dao Kings, the power behind this Thunder God slash in front of them was probably strong enough to cleave even an average early rank 8 Dao King in half. At the same time however, unlike Xingyi and the rest who were feeling a mix of surprise and elation after witnessing Shenlong's attack, inside the foggy space in a stone of time, Little Black observed everything without any change in his expression, as his deep azure eyes continued to stare at the shattered space in front of Shenlong in silence. Clearly, this scene wasn't much of a surprise at all for Little Black, since he was the one who understood Shenlong's strength the most. Early rank 8 Dao Kings. Forget about that. Little Black knew that even peak rank 8 Dao Kings would struggle to fend off this sword slash from Shenlong and would most likely have to try and dodge it instead of forcibly taking it head-on, unless they possessed a Saint middle grade martial skill as well. After all, this version of the Thunder God slash that Shenlong had just used was the third and final form of the Thunder God slash that he had obtained from the second floor of the Golden Treasures Hall back in the Holy Sect. Naturally, this third form of the Thunder God slash was something that only Dao Kings could use, and its true might was even comparable to most Saint middle grade martial skills despite the fact that it was actually categorized as a Saint low grade martial skill. Of course, if that was all there was to it, it would be impossible for a single Thunder God slash to be enough to threaten even early rank 8 Dao Kings, let alone peak rank 8 ones. After all, Shenlong's cultivation was still at the peak of rank 3 in the Dao King realm right now, and the gap between early and late stage Dao Kings wasn't something that could be bridged so easily just by using a single Saint low grade martial skill. However, Little Black understood that the strength of this Thunder God slash had not only been augmented from the Lightning Dao within the peak 1-star black sword that Shenlong was holding, but there was also one more reason behind it. It was the sword aura that Shenlong had comprehended from the stone mural. After reaching the level of possessing sword aura, it didn't matter if it was a casual sword slash or a martial skill that utilized the sword anymore, as all of Shenlong's attacks would reach an entirely different realm compared to before. Even in the immortal dimension, Little Black knew that it was extremely uncommon even for early-stage Dao Emperors to have comprehended sword aura, and those who managed to do so were only those prodigies whose talent with the sword could shake entire regions of the immortal dimension after they matured. As for an early-stage Dao King comprehending sword aura, that was nothing but a joke. Even in the vastness of the entire immortal dimension, as far as Little Black was aware, something like this had never happened before. And yet, despite knowing how powerful Shenlong's attack actually was, there was still a frown on the Black Dragon's face as he continued to stare at the shattered space in front of Shenlong without saying anything. At the same time, Shenlong was completely unaware of the thoughts that were coursing through Little Black's, Lu Mei's, and the rest's minds, as his entire attention was placed on the shattered space in front of him as well. Just like Little Black had guessed, this was one of the strongest attacks that Shenlong currently possessed. In fact, if it was ranked purely in terms of its offensive ability, Shenlong knew that this Thunder God slash of his that had been augmented by both his sword aura and the Lightning Dao inside the black sword, was actually the most destructive attack he could create right now, if he didn't count his flames of destruction, that he could only use after burning his blood essence and entering his dragon form. And yet, Shenlong knew that what he was facing right now wasn't any late-stage Dao King that would be threatened by such an attack, but those two white bolts of heavenly tribulation that could wipe out even a peak rank 9 Dao King without giving them even a single chance to resist. Regardless of how strong his attack was, unless it was enough to threaten the life of an early-stage Dao Emperor, Shenlong understood that it would be impossible for it to contend against even a single one of these white bolts of heavenly tribulation, let alone two of them at the same time. Indeed, just like Shenlong had expected, his Thunder God slash only lasted for a single second under the barrage of the two white bolts of heavenly tribulation, before the two bolts of lightning continued straight for his head soon afterwards. Just like the first one, the two bolts of heavenly tribulation pierced through Shenlong's glabella without any resistance and entered his spiritual sea, before a wave of indescribable pain instantly overcame him. The moment they entered his spiritual sea, the two bolts of lightning flew directly towards the center of the spiritual sea, as if their only aim was to destroy Shenlong's soul and completely eradicate his existence. And yet, Shenlong's lips merely curved upwards when he saw this scene, before the spiritual strength inside his entire spiritual sea surged for the second time, immediately swallowing the two white bolts, leaving nothing behind. At the same time that all of this was taking place within Shenlong's spiritual sea, back in the endless desert, Lu Mei's, Xianxia's, Bailongtian's, and Xingyi's expressions all abruptly turned serious, as the four of them turned their attention towards the large group of Dao Kings that had suddenly appeared around them, almost out of thin air, and were now staring at Shenlong with curious looks on their faces. This chapter is updated by Chapter 874 Completely Surrounded. Chapter 874 Completely Surrounded. The one who has summoned this heavenly tribulation is actually him. How is this possible? Hey, Hao Yun, what's going on here? Didn't you say that it is impossible for anyone to summon a heavenly tribulation while they are still inside the city of immortals? I thought that you said that even peak rank 9 Dao Kings can't complete their breakthroughs in here due to that reason. I don't know what's going on either. My senior brother told me that it is definitely impossible for anyone to complete their breakthroughs here due to the laws of the city of immortals restricting them. Besides, this doesn't even make sense in the first place. That kid is just a peak rank 3 Dao King, so how could he be facing a heavenly tribulation in the first place? The Dao Kings around the young man named Hao Yun instantly fell silent when they heard his words before baffled expressions quickly appeared on everyone's faces. Indeed, the azure-robed young man sitting in the middle of the desert right now was just a peak rank 3 Dao King, so how could he be facing a heavenly tribulation in the first place? After all, it was common knowledge that cultivators would only face their heavenly tribulations, only when they attempted to break through to the next realm. However, forget about breaking through to the Dao Emperor realm, it was obvious to these people that Xianxia had yet to reach even the middle or the late stages of the Dao King realm, let alone the peak of the Dao King realm to even attempt to become a Dao Emperor. Whoa! At the same time that this group of more than 100 Dao Kings appeared around Xianxia, who was still sitting on the ground with his eyes closed, Little Silver, who was watching this scene from a few hundred meters away, suddenly let out a powerful, almost deafening roar, before it spread its bright silver wings and flapped them once, appearing in the sky above Xianxia in merely an instant. At the same time, Jiang Chen, Lu Mei, Xingyi, and Bai Long Tian, all stared at the newcomers who had surrounded them with serious looks on their faces, before Xingyi was actually the first one to make her move, as she took a step forward and rose to the sky, facing the large group of Dao Kings directly, and after a moment of hesitation she finally asked them in a slightly cautious tone. Who are you people? What do you want here? The majority of those Dao Kings were instantly taken aback by the sight of the dazzling, blonde-haired beauty who appeared in front of them, while none of them really paid much attention to the aura of a middle-rank 6 Dao King that was coming from her body. After all, although a middle-rank 6 Dao King couldn't be considered weak by any means even back in the central region, inside the city of immortals, such a cultivation base was actually the bare minimum that was needed in order to survive. In fact, most of the Dao Kings in this group in front of Xingyi were actually late-stage Dao Kings, while more than a handful of them were peak rank 8 ones, and there were even a few early rank 9 ones among them as well. And yet, none of these Dao Kings chose to make any sudden moves despite the fact that the person blocking their way was only a mere middle-rank 6 Dao King, as their attention was quickly drawn away, from the gorgeous golden-haired young woman that was standing in front of them, to the large magic beast that was hovering in the sky right behind her, and the powerful aura that was coming from its body that was enough to deter any of them from approaching any further. Staring at Little Silver and sensing the overbearing aura of a peak rank 6 magic beast coming from its body was enough to make even the 100 Dao Kings in front of Xingyi suddenly stop in their tracks, as serious expressions instantly appeared on everyone's faces. What? A peak rank 6 magic beast? These brats actually have a peak rank 6 magic beast with them? Since when did peak rank 6 magic beasts become so common? Even our senior brother Yao doesn't have a peak rank 6 magic beast with him, and he is just a step away from becoming a middle rank 9 Dao King. Don't tell me that these brats have a higher status in the outside world than even senior brother Yao. It didn't matter whether it was the weakest ones among them, or the peak rank 8 and even the early rank 9 Dao Kings among this group who had noticed this, as every single one of them was instantly taken aback the moment they saw Little Silver's imposing appearance and sensed the powerful aura that was coming from its body. After all, unlike the early and middle rank 6 magic beasts who were usually only a threat to early and middle stage Dao Kings, everyone in the city of immortals right now knew that peak rank 6 magic beasts were practically considered to be supreme existences that were in a league of their own. Without a powerful peak rank 9 Dao King to block its most powerful attacks, it would be nearly impossible for any group to subdue a peak rank 6 magic beast without sacrificing tens of late stage Dao Kings in the process. And yet, after merely a few moments of silence, one of the peak rank 8 Dao Kings who was standing nearby Xingyi suddenly laughed loudly before he answered her question with a mocking tone. What do we want? Ha ha ha. You really don't know what we want? Fine then, let me answer your question. We want to know why that brat over there was facing a heavenly tribulation when he is just a peak rank 3 Dao King. As far as I am aware, even peak stage Dao Kings won't have to face their heavenly tribulations while they are still inside the city of immortals, even if they are experts who are just a step away from breaking through to the Dao Emperor realm. As for this, I've never heard of an early-stage Tao King facing a heavenly tribulation even back in the central region, let alone in here where he should be restricted by the laws of the City of Immortals. So, I suggest you explain yourselves while I am still asking you nicely. The remaining Tao Kings next to the man who had just spoken all nodded their heads in agreement, before they turned their gazes towards Xingyi and the rest while they waited for their response. Although it was true that all of them were somewhat wary of Little Silver and didn't want to make a move against unless absolutely necessary, in the end, there were still more than 60 late-stage Tao Kings among their group while Little Silver was just a single peak rank 6 magic beast. Thus, if these Tao Kings were really determined to go all out against it, they were confident that they would be able to kill even a peak rank 6 magic beast like Little Silver as long as they were willing to suffer some losses and sacrifice a few of their Tao Kings in the process. The only reason they were still willing to talk it out with Xingyi and the rest instead of capturing them and interrogating them right away, was merely because they didn't want to suffer too many casualties in a fight against a peak rank 6 magic beast if they could avoid it. And yet, at the same time that this peak rank 8 Tao King finished his sentence and continued to arrogantly stare at Xingyi while he waited for her answer, the peak rank 8 and even the early rank 9 Tao Kings around him all looked as if they had suddenly realized something extremely horrifying, as their expressions quickly changed into ones of incredulity, wariness, and even fear, as they all stared at Little Silver's cold yellow eyes that seemed to be oozing with a terrifying yet and also somehow familiar feeling of killing intent. freewebnovel.com. Elder brother. That panther. Isn't it the same one that just fought with Bold Fu in the desert mural a while ago? The moment that one of the surrounding Tao Kings muttered these words, a deathly silence instantly filled the area around him, before the entire group of the more than 100 Tao Kings soon burst into an uproar. What did you say? What? Is that really the same panther that killed Bold Fu? No. It can't be. It probably just looks similar but it can't be the same. Right. Wasn't that panther also injured in its fight with Bold Fu? I remember that Bold Fu's sword nearly tore that beast's leg off. How can it be the same beast then? Even a high-grade rank 6 healing pill wouldn't be able to heal such an injury in such a short amount of time. I'm sure this beast only looks similar but it definitely isn't the same. Most of these late-stage Tao Kings who had witnessed Little Silver's fight with the red-robed old man, the peak-stage Bold Fu, from afar, all felt a chilling sensation in their hearts as they stared at Little Silver now, before they unconsciously tried to reject the connection between the Black Panther in front of them and the one that had just slayed a peak rank 9 Tao King in front of the eyes of thousands of Tao Kings. However, their hopes only lasted for a few more seconds, before one of the peak rank 8 Tao Kings among them suddenly shook his head as he continued to stare at Little Silver with a solemn gaze, before he said in a serious tone. No, it's definitely the same magic beast. Most of you only watched that fight from afar but I was standing right next to Senior Brother Yao when it happened. This is definitely the same panther, and if that's the case, then that kid must also be. The moment he finished his sentence, the peak rank 8 Tao King's eyes abruptly flashed with a greedy light as he hurriedly turned his attention towards Shen Long who was still sitting on the ground with his eyes closed, and after staring at him for a few moments without saying anything, he then turned his gaze towards a tall young man with long black hair and purple robes who was standing just a few meters away from him, and was now emitting the aura of an early rank 9 Tao King without any restraints. Chapter 875 Attacked. Chapter 875 Attacked. Senior Brother Yao. The peak rank 8 Tao King asked cautiously as he stared at the purple-robed young man next to him, whose gaze seemed to have been completely glued on Shen Long's body. In fact, the purple-robed young man didn't even seem to care about Little Silver's own presence or the terrifying killing intent that it was now exuding, as his entire attention seemed to have been completely placed on just Shen Long himself. In reality, the purple-robed young man wasn't the only one who seemed to be like this, as the other 4 early rank 9 Tao Kings among his group looked to have almost identical reactions to him, as they all stared at Shen Long with fervent looks on their faces. After closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, the purple-robed young man called Senior Brother Yao actually smiled before turning his gaze towards Little Silver's direction, and without even throwing a look at Xingyi and the others who were standing just a few meters away from it, he then said in a determined voice. A mere peak rank 6 magic beast dares to show its fangs in front of me this brazenly. Since you want to die so badly, so be it then. Let me send you on your way. The aura of an early rank 9 Tao King abruptly exploded from the purple-robed young man's body the moment he finished his sentence, before his figure turned into a purple-colored streak of light that flew straight towards Little Silver. The purple-robed young man's, Senior Brother Yao's sudden action seemed to have caught the rest of the Tao Kings around him off guard, but the same couldn't be said about the other 4 early rank 9 Tao Kings from his group who had been observing each other closely. Fuck. You bastards, don't fall behind Yao Guantaing. Whoever kills that Black Panther before him will get 100,000 high-grade spirit stones from me. A short, bald middle-aged man clad in luxurious yellow robes shouted angrily as soon as he saw Senior Brother Yao making his move, before his figure disappeared soon afterwards, as he flew straight towards Little Silver as well. Just like Senior Brother Yao, the aura of an early rank 9 Dao King could also be sensed from this yellow-robed middle-aged man, making it obvious that he was also one of the leading experts in this group. At the same time, after seeing Senior Brother Yao and the yellow-robed middle-aged man making their moves, the remaining 3 early rank 9 Dao Kings couldn't sit still anymore, as they turned to look at each other for merely a single moment, before they all flew straight towards Little Silver without any hesitation. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Since young Master Zhong has said so, how can we possibly refuse? Brothers, let's go. Right. It's just a single peak rank 6 magic beast in the end. What's there to be afraid of? Even if it's really the same Black Panther that killed Old Fu, it still doesn't matter. With more than 60 late-stage Dao Kings gathered together, it's only a matter of time before we take it down. In just a few moments it seemed that the entire group of more than 100 Dao Kings had been successfully roused up, as every single one of those Dao Kings was now staring at Little Silver with looks of unconcealed greed in their eyes. Of course, such an outcome wasn't surprising at all to the yellow-robed middle-aged man who had riled up everyone just now, young Master Zhong. After all, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones were enough to move even some powerful early and middle-stage Dao emperors back in the central region, let alone those late-stage Dao kings who were already in his group. At the same time, a look of worry had finally appeared in Xingyi's bright emerald eyes as she saw this scene in front of her, before a solemn expression soon covered her face. At this point, Xingyi understood that regardless of how strong Little Silver was, it was simply impossible for a single peak rank 6 magic beast to take on more than 100 middle and late-stage Dao Kings all by itself, especially when the majority of these people were actually late-stage Dao Kings. And yet, before Xingyi could say anything else, Lu Mei simply shook her head as she appeared by her side, before she said seriously. Xingyi, there is no point to try and reason with people like them. Since they have decided to mess with Long Ji, there is no point to hold back against them anymore. Just kill them all. Nodding his head, Bai Long Tian agreed with Lu Mei as he said calmly. Sister Lu is right. It seems that their leaders have already resolved themselves on attacking Brother Shun, so there is no point to try and talk peacefully with them any longer. At the same time that Bai Long Tian finished his words, a frosty look seemed to have also appeared in the depths of Jiang Chen's dark red eyes as he stared at the massive group of incoming Dao Kings, before his cold voice rang out in everyone's ears. Since those bastards want to die so badly, let's fulfill their wishes. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, a pitch-black veil of darkness started to come out from his body, before the entire area of more than 300 meters around him was quickly submerged into darkness. In the next moment, it wasn't just Jiang Chen, but also Lu Mei, Xingyi, and Bai Long Tian, and even Little Silver who were swallowed by this veil of darkness as their figures disappeared from the eyes of the surrounding Dao Kings in practically an instant. And yet, the 5 early rank 9 Dao Kings didn't seem intimidated by any of this in the slightest as they continued to fly forward, and in just a few moments, they had already arrived at the edges of the enormous dark veil in front of them before their figures effortlessly pierced through it, as the 5 of them entered inside Jiang Chen's Kingdom of Darkness. Chapter 876 Jiang Chen's Determination. 876 Chapter 876 Jiang Chen's Determination. The moment the 5 early rank 9 Dao Kings entered Jiang Chen's Kingdom of Darkness, however, their figures immediately froze into place before surprised expressions quickly appeared on their faces. What? I can't see anything. What's going on? The bald, yellow-robed middle-aged man called Young Master Zhong was the first one to speak, as his confident expression was soon replaced by a dumbfounded look as he tried to look around him. Realizing that he couldn't even see his own fingers, was enough to send even an experienced early rank 9 Dao King like him in shock for a moment. No, it's not just our eyes. My soul sense seems to be suppressed as well. What kind of treasure did that bastard use? Silence immediately filled their surroundings as the group of 5 early rank 9 Dao Kings seemed to have fallen completely quiet the moment they noticed this detail. Naturally, it was one thing for just their vision to have been suddenly impeded, but if their soul sense was affected as well, then things were completely different. After all, if they couldn't use their soul sense under such circumstances, then even a group of 5 peak rank 9 Dao Kings would be risking their lives fighting against a peak rank 6 magic beast head-on. And yet, this silence only lasted for a few moments, before the purple-robed young man, senior brother Yao, began to assess the situation calmly. No, I don't think that guy used a treasure. No matter what, we are still inside the City of Immortals, so any treasures apart from star-rank weapons and armor will immediately become unusable here. Even if someone carried a 3-star rank talisman or a life-saving treasure with them, it will still be useless in this place. If I'm not wrong, then that guy must have either comprehended an immortal-grade martial skill, or he must possess some kind of extremely rare unique physique that allows him to affect a person's soul sense. Senior brother Yao's words seemed to have turned abnormally serious the moment he finished his sentence, before a solemn look appeared on his face as he tried to study the thick darkness around him. Clearly, being in a situation like this where his eyes were rendered useless while the vast majority of his soul sense was also being suppressed seemed to be a first even for him. However, the moment the remaining 4 early rank 9 Dao Kings heard his words they immediately scoffed in response, before the bald, yellow-robed middle-aged man, young Master Zhong, asked mockingly. Immortal-grade martial skill? Yao Guantang, do you really think that immortal-grade martial skills are cabbages that any random dog can find? Even the 5 of us have only managed to obtain a single Saint middle-grade martial skill after working together for so long, so how can a middle-rank 5 Dao King brat obtain one so easily? The remaining 3 early rank 9 Dao Kings didn't say anything, but from the snorts they let out it was evident that they agreed with young Master Zhong's words. After all, the 5 of them had already spent a long time traveling together inside the City of Immortals, so they all understood how difficult it was to obtain even a single Saint middle-grade martial skill, let alone an immortal grade one. And yet, the tall, purple-robed young man, Yao Guantang merely sneered as he stared in the direction where young Master Zhong's voice just came from, before he answered in the same calm manner as before. This is why it's safe for us to assume that this darkness is the effect of a certain unique physique rather than that of a martial skill. After all, even a Saint high-grade martial skill shouldn't be able to restrict the soul senses of 5 rank 9 Dao Kings like this simultaneously. In the next moment, just as the yellow-robed middle-aged man wanted to retort, his eyes suddenly narrowed into 2 thin slits as he abruptly turned around to stare at the darkness behind him. Even though he couldn't see anything different with his eyes, young Master Zhong, as well as the other 4 early rank 9 Dao Kings, could all sense a powerful killing intent coming from that direction before a cold voice entered their ears at the same time. It seems that one of you could at least guess correctly. You are right, this is indeed the effect of a unique physique. It's too bad that you bastards chose to mess with the wrong person. Since you dared to set your sights on him, don't expect to leave out of here alive. Hearing Jiang Chen's voice that was filled with undisguised hostility ended up stunning the 5 Dao Kings for a moment, as they seemed to be having some trouble accepting that this was all really done by a single middle-rank 5 Dao King like him. However, the yellow-robed middle-aged man, young Master Zhong, simply snorted before he sent a punch toward the origin of the voice barely a moment later, as he replied with a mercilessly cold tone. You arrogant brat, did you really think that we are afraid of you just because we were willing to give you a way out? Laughable. Remember that in front of a late-stage Dao King, a middle-rank 5 Dao King like you is nothing but trash. Learn your place. Young Master Zhong's fist was actually powerful enough to make even the space around him tremble the moment it emerged, while even the darkness that was blocking his way seemed to have been forcefully dispersed in front of his terrifying punch. Forget about middle-stage Dao Kings like Jiang Chen, young Master Zhong was confident that even an early-rank 7 Dao King like Lu Mei would be instantly obliterated in front of his attack. However, before the bald, yellow-robed man could gloat at his victory and laugh at how weak Jiang Chen's darkness really was, the darkness around him came together barely a moment later as it surrounded young Master Zhong once again. Opening his eyes wide, young Master Zhong was just about to exclaim in disbelief at the sight in front of him that had already exceeded his expectations, but at that moment, a certain voice seemed to have entered his ears for the second time as Jiang Chen spat out in an annoyed tone. Useless Buddhist bastard, are you really just going to stand there and watch? Chapter 877, 1. 877 Chapter 877, 1. A brief moment of silence ensued after Jiang Chen's irritated voice rang out, before Bai Longtian nodded his head and replied in a calm manner. Since Brother Jiang is asking for my help, it's only natural for me to lend a hand as well. Besides, I was planning to join this fight even if you didn't say anything. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Longtian unsheathed the long white sword from his back and held it tightly with both hands, while a dangerous glint could be seen in his eyes as he stared at young Master Zhong's direction. In the next moment, his figure turned into countless particles of light as he suddenly disappeared from the spot he was standing on, leaving behind nothing but a series of afterimages. Even Lu Mei and Xingyi were momentarily taken aback when they felt the suppressed killing intent that Bai Longtian was now exuding, which was in stark contrast to his usual easygoing personality. After all, Bai Longtian was usually the most reserved one among them, and the one who would usually try to pacify the others whenever things got too heated. Even when Xianxia spoke rudely to him and used words like, Buddhist bastard, and the like, Bai Longtian would simply brush them off with the usual smile on his face and would not pay them any heed. Thus, it was very, very rare for him to openly exhibit his killing intent like this. However, Lu Mei was only stunned for a brief moment before she nodded her head solemnly and brought both of her hands in front of her chest, as she gathered her chi the moment she regained her senses. After all, Lu Mei clearly understood that Bai Longtian didn't choose to avoid any of the fights in the past because he was weak, but simply because that was his normal disposition and the way he acted. The Tao of the Buddha that he cultivated in also played a large part in this matter as well, as Bai Longtian would try to solve most issues peacefully if he could. However, when it came to his actual strength, Lu Mei knew that Bai Longtian was someone who was actually on par with Xianxia. In fact, even Xianxia wouldn't confidently say that he could win against Bai Longtian without having to use his bloodline of the demonic crow of darkness. It only took a single moment for Bai Longtian to cover the distance between himself and young Master Zhong as he appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, Bai Longtian clutched his long white sword tightly with both hands, before he swung it directly towards the yellow-robed middle-aged man's head. Young Master Zhong's expression immediately contorted when he sensed the feeling of lethal danger that was reaching for his neck at a terrifying speed. Although he couldn't sense anything with his soul sense, young Master Zhong's instincts were screaming at him to protect himself right away if he didn't want to die. Without any hesitation, the yellow-robed middle-aged man roared as he sent a punch forward without holding back. Saint Middle Grade Martial Skill, Thousand Gales Fist. The thick darkness churned and gave way as young Master Zhong's powerful fist forcibly pushed it aside, causing even the surrounding space to ripple violently from the terrifying force it carried with it. Naturally, an all-out attack from an early rank 9 Dao King was enough to threaten even a peak rank 9 Dao King who took it unprepared, let alone a middle rank 5 Dao King like Bai Longtian. Although young Master Zhong couldn't sense Bai Longtian's exact location due to the darkness around him, he was still confident in his ability to severely injure him with just the aftershocks of his Saint Middle Grade martial skill. Even if Bai Longtian managed to dodge the majority of his attack, as long as he got even slightly grazed by the aftershocks of it, young Master Zhong was confident that he could instantly cripple him. However, the scene that followed was completely outside of young Master Zhong's expectations. PHSSS. The sound of blood spurting through the air could be heard amidst the violent gales, as Bai Longtian abruptly appeared by the yellow-robed middle-aged man's side in the next moment. freewebnovel.com. It was also at this same moment that Bai Longtian had finally entered the radius of young Master Zhong's soul sense. Although he was still inside Xianxia's Kingdom of Darkness, as an early rank 9 Dao King, young Master Zhong could still use his soul sense to sense the area around him to a certain extent, albeit with a bit of difficulty. However, even though the majority of his soul sense was being suppressed by the Kingdom of Darkness, young Master Zhong could still use it to sense the area of 3 meters, 10 feet, around him quite clearly, even through Xianxia's all-out suppression. And yet, the scene that young Master Zhong could see right now through his soul sense was enough to leave him utterly stunned, as if he couldn't believe his own eyes. Bai Longtian's entire body was covered in hundreds of wounds that were dripping with his fresh blood, while even his own robe seemed to have turned into a deep red color. His arms, legs, chest, and even his face were now buried in wounds as if he had just been cut by hundreds of swords at the same time, but the worst of all was undoubtedly the condition of his left arm. Deep cuts that were enough to expose his bones could be seen all over it, almost as if his left arm had intentionally taken the brunt of those attacks just now. And yet, Bai Longtian seemed to have completely ignored the condition of his own body as he stared at the yellow-robed middle-aged man in front of him with a deep look, before he said calmly. Even the Buddha would lose his patience after being attacked again and again without a chance to rest, and I am far less merciful in comparison. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Longtian thrust the long white sword in his arms forward while the killing intent that he had been suppressing all this while seemed to have finally burst out as well. At that moment, bright red flames suddenly engulfed the long white sword in his hands, as Bai Longtian sent it straight towards young Master Zhong's heart. Staring at the scorching red flames that had suddenly engulfed the long white sword in front of him, young Master Zhong's eyes narrowed before he spat out a single word. Fuck. Frobnov.com. Chapter 878 Chapter 878, 2. Chapter 878 Chapter 878, 2. The yellow-robed early rank 9 Dao King instinctively cursed as he stared at the incoming long white sword that was now just a few centimeters away from his heart. He could clearly feel that the destructive power behind Bai Longtian's sword wasn't something that a middle-rank 5 Dao King should be able to normally exert, and that his life was truly in danger right now. Additionally, young Master Zhong could tell that the power behind the red flames that had engulfed Bai Longtian's sword weren't normal, and that they most likely originated from a powerful 1-star weapon, perhaps even a peak 1-star one. If that was truly the case, then even an early rank 9 Dao King like him couldn't take Bai Longtian's attack lightly any longer, since it was powerful enough to truly threaten his life. After all, it was common knowledge that a 1-star weapon could only be refined by a formation master who was at least at the Dao Emperor realm, while the Dao inside the sword would naturally be at the same level as well. As for peak 1-star weapons, it was said that only peak stage Dao Emperors would be able to refine them. Even if Bai Longtian couldn't draw out the sword's full power with his current cultivation base, young Master Zhong clearly understood that the attack of a peak 1-star weapon in the hands of a middle-rank 5 Dao King would still be enough to mortally wound any late-stage Dao King who took it with their bare body. And indeed, things were just as young Master Zhong had guessed. The moment that Bai Longtian thrust out his sword, he had also chosen to rouse the entirety of the remaining qi inside his dantian, as he activated the Dao of Fire sealed inside his sword. As if it had finally woken up after a long slumber, the peak 1-star sword in his hands exploded with bright red flames the moment it absorbed his qi, as the hundreds of complicated runes along with the mysterious patterns that were engraved on the sword's hilt immediately lit up. Sensing the overwhelming feeling of danger that Bai Longtian was now giving out, young Master Zhong's first thought was to dodge before he attacked again with another Saint middle-grade martial skill that would finally be able to kill the wounded black-haired young man in front of him. But it was at this moment that the early rank 9 Dao King suddenly sensed something that was completely outside of his expectations. This bastard. What the hell is this? Updat from Frobnov.com. As soon as he tried to take a step back and widen the distance between them, young Master Zhong suddenly realized that the peak 1-star sword in Bai Longtian's hands wasn't the only unexpected issue that he had to deal with at this moment. After all, even though it was slightly surprising, it was still within young Master Zhong's expectations that his opponents may have a star-rank weapon or two with them. However, what had left the bald, yellow-robed man utterly dumbfounded was Bai Longtian's speed, which was enough to shock even an early rank 9 Dao King like him. Even with his cultivation of an early rank 9 Dao King as well as the Dao of Wind that he had comprehended, young Master Zhong could tell that he was actually only at the same level as Bai Longtian when it came to speed. An early rank 9 Dao King like him who had comprehended the Dao of Wind, a Dao famed for its sharp attacks and its extraordinary speed, was only as fast as the middle rank 5 Dao King brat in front of him. Young Master Zhong roared in his heart as he wanted to vehemently deny the reality in front of his eyes, but he knew that he didn't have time to dwell on such thoughts right now. After all, he could sense that the heat from Bai Longtian's sword was now merely a few inches away from his heart. Forget about dodging, young Master Zhong could tell that there was no way for him to get out of this situation completely unharmed any longer. Gritting his teeth, a determined expression finally appeared on the bald yellow-robed man's face, before a fierce wind enveloped his entire body as he abruptly tilted himself to the side. TSK. Watching the scene from a distance, Jiang Chen clicked his tongue as he saw Bai Longtian's sword piercing through young Master Zhong's chest. Although Bai Longtian had gone all out and had managed to catch the bald yellow-robed man off guard after going all out, Jiang Chen could tell that young Master Zhong's last move had actually ended up saving his life. Indeed, even though his sword had successfully pierced through young Master Zhong's chest, Bai Longtian's expression actually darkened as he stared at the spot where his sword had just hit. Even though his sword had cleanly struck his opponent's chest, Bai Longtian could sense that his attack had actually missed young Master Zhong's heart by a hair's breadth. Although Bai Longtian wanted to finish the middle-aged man in front of him right away, he knew that he had just lost his chance and that he could only retreat for now. Indeed, just as Bai Longtian pulled his sword out and stepped back, the gale that had gathered around young Master Zhong's body suddenly turned into hundreds of adult-sized wind blades that flew forward as they chased right after him. Regardless of how fast Bai Longtian was, young Master Zhong's wind blades were simply faster as they chased after him at a terrifying speed. Even after rousing the entirety of his qi and pushing his Dao of Light to its limits, Bai Longtian felt that he was unable to widen the distance between them in the slightest. Sensing the feeling of grave danger and realizing that it was impossible for him to escape, Bai Longtian grit his teeth and was about to release his Golden Buddha unique physique to try and at least minimize the damage his body was going to take, but it was at this moment that a pitch-black figure suddenly appeared in the sky above him, staring down arrogantly like a grim reaper. This figure that looked like a black skeleton king with two purple embers burning in its eye sockets then raised its peculiar, dark red greatsword with both hands, before it slashed it downwards towards the hundreds of adult-sized wind blades. Chapter 879 Fighting Young Master Zhong, 3. Chapter 879 Fighting Young Master Zhong, 3. As the black skeleton's dark red greatsword arced downwards, hundreds of thin, black-colored chi strands suddenly emerged from the gigantic sword's edge, before. They flew straight towards the adult-sized wind blades that were about to land on Bai Long Tian. In the next moment, the space within Jiang Chen's kingdom of darkness was filled with unending explosions, as the hundreds of adult-sized wind blades collided directly with the black-colored chi strands. Boom! 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 It wasn't just Bai Long Tian who was stunned from the scene that unfolded next, but so was young Master Zhong, who had just unleashed his attack, as well as Jiang Chen and Xingyi who were watching everything from the distance. The power within each of young Master Zhong's wind blades was undoubtedly terrifying and was more than enough to tear any average peak rank 6 Dao King to shreds, but the black-colored strands of sword chi didn't seem any weaker at all, as they met the wind blades head-on, painting a breathtaking scene. The strands made from the black skeleton's sword chi seemed to be evenly matched against young Master Zhong's wind blades as they nullified each other, leaving Bai Long Tian, Jiang Chen, and Xingyi at a loss for words, before they all turned their gazes towards Lu Mei in surprise. Naturally, the three of them all understood who the skeleton's master really was, but even though they all knew that this black skeleton was incomparably stronger compared to Lu Mei's normal skeletons, they hadn't expected it to be this monstrously strong, to the point where it could even block the attack of an early rank 9 Dao King like young Master Zhong. After all, just like Lu Mei, the Black Skeleton King's cultivation was also at the early rank 7 of the Dao King realm, and yet it seemed to be successfully defending against the attack of an early rank 9 Dao King like young Master Zhong, all by itself. Even if young Master Zhong was injured after getting hit by Bai Longtian's sword thrust earlier, he was still a powerful early rank 9 Dao King and his attack shouldn't have been something that Lu Mei's Black Skeleton could block. At the same time, although he couldn't extend his soul sense too far from his body, the luxuriously dressed young Master Zhong could clearly sense that someone or something had appeared in the distance ahead and was now fending off the majority of his wind blades, leaving him completely dumbfounded before an expression of shock covered his face. And yet, the scene that was unfolding in front of everyone's eyes was precisely this one. At the same time, although he couldn't extend his soul sense too far from his body, the luxuriously dressed young Master Zhong could clearly sense that someone or something had appeared in the distance ahead and was now fending off the majority of his wind blades, leaving him completely dumbfounded before an expression of shock covered his face. After all, even though these wind blades didn't originate from a martial skill and were nothing more than a casual attack of his, they were still an attack from an early rank 9 Dao King without holding back as he had intended to kill Bai Long Tian in one strike, so it was quite surprising that someone from his opponent's group had managed to intercept it. Don't tell me it's that monster. A shiver ran down young Master Zhong's spine as the image of Little Silver appeared in his mind, but he quickly erased this thought as soon as it emerged before he muttered to himself in a pondering manner. No, it can't be. If that was the case, that thing would have destroyed my wind blades directly. There is no way it would be struggling against them like this. Clearly, although young Master Zhong was confident in his own strength, he wasn't delusional enough to think he could overpower a peak rank 6 magic beast like Little Silver when he wasn't even a peak rank 9 Dao King himself just yet. This was especially so since young Master Zhong was one of the few people in his group who had personally witnessed the scene of Little Silver brutally killing the red-robed peak rank 9 Dao King back in the desert mural. At the same time that young Master Zhong was stunned and was contemplating on whether to attack again or to go back and retreat, Bai Long Tian, who wasn't affected by the suppressive effects inside Jiang Chen's kingdom of darkness, was even more astonished than him, as he had clearly seen the scene of the black skeleton sword attack colliding with the enormous-sized wind blades. In reality, Bai Long Tian could tell that the strands of sword chi seemed to be slightly weaker than the gigantic wind blades, but they were still more than enough to contend with them for a while and block their path. Naturally, whether it was Lu Mei, Xingyi, Bai Long Tian, or even Little Silver, none of them were being negatively affected while they were inside Jiang Chen's kingdom of darkness, and they could clearly see everything that was going on around them. After all, Jiang Chen's control of his kingdom of darkness was more than enough to allow him to distinguish between friends and foes and choose whom to suppress. After raising his head and staring at the pitch-black skeleton king that was standing arrogantly in the sky, Bai Long Tian nodded his head seriously, before his body turned into a streak of light as he flew back towards Lu Mei and the others. Zhong Lei. What the hell is going on? At the same time, the 4 early rank 9 Dao Kings who had kept quiet until now finally decided to make their move as well, as they quickly flew towards young Master Zhong's direction. They could clearly sense the direction of the commotion even through Jiang Chen's interference, and they could also tell that young Master Zhong had now turned serious, as his body was now emitting a thick, almost palpable killing intent. The yellow-robed middle-aged man, Zhong Lei, remained quiet for a brief moment after hearing their question, before he answered in a solemn manner. You should keep your guards up. It seems that apart from that panther, there is also someone else among those bastards who could block my attack. Their group only has 3 middle-stage Dao Kings and just one who is at the early rank 7. Who among them could stop you? A woman who seemed to be in her early 30s and was dressed in a long green robe suddenly asked, as she stared in young Master Zhong's direction in surprise. Clearly, in her eyes, even Lu Mei who had stepped into the late stages of the Dao King realm shouldn't be able to withstand more than a single punch from young Master Zhong, let alone the other 3 who were still in the middle stages of the Dao King realm. Zhong Lei however simply shook his head, before he answered in the same solemn manner as before Frubnov.com. I don't know. Although it was just a casual attack of mine, it's still true that they managed to block it. Don't treat them lightly and just end this before they can escape. The green-robed young woman was about to retort when she heard Zhong Lei's forceful voice that sounded more like a command, but it was at this moment that the purple-robed young man, Yao Guantang, suddenly interjected as he said calmly. Zhong Lei is right. You know that we don't have much time in the first place. Just kill that panther first. The rest of them don't matter too much anyway. At the same time that Yao Guantang's words trailed off, dozens of auras suddenly appeared from behind him at the same time, as the remaining Dao Kings from his group finally entered Jiang Chen's Kingdom of Darkness one after the other, before they all flew towards Yao Guantang's direction. Chapter 880 Lu Mei's Trump Card. Chapter 880 Lu Mei's Trump Card. Staring at the dozens of late-stage Dao Kings who were all flying towards Yao Guantang's and Zhong Lei's direction, a serious look gradually appeared on Jiang Chen's usually expressionless face, before he turned his gaze to look at Lu Mei and the others and said seriously. I don't know what's the reason behind it, but it seems that those bastards are really determined to throw their lives away to get their hands on him. I can keep them suppressed for about 5 minutes, so try to take care of as many as possible within that time. Lu Mei, Bai Longtian, and Xingyi all understood what Jiang Chen meant by this, before the darkness around them started to grow even thicker than before, making it clear that Jiang Chen was really going all out. Of course, Xingyi and the rest could all guess how much strain Jiang Chen was under right now that the remaining Dao Kings had also joined the fight, making the situation for them even more unfavorable than before. After all, Jiang Chen was now using his Kingdom of Darkness to suppress, not just Yao Guantang, Zhong Lei, and the other 3 early rank 9 Dao Kings, but also the more than 60 late-stage Dao Kings in their group, as well as the ones who were still in the middle stages. It was obvious that all this must have been putting a huge strain on both his body and mind, and that 5 minutes was probably the most that Jiang Chen could maintain his Kingdom of Darkness for in the current situation. Nodding her head, Lu Mei then turned to look at the group of 100 Dao Kings who had now gathered together in the distance, before she said in a calm tone that seemed to be trying hard to suppress her thick killing intent. I will take care of that bald man in the yellow robes and the middle-stage Dao Kings in his group. Xingyi and Brother Bai should just focus on protecting Little Silver. Lu Mei's words seemed to have caught everyone by surprise, as Bai Longtian, Xingyi, and Jiang Chen appeared to have been caught off guard the moment they heard this, as they all turned their attention towards her before Xingyi hurriedly asked her. Mei, are you sure about this? Even if he is injured, that person is still an early rank 9 Dao King. Xingyi wanted to continue and try to persuade Lu Mei as she stared at her with a worried look in her deep emerald eyes, but in the end, she swallowed the rest of her sentence without saying anything else, before she turned her gaze to the pitch-black skeleton in the sky above her. Just like Bai Longtian, Xingyi and Jiang Chen had also noticed that the black skeleton's sword chi was actually slightly inferior compared to young Master Zhong's wind blades, and it was obvious that it wouldn't be able to last more than a few moves if the yellow-robed middle-aged man was seriously fighting against it. It was only because Zhong Lei had thrown out a casual attack that the black skeleton could contend with it so easily. If he had gone all out however, then even if the black skeleton was stronger than Lu Mei's undead knights and was even on par with the Death Eater, Bai Longtian and the others knew that the end result would have been much different than the previous one, and that the black skeleton would only be able to last a few more moves at most before getting destroyed in a direct fight against an early rank 9 Dao King like him. And yet, Lu Mei didn't immediately respond to Xingyi's question and merely closed her eyes for a brief moment, before a dense aura of death started to gather around her body. Opening her dazzling, abyss-like black eyes, Lu Mei then locked on young Master Zhong's figure in the distance, before she nodded her head and replied in a calm tone. It's true that my Black Skeleton King is weaker than an early rank 9 Dao King in a direct fight, even if I go all out and activate the third form of the Death's Chant, but that's only the case if it's a single Skeleton King. In the next moment, Jiang Chen, Bai Long Tian, and Xingyi widened their eyes as they stared at the 5 pitch-black figures that slowly emerged from the ground around Lu Mei, and were clearly emitting auras that didn't lose out in the slightest to that of the Black Skeleton King in the sky. Staring at the purple wisps of ember that were burning in their eye sockets and the massive, dark-red greatswords that these 5 figures were holding, Jiang Chen and the others realized that this was the first time that they were really getting to see Lu Mei's full power ever since she had become a Dao King. Fruobnol. Calm. After all, back when they were attacked in the Illusion Oasis, Lu Mei didn't have enough time to summon the entirety of her undead army before she was knocked out by that peak rank 9 Dao King called Mao Huang. This time however, she had really gone all out. Ru Huera. At the same time that the 5 Black Skeleton Kings appeared around Lu Mei, Little Silver let out a furious roar as it stared at the group of 100 Dao Kings that had suddenly made their moves and were now rapidly approaching Lu Mei and the others from afar. The 5 early rank 9 Dao Kings seemed to have gathered together at the very front, while everyone else was following behind them, as they all flew at full speed towards Little Silver's direction. Sensing the hostile auras of the more than 100 middle and late-stage Dao Kings, Little Silver unfurled its bright silver wings that were shining with a silvery light before it let out another furious roar that was even louder than the last one, causing even the darkness around it to forcefully recede and give way. Roar! In the next moment, before Lu Mei and the others could even blink, the silver-winged panther's figure turned into a streak of light as it unhesitantly flew in the midst of the enemy's group, causing a rain of fresh blood to spurt. Chapter 881 Don't Let It Escape. Chapter 881 Don't Let It Escape. Arg. My arm. Fuck. Kill this beast. Blood and severed limbs quickly filled the area around the group of Dao Kings in the next moment, as Little Silver tore through their ranks at full speed, smashing everyone that happened to block its path. Its 2 gigantic silver wings seemed like a pair of majestic sharp weapons, as they effortlessly dismembered the middle and late-stage Dao Kings in front of it without any resistance. Sensing the terrifying aura of the peak rank 6 magic beast that had suddenly appeared behind them before they even had any time to react, and hearing the cries and curses that their subordinates were spewing, caused even the 5 early rank 9 Dao Kings to immediately turn abnormally serious before they all unsheathed their weapons and turned to face Little Silver's direction with solemn expressions. Indeed, the speed and power of a peak rank 6 magic beast wasn't something that could be overlooked so easily, and Zhonglei and the others understood that detail very clearly. Even if it was just a single peak rank 6 magic beast, its combat prowess should have already exceeded that of an average peak stage Dao King and should be nearing the level of an early rank 1 Dao Emperor. Even if it wasn't at the same level as an early rank 1 Dao Emperor just yet, it still wasn't something that most peak rank 9 Dao Kings should be able to fight against. In the blink of an eye, the imposing group of 100 Dao Kings in the sky were covered in a cloud of fresh blood and severed limbs, as more than 20 Dao Kings had been either crippled or killed by Little Silver's all-out charge. And yet, the tall, purple-robed young man, Yao Guantang looked unperturbed by all this, as he unsheathed the long sword from his back and held it tightly with both hands, before he said in his usual calm tone. There is no reason to get flustered. In the first place, our main priority was to kill this panther before doing anything else. Since it has thrown itself into the fire, this is our best chance to surround it from all sides and kill it. Don't let it escape. Hearing Yao Guantang's encouraging speech, the woman who seemed to be in her early 30s and was dressed in a long green robe, lowered her head and stared at the long white spear in her hands for a brief moment, before she muttered somewhat unwillingly. Do we really have to fight that beast to the death? Why don't we just capture those brats and force it to submit? Maybe we can even capture it alive this way. Even from a distance, the young woman could tell that Little Silver was truly enraged, and it seemed to hold no regard for its own life right now, as it slaughtered the middle and late-stage Dao Kings around it indiscriminately, without a care for its own protection. Even when the Dao Kings around it tried to slash it or stab it, it simply ignored their attacks and swiped its paws at them, causing their bodies to explode in a mist of blood. However, this was also what made the green-robed woman so hesitant to go against it. After all, although it would be easier for her to land a fatal wound on it this way, fighting against an enraged peak rank 6 magic beast that had gone berserk would force even an early rank 9 Dao King like her to truly risk her life if she wanted to kill it. And yet, the purple-robed Yao Guantang merely snorted as he turned his gaze in the young woman's direction, before he said in a mercilessly cold tone that seemed to lack even the slightest hints of sympathy. Liang Bao, stop acting ignorant. You are free to sit back and watch if that's what you want, but don't expect to get a share of the rewards that way. Why do you think that Zhong Lei and the others aren't raising any objections despite seeing that? Don't you know what will happen if that beast escapes and that brat finishes his tribulation? The green-robed young woman called Liang Bao instantly fell silent after hearing Yao Guantang's berating tone, knowing that she truly didn't have any rebuttal to what he had just said. Indeed, the only reason why their group had chosen to go all out and even fight against a peak rank 6 magic beast like Little Silver despite knowing how terrifying its actual strength was solely because of Shenlong's existence. Putting aside the fact that Shenlong was undergoing a heavenly tribulation inside the city of immortals right now, which was unprecedented and would most likely end up rousing the attention of most of the peak rank 9 Dao kings in this place once the news got out, Liang Bao knew that the real reason why Yao Guantang and the others were interested in him instead, was due to the secrets that he had obtained from the stone mural. For a mere peak rank 3 Dao king to have exceeded the realm of masters and have stepped into that legendary realm, this wasn't something that any of them could ignore. This was also why, the instant that Yao Guantang and the others recognized Shenlong and realized that he was actually the one who was undergoing the heavenly tribulation, they decided to go all out and capture him so they could force the stone mural's secrets out of him. And at this moment, what Yao Guantang and the others were worried about the most, was that Shenlong would end up finishing his heavenly tribulation at any moment and escape on Little Silver's back once he realized the situation he was in. After all, if Little Silver was really determined to leave this place, then even if Yao Guantang and the others chased after it with everything they had, it would be extremely unlikely that they could catch up to it. If you understand, then stop complaining and attack. Aim for its eyes and heart. Don't let it escape no matter what. The purple-robed Yao Guantang didn't throw another glance at the green-robed young woman, and without saying another word he flew straight towards Little Silver, as he raised the long sword in his hands and slashed it directly at the silver-winged panther's neck, aiming to kill it with a single strike. Looking at this scene from the distance, Lu Mei narrowed her eyes and abandoned her plans of attacking the yellow-robed Zhong Lei, as she stared at the purple-robed Yao Guantang before she ordered in an exceedingly cold tone. Kill him. In the next moment, the 6 black skeleton kings all disappeared from Lu Mei's and the other's side as they appeared in the sky above Little Silver, all of them aiming their massive dark red greatsword straight at Yao Guantang's neck. Chapter 882 Yao Guantang's True Strength, 1. At the same time that the purple-robed Yao Guantang slashed out his sword and was about to strike Little Silver's neck with it, he suddenly felt all the hair on his body standing on end, as an unprecedented feeling of lethal danger gripped his heart. Sensing the 6 auras that had appeared in the sky above him in the blink of an eye, and the 6 huge swords that were now descending towards him simultaneously, Yao Guantang widened his eyes and immediately gave up on attacking Little Silver as he turned to face his attackers directly. Yao Guantang could clearly sense that if he continued his attack on Little Silver, then even if he successfully managed to kill the silver-winged panther in front of him, the 6 sharp auras behind him would end up striking his own neck as well and would end up taking his life. Without any hesitation, the purple-robed early rank 9 Dao King then turned around and swung out his sword in a wide arc, as he aimed to directly repel the 6 massive red greatswords at the same time. Ding! 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 6 crisp metallic sounds resounded in the air in quick succession, as Yao Guantang's black sword connected directly with the 6 massive dark red greatswords. In the next moment, young Master Zhong, and the other 3 early rank 9 Dao kings in his group, and even Bai Long Tian and the rest were all taken aback, as they saw the 6 black skeletons being sent flying backwards uncontrollably for more than 100 meters before they regained their balance. Silence instantly filled the place as everyone stared at Yao Guantang with shocked expressions on their faces. Although Bai Long Tian and the others knew that a single one of Lu Mei's black skeleton kings may not be strong enough to contend against an early rank 9 Dao king like Zhong Lei or Yao Guantang just by itself, all 6 of them fighting together were a completely different story. Even though the black skeleton's cultivation were the same as Lu Mei's, the early rank 7 of the Dao king realm, Bai Long Tian and the others knew clearly that their actual combat strength far exceeded that of an average early rank 7 Dao king, especially when their bodies and greatswords were shrouded in Lu Mei's endless amounts of death qi. In fact, even an average early rank 9 Dao king like young Master Zhong would find it difficult to face their combined attacks head-on in that state. And yet, Yao Guantang's sword slash seemed to have easily repelled the 6 black skeletons' greatswords, before he turned to face his opponents with a cold, yet perplexed look in his eyes. It was obvious that Yao Guantang was both angry, as well as taken aback by the sudden appearance of the 6 black skeletons, as he stared at them with clear curiosity and confusion in his eyes. What the hell is this? Yao Guantang tried to spread out his soul sense and see exactly who were the bastards who had attacked him just now, but Jiang Chen's Kingdom of Darkness was still suppressing his vision and soul sense by a great deal, only allowing him to sense an area of a few meters around his body, letting him barely make out the outlines of the 6 blurry figures who were standing in front of him. As for the bald early rank 9 Dao King, young Master Zhong, the green-robed young woman, Yang Bao, and the remaining 2 early rank 9 Dao Kings in their group, they had already stopped flying as they stared at the 6 blurry figures in front of Yao Guantang with astonished, as well as terrified looks on their faces. After all, unlike Yao Guantang who had actually managed to react to the 6 black skeletons' attack in time, the 4 of them hadn't even sensed the black skeletons' auras until they were just a couple of meters away from them. Then, if they had been the ones who were attacked just now instead of Yao Guantang, would they have been able to react? The 4 of them paled instantly as they realized the answer to that question. Luckily, even though Jiang Chen's Kingdom of Darkness was still suppressing their soul senses at the same time, it was still impossible for it to completely block the auras of 6 early rank 7 Dao Kings like the black skeletons from bursting out once they were going all out and attacking someone with everything they got. As long as they were prepared, the 4 of them were confident that they would be able to sense anyone trying to sneak up on them from now on. The truth was that at this moment, even Yao Guantang wasn't merely surprised, but he even felt a trace of fear for the first time, as he seemed to have suddenly realized how dangerous fighting in this place really was. After all, a moment ago, his soul sense had also failed to capture the attacks of the 6 black skeletons until they were just a few meters away from him, and Yao Guantang had merely acted out on instinct as he felt that sudden feeling of danger blooming in his heart. However, if he had taken action even a second later, Yao Guantang knew that it was almost certain that the 6 figures in front of him would have landed their attacks on him before he even had enough time to react. Even if the 6 figures in front of him didn't manage to take his life with their attack just now, even someone like him would have been seriously injured after taking on the attacks of 6 early rank 7 Dao Kings with just his body alone. Of course, now that Yao Guantang was aware of the 6 black skeletons' existence, there was no way for another sneak attack to work on him anymore. Fuck. Just who are these bastards? Wasn't there just a single late-stage Dao King in their group? Where did those fuckers appear from? For the first time since his arrival, the calm Yao Guantang seemed to have finally broken out of character as a string of curses left his mouth one after the other while rage started to bubble up in his heart. However, the purple-robed early rank 9 Dao King soon calmed down as he quickly turned his attention back towards Little Silver that was now standing just a few tens of meters away from him, and was still fighting with the late-stage Dao Kings in his group. Clearly, even though it was slightly unexpected, Yao Guantang knew that the addition of 6 early rank 7 Dao Kings wasn't enough to change anything in this fight. In fact, even if he didn't personally join the fight, Yao Guantang was still confident that the remaining 60 late-stage Dao Kings in his group would be more than enough to take down a single peak rank 6 magic beast. The only question would be, how many of them he would have to sacrifice in the process. Meanwhile, at the same time that Yao Guantang repelled the 6 black skeletons who were now standing between him and Little Silver and were clearly blocking his path, Jiang Chen, Bai Long Tian, and Xingyi, all narrowed their eyes as they stared at the purple-robed early rank 9 Dao King in the sky, while serious expressions gradually covered their faces. It was obvious that all of them seemed to have realized something at the same time, as their gazes alternated between Yao Guantang and the black sword in his hands that was now covered in a faint white glow. Finally, after a moment of hesitation, Bai Long Tian turned around and stared at Lu Mei with a solemn look, before he said seriously. "Sister Lu, you have to be careful. That guy isn't an average early rank 9 Dao King. It seems that he has already entered the realm of masters as well." Chapter 883 Yao Guantang's True Strength, 2. Chapter 883 Yao Guantang's True Strength, 2. Lu Mei was momentarily taken aback after hearing Bai Longtian's warning, but she simply nodded her head in response while the aura of death around her started to become even denser and more terrifying than before. Of course, to Jiang Chen, Bai Long Tian, and Xingyi, the energy fluctuations from someone who had also entered the realm of masters was something that they could recognize instantly as soon as it emerged. This was why the moment that Yao Guantang repelled the 6 black skeleton kings using the black sword in his hands, the 3 of them could instantly tell that the power he had used was extremely similar to the one they had comprehended back in the desert mural, the realm of masters. Naturally, the power of an early rank 9 Dao King who had entered the realm of masters was simply incomparable to that of an average early rank 9 Dao King like young Master Zhong or the green-robed young woman, Liang Bao. No wonder Yao Guantang dared to fight against a peak rank 6 magic beast like Little Silver when there was no peak rank 9 Dao King in his group. Since he had also entered the realm of masters, Yao Guantang's power had most likely already exceeded that of an average middle rank 9 Dao King, and should only be inferior to that of a true peak rank 9 Dao King. No one below that level was qualified to be his opponent. In reality, Lu Mei didn't need Bai Longtian's warning to tell that the purple-robed young man in front of her had also entered the realm of masters like Jiang Chen, Xingyi, and Bai Longtian, since she had also realized this fact as soon as Yao Guantang's sword clashed with her 6 black skeleton king's greatswords. After all, although Lu Mei had failed to enter this realm while she was studying the scenes engraved in the stone mural, she had only failed at that final step. Although there was still a certain barrier separating those who had entered the realm of masters from those who hadn't, Lu Mei's senses were more than enough to tell her what kind of power Yao Guantang was using. Freewebble. Calm. After a brief moment of silence, Lu Mei turned to look at Shen Long in the distance, who was still sitting cross-legged on the ground and had yet to finish his heavenly tribulation, before she said in a low but determined voice. I will leave the bald man and the others to you. No matter what, don't let them harm little Silver. As soon as Lu Mei finished speaking, the aura of death around her surged like a tidal wave, as the figure of a massive, hideous monster slowly emerged from the ground beneath her feet. Gruawaic. The 30 meters, 100 feet, tall Death Eater opened its grotesque mouth and let out a roar filled with malice and endless bloodlust, before it focused its attention straight on Yao Guantang. Even an early rank 9 Dao King like Yao Guantang shivered the moment he sensed the horrifying killing intent directed at him, as he glanced in the Death Eater's direction with a serious expression. Just now, Yao Guantang was preparing to deal with the 6 black figures in front of him before he took care of little Silver, when an aura just as strong as those 6 suddenly appeared out of thin air. Additionally, Yao Guantang could tell that there was a certain difference between the 6 auras in front of him and that one, making his scalp tingle. If the 6 blurry figures in front of him resembled cold killing machines that didn't have a shred of emotion, then that figure in the distance was the exact opposite, as if its only reason for existence was to kill him. Sensing the rapidly approaching figure of the Death Eater that made even the ground tremble with its every step, Yao Guantang's aura finally exploded, as he roared angrily. Fine. Bring it on. I want to see how many more of you bastards are in here. Although he was slightly surprised, it was obvious that Yao Guantang wasn't scared of the addition of another early rank 7 Dao King joining the fight. No matter what, how could an early rank 9 Dao King like him be scared of a bunch of ants? Holding the black sword in his hands, Yao Guantang kicked the ground at full force, as he flew towards Lu Mei all by himself. Clearly, he wasn't willing to let this fight go on any longer. At the same time, the yellow-robed man, young Master Zhong, the green-robed young woman called Liang Bao, and the remaining 2 early rank 9 Dao Kings glanced at one another for a brief moment, before they flew towards Little Silver all at the same time. It was obvious that the battle around them was already beyond their control, making the 4 early rank 9 Dao Kings feel greatly uncomfortable in their hearts. After all, their initial goal was to quickly deal with the peak rank 6 Black Panther before they captured Shen Long, but surprises seemed to pop up one after the other. First, it was Jiang Chen's Kingdom of Darkness suppressing their vision along with their soul sense, then it was Bai Longtian managing to injure Zhong Lei, and now, a bunch of early rank 7 Dao Kings had appeared as well. However, Zhong Lei and the others were certain that as long as they managed to kill Little Silver, dealing with Lu Mei and the rest would be child's play. At the same time, in the distance a few hundred meters away, Shen Long was completely oblivious to what was going on, as he kept sitting on the ground with his eyes closed. Even after using the 3rd form of the Thunder God Slash, he still had to expend more than half of the remaining energy in his spiritual sea to deal with those 2 bolts of heavenly tribulation. Although those 2 bolts seemed no different from the ones he had faced back in the King's Palace while he was undergoing his breakthrough to the Dao King realm, Shen Long knew that the 2 simply couldn't be compared. Even 9 of those white bolts back in the King's Palace couldn't compare with these 2 bolts he had faced just now. Most likely, even an early-stage Dao Emperor wouldn't have survived their attack. Finally, after destroying the last trace of white lightning lingering in his spiritual sea, Shen Long finally opened his eyes. Chapter 884. Chapter 884. What's going on? A moment had barely passed after Shen Long opened his eyes, before his expression suddenly changed as he swiftly turned his head to the side. Although Shen Long wasn't aware of what was going on around him earlier while he was undergoing his heavenly tribulation, he could now clearly sense that Little Silver was fighting someone, and that it had even sustained several injuries already. Although those injuries weren't life-threatening and were merely superficial, it was still a fact that Little Silver was still being injured with every passing moment, and the number of its injuries wasn't low either, causing a frosty look to appear in the depths of Shen Long's eyes. Naturally, the connection between a master and his magic beast was more than enough for Shen Long to tell what Little Silver's current condition was, as he immediately turned his gaze in its direction. Staring at the black veil of darkness in the distance that had now covered a radius of nearly 3 kilometers, Shen Long was momentarily taken aback, before a serious look gradually covered his face as he asked in surprise. Little Black, what's going on? What happened to Mayor and the others? Seeing that even Jiang Chen had used his Kingdom of Darkness and sensing the number of injuries that Little Silver had already sustained, was more than enough for Shen Long to tell that Jiang Chen and the others were fighting a quite formidable opponent. Inside the foggy space in a stone of time, Little Black opened his deep azure eyes that seemed to be peering straight through Jiang Chen's Kingdom of Darkness, before the Black Dragon said with an expression of anger as well as disgust. Humph. While Master was undergoing your heavenly tribulation, a bunch of ants seemed to have noticed the commotion and came here to ask for you. When that last Xingyi and the others refused to hand Master over, those ants banded together and attacked them. It was obvious that Little Black was feeling more than just indignant that a bunch of late-stage Dao Kings dared to ask for Lu Mei and the others to hand over Shen Long. After sensing Shen Long's worry however, Little Black merely shook his head with a clear, mocking smile on his face, before he continued, however, there is no reason for Master to be worried. Even the strongest of those ants is merely an early rank 9 Dao King. It's impossible for them to take down that kid with their strength. It's only a matter of time before they are all wiped out instead. A look of puzzlement couldn't help but find its way on Shen Long's face, as he struggled to understand what was going on. Although Shen Long wouldn't dare to claim that he had no enemies out there, it was still true that after entering the City of Immortals, he had barely offended anyone else in this place. If anything, it had only been others testing his patience the past few months while he was minding his own business. As far as he could remember, there shouldn't be anyone who should be trying to find fault with him while he was undergoing his heavenly tribulation. Nevertheless, Little Black's words were more than enough to reassure him that Lu Mei and the others shouldn't be in too much danger. After all, regardless of who the group who had attacked them was, unless they had a handful of peak rank 9 Dao Kings, Shen Long knew that they had almost no chance of taking down Little Silver. Although Little Silver may be just a kid in Little Black's eyes, it was still a peak rank 6 magic beast that only a few talented peak stage Dao Kings could hope to fight head-on. In fact, although Little Silver's defenses may be inferior to most other peak rank 6 magic beasts, Shen Long knew that its strength and speed could already rival an early stage Dao Emperor's. Narrowing his eyes, Little Black didn't even throw another glance at the black veil of darkness in the distance, as if the group of 100 Dao Kings over there wasn't even worth any of his attention, and instead, the Black Dragon focused his gaze on the enormous thundercloud in the sky above Shen Long. After a moment of silence, Little Black's deep blue eyes which seemed to be holding a world inside them flashed with a cold glint, as if they had suddenly noticed something incredibly dangerous, as Little Black exclaimed in a solemn voice, "Master, it's coming." At the same time, Shen Long raised his head to look at the massive black thundercloud in the sky above him, as sparks of pure white lightning seemed to be gathering around a certain spot. Shen Long only needed a single glance to tell that his heavenly tribulation had yet to come to an end, causing his eyes to narrow dangerously in the process. After all, a cloud of heavenly tribulation would normally only disperse after eradicating its target, or after it had already exhausted all of its energy. But it was obvious that this thundercloud of heavenly tribulation had more than enough energy to spare, even after firing 2 rounds at him. Clearly, Shen Long's actions of using his World Zero had already gone beyond what the heavens were willing to tolerate. At this moment, at the very center of the black thundercloud, Shen Long could see that the sparks of lightning had already started to gather together, as a single, peculiar-looking bolt of lightning had already started to rapidly take shape. It only took a single glance for anyone to tell that this bolt of lightning was somehow different from the previous 3 bolts of heavenly tribulation that Shen Long had faced earlier. Boom! 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 Before the peculiar-looking bolt of heavenly tribulation had even finished fully taking its shape, loud rumbling sounds could be heard from the black thundercloud in the sky, as sparks of white lightning could be seen gathering together, almost as if they were trying to give birth to a terrifying monster. Chapter 885 Giving Up. Chapter 885 Giving Up. In fact, Shen Long wasn't the only one who was staring at the massive black thundercloud in the sky above him. Lu Mei, Xingyi, Bai Longtian, and Jiang Chen had also stopped their actions at the same time as they simultaneously turned their gazes in his direction, before their expressions immediately changed. Was this heavenly tribulation really intent on completely eradicating Shen Long? However, the 4 of them weren't the only ones who were alerted by this commotion. Even Yao Guantang's group seemed to have realized what was going on, as the 5 early rank 9 Dao Kings' expressions turned extremely colorful as well. Although their vision was still suppressed by Xianxia's Kingdom of Darkness and they couldn't see what was going on outside like Lu Mei and the rest, Yao Guanting and his group were still able to clearly hear the booming sound of the heavenly tribulation above them, causing their expressions to turn just as horrified as Lu Mei and the rest. Even though they were fighting more than 1,000 meters away from Shenlong, the aura of the heavenly tribulation in the sky had already grown so powerful and it covered such a large distance, that even the 5 early rank 9 Dao Kings found it hard to breathe. How could his heavenly tribulation be so powerful? What the hell is this? The first one to speak was the yellow-robed middle-aged man Zhonglei, who could no longer hide his terrified expression from showing on his face as he shouted out in horror. Clearly, the amount of pressure that the heavenly tribulation above him was now emitting, was more than enough to completely destroy his spiritual sea many times over. Although Zhonglei knew that his actual strength was only average as an early rank 9 Dao King, as an alchemist, he had already consumed so many pills and rare medicinal herbs over the years, that he was confident his spiritual strength was already on par with a peak rank 9 Dao King. And yet, Zhonglei could clearly tell that even with the spiritual strength of a peak rank 9 Dao King, he would still be nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot if he tried to block this bolt of heavenly tribulation. His only outcome would be the complete destruction of his spiritual sea. Naturally, even the suppression from Xianxia's Kingdom of Darkness wasn't able to block the sound of the heavenly tribulation from entering Zhonglei's and the others' ears, or stop the pressure that it was emitting. Of course, if Yao Guanting, Zhonglei, and the other 3 early rank 9 Dao Kings were being suppressed so badly, how could the rest of the middle and late-stage Dao Kings and their group fare any better? The group of 100 Dao Kings immediately fell in disarray, while the middle-stage Dao Kings couldn't help but collapse on the ground soon afterwards. What? What's with this pressure? What is going on? I can't even circulate my chi properly. This heavenly tribulation, why is it so strong? Even a peak rank 9 Dao King that's breaking through to the Dao Emperor realm can't survive this. Of course, the middle and late-stage Dao Kings in Yao Guanting's group weren't the only ones who were affected from the pressure of the heavenly tribulation in the sky. Lu Mei, Xingyi, Bai Longtian, and Jiang Chen were also finding it hard to remain on their feet, as the pressure bearing down on them kept increasing with every passing second. The only one who seemed relatively unaffected was Little Silver, as it continued to slaughter the middle and late-stage Dao Kings around it without mercy. Soon, the cries of the Dao Kings around it reached Yao Guanting's and the others' ears while the stench of blood drifted through the air as it assaulted their noses, causing their expressions to turn even uglier. After a moment of hesitation, the green-robed young woman, Liang Bao, turned her gaze in Yao Guanting's direction, before she asked him in a weak, uncertain voice. What should we do? Should we keep fighting? It was obvious that as things were right now, not only would they be unable to deal with Little Silver, but they may even get slaughtered instead. Gritting his teeth, Yao Guanting clenched the hilt of his black sword so tightly that his hand actually turned white, before he finally said in a suppressed voice that struggled to contain his fury. The source of this content is freebubble.com. Retreat. The surrounding Dao Kings felt as if they had just been pardoned, as they hurriedly gave up on fighting Little Silver and tried to escape in all directions. Clearly, they had severely underestimated the peak rank 6 magic beast in front of them, as well as the effects of the darkness around them, causing them to suffer greatly during this fight. However, Yao Guanting's words barely had enough time to leave his mouth and reach the ears of his subordinates, before his expression abruptly changed. Without any hesitation, the early rank 9 Dao King turned around and slashed his sword horizontally, as he roared angrily. Fuck off. In the next moment however, Yao Guanting's eyes widened as a terrifying scene unfolded in his eyes. His sword was actually trapped between the teeth of an enormous, hideous-looking monster that was standing behind him, whose entire body was now dripping with endless malice and bloodlust as it stared at him with its mouth open. Although the monster in front of him seemed to be lacking any eyes, Yao Guanting could tell that its entire attention was solely focused on him right now. Of course, this monster was none other than Lu Mei's Death Eater. Clearly, Lu Mei may have been willing to let anyone else escape, but there was no way she was going to let Yao Guanting or Zhonglei leave this place in one piece. Without any hesitation, the Death Eater suddenly chomped down on Yao Guanting while his black sword was still stuck in its mouth, as the sensation of death gripped Yao Guanting's heart for the second time. At the same time, in the sky right above Shenlong, at the center of the massive black thundercloud, the sparks of white lightning seemed to have finally gathered together, as the bolt of heavenly tribulation slowly took the appearance of a certain magic beast. Chapter 886 Riled Up. Chapter 886 Riled Up. What Lu Mei and the rest were all unaware of, was that back in the central region, in the area right outside the City of Immortals, numerous powerful experts who were stationed there all trembled at the same time, as they stared at the majestic city in front of them with looks of clear astonishment and disbelief, while their hearts violently shook. What is going on? Why is there a heavenly tribulation in that place? Could it be that someone has finally managed to break through within the City of Immortals? The surrounding experts who had previously concealed themselves while they were waiting for their disciples inside to exit, all flickered in the next moment as they appeared right in front of the magnificent city gates, before they erupted in fervent discussions the moment they sensed the enormous cloud of heavenly tribulation in the sky. Don't be a fool. Stop speaking nonsense. It's not like you don't know the rules. Even peak stage Dao kings and Dao emperors can't break through while they are still inside, no matter how much qi they try to accumulate or what type of treasure they consume. Of course I know that, old fart. But how do you explain this then? Is that thing over there anything else other than a cloud of heavenly tribulation? Although these experts appeared to be few in number, at least compared to the number of Dao kings and Dao emperors who had entered the City of Immortals previously, there were still over 1,000 of them, and all of them seemed to have appeared in front of the city gates practically out of thin air. In fact, their speed was so terrifying, that even a peak rank 9 Dao emperor like Quan Lin, one of the Northern Sovereign's strongest army commanders, couldn't compare to them. The few early-stage Dao kings who were still lingering near the gates of the City of Immortals and were contemplating whether to enter inside or not, all paled the moment they sensed the newcomers' horrifying auras, before they hurriedly retreated as far away as they could. Clearly, these newcomers, who were emitting auras that surpassed even that of a peak rank 9 Dao emperor, were all Sovereign Realm experts. 1,000 Sovereign Realm experts had actually concealed themselves near the entrance of the City of Immortals. However, on second thought, the surrounding Dao kings realized that this made sense. After all, how many Dao kings and Dao emperors had already entered the City of Immortals by now? How many peak powers had already sent their most talented disciples inside in search of opportunities? Even those hidden powers and reclusive experts who hadn't shown their faces in the outside world for thousands of years would naturally be moved by the treasures that could be found inside. Considering how vast the central region was, 1,000 Sovereign Realm experts gathering together wasn't an exaggerated number at all. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that Sovereign Realm experts were unable to enter the City of Immortals themselves, even peak-stage sovereigns like the Northern Sovereign wouldn't be able to resist from making a move. The group of Sovereign Realm experts were animatedly discussing the sudden appearance of the heavenly tribulation, growing more and more shocked with every passing second. Once the first snow-white bolt of heavenly tribulation descended, they could no longer hold back their astonishment, since that practically verified that the black thundercloud was indeed a cloud of heavenly tribulation. Speculating about it was one thing, but witnessing it with their own eyes was something entirely different. Clearly, Sovereign Realm experts like them were privy to many more secrets than the common folk, and they clearly knew that it was impossible for someone to break through while they were still inside the City of Immortals. Even the most talented peak rank 9 Dao kings and Dao emperors who had tried to break through there in the past, had all failed without exception, regardless of how much qi they had accumulated or what type of treasure they tried to consume. These were the laws of the City of Immortals, and they were so overwhelmingly powerful and tyrannical, that they could even forcibly block a cultivator's connection with the heavens themselves. None of these Sovereign Realm experts present could fathom what kind of power was needed to create something like that. However, they were certain of one thing. Even experts above the Sovereign Realm, those who stood at the absolute peak of the central region, would be extremely hard-pressed to achieve such a feat. Shortly after the first bolt of heavenly tribulation descended, 2 more pure white bolts then followed. However, these Sovereign Realm experts weren't surprised by that at all. After all, since they had already verified that this was a cloud of heavenly tribulation, whether it was a single bolt that descended, or a full set of 9 bolts, it wouldn't make any difference to them. What they were interested in instead, was finding out who the person who had summoned this heavenly tribulation was. If they could get their hands on him, who knew what kind of secrets they would be able to unearth. Perhaps they may even have a chance of entering the City of Immortals themselves. As their imagination ran wild, the breathing of these Sovereign Realm experts had unknowingly hastened. However, the moment their eyes landed on the next bolt of heavenly tribulation that appeared in the center of the black thundercloud, even their breathing seemed to have suddenly come to a halt as incredulous expressions covered their faces. Staring at the outline of that terrifying magic beast that the bolt of heavenly tribulation had morphed into, one of the Sovereign Realm experts unknowingly took a step back in disbelief, before he muttered to himself in a doubtful tone, as if he couldn't believe his own eyes any longer. Is that thing, a heavenly rock? The bolt of heavenly tribulation has turned into a rock. The rest of the sovereign realm experts around him remained silent, not uttering a single word in response, but from the stunned looks in their eyes, it was obvious that they too were shocked by what they were seeing. Experts like them wouldn't have batted an eye even if 9 bolts of lightning descended towards the City of Immortals simultaneously. However, seeing the heavenly tribulation take the appearance of a magic beast, especially a magic beast like the heavenly rock, had finally caused tempestuous waves to rise in these sovereigns' hearts. At the same time, inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, Little Black's entire body was now radiating such a dense killing intent, that it could even make peak rank 7 magic beasts prostrate in terror from hundreds of miles away, while his deep azure eyes were completely focused on the body of the heavenly rock in the sky right above Xianxia. Little Black's bone-chilling gaze was so cold and full of anger and killing intent, that even the few spiritual herbs that he was previously munching on earlier seemed to have suddenly withered from his aura alone, as if the entire space around the black dragon had suddenly turned into a frosty lake of death. However, the figure of the heavenly rock seemed completely unaware of the black dragon's thoughts, as its gaze was fully focused on Xianxia instead. Chapter 887 Heavenly Rock. Chapter 887 Heavenly Rock. The heavenly rock's pair of bright yellow eyes appeared surprisingly lifelike, as if they truly belonged to a lofty, unparalleled magic beast instead of a bolt of heavenly tribulation. And yet, those same eyes were now peering down on Xianxia as if they were staring at an insignificant worm that wasn't even qualified to be in its presence. Indifference, apathy, cold-bloodedness, as well as disdain. Those were the emotions that flashed through the heavenly rock's eyes as it stared at the blue-robed young man sitting cross-legged on the ground. Tilting his head to look at the heavenly rock in the sky, even Xianxia couldn't help but feel a trace of shock sprouting in his heart as he mumbled in surprise. A golden rock. Hearing Xianxia's question, Little Black couldn't contain his anger any longer as he said angrily. Master, this heavenly tribulation is really ruthless. Not only is it set on destroying Master's soul, but it even dares to take the form of such a disgusting beast. Even with Master's spiritual strength, I'm afraid. Little Black didn't dare to continue his train of thought, but his gaze had turned increasingly cold as he stared at the figure of the heavenly rock that had almost finished condensing itself. It seemed as if all of the remaining lightning in the cloud of heavenly tribulation had coalesced together to complete the image of this golden rock. Xianxia didn't say anything else either, but a serious look could be seen in his eyes as he stared at the figure of the golden rock in the sky. Others may be unaware of why Little Black was so angry, but how could Xianxia not understand him? After all, in Little Black's eyes, this was indeed the highest degree of insult and humiliation toward someone like him who possessed the pure bloodline of a dragon. Throughout the entire immortal dimension, it was common knowledge that dragons and heavenly rocks were irreconcilable, mortal enemies with immense pride. Additionally, as legendary rank magic beasts, heavenly rocks were among the few types of magic beasts that were strong enough to rival dragons. And yet, the heavenly tribulation had chosen to take the form of a golden rock this time. What was this if not an attempt to completely humiliate Xianxia? However, that wasn't the part that angered Little Black the most, but the fact that out of all the different types of heavenly rocks that existed under the heavens, this heavenly tribulation had specifically chosen to take the form of a golden rock, the only type of rock that was innately born with comprehension of the Tao of devourment. Attempting to punish Xianxia was one thing, but how could Little Black calmly watch as a golden rock devoured his master? Besides, it was said that the heavens would always leave out a small path of survival in every tribulation, regardless of how slim that path may be. However, with his experience, Little Black could tell that there didn't even seem to be the slightest trace of that in this particular heavenly tribulation. Even if there were 3 additional bolts of heavenly tribulation, Little Black was still confident that Xianxia would be alright with his monstrous reserves of spiritual strength that rivaled even those of a peak rank 6 Tao Emperor. At worst, he would slightly damage his spiritual C and would have to spend a few years recuperating, but that was it. Even if Xianxia had to spend a couple of years recovering, Little Black wouldn't have batted an eye as long as his life was unharmed. However, it was obvious that the power of this golden rock in the sky far exceeded the combined power of the 3 bolts of heavenly tribulation that Xianxia had faced earlier. The aura it was emitting was so powerful, that even rank 7 and rank 8 Tao Emperors would turn to ash in front of it, their spiritual Cs obliterated in an instant. Of course, this only served to show how enraged the heavens had truly turned this time, after Xianxia used a skill like his World Zero. Such a heaven-defying ability had touched upon the purest laws of time, manipulating them at his will, something that even immortals and devils were unable to do. Although Xianxia's World Zero had only affected this mortal world alone, and was not powerful enough to affect the laws of the immortal dimension, it was obvious that the heavens would not possibly tolerate his actions and leave him unharmed. freewebnov.com Scree. A moment after Shun Long's bright golden eyes met the rock's gaze, the enormous rock in the sky spread its massive golden wings that were still crackling with sparks of white lightning and opened its gigantic mouth as it let out an ear-piercing screech, before it descended straight towards Shun Long, who was still sitting on the ground unmoving. Sensing the golden rock's overbearing aura that had already locked down on him, even Shun Long knew that he could not afford to hold back any longer. In the next moment, the blood essence in his heart started to boil and burn furiously, causing his entire body to heat up, as pitch-black scales that looked like they were made from darkness itself covered his entire body. At the same time, his entire body started to emit a bright golden light with a pale azure hue, while a pitch-black ball of flames had already appeared in his right hand. Time Siphon. Flames of Destruction. Clearly, the golden light around Shun Long originated from his Time Siphon, while the black flames in his hand were his strongest offensive ability coming from his dragon's bloodline, the Flames of Destruction. Without a doubt, Time Siphon was Shun Long's most powerful skill, while his Flames of Destruction were enough to burn even a peak rank 9 Dao King to ashes. Updated from freebnoll.com. Although the Time Siphon's destruction radius may not be comparable to the third form of the Thunder God's Slash, in terms of its overall effects, Shun Long knew that it was actually far superior. And yet, the figure of the heavenly rock seemed to have completely disregarded the golden light around Shun Long or the ball of flames in his hand, as if they were beneath its notice in the first place, as it continued to plunge straight towards him at full speed. In the next moment, Shun Long's golden eyes seemed like a vast ocean as they stared at the majestic-looking bird made from pure lightning that appeared in front of him, before he finally punched forward without holding back. Chapter 888 The True Strength of the Heavenly Tribulation. Chapter 888 The True Strength of the Heavenly Tribulation. It was obvious that Shun Long had held nothing back with this punch of his, as even the surrounding space had started to ripple and was on the verge of shattering from its sheer power alone. This was truly an attack that could threaten the life of even a peak rank 9 Dao King. And yet the heavenly rock had a look of scorn in its bright yellow eyes, as it directly ignored Shun Long's fist, as well as the pitch-black flames that were burning on top of it, and continued straight for his head. In the next moment, the black flames that could burn even a peak rank 9 Dao King to cinders, only lingered on the heavenly rock's body for a single breath of time before dispersing, as the enormous bird of lightning was now just a few inches away from Shun Long's face. Shun Long was briefly taken aback for a moment, but he knew that this outcome wasn't surprising in the end. After all, he hadn't been hoping for the heavenly rock to fall under the flames of darkness in the first place. Ultimately, this was still a bolt of heavenly tribulation that could threaten even late-stage Dao emperors. He simply hadn't expected that the heavenly rock would be able to completely disregard his flames of darkness combined with his Time Siphon so easily, to the point where it wasn't even slowed down. PHSSST. In the next moment, blood spurted through the air like a fountain, as the figure of the heavenly rock unhesitatingly flapped its wings a second time and dove forward, striking Shun Long right in the space between his eyebrows and entering his spiritual sea. Shun Long's entire body convulsed, and even the black dragon scales that covered his body seemed to slowly lose their luster, as a wave of pain overcame him in an instant. The heavenly rock had just struck him, but this time, it wasn't just his soul that was being affected by the attack, but his entire body instead. Blood started to flow from the cracks between his scales, and even the overbearing defensive abilities from his black dragon's bloodline seemed on the verge of collapse. Closing his eyes, Shun Long tried to suppress the pain he was feeling and focused his attention in his spiritual sea without any hesitation. Right now, he knew that the only thing he could do was turn his focus inside his spiritual sea, gathering all of his remaining spiritual energy to try and wilt down the power of the heavenly rock as much as possible and try to minimize the damage to his soul. As long as he could weaken the power of the heavenly rock, there was still a chance of survival. In the end, this heavenly rock wasn't a real magic beast but one made from the lightning of the heavenly tribulation, and its energy was naturally limited as well. However, the moment the heavenly rock entered his spiritual sea, Shun Long finally understood how much he had underestimated this final bolt of heavenly tribulation. The moment it entered Shun Long's spiritual sea, the heavenly rock completely disregarded everything around it, and immediately set its sights on the single, ethereal wisp of translucent flame that was hovering in the air, right in the center above Shun Long's spiritual sea. Clearly, this was none other than Shun Long's soul. It seemed as if the heavenly rock already knew, that as long as it destroyed this soul, the body would immediately collapse as well. There was no reason for it to waste its energy on the ocean of spiritual strength around it when it could achieve its goal with one single attack. Flapping its enormous wings once more, the heavenly rock immediately traversed more than half the distance, its cold, indifferent eyes staring straight at the translucent wisp of flame that was hovering calmly above the spiritual sea. Without any hesitation, Shun Long gathered all of his remaining spiritual strength and sent it forward, as he bombarded the figure of the heavenly rock from all sides. In the next moment, Shun Long's spiritual sea rumbled and surged violently, before waves upon waves of powerful spiritual energy swept the place, immediately submerging the heavenly rock from all directions. The most up-to-date novests are published on frognoel.co. No matter what, Shun Long's spiritual strength was still comparable to a peak rank 6 Tao Emperor's. The waves of spiritual energy in his spiritual sea that rose like a tsunami were so powerful, that they were more than enough to deal with the mental attacks of any ordinary middle-stage Tao Emperor. And yet, the figure of the heavenly rock was barely slowed down, before it continued to fly forward soon afterwards, completely ignoring the barrage of spiritual strength that was attacking it from all directions. Its eyes even held a trace of disdain in its depths as the massive lightning bird stared contemptuously at the waves of spiritual energy that were trying to take it down. Even if Shun Long was back at full strength, the heavenly rock was still confident that it could resist all of his attacks and destroy his spiritual sea and soul with complete ease, let alone now, that more than half of his spiritual strength had already been spent dealing with 3 bolts of heavenly tribulation earlier. How could a human possibly contend with it? In the next moment, even Shun Long couldn't help but feel his heart constrict, as he witnessed the heavenly rock effortlessly tearing through his spiritual sea despite his onslaught and arrive right in front of his soul. At the same time, inside the foggy space in the stone of time, Little Black could no longer contain himself as he stared at the massive bird that had arrived right in front of Shun Long's soul with its mouth already open, as if it was intending to bite right through it. The entire space around the black dragon shook violently, and his aura seemed to have reached a new peak, as Little Black roared furiously with a voice that could make even a true heavenly rock quake in dread. Scram! Chapter 889 Fortune and Misfortune, 1. Chapter 889 Fortune and Misfortune, 1. Scram! Little Black's voice boomed like a peal of thunder, as it entered Shun Long's spiritual sea with terrifyingly strong momentum, its killing intent soaring into the skies. Surprisingly, even the figure of the heavenly rock shook momentarily after hearing the dragon's roar that was filled with uncontrollable fury and killing intent, causing even its actions to pause for a moment. It seemed that Little Black was no longer holding back right now, as his own spiritual strength entered Shun Long's spiritual sea without any hesitation, heading straight for the figure of the massive lightning rock. And yet, despite its initial surprise, the heavenly rock completely ignored the black dragon's rage, as well as the overwhelming amount of spiritual strength that was surging towards it, as it set its sights back on Shun Long's soul. It was obvious that in the heavenly rock's eyes, nothing was more important than the ethereal, translucent wisp of flame that was hovering in front of it. As for Little Black's overwhelming amount of spiritual strength that was rapidly approaching it from behind, it didn't even seem to enter the heavenly rock's eyes at all. Opening its enormous mouth, the heavenly rock then bit down on Shun Long's soul without any hesitation, as the sparks of white lightning in its eyes intensified to the extreme. Even against the soul of an early rank 3 Tao King, it was obvious that the heavenly rock wasn't holding back in the slightest, aiming to exterminate his soul with a single attack. Even Shun Long couldn't help but narrow his eyes, as the sensation of imminent death gripped his heart for the first time in a long while. His entire body was already in immense pain after the heavenly rock's initial attack earlier, but compared to his current situation, the physical pain he was feeling was actually nothing in comparison. Staring at the heavenly rock that was about to bite down on his soul, Shun Long could clearly tell that even if he survived this attack, his soul would still be on the verge of collapse. At the same time, it was obvious that the heavenly rock had barely expended any of its energy by now, and it had more than enough strength left to destroy his soul many times over. This was undoubtedly the most perilous situation Shun Long had found himself in since he stepped foot into the world of cultivation. Even when he had faced that single bolt of red lightning back in the king's palace during his breakthrough to the Tao King realm, he still hadn't felt as much danger as he was feeling right now. I guess this is the only way left. After a moment of silence, Shun Long muttered to himself with a resolute voice, before turning his attention to the triangular-shaped stone in his spiritual sea. Staring at the stone of time, Shun Long still remembered how the little stone had acted on its own against the red bolt of heavenly tribulation back then, obliterating it in an instant. However, regardless of how much Shun Long had tried to probe it since then or what methods he tried to use, the stone of time didn't react in the slightest. It simply remained dormant inside his spiritual space, hovering calmly and silently in the space above his soul. Shaking his head, Shun Long cast all of the useless thoughts aside, and turned his attention back towards the heavenly rock that was now only a few inches away from his soul. Although he believed that the Stone of Time could deal with this heavenly rock in his spiritual sea, in the end, he wasn't willing to gamble his life on whether the Stone of Time would really wake up or not. Ultimately, he chose to grit his teeth as he came to a decision. Then, the blood essence in his heart that was already being burned was suddenly set aflame, as a terrifying power began to awaken inside him. Although this scene took a while to describe, less than a moment had actually passed since Little Black's furious roar, before Shun Long gathered his thoughts and instantly came to a decision. In the next moment, the heavenly rock's entire body was covered by a grayish-black light as the enormous bird fiercely chomped down on Shun Long's soul without any hesitation. Although the massive lightning bird seemed to be lacking any teeth, the grayish-black light around its body gave Shun Long an extreme sense of foreboding, while the sharpness of its beak and claws were more than enough to tear the soul of a middle-stage Dao Emperor apart in an instant. With just a glance, Shun Long could tell that the grayish-black light around the heavenly rock was actually no weaker than the lightning of the heavenly tribulation itself, and that it clearly originated from the heavenly rock's race, Dao of Devourment. It was obvious that the heavenly rock was really going all out at this moment, and that its power was truly enough to cause chaos in the spiritual seas of even late-stage Dao Emperors. At the same time, just as the heavenly rock opened its beak and bit down on Shun Long's soul, Little Black's waves of overwhelming spiritual energy smashed into the rock's body from behind with terrifying force, immediately submerging the massive bird under its bombardment. Read Ada's chapters at feebnoll.c/m only. Little Black's target was clearly the figure of the golden rock, and yet, Shun Long's entire spiritual space shook all over, as the power of the black dragon swept over the place. Clearly, Little Black hadn't held back this time either, letting his overbearing spiritual strength on full display. However, despite Little Black's overwhelming soul power, the moment that the waves of his spiritual strength made contact with the heavenly rock, a low hum that sounded like the indistinct chant of immortals suddenly sounded from the depths of the rock's body, before Little Black's spiritual energy was instantly dispersed into nothingness. Little Black's expression darkened as he stared at the complex diagram that had appeared around the heavenly rock, almost out of thin air, blocking his spiritual attack. With just a glance, Little Black could tell that this power came directly from the Grand Tao and it was part of the heavenly tribulation itself. No matter what, nobody was allowed to meddle with another person's heavenly tribulation, and this rule applied to both mortals and immortals without exception. Even Little Black inside the Stone of Time wasn't exempt from this rule. Whether it was in this mortal world or in the vastness of the immortal dimension, this was a rule that couldn't be broken no matter what. Chapter 890 Fortune and Misfortune, 2. Just as Little Black's attack dissipated into nothingness, the heavenly rock's mouth finally made contact with Shun Long's soul, its eyes flashing with a hint of malevolence as it stared at the crystal-clear soul in front of it that was about to scatter. Naturally, the massive bird knew that there was no way for a peak-rank 3 Dao King's soul to resist its attack head-on. This was the price that one had to pay for angering the heavens. Complete extermination of body and soul alike. And yet, contrary to the heavenly rock's expectations, the crystal-clear soul in front of it didn't even tremble or shake, despite its impending doom. Unlike what the heavenly rock had expected, Shun Long didn't seem flustered at all, almost as if he hadn't even sensed the incoming danger. In fact, his soul appeared completely serene, like a tranquil lake with perfectly still waters, while the heavenly rock's attack was no more than a mere pebble approaching the massive lake. Naturally, such a pebble couldn't cause any significant ripples. In the next moment, Shun Long's translucent, crystal-like soul burst with a radiant light, before a thin, white-colored barrier suddenly appeared around it. The heavenly rock's lifelike eyes couldn't hide its surprise as it stared at the thin white barrier in front of it, but its actions didn't stop or slow down in the slightest, as its mouth closed and bit down hard, as if it was trying to completely crush the soul within it. However, the scene that followed next left even the golden rock utterly flabbergasted. Regardless of how much it tried to close its mouth or how much force it tried to use, the thin, frail-looking white barrier didn't even ripple, as it remained protectively around Shun Long's soul. This attack that could threaten the soul of even a rank 8 Dao Emperor had actually failed to pierce through the barrier's defenses. The heavenly rock's eyes flashed with a cold light, but it didn't give up. Opening its mouth, it attacked repeatedly, as it tried to crush the soul in front of it again and again. However, it didn't matter how many times it tried, as the barrier around Shun Long's soul didn't even ripple. Visit freeebenville.com for the Est-Envel reading experience. The heavenly rock had even resorted to using its talons, as well as the Tao of Devourment, innate to it, but for some reason, the white barrier wouldn't so much as shake despite its attacks. At the same time, Shun Long had a cold look in his eyes as he stared at the golden rock's relentless strikes. He was confident that the white barrier was more than enough to protect his soul even from a peak rank 9 Dao Emperor's mental attacks. Even if the heavenly rock attacked it for another day, it would be unable to break through its defenses. Of course, this was only natural as well. After all, this white barrier wasn't something that Shun Long would normally resort to unless there was absolutely no other way out. The price he would have to pay was one that made even him feel some heartache. Regardless, what was done was already done. At this point, Shun Long knew that the only thing he had to do was wait until the heavenly rock exhausted all of its power. Soon, even the heavenly rock stopped its attacks and stared at the white barrier around Shun Long's soul with a look of bewilderment in its eyes. Clearly, its intelligence wasn't any lower than a human's, and the massive lightning bird could tell that the barrier in front of it was truly extraordinary. In fact, it was so strong it was nearly impregnable with its strength. The golden rock could tell that even if it exhausted all of its energy, it was very unlikely that it would pierce through it. Realizing that it wasn't going to succeed, the heavenly rock quickly turned its sights away from the white barrier as it started to inspect its surroundings. Clearly, it wasn't willing to give up like that. Soon, a sinister look emerged on its face as its gaze landed on Shun Long's empty spiritual space. No matter what, right now, Shun Long had less than half of his original spiritual energy left within his spiritual sea. Although spiritual energy could be recovered given enough time, this wasn't a process that could be done in a few minutes. After throwing one last look at the translucent soul in front of it that was protected by the white barrier, the heavenly rock spread out its massive wings and flew forward, as it started to fly around inside Shun Long's spiritual space. Originally, Little Black, who had just undergone a multitude of emotions, couldn't understand what the rock was trying to do, but when he saw it releasing its lightning around it indiscriminately, the black dragon's killing intent finally reached its peak. Vile beast! You dare! Throughout his life, Little Black had battled with numerous members of the heavenly rock race. However, he had never felt as much loathing and disgust for any of them as he did right now. It was to the point where he was even starting to wonder whether this was really a bolt of heavenly tribulation or a true detestable heavenly rock. Little Black didn't even need to think to realize what the rock's current intentions were. It was obvious that this heavenly rock had already given up on destroying Shun Long's soul, and it had already set its eyes on his spiritual space. Although destroying a spiritual space was much more difficult compared to eradicating a soul, it actually wasn't impossible. As long as it released all of its remaining energy, it truly had a chance to bring Shun Long's spiritual space to the verge of collapse. Once that happened, then even if his soul was still intact, as long as his spiritual space was ruined, Shun Long would be no different from a cripple. Nevertheless, there was nothing that Little Black could do but watch, as the final bolt of heavenly tribulation wreaked havoc within Shun Long's spiritual space. Its power was being expended extremely rapidly, as sparks of white lightning flew around the enormous rock and landed everywhere around it, before cracks finally began to appear on the walls of Shun Long's spiritual space. At this point, Shun Long was trying his absolute hardest to remain conscious, as he took in the scenes that were taking place inside his spiritual space. From beginning to end, he was trying to keep a clear, focused mind, but as time passed, he could truly feel himself teetering on the verge of unconsciousness. However, he knew that as long as he let himself fall unconscious this time, there was almost no chance for him to wake up again after this. Clenching his fists, he tried hard to endure the terrifying pain, as every passing second felt almost like an entire day, as heavenly lightning tortured his body and mind repeatedly, bringing them on the verge of ruin. Scree! Finally, a few minutes later, the golden rock let out one last unwilling cry and sent out one final attack towards the wall in front of it, before the lightning around its body slowly dispersed into nothingness. Chapter 891 Fortune and Misfortune, 3. Chapter 891 Fortune and Misfortune, 3. Boom! The final attack of the heavenly rock seemed to contain all of its pent-up anger and pride, as well as its remaining unwillingness and killing intent, as a massive, snow-white lightning bolt slammed down on Shun Long's spiritual space with a huge bang, causing the entire space to tremble. Crack! As he took in this attack, even Shun Long couldn't help but cough a mouthful of blood, as the cracks in his spiritual space started to expand rapidly in all directions. It was obvious that although his soul was still unharmed, the damage in his spiritual space wasn't negligible, as another wave of pain overcame him in an instant. It truly seemed like the accumulated damage was so high, that his spiritual space could collapse at any moment. And yet, Shun Long didn't seem to have noticed any of this, as his entire attention was captured by a single, white spark of lightning that had yet to completely disperse and was still crackling inside his spiritual space. Although its power was slowly weakening and it was still trying to destroy everything around it, Shen Long still stared at the single spark of lightning with an enamored look, as if it really held some kind of irresistible allure, that made it hard for him to look away. I wonder if it's really possible. A sudden thought soon sprung up in his mind, making even Shen Long's heart stir. It was only a few moments later, after the heavenly rock's last wisp of energy had completely disappeared from his spiritual sea, that Shen Long finally opened his eyes. At the same time, as the black thunderclouds above the city of immortals started to vanish, in the distance a few hundred meters away from Shen Long, Xianxia's veil of darkness suddenly dispersed, revealing the scene inside. Shen Long's eyes slightly widened as he saw an exhausted Xianxia struggling to keep himself on his feet. His handsome features were completely contorted and even his long black hair appeared disheveled, but despite his exhaustion, it was impossible to hide the raging killing intent in his eyes as he stared at a certain group of 5 in the distance. Following Jiang Chen's gaze, Shen Long's eyes gradually fell on Bai Longtian and then Xingyi. Surprisingly, Bai Longtian's condition was even worse than Jiang Chen's. Bai Longtian's figure had already turned into a 10-meter, 33 feet, tall giant Buddha, while his entire body was glowing with a bright golden light, making it obvious that he had already gone all out, activating his golden Buddha unique physique. However, even with the terrifying defenses of his unique physique, Bai Longtian's condition was undoubtedly the worst out of everyone present. His left arm appeared completely mangled, as if it had been struck by hundreds of sword slashes simultaneously, while his aura was extremely weak as well. The rest of his body was also filled with countless wounds, and although they weren't as bad as the injury in his left arm, they couldn't be ignored either. It was obvious that Bai Longtian had already gone through an extremely gruesome fight. As for the old man who was standing in front of him and was clearly emitting the aura of an early rank 9 Dao King, aside from the tiny amount of blood trickling from his lips, he appeared completely unharmed. In fact, the old man's eyes betrayed a look of surprise that instantly turned into joy when he noticed that the dark veil around him had started to disappear. Clearly, this had been his biggest hindrance this entire time, as it had been severely restricting his eyes as well as his soul sense. Otherwise, how could an early rank 9 Dao King like him have failed to deal with a paltry little middle-stage Dao King like Bai Longtian? As for Xingyi, she was actually blocking the green-robed young woman called Liang Bao, who was already looking for a way out of Jiang Chen's kingdom of darkness for a while now. Although Xingyi hadn't suffered any obvious injuries in this fight, a frown could be seen on her peerlessly beautiful face as she stared at the green-robed woman in front of her. Clearly, although Liang Bao had failed to injure her, Xingyi knew that this was mostly due to the defensive abilities of her Vanishing Shadow's unique physique, as well as her peak 1-star armor. However, Liang Bao's own skills were nothing to scoff at either. No matter what Xingyi tried, she found it nearly impossible to penetrate through her defenses and severely wound Liang Bao either. Of course, this could be attributed to 2 things. Firstly, Liang Bao's own skills were more oriented towards defense rather than offense. In fact, among the 5 early rank 9 Dao Kings in her group, she was undoubtedly the one with the best defensive abilities. Secondly, she was already prepared for a fight from the beginning, and her cultivation base was a good amount higher than Xingyi's, so it was extremely hard to inflict upon her any serious injuries. This was why, other than a few shallow wounds, Liang Bao was actually completely unharmed. In fact, her condition was much better than the old man who was fighting Bai Longtian. Of course, whether it was Liang Bao, or the old man who was fighting against Bai Longtian, neither of them could truly contain the shock in their hearts as they fought their opponents. In the beginning, they had viewed Xingyi and Bai Longtian as nothing more than 2 insignificant middle-stage Dao Kings. Even if they were geniuses who were talented enough to have entered the realm of masters, their cultivation bases were still too low to contend with early rank 9 Dao Kings like them. This was simply a gap in cultivation that couldn't be bridged with talent alone. However, as time passed, the 2 early rank 9 Dao Kings started to become increasingly shocked. Once they realized that the 2 random people they were facing had not only entered the realm of masters, but they had also comprehended a unique level Dao each, and they even possessed a unique physique, they could no longer believe their eyes. Even back in the central region, people at their level would be core figures even among the first-rate factions of the central region. They would be monsters that those factions would go all out to nurture, since it was only a matter of time before they entered the Dao Emperor, and even the sovereign realm in the future. Yet, how could so many monsters be gathered in one group? It was already one thing for them to accept that Shen Long had somehow entered that legendary realm above the realm of masters and had even invoked a heavenly tribulation while he was still inside the city of immortals, but now a group of monsters had also appeared by his side. However, Young Bao and the old man by her side barely had enough time to gather their thoughts while they stared at their opponents, before a sudden scream filled with uncontrollable pain and killing intent entered their ears. Arc. Chapter 892 Bloodbath. You fucking bitch. I swear I will kill you. Yao Guantang's furious voice reverberated across the battlefield like booming thunder, as it entered the ears of everyone present. Everyone immediately turned their gazes towards the source of this voice, but the scene that greeted them next was so horrifying, that it made the minds of the surrounding Dao Kings short-circuit for a brief moment, before a feeling of complete terror gripped their hearts. The purple-robed Yao Guantang was standing before an enormous, hideous monster, his gaze fixed directly on the stunningly beautiful young woman standing proudly on the monster's back. However, unlike before, Yao Guantang's usual poise and elegance was nowhere to be found, as his body was now dripping with uncontrollable hatred and killing intent as he stared at Lu Mei. What terrified these surrounding Dao Kings, however, wasn't the Death Eater's aura or its hideous appearance that was already enough to strike terror in their hearts, but Yao Guantang's missing right arm. It was obvious that this monster with the aura of an early rank 7 Dao King, had not only managed to wound an early rank 9 Dao King like Yao Guantang, but it had even somehow severed his right arm. This was more than enough to terrify every single one of the remaining Dao Kings present, to the point where their entire bodies felt completely rigid, as if they had suddenly been plunged into an icy abyss. After all, Yao Guantang was the strongest among the 5 early rank 9 Dao Kings in their group, and yet, even he had been injured so seriously, to the point where he had even lost an arm. And the worst of all was the fact that his injury didn't even come from the peak rank 6 magic beast that they were facing, but from a hideous 30-meter-tall monster, that was clearly neither a human nor a magic beast. As if all this wasn't enough, 6 black-colored skeletons had also surrounded Yao Guantang from all sides, each of them emitting an aura that wasn't the slightest bit weaker than the Death Eaters, as they blocked off any path of escape. Facing the furious Yao Guantang, a cold light flashed through Lu Mei's eyes, and without paying any attention to anyone else around her, she then ordered in a frosty tone. Kill him. As soon as it heard this order, the Death Eater's aura exploded once more, as the enormous monster opened its hideous mouth and bit down a second time, aiming to directly kill the injured purple-robed Dao King in front of it. Yao Guantang merely snorted, not bothering at all with the Death Eater's crude attack, as he directly stepped back and retreated without any hesitation. It was true that he had already lost an arm, but how could this have happened if he hadn't been caught off guard? Earlier, he had clearly sensed the Death Eater's attack that was fast approaching him, but just as he tried to step back and avoid it, 6 massive greatswords suddenly attacked him from all sides, completely blocking off his path of escape. If his soul sense wasn't suppressed so heavily by Jiang Chen's Kingdom of Darkness, how could Yao Guantang possibly have fallen victim to the 6 black skeletons' sneak attack? Having no other choice, he then gritted his teeth and decided to give up on his right arm, allowing him to at least escape with his life. Yao Guantang would never have guessed that he would have gotten so seriously injured fighting against a mere, early rank 7 Dao King. Seeing that their opponent was trying to escape, the 6 black skeleton kings moved in unison all at the same time, as they attacked the purple-robed young man from all sides. However, if Yao Guantang really wanted to escape, there wasn't anyone here who could hold him down. Even Little Silver wasn't qualified to do so, let alone Lu Mei's black skeletons that were merely as fast as early rank 7 Dao Kings. In the next moment, Yao Guantang's body twisted and turned like a willow, as he effortlessly dodged the 6 dark red greatswords that assaulted him, before appearing more than 100 meters away. Clearly, now that Jiang Chen's Kingdom of Darkness had disappeared and his soul sense was no longer affected, predicting the black skeleton's path of attacks and dodging them wasn't that difficult for him. Throwing one last look at the distant Lu Mei and the rapidly approaching Death Eater that was still running towards him, the purple-robed Yao Guantang then took a deep breath, before he spat out through gritted teeth. I, Yao Guantang, will definitely not forget what happened here today. You better pray that we don't meet each other again in the future, because if we do, I swear that I will take your life. Of course, that's assuming that you will even stay alive until then. Without throwing another look at anyone else around him, Yao Guantang then turned into a streak of light and disappeared in the distance, completely ignoring the remaining middle and late-stage Dao Kings who had come along with him. Senior brother Yao. Yao Guantang, you rat. How dare you leave us behind? The remaining Dao Kings couldn't believe their eyes when they saw that Yao Guantang had turned around and fled without any hesitation, leaving the rest of them behind. However, how could they possibly know that Yao Guantang had already given up on them long ago? In the beginning, Yao Guantang had been confident that more than 100 middle and late-stage Dao Kings would have been more than enough to take care of a single peak rank 6 magic beast like Little Silver, even if he didn't participate in the fight personally. At worst, a few dozen of them would end up dying during the fight, but this was still a price that he was willing to pay. How could Yao Guantang have expected that a monster like Jiang Chen would appear with such a heaven-defying ability, which could completely suppress the soul sense of more than 100 Dao Kings simultaneously? As for Lu Mei, in Yao Guantang's eyes, she was just as much of a monster as Jiang Chen was. After all, the Death Eaters and the 6 Black Skeletons' auras were merely at the level of an early rank 7 Dao King, but Yao Guantang had already realized that their true combat power was actually much higher than that. Even peak rank 7 Dao Kings would have no hope of taking a blow by that horrifying 30-meter, 100 feet, tall monster, or those black skeletons directly. That, combined with the fact that Yao Guantang had already lost an arm in this fight, as well as Little Silver having not suffered any significant injuries, was more than enough for him to tell that there was no longer any hope of killing Little Silver, let alone capturing Shen Long. Seeing Yao Guantang leave them behind, the last hope in the hearts of the surrounding Dao Kings instantly shattered, as they all turned around and tried to escape. However, although coming was easy, leaving was an entirely different story. A few minutes later, silence filled the endless desert, as the grains of sand on the ground were bathed in the blood of nearly 100 late-stage Dao Kings. Chapter 893 Shen Long's Decision. Roher. Little Silver's roar was the first thing that broke the silence that had descended over the endless desert, as the Black Panther turned into a streak of silvery light, heading straight for Shen Long in the distance. Staring at the 4-meter, 13 feet, tall Black Panther that was acting like a little child in front of him, excitedly rubbing its fur all over his face, Shen Long could only shake his head with a smile, before he affectionately patted Little Silver's head in response. Long Ge. Brother Shen. Lu Mei, Xingyi, Bai Long Tian, and Jiang Chen, seemed to have also noticed that he had woken up, as they all hurried over as well. Long Ge, are you okay? Lu Mei was the first one to arrive next to him, her enchanting, starry-like black eyes staring worriedly at Shen Long whose entire body was filled with wounds. As she hurriedly sat down on the ground next to him, Lu Mei then took out a small jade bottle filled with pills and opened it, before she carefully took out a single emerald-colored pill and gently placed it into Shen Long's mouth. At the same time, even Bai Long Tian whose entire body was filled with hundreds of blade cuts, sucked in a cold breath when he realized that Shen Long's condition seemed to be even worse than his own. It was obvious from the black scales around his body that Shen Long had already gone all out and had even used his black dragon's bloodline, and yet his injuries were so severe that it was unknown whether he could even stand up on his own right now. As for his internal injuries, Bai Long Tian didn't want to estimate how badly he had been injured this time. Although Shen Long was also a body cultivator like him, Bai Long Tian could tell with complete certainty that even a body cultivator wouldn't be able to recover from injuries of that degree without resting for at least a year. Thankfully, the emerald pills that Lu Mei took out were top-grade rank 6 healing pills that Shen Long had personally refined while they were still back in the Northern Sovereign's estate. The name of these pills was the Clear Jade Evergreen Pills, and they were known as the most powerful type of recovery pills that anyone beneath the Dao Emperor realm could consume to heal their injuries. In fact, these pills were no different from a second life to any Dao King realm cultivator. Of course, the better the effects of a pill, the rarer it tended to be. As for middle and high-grade Clear Jade Evergreen Pills, they were so rare, that even the outer court elders of the Holy Sect couldn't get their hands on them that easily. As for top-grade rank 6 Clear Jade Evergreen Pills, even the elder responsible for the refinement hall back in the Holy Sect, Xingyi's master, Elder Mao Jing was unable to refine any of them. This was why, the moment that any top-grade Clear Jade Evergreen Pills appeared on the market, peak rank 9 Dao Kings would scramble to buy them regardless of the price. Of course, this was only natural as well. After all, to refine these pills, an alchemist didn't just require more than a dozen rank 6 medicinal herbs, but they also needed the beast core of a peak rank 6 magic beast. As for whether the pills that came out in the end were low, middle, high-grade or top-grade ones, that entirely depended on the skills of the alchemist, as well as the quality of the medicinal herbs used. After all, one would not only need a peak 1-star alchemist to have any hope of refining a batch of top-grade Clear Jade Evergreen Pills, but they would have to use more than a dozen rank 6 medicinal herbs, each of them more than 900 years old. To use all that along with the beast core of a peak rank 6 magic beast, just to have some hope of refining top-grade rank 6 healing pills, was something that almost no star-rank alchemist in the central region would do. After all, rank 6 medicinal herbs were also needed as supplementary ingredients when these alchemists refined star-rank pills, so how could they possibly be willing to waste them, trying to refine rank 6 pills, when it wasn't even guaranteed that the pills would end up as top-grade ones in the first place? Throughout the entire central region, Shun Long was probably the only one who could afford to refine top-grade, clear jade evergreen pills like that without batting an eye. In the next moment, Shun Long could feel the texture of the pill melting in his mouth, as it turned into a stream of gentle energy that flowed throughout his entire body, before his injuries started to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the next moment, Lu Mei and the others saw the damaged black dragon scales around him slowly regain their original luster, before they gradually disappeared, revealing Shun Long's clear skin that they were covering underneath them. Standing up from the ground, Shun Long then swept his gaze over the battlefield around him that was filled with the corpses of nearly 100 Dao Kings, as well as Lu Mei's skeletons who were looting their bodies with practiced movements, looking like they had done this numerous times in the past, before his gaze eventually landed on Bai Longtian's injured left arm. Long Tian, how do you feel? At the same time, Bai Longtian waved his hand with a nonchalant look the moment he noticed Shun Long's gaze, before he said with his usual easygoing smile. Brother Shun, there is no need to worry about this. This is nothing to me. I simply didn't have the time to deal with these injuries earlier. Then, as if to prove his own words, Bai Longtian's body cultivation energy surged, before his injuries started to disappear as well. In the first place, Bai Longtian and Little Silver were the only ones who had been injured in the fight against Yao Guantang's group, and since Bai Longtian's injuries weren't too serious, they were nothing that he couldn't deal with using his own body cultivation energy. As for Little Silver's injuries, Shun Long didn't hesitate as he took out a top-grade, clear jade evergreen pill and placed it inside the Black Panther's mouth. Seeing Little Silver's injuries disappear as well, Shun Long nodded his head and swept his gaze over the battlefield around him once again, and after a moment of silent pondering, the look in his eyes turned incomparably cold as he said calmly. Let's change plans. Chapter 894 Cultivation, 1. Chapter 894 Cultivation, 1. Lu Mei and the others looked a bit confused, but Shun Long didn't explain anything else as he directly leaped and sat down on Little Silver's back. Seeing that he wasn't planning to explain things right away, Lu Mei first gathered the spatial rings that her skeletons had happily collected from the corpses of the surrounding Dao Kings, before she sat down on Little Silver's wide back as well. A few moments later, Little Silver's figure that was carrying 5 people on it, turned into a streak of silvery light as it disappeared deeper inside the endless desert. A little more than an hour later, Shun Long lowered his gaze to stare at the empty desert below him, before he nodded his head and said in satisfaction. This place is good enough. Little Silver, get down. Without any hesitation, Little Silver then flapped its massive silver wings and shot downwards, descending towards an empty space below them that was filled with nothing but countless grains of sand. As the figure of the Black Panther descended, Xingyi and the others began to curiously examine their surroundings, before looks of confusion slowly crept up on their faces. After all, no matter how they looked at it, this place didn't look special in any way, and was just an unassuming, insignificant spot in the endless desert. Unlike the stone mural, where they had comprehended the scenes engraved on it earlier that allowed them to enter the realm of masters, or the illusion oasis that seemed to be holding plenty of opportunities and treasures within, this place looked extremely plain in comparison. And yet, Jiang Qin didn't seem to care about any of this, as he directly sat down on the ground and closed his eyes, before he began to gather his qi. It was obvious that Jiang Qin didn't care in the slightest about where they were or what they were going to do, as the only thing on his mind was improving his cultivation base and taking revenge. After all, there was no way he was going to forget the humiliation he had suffered from the peak rank 9 Dao King, Mao Huang back in the Illusion Oasis. After a brief moment of hesitation, Bai Longtian was the first one to speak, as he turned his gaze towards Shun Long and asked curiously. Brother Shun, is there something special about this place? Lu Mei, Xingyi, and even Jiang Qin who had just sat down, all turned their eyes towards him when they heard Bai Longtian's question, but contrary to their expectations, Shun Long simply shook his head before he said calmly. Aside from the qi here being a bit more concentrated, there is actually nothing special about this place. Looking at the confused expressions on everyone's faces, Shun Long's lips curved upwards ever so slightly before he continued, but this is precisely the reason why I chose this place. Because there is nothing special about it. Then, with an extremely rare, serious look on his face, he then added in, you must have already realized what everyone is lacking the most right now, it's enough time to grow. Lu Mei's, Xingyi's, Jiang Chen's, and Bai Longtian's eyes all flashed with a deep glint when they heard this. Indeed, what all of them, and especially Shun Long were lacking the most right now, was enough time to increase their cultivation base. They had already realized this fact the moment they stepped foot into this second stage in the City of Immortals. While things were still easy back during the first stage, as soon as they passed the trial to hunt enough demon-fanged mice and entered the second stage, the ambushes they faced had increased by countless times, as they got attacked again and again. First, it had been that early rank 7 Dao King who had claimed to be from the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce, Li Tian, who ended up making his move against them as soon as they arrived. Although an early rank 7 Dao King wasn't much in the City of Immortals, even an insignificant figure like Li Tian had dared to attack them in broad daylight. Then, while they were still back in the stone mural, Shen Long surpassing the realm of masters and comprehending sword aura had attracted so much attention, that all of the surrounding Dao Kings had gotten riled up, and in the end, this even ended up attracting the attention of that red-robed old man called Old Fu, who was already a peak rank 9 Dao King. However, the worst instances were undoubtedly the one in the Illusion Oasis, as well as the ambush they had just suffered from Yao Guanting's group. In the Illusion Oasis, a peak rank 9 Dao King like Mao Huang had single-handedly dealt with Lu Mei and the others, bringing them all on the brink of death. In fact, Mao Huang had even used an extremely rare poison against them called the soul-tormenting grass, which made even top-grade rank 6 antitoxin pills useless against it. However, the worst of all was the fact, that aside from Mao Huang, there was an even more terrifying peak rank 9 Dao King in the Illusion Oasis, who was strong enough to pierce through even Shen Long's defenses after he had gone all out and activated his dragon form. Of course, this was only because Shen Long was still a peak rank 3 Dao King, so the boost that his defenses got after he burned his blood essence was still limited by his own cultivation base. Although his black dragon scales were extremely hard, they weren't truly impenetrable in the end. However, after reviewing all of those things, Lu Mei and the rest all understood that in reality, none of those things would have truly happened if they had been stronger. After all, who would have dared to attack them if they were peak rank 9 Dao Kings instead? Would Mao Huang have dared to make trouble with them? Would Li Tian even think of robbing them? Would the red-robed old man called Old Fu really try to fight them? Would Yao Guanting and his group even dare to approach them? In the end, the core issue stemmed from their own cultivation bases. Chapter 895 Cultivation, 2. After a brief moment of silence, Jiang Chen then looked at Shen Long and nodded his head in understanding, before he said calmly. If that's what you want, then naturally I have no issues with it either. Whether we stay in this place and cultivate or we go somewhere else, none of that really matters to me. I just hope that you will let me personally take revenge on that bastard the next time we see him. As he finished speaking, Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous light, as the image of a smirking Mao Huang appeared in his mind. Although Jiang Chen wasn't completely certain of what had taken place since the four of them had gotten destroyed by Mao Huang back in the Illusion Oasis, in the end, he had a rough idea of what Shen Long had probably done and why they were still alive until now. Even though Jiang Chen understood that it sounded extremely far-fetched for a Dao King to possess such power, he also knew that there was no other explanation for why he, as well as Lu Mei and the others, were still alive right now, after they had been inflicted by Mao Huang's poison and were only a few breaths away from death previously. Besides, although he had already spent a few years next to Shen Long already, Jiang Chen had to admit that even he had yet to truly realize the limits of Shen Long's Tao of Time. The more he witnessed, the more overbearing and unreal the Tao that Shen Long had comprehended seemed to become, almost as if there were no limits to its power. At the same time, although Jiang Chen didn't seem to have any questions regarding what had happened earlier, almost as if none of it mattered to him, Xingyi could no longer hold back her curiosity as she stared at Shen Long's calm, handsome face with her pair of dazzling emerald eyes, before she asked in a somewhat low voice. Then, Brother Long. I want to know, did we really die earlier? Hearing Xingyi's low voice that sounded almost like a whisper, Shen Long simply shook his head and didn't choose to hide anything, as he explained directly what had happened. Although Mao Huang had left you all with just a single breath of life, you didn't truly die. But even if he had really killed everyone, it wouldn't have made much of a difference in the first place. After all, my World Zero would still reverse the flow of time in the entire world, and return everything exactly to how it was in the past. Although Shen Long's voice was calm, his confirmation was like a tempestuous wave that violently rocked Xingyi's, Bai Longtian's, and Jiang Chen's hearts. Only Lu Mei seemed slightly better composed in comparison, but even she couldn't help but feel a wave of shock coursing through her when she heard this. Of course, Bai Longtian's and the others' reactions were completely natural to Shen Long as well. After all, even Little Black, a dragon who had lived for tens of thousands of years, couldn't suppress his shock when he learned about his World Zero, let alone Jiang Chen and the rest. However, Shen Long didn't say anything else and simply let them process this information, before he turned his gaze towards his surroundings. After a moment of serious contemplation, Shen Long then waved his right hand, before hundreds of different types of rocks, as well as a small iron mountain, all appeared in front of him at the same time. Staring at the small iron mountain, as well as the hundreds of different rocks that came in many various sizes, the smallest one being the size of an adult's fist while the largest ones resembling enormous boulders instead, Xianlong nodded his head in satisfaction before he began to arrange them around him in an unhurried, yet oddly specific manner. After placing more than 100 rocks in several different spots on the ground, Xianlong then waved his sleeve, before a wave of sword chi suddenly surged forth, immediately crushing the rocks into powder. Of course, the rocks that Xianlong had just taken out weren't ordinary rocks, but a special type of rock that rank 3 gold-grade formation masters often used when they arranged formations, called the Fire-Earth Spiritual Rock. Naturally, throughout the last few years, Xianlong had amassed a considerable number of spiritual materials that were useful to formation masters who wanted to inscribe formations, or craft talismans or weapons. Just like the Fire-Earth Spiritual Rock, the small iron mountain that Xianlong had taken out was also a rank 6 spiritual material that could be used to craft rank 3 gold-grade weapons, called the 100-fold spirit iron. However, Xianlong wasn't planning to craft any weapons at the moment. Staring at the small, iron mountain in front of him, Xianlong stretched out his right hand and calmly pointed at it with his finger, before a purple wisp of flame emerged from the tip of his finger, flying straight towards the iron mountain in front of him. One of the most important prerequisites for someone to become a formation master, was to have gained insights in the Tao of Fire first. Otherwise, regardless of a person's talent, it would be nearly impossible to melt high-grade spiritual materials and use them to craft weapons or inscribe formations. Under the overwhelming heat of Xianlong's earth flame, the small mountain of 100-fold spirit iron, that would have normally taken days for a peak rank 3 gold-grade formation master to melt, had already began to liquefy in a matter of seconds, quickly turning into a large silver pool of dense liquid. Looking at the enormous silver pool in front of him, Xianlong's actions didn't stop or pause in the slightest, as his finger danced through the air like the tip of a brush, outlining a massive, profound, yet inscrutable diagram of mysterious origins. Although he didn't have any paint, Xianlong used the silver liquid from the 100-fold spirit iron and guided it unhesitatingly with his finger, as he drew the enormous pattern in the air in front of him. A little more than a minute later, once the outline of the diagram was almost complete, the 27 golden balls of chi inside the Monarch's hourglass all circulated at the same time, as they poured their energy into the mysterious diagram in front of Xianlong. The massive, complex diagram then illuminated with rays of brilliant silvery light, before quickly dissipating as if it had seamlessly fused with the ground beneath it. Staring at the scene in front of him, Xianlong nodded his head in satisfaction, before he mumbled to himself. Let's start. Chapter 896 Absorbing Immortal Qi. Chapter 896 Absorbing Immortal Qi. If anyone could see this scene that was taking place around Xianlong and the others from the sky, they would have instantly noticed that the outline of the mysterious diagram that Xianlong had just created hadn't simply disappeared, but it had already fused with the grains of sand in the desert below it in a very specific manner. The lines of the mysterious silver diagram seemed to land precisely on the same spots as the Fire-Earth spiritual rocks that Xianlong had placed earlier, before a thin, transparent barrier of light suddenly surged and enveloped the surrounding area in the blink of an eye. Staring at the thin, invisible barrier that had now appeared around them almost out of thin air, Xingyi couldn't hold back her astonishment as she looked at Xianlong and asked in surprise. Brother Long, this is a formation, right? What type of formation is it? I've never seen one like this before. It seemed that Xingyi had already returned back to her usual spirited mood, as she quickly walked up and stood at the edges of the invisible barrier, before she began to examine it carefully with her eyes. Even Jiang Chen and Bai Long Tian seemed taken aback as they stared at the transparent-looking barrier around them with curiosity in their gazes, before Jiang Chen began to examine the barrier by himself, while Bai Long Tian turned his eyes towards Xianlong. Of course, Xianlong wasn't surprised by their reactions in the slightest. After all, he knew that Xingyi came from the Silver Mountain Xia family of the Night Star continent, while Bai Long Tian was the young White Lord, the son of the famous White Lord, a peak rank 9 Dao King realm expert in the Night Star continent. Naturally, both of them had some basic knowledge regarding formations, so they could immediately tell that there was something peculiar about the formation in front of them. As for Jiang Chen, how could he, as the son of Jiang Tianfang, a famous late-stage Dao emperor of the central region, be any inferior to others when it came to basic knowledge regarding formations? Although Jiang Chen wasn't a formation master, he had already been taught plenty of things by his father from a young age, so he could immediately tell that there was something special about this formation that Xianlong had just set up. Although it looked normal at first glance, Jiang Chen had already noticed that Xianlong hadn't used any middle or high-grade spirit stones to power up his formation, yet the formation itself was somehow remaining active. Seeing that a rare look of curiosity had even appeared in Lu Mei's beautiful black eyes as she stared at him, Shen Long grinned before he began to explain. This is a basic formation called the Five Elements Protective Formation. It's a simple formation that utilizes the power of the five elements to completely conceal a small area and protect it from outside attacks. Of course, the power of all five elements is needed to set up this particular formation. Although the hundredfold spirit iron only contains the barest traces of wind and water elemental energy, it is actually overflowing with the energy of the metal element, while the fire-earth spiritual rock is filled with both fire and earth elemental energies. Although this formation is not perfect, it is more than enough to block out the soul sense of any peak rank 9 Dao King and nullify most of their attacks. As he finished speaking, Shen Long waved his right hand, before a massive green-colored vine appeared in front of him, causing the ground to tremble from the impact. The instant that the heaven-swallowing vine emerged from the stone of time, the surrounding chi in the area began to gather around it at a terrifying rate, quickly forming an enormous vortex above it that was growing larger and larger with every passing second. This time, Shen Long had not only chosen to take out the heaven-swallowing vine from the stone of time, but he hadn't used any high-grade spirit stones to feed it either, allowing the vine to directly absorb the chi inside the city of immortals. Of course, this wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. There was an important reason why he had decided to do this. Although cultivating in the foggy space in the stone of time was normally better, since Shen Long would have an endless supply of pure chi as long as he fed the heaven-swallowing vine with enough high-grade spirit stones, things were vastly different now that he was inside the city of immortals. After all, the city of immortals didn't just have extremely pure chi that was comparable to the chi inside high-grade spirit stones in the first place, but there were also traces of immortal chi mixed with it. Naturally, immortal chi was something so rare, that it was practically impossible to find anywhere else in the central region, so there was no way that Shen Long would be willing to waste this chance. After all, even the courtyards in the northern sovereign's estate didn't have the slightest traces of immortal chi, making it obvious how rare this thing really was. Additionally, Shen Long knew that his type of chi that could normally be found only in the immortal dimension, was not only useful in tempering the foundations of any Dao King or Dao Emperor realm cultivator, but it would greatly boost their chances when they tried to break through past the sovereign realm in the future. As seconds quickly turned into minutes, the chi in the surrounding area continued to get sucked into the heaven-swallowing vine, without any signs of stopping, as the huge vortex in the sky continued to grow larger and larger. From a distance, the enormous green vine would seem like a starving magic beast that was finally being fed for the first time in a while, as it madly sucked in the surrounding chi in the area before releasing an even purer version of it, but the five elements protective formation that Shen Long had set down completely suppressed those phenomena, making it impossible to discern anything from the outside. Staring at Xingyi and the others who seemed completely stunned by the scene in front of them, Shen Long didn't seem to mind as he sat cross-legged on the ground, before he looked at them and said calmly. Sit down and make sure to absorb as much of this chi as you can. Try to fill your dantian to the brim with it. Without another word, Shen Long then closed his eyes and circulated his monarch's hourglass, as the invisible figure of an hourglass gradually appeared around him. Freeweb novel. Calm. Staring at the 27 golden balls of chi above his head, Shen Long knew that it was finally time to break through to the middle stages of the Dao King realm. Chapter 897. Chapter 897. In the blink of an eye, a year had quickly passed by since Shen Long and his group had settled down in the endless desert. During this past year, Shen Long had entered a cycle of constant chi refinement, as he continued to absorb the chi that the heaven-swallowing vine unceasingly produced. However, regardless of how much chi he absorbed, the chi in the air around him didn't seem to diminish in the slightest, as the heaven-swallowing vine continued to absorb the pure chi inside the city of immortals as well, before releasing out only the purest and most condensed version of immortal chi possible. During this time, Xingyi, Bai Longtian, and Xianxia had also placed their entire focus in their own cultivation, but to their complete astonishment, once they started cultivating alongside Shen Long, the three of them finally realized what the term monster-like really meant. Even though the three of them were all cultivating immortal-grade techniques that Shen Long had personally given them and were practically tailor-made for them, once they started absorbing the chi in the air around them, Jiangchen, Bai Longtian, and Xingyi realized that they were only absorbing less than 30% of the chi in the air in total. This meant that each of them was only absorbing around 10% of the immortal chi in the air. As for the remaining 70%, it was all being drawn towards Shen Long, like a voracious child who was hungrily consuming everything that came close to it. Feeling a sense of urgency in their hearts, Bai Longtian, Jiang Chen, and Xingyi chose to cast aside all useless thoughts, as they focused their entire attention in their own cultivation as well, unwilling to be left too far behind. During this past year, Shen Long's cultivation had naturally increased by a great deal as well, entering the middle stages of the Dao King realm and even reaching the early rank 5 Dao King. Back in the central region, his speed of cultivation would be considered extremely terrifying and completely unheard of, and it would have been more than enough to raise waves throughout the entire central continent. After all, breaking through the barrier to become a middle-stage Dao King and even reaching the early rank 5 in a mere short year was nothing short of miraculous. However, with the heaven-swallowing vine and the extraordinarily pure qi inside the City of Immortals, Shen Long knew that such a result was only natural. It was only after successfully condensing the 39th golden-colored ball of qi and pushing it inside the Monarch's hourglass, that Shen Long let out a breath of turbid air, before he finally opened his eyes. At this moment, Shen Long could see the 39 golden-colored balls of qi that were hovering above his head inside the Monarch's hourglass, each of them emitting an unnaturally powerful sense of oppression, seeming slightly different from how they were in the past. With a satisfied smile on his face, he threw one last look at the 39 golden-colored balls of qi above his head, before he turned his attention towards Xingyi and the rest. Right now, Shen Long knew that although the outer appearance of his golden-colored balls of qi was barely any different from before, his strength had already gone through a dramatic increase compared to when he was still in the early stages of the Dao King realm. This was a qualitative change that was brought not just by the increase in his own cultivation, but also thanks to the extraordinarily pure immortal qi inside the City of Immortals. After scanning through his surroundings and seeing that Xingyi, Bai Longtian, and Jiang Chen were all seated on the ground with their eyes closed, focused entirely on absorbing the pure qi from the heaven-swallowing vine, Shen Long's gaze soon landed on Lu Mei. Without a doubt, during this past year, the person whose cultivation had increased the most was definitely Lu Mei. She had leaped from the early rank 7 of the Dao King realm all the way to the peak of rank 8, and from her aura, Shen Long could tell that she was only a step away from becoming an early rank 9 Dao King as well. However, unlike Jiang Chen and the others, during this past year, Lu Mei hadn't been absorbing the pure qi from the heaven-swallowing vine, but was instead focused on adjusting her mental state. It was clear that although Lu Mei had absorbed a large amount of qi after the fight with Yao Guantang's group of 100 Dao Kings, allowing her to reach the peak of rank 8 in the Dao King realm in one fell swoop, she didn't find it easy to do so. After all, the negative effects of the blood absorption art were extremely hard to suppress, and Lu Mei had to give it her all to prevent them from affecting her mind. Shen Long was just about to walk over to Lu Mei's side and help her deal with the remaining aftereffects of the blood absorption art, but it was at this moment that Little Black's calm voice sounded in his mind. "Master, you should focus on your own cultivation for now. I know that you dote on that little girl quite a bit, but this is something that she has to deal with by herself. The pain she is experiencing isn't that bad, and it will allow her to temper herself further. This is why, until she becomes a peak rank 9 Dao King, there is no real need for Master to intervene." Little Black could easily tell, that although Lu Mei appeared to be struggling to fully suppress the aftereffects of the blood absorption art on her own, her life wasn't in any real danger. This was why the Black Dragon cautioned Shen Long against helping her, despite Lu Mei's obvious struggle. After all, Little Black knew better than anyone, that for cultivators who trained in certain cultivation techniques like the blood absorption art, the most important thing they needed was to have a steady heart that wouldn't waver easily. This was precisely why Lu Mei needed to get past this hurdle on her own, without any external assistance. After a brief moment of silence, Shen Long ultimately nodded his head in agreement, before he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. No matter what, since Little Black was personally paying attention to Lu Mei, there was nothing untoward that could possibly happen to her. As he closed his eyes and entered the foggy space in the stone of time, Shen Long then put every other matter to the back of his mind and turned his gaze towards the figure of a golden skeleton that was hovering in the air just a few meters away from him. Chapter 898 Refining the Golden Skeleton. Chapter 898 Refining the Golden Skeleton. Naturally, this golden skeleton was the same one that Shen Long had obtained from the core region of the King's Palace in the past. Back then, even the Northern Sovereign, along with dozens of late-stage Dao emperors and sovereign realm experts had all set their sights on this golden skeleton, but regardless of how much they coveted it, they were unable to get their hands on it in the end. Of course, back then, the aura of the golden skeleton had been so terrifying, that it was powerful enough to deter experts even stronger than the Northern Sovereign from approaching it, let alone Dao emperors or sovereign realm cultivators. It was said that even those experts who stood at the true peak of the central region and had long since surpassed the sovereign realm had tried to seize this skeleton from the depths of the King's Palace, but without a fortuitous opportunity, even they were unable to do so. Ever since he had gotten his hands on the golden skeleton, Shen Long had never had the chance to truly refine it, and had simply stowed it away inside the Stone of Time. However, now that he had chosen to settle down inside the City of Immortals, he knew that this was the perfect opportunity for him to do so. The corpse of a ninth tribulation body refiner Earth Immortal. This thing is truly no different from a supreme treasure for any cultivator in this mundane world. Little Black's clear voice resounded within the foggy space in the Stone of Time, as the black dragon's bright azure eyes stared intently at the figure of the golden skeleton in front of him. Clearly, Little Black could discern the original cultivation of the golden skeleton with just a glance, making it obvious that the skeleton had long since surpassed the sovereign realm while it was still alive and had entered the Earth Immortal realm a long time ago. In the central continent, only those figures who had long since unshackled themselves from their mortal coils and had already stepped into the Earth Immortal realm could be considered as true hegemons, experts who were only a step away from becoming true immortals. As for the northern sovereign and figures of the same level, although they were just a step away from breaking through to the Earth Immortal realm as well, ultimately, they were unable to truly take that final step. Inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, even Shen Long had an expectant look in his eyes as he stared at the figure of the golden skeleton and said, "It's a shame that I lost those drops of immortal water from the illusion oasis. Luckily, the golden skeleton is still more than enough to support my body refinement cultivation to the peak of the 6th stage during the next few years." Clearly, after using his World Zero to forcibly turn time backwards, even the drops of immortal water that Shen Long had gathered from the illusion oasis had ended up disappearing from the Stone of Time. Shen Long had been planning to use those drops of immortal water to break through to the 6th stage in his body refinement. As long as his Monarch's eternal body reached the early 6th stage, Shen Long knew that he would be strong enough to kill even early rank 6 magic beasts with his bare hands, without having to use even the slightest bit of his chi. The strength of his fleshly body would reach such a degree, that he would even be able to contend with middle rank 6 magic beasts as well. As for gold grade weapons and below, even peak rank 3 gold grade swords and sabers wouldn't be able to scratch his body by then. Only star rank weapons and above would be able to threaten him. Sitting cross-legged on the ground in front of the golden skeleton, Shen Long first took a deep breath and closed his eyes, allowing his mind to clear from any unwanted thoughts, before his right hand stretched outwards, as it finally came in contact with the golden skeleton. Surprisingly, the golden skeleton's body wasn't cold to the touch, and was actually warm instead, as a wave of heat immediately enveloped Shen Long's palm the moment it came in contact with it, before the figure of the golden skeleton suddenly trembled. In the next moment, it seemed as if the golden skeleton's figure burst with irrepressible might, as its aura abruptly spread outwards like a dam that was no longer being suppressed, quickly enveloping the entire foggy space within the Stone of Time. The aura of a ninth tribulation Earth Immortal was so oppressive and terrifying, that it was more than enough to suppress any living beings below the immortal realm. And yet, neither Shen Long, nor Little Black seemed affected by this aura in the slightest, as Little Black continued to sit there unmoving, just a few meters away from the golden skeleton, while a purple-colored flame had already appeared around Shen Long's right palm. Naturally, this purple-colored flame was none other than Shen Long's own earth flame. The reason why Shen Long had never tried to refine the golden skeleton before, even after leaving the king's palace for so long, was merely because he was lacking a sufficiently powerful earth flame to do so. Although he could borrow the power of the 2 earth flames sealed inside the refinement hall of the holy sect, Shen Long knew that the power he could draw out from those earth flames significantly paled compared to the power of an earth flame that belonged to him alone. This was the difference between borrowing the power of another's earth flame and truly owning one yourself, allowing a person to truly bring out its true power. This was why all alchemists and formation masters in the central region all longed to own an earth flame for themselves. In the next moment, as the purple-colored earth flame made contact with the golden skeleton, both Shen Long's and the golden skeleton's figures trembled simultaneously, before a radiant golden light soon filled the entire foggy space inside the Stone of Time.